The world of Dragon Ball. October 12th, age 761. The realm of the Kaioshin. Saiyan lowered his head to examine his current body's strange garments, violet skin, and white hair jutting upward like a rooster's comb. He fell silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and fragments of unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. It seemed that he had turned into a Kaioshin. Saiyan frowned as he recalled the scenes involving the Kaioshin in the Dragon Ball anime. To put it bluntly, the summary could be reduced to a single line, little better than a roadside extra. Though he was a supreme deity on the same level as a god of destruction and ought to possess an imposing air, his performance in the anime was at best barely passable, only marginally stronger than an ordinary background character. So I've transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world and even become the East Kaioshin. Saiyan muttered to himself. He furrowed his brows a bit, dejected. Why couldn't I have crossed over as the protagonist instead? Vegeta would have been fine. At worst, just make me an ordinary Saiyan or even one of the Frost Demon race. Why of all things did it have to be a Kaioshin? Although a Kaioshin's initial battle power was above that of a Super Saiyan, Dragon Ball's power scaling inflated so rapidly that by the later arcs a Kaioshin's strength compared to the main cast was practically no different from that of an ordinary human. How am I supposed to survive in the future? The moment Saiyan imagined competing on the same stage as a bunch of walking cheats, his future seemed shrouded in darkness. Just then a crisp chime rang in his mind. Ding! Origin point sign-in system activating. Saiyan froze for a heartbeat, then grew excited. I knew it. Any transmigrator is bound to have a cheat. System, what functions do you have? Unable to contain himself, Saiyan asked eagerly. Ding! The host has one sign-in opportunity per day. Each sign-in grants one origin point. Origin points can be used to awaken the potential within the host's body. Ding. Scanning. Ding. Scan complete. The current activation progress of the host's bodily potential is 0. 01. Saiyan blinked in confusion and subconsciously rubbed his eyes, but no matter how he looked, the number displayed on the interface before him stubbornly remained at 0. 01. Damn. No wonder the Kaioshin are so weak. Only 0. 01 of their potential has been awakened. How could they possibly be strong? Saiyan grumbled. System, how much potential can one origin point awaken for me? He asked, full of anticipation. Ding. According to the system's assessment, your current body possesses extremely high potential, but it is sealed by a solid genetic lock. It is exceptionally difficult to increase your awakened potential, so one origin point can only awaken 0. 01 of it. 0. 01. Saiyan pondered in silence. His predecessor had cultivated for several million years and had only managed to awaken 0. 01 of his potential. Now he would need just a single day to achieve the same. That actually sounded pretty good. Saiyan's eyes lit up. System, let me sign in and awaken my potential, he urged. Ding. Sign in complete. You have obtained one origin point. Ding. Consuming one origin point. Awakening potential for you now. Your current potential progress 0. 02. As the system's voice fell silent, Saiyan felt as though his entire body had been sublimated. His vitality, spirit, and essence were forcibly elevated to an inconceivable level. In disbelief, Saiyan lowered his head to gaze at his trembling hands. Though he had only just transmigrated into the body of a Kaioshin, he could clearly sense that he was now far stronger than he had been a mere second before. I feel as if I could kill the version of myself from a second ago with a single slap. Saiyan declared confidently, clenching his fists. I wonder if my potential is awakened to 100. Could I surpass Beerus? He speculated. Forget it, that's not important right now. The most pressing matter is adapting to this body and completely mastering the abilities it originally possessed. Saiyan closed his eyes and began to accept the fragmented memories left behind by his predecessor. Guided by those remnants, he carefully sorted through his own abilities and sifted out the useful memories. One day later, Saiyan exhaled a turbid breath. By now, he had largely taken control of most of his predecessor's abilities. Mind-reading, creation, instantaneous movement, sensing the universe, and many other miraculous powers beyond imagination. Earth. Earth. Saiyan murmured as he closed his eyes again and invoked his power to sense the universe, beginning his search for the planet's location. Though he did not know Earth's exact coordinates within Universe 7 as a Kaioshin, one of the universe's supreme divine beings, he possessed extraordinary powers. Even a mid-tier deity like North Kai could precisely locate planet Namek amidst the vast cosmos. There was no reason a Kaioshin could not do the same. After a moment, Saiyan opened his eyes. He had found Earth. The corners of his mouth curled upward as his divine gaze descended upon the planet. In an instant, the entire face of Earth was laid bare before Saiyan's eyes, every detail revealed. His divine sight swept across the globe like a scanning radar, rapidly surveying every corner. Earth, heavenly realm. Clang. The staff in Cammy's hand slipped and fell to the floor. Mr. Popo looked up at him in puzzlement, only to see Cammy's face frozen in shock, as if he had just suffered a tremendous fright. Even his complexion had turned ashen green. Concerned Mr. Popo asked, Kama-sama, what is wrong? Cammy's entire body was shaking, cold sweat continuously beating on his forehead. He was utterly consumed by terror. MMR. Popo, did you just feel it? A terrifying divine power just descended upon Earth. Mr. Popo was taken aback, then shook his head. I am sorry, Kama-sama. Popo did not sense it. Cammy's body continued to tremble as he recalled that vast divine power he had just sensed. Though it had lasted only for a fleeting moment, it had left an indelible impression. Compared to it, he himself was like a firefly before the full moon. That divine power just now. Could it have been from King Kai? No, even King Kai shouldn't make the difference feel that vast. Could it be? Cammy's eyes widened as an impossible thought entered his mind. Could it be? Grand Kai, Kaioshin realm. Exion withdrew his gaze and opened his eyes. From his brief observation of Earth, he had roughly determined the current point in the timeline. It should be the second day after Raditz' arrival on Earth. By now, Raditz had already been killed. On Earth, Exion located Piccolo and son Gohan. At this moment, the still tender Gohan was struggling to survive alone in the wilderness. So this is the Saiyan invasion arc's point in time. Exion lowered his gaze in thought and performed a quick calculation in his heart. From now until the Buu arc, there are roughly a dozen or so years for me to grow. My potential should be able to reach over 40. I wonder if developing my potential past 40 will be enough to defeat Buu. Exion thought, lacking confidence. After all, Buu's power was beyond dispute. Who wouldn't feel a tremor of dread when facing him? At the very least, Exion admitted to himself that if he faced Majin Buu right now, he would be utterly crushed. Forget it, I'll just take things one step at a time. Worst comes to worst, I'll just hide behind the protagonist when the time comes. Thinking of the protagonist made Exion recall Son Goku. Right now, Son Goku should be on Snake Way in the other world, shouldn't he? With that thought, he cast his gaze downward once more. Compared to locating a single planet amid the boundless universe, finding the other world was far simpler for Exion's inherited memories contained its precise coordinates. Zin's gaze descended upon the underworld. With a sweep of his divine, since it fell upon Sun Wukong on Snake Way. At this moment, Sun Wukong was using his skydancing art to fly along the serpentine path. Looking at Sun Wukong as he was now, Exion had only one thought, so weak. He had a clear intuition that he did not even need to lift a hand. With just a single movement of his divine sense, he could across the boundary between the realm of the Kaioshin and the underworld effortlessly crush Sun Wukong to death. It is hard to imagine that this frail creature, now as fragile as an ant, will in just a dozen or so years be able to press the exalted Kaioshin to the ground and grind him beneath his heel, Exion murmured. Exion sighed. His gaze shifted, falling upon North Kai's planet at the end of Snake Way. Looking at the miniature world before his eyes, even though he had long known of it, Exion still could not help but exclaim softly, so small. Comparing the size of Earth with that of North Kai's planet back and forth in his mind, Exion felt his size deepen. What a tiny world. If I remember correctly, this planet was destroyed by the god of destruction, Bylus, so it cannot be restored, he thought. Zin's eyes flickered as he focused his divine power, probing toward North Kai's planet. On North Kai's planet, North Kai was leisurely driving his newly purchased sports car in circles around the small world. Suddenly, North Kai sensed a vast divine power descending from the heavens. His body hair stood on end in terror. How could this be? Thighs, this divine power is. North Kai stammered, cold sweat pouring down his body as he slumped limply in his seat, not daring to move a muscle. After a long while, when North Kai finally felt that suffocating, sky-collapsing divine power recede, he shakily crawled out of the car, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the ground. That hat, just now, that divine power, could it have been Lord Grand Kai? North Kai muttered frantically, wiping away his cold sweat with a handkerchief. That boundless divine power he had just felt possessed a rank so lofty and a purity so absolute that it was something North Kai could never hope to reach in his entire life. The owner of that power was certainly a deity far greater than himself. No, that cannot be right. I have met Lord Grand Kai before. His divine power is not this terrifying. Could it be? As a certain conjecture surfaced in his heart, North Kai wiped his cold sweat even more desperately. Why would that great being pay attention to a small Kai like me? Could it be that I have made some mistake in my recent work? In the realm of the Kaioshin, Zin's expression was unsightly. He had already mobilized an immense amount of divine power and invoked his creation ability attempting to repair North Kai's planet. One must know that his creation ability derived from the law of creation opposite to the god of destruction's law of destruction. In theory, Zin's creation ability could conjure entire planets out of nothing, yet he could not shake even this tiny North Kai's planet. The moment his creative divine power touched North Kai's planet, Xian immediately felt a mysterious force upon it blocking him, preventing him from restoring the world. The nature of this force was completely opposite to his creation divine power. Xian judged that this must be destructive power left behind by the god of destruction. This destructive power must have been left here a very, very long time ago, and it was likely something Bylus did casually. Yet even so, I still cannot shake it. The Kaioshin and the god of destruction are supposed to be deities of the same rank. Why is the gap between us so vast? This makes no sense. Xian ground out between clenched teeth. This made no sense to him at all, and Xian could not help but grit his teeth in resentment. Within the worldview of Dragon Ball, the Kaioshin and the god of destruction are supreme deities of the universe at the same rank. The Kaioshin governs the law of creation, the god of destruction governs the law of destruction. Even if their power levels differ, the disparity should not be this overwhelming. In the eyes of the god of destruction, Bylus, I, a Kaioshin, am probably no different from an ordinary mortal, Xian murmured self-mockingly. He chuckled at himself. Just as he could now easily crush the current protagonist's son Wukong like an insect, Bylus could just as effortlessly crush him like a bug. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within Xian, a helplessness that he could not shake even with his golden cheat. System, tell me, to what extent must my potential be awakened before I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Bylus, or even surpass him? He asked weakly. The system replied feebly in his mind, Ding system scanning in progress. As the words fell, the system's mighty power spread outward from the realm of the Kaioshin, and in the blink of an eye covered the entirety of Universe 7, locking onto its target. Ding, target confirmed. Universe 7's god of destruction, Bylus scanning in progress. Ding, scan complete, data under analysis. Ding, analysis complete. According to the system's data analysis, for you, the host, to reach the realm of the god of destruction, Bylus, you must at least awaken 31 of your potential, the system intoned. When your potential is awakened to 35, you will be able to stand on equal footing with the god of destruction, Bylus. When your potential is awakened to 36, your strength will surpass his, the system continued. After listening to the system's analytical report, Xian blinked, could not help but dig at his ear, and asked uncertainly, System, what percentage of my potential did you just say I needed to surpass Bylus? 36%, the system replied calmly. 36%. Xian widened his eyes and lowered his head, counting on his fingers. Very soon, he roughly calculated the time required. 10 years. Zin's mouth fell open in disbelief as he sought confirmation. System, are you saying that I only need 10 years to surpass Bylus? Ding, the precise duration is 3,598 days, approximately 10 years. With the system's confirmation, Xian suddenly felt the back that had been bowed straighten abruptly. Happiness had come so abruptly that it caught Xian completely off guard. The sense of urgency that had pressed upon him vanished, replaced by an unprecedented lightness that lingered in his heart. Who else can compare? A famous scene flashed through Zin's mind as his face blossomed into a wide chrysanthemum-like grin. Is surpassing Bylus really this simple? Zin's fear of Bylus completely dissipated. Whenever he imagined the scene of meeting Bylus in the future, he could not help but want to laugh. By the way, system, what about Weiss? To surpass him, to what extent must my potential be awakened? Xian asked curiously. Ding, system scanning in progress. The system's might manifested once again. In just a few breaths, it locked onto Weiss at the edge of the universe and analyzed him inside and out. A moment later, Ding, according to the system's data analysis, for you, the host, to surpass the angel Weiss, you must at least awaken 50 of your potential, the system announced. Note, in a state where 50 of your potential is awakened, your strength will be extremely close to that of Weiss, but judging purely from the numerical values on paper, your stats will surpass his, the system added. How much? Zin's eyes widened, stunned by Weiss' strength. Is that guy Weiss really that formidable? His strength surpasses Bylus by that much. Is that really true? Xian muttered, still in disbelief. Although Xian had long known that Weiss' strength far exceeded Bylus, and that in the anime, he had even felled Bylus in a single move, he had not expected Weiss to be this overwhelmingly powerful. Based on the data provided by the system, Xian estimated that Weiss could kill Bylus in a single move, leaving him with no chance to resist. Then what about the Grand Priest? How much of my potential must be awakened for me to surpass him? Xin asked, continuing his line of questioning. Ding system scanning. The power of the system penetrated the barriers of the universe, this time descending into a higher dimension and locking onto the high priest within the palace of the Omni King. Ding, according to the system's data analysis, to surpass the high priest, the host must at least activate 71 of potential. Is that really possible? Xian Zhang gaped. He had thought that even activating 100 of his potential would not be enough to compete with Beerus. But now the system told him that he only needed to activate 71 to surpass the high priest. System, are you sure you're not joking with me? Xian cautiously asked, his heart racing with excitement. Ding, at least based on the surface values, analyzed the system's conclusion is correct. However, numbers are just numbers. Whether one can truly defeat an opponent in battle sometimes requires more than just numbers, it also needs mechanisms. The system's words poured cold water over Xian, calming his excited heart. Still need mechanisms. Xian knew things were not that simple. However, thinking of mechanisms, he recalled someone who cannot be bypassed in the Dragon Ball world, Omni King. Setting aside Omni King's values, he could dominate the Dragon Ball world solely through mechanisms. If the Dragon Ball world were a drawing on paper, then Omni King's mechanisms would be an eraser, wiping out anyone he disliked, rendering him invincible. System, how much potential do I need to surpass Omni King? Xian cautiously inquired. After all, the status of Omni King was well known. Even with the dimensional strike of the system, Xian lost absolute confidence. Ding system scanning. The power of the system once again descended into a higher dimension, arriving at the palace of the Omni King, locking onto the Omni King, who was playing with planets like marbles. Ding, according to the system's data analysis, the host needs to activate at least 91 of potential to surpass the Omni King. 91. Is that little thing's value that high? I thought he only relied on mechanisms. Xian was somewhat surprised. Omni King was definitely the pinnacle of Dragon Ball. However, the greatest impression Omni King left on people was his seemingly unsolvable ability with mechanisms. As for values, they seemed irrelevant to Omni King's small stature. The pinnacle is the pinnacle, whether in terms of values or mechanisms. He is truly invincible, Xian sighed. But thinking again, if the system could silently scan and analyze Omni King's data, wasn't this system even more powerful than the Omni King? Xian suddenly felt a bit nervous. What merit did he have? Before his reincarnation, he was just an ordinary worker. Why did such a powerful system choose him? No, he couldn't think any further. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. Xian shook his head, dispelling the recent thoughts. It didn't matter why the system chose him. What mattered was that in front of the system, he was merely a speck of dust, and there was no need to overthink. Because thinking about it was useless. By the way, system, haven't I signed in today? Xian suddenly remembered this and hurriedly asked. Yes. Xian said anxiously. Then what are you waiting for? Sign me in and enhance my potential. Ding, sign in completed. You have obtained 1 source point. Ding, consuming 1 source point has activated your potential. Your current potential progress 0.03. With the enhancement of potential, Xian once again experienced the process of bodily elevation. His strength surged again, a terrifying power hidden within Zin's slender frame, igniting his passion. After the excitement, Xian tentatively asked, System, can you change the sign-in method to automatic? I'm afraid I might forget to sign in while cultivating and miss it. Yes. Ding, do you want to change the manual sign-in mode to automatic sign-in mode? Yes, no. Looking at the 2 options before him, Xian decisively chose yes. Ding, modification completed. Manual sign-in mode has been changed to automatic sign-in mode. Every day at midnight, the system will automatically sign in. Would you like to enable the sign-in reminder feature? Yes, no. Sign-in reminder feature. Does that mean you'll remind me when signing in automatically? Xian asked. Yes. Then will turning off this feature affect the automatic sign-in? Xian inquired. No effect. Then I won't turn it on, Xian said. Okay, the sign-in reminder feature has been turned off. After automatic sign-in, you will not receive a prompt. Oh, please check your source point balance yourself. Got it. Xian closed the system and continued to focus on adapting to the newly increased power. Whoosh. Suddenly, he heard a series of explosive sounds in the air. Xian looked up to see a white-haired, pink-faced man flying toward him. Jebbit. Jebbit, the servant of the East Kaioshin, was a character with even less presence than the Kaioshin in the anime. Jebbit descended from the sky, landing before Xian, and respectfully bowed, saying, Lord Kaioshin. Xian nodded, hands behind his back, trying to appear aloof, and asked, What is it? Lord Kaioshin, the Galactic King, has sent a distress message. The galaxy ruled by the Galactic King is currently under attack by the Frieza force. Should I assist the Galactic King? Galactic King. Xian thought carefully. He was not familiar with this Galactic King, but he found some information about him in his previous life's memories. Surprisingly, this Galactic King was actually a subordinate of the East Kaioshin. Xian was a bit taken aback. Frieza force. Mentioning Frieza made Zin's teeth hurt. In the original setting of the Dragon Ball world, Frieza was a weakling that Xian could easily eliminate with a wave of his hand. Yet after being dead for over 10 years, he suddenly rose to power. That was a rise without any signs. For months, just 4 months of time. Frieza seemingly jumped through countless levels of power from a lowly weakling to the peak of the pyramid, able to press the once high and mighty Kaioshin down to the ground with just a finger. By the late stage, anyone could stomp on the Kaioshin. Oh, was it that the Kaioshin had no dignity? Oh, and there's the main character group. The main character group endured countless hardships and cultivations, battling numerous strong enemies to attain their later strength. Yet in front of Frieza, all their efforts were belittled like that of a clown. Xian thought, even with his current power, he could not reach Frieza's level. So what kind of cheat did Frieza use at that time? How could he be so insane that even the power of the system couldn't catch up? Yes, Lord Kaioshin, the Frieza force has only recently risen in the universe, and their momentum is fierce, showing signs of unifying the North Galaxy. Should I go to stop them? Jebbet asked. End of this chapter. Xian regained his senses, scrutinizing Jebbet with a doubtful gaze. Jebbet should be able to defeat the current Frieza, right? Xian felt somewhat uncertain. After all, the later Frieza left an impression that was simply terrifying, especially with the online quips about how during a battle with Super Saiyan Goku, Frieza could win against the protagonist just by doing a few push-ups. Feigning deep thought, Xian was actually using his divine sense to search for Frieza's location. Soon Zin's divine sense swept across the North Galaxy and landed on Frieza, who was sitting in a baby carriage. Zin's divine sense thoroughly examined Frieza inside and out, sensing the weak life energy emanating from him. Xian was left with one thought. So weak. Weak to the point that Xian could crush him with a single thought. How could such a weakling achieve the outrageous feats he did later? Xian was baffled. He then carefully sensed Jebbet's life energy, which was also quite weak, but compared to Frieza their life levels were like heaven and earth. Xian confirmed that at this stage, if Frieza faced Jebbet, he would be easily defeated. Xian felt reassured and said to Jebbet, "All right, go warn Frieza to tone it down a bit." Understood, Lord Kaioshin, Jebbet replied. Frieza's army. Frieza looked at the white-haired Jebbet before him, veins popping on his forehead. Naturally, he would not be polite to this intruder who had hurt many of his subordinates, and he immediately attacked. Unfortunately, Frieza was no match for Jebbet, who knocked some clarity into him with a single slap. Covering his reddened cheek from Jebbet's slap, Frieza gritted his teeth, but had to force a smile, and asked, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my territory and harmed my subordinates?" "I am Jebbet, a servant of Lord Kaioshin. Your subordinates are currently invading the territory of the Galactic King, which is protected by Lord Kaioshin. Immediately order your people to leave the Galactic King's domain." Lord Kaioshin. Frieza exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. He had heard from his father that there were certain beings in the universe that their family must never provoke, one of whom was Lord Kaioshin. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Frieza's forehead, and he hurriedly said, "I apologize to Lord Kaioshin for my subordinates' offense. I will immediately have my subordinates withdraw from the Galactic King's territory." Upon hearing this, Jebbet revealed a haughty expression that seemed to say, "You are quite sensible." He said, "A wise decision. You better act quickly, or I will have to come find you again." After saying that, Jebbet activated his instant transmission and returned to the Kaioshin realm. In the Kaioshin realm, Zin's gaze remained fixed on Frieza's army until Jebbet returned to the Kaioshin realm, at which point he let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was just that Frieza's later performance was too outrageous. He feared that Frieza might not be able to defeat Jebbet and suddenly start doing push-ups, turning the tables, and pounding Jebbet into the ground. While Xian himself found this explanation utterly ridiculous, but the later Frieza was indeed that absurd. The magnitude of his power was jaw-dropping no matter how many times one looked at it. "Lord Kaioshin, the matter has been taken care of," Jebbet said respectfully. Xian nodded coolly and said, "I see. You may go now. Also inform the Galactic King that he need not worry about Frieza's army, but make sure to tell him not to provoke Frieza." Understood, Lord Kaioshin, Jebbet replied. Time passed, and a year had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this year, Xian had not left the Kaioshin realm. He had been familiarizing himself with and adapting to his extraordinary powers. The The more he learned about Lord Kaioshin, the more he marveled at the wonders of his powers. Setting aside the numbers, the mechanisms of Lord Kaioshin were truly abundant. Telepathy, instant transmission, healing, creation, transformation, cloning, immobilization, telekinesis, cosmic perception, memory manipulation, weather control, planet creation, life creation, and so on. As long as it was a capability Xian could think of, this body could accomplish it with mechanisms so numerous that even Xian was left in awe. How could such a uniquely powerful entity have fallen to the level of a roadside beggar later on? Oh, it must be that the numbers were too low. Then it's no problem. System enhance my potential. Ding, consuming 1 source point. Your potential has been activated. Your current potential progress 388. There, the numbers have arrived. Xian felt the vast power flowing within him, his mood soaring. I wonder what level I am at now. Xian pondered. Why not take a look at the future? Xian thought. Traveling through time was a taboo among deities. Even the god of destruction Beerus would not dare to meddle with time. But Lord Kaioshin was an exception. Because Lord Kaioshin was a deity created by the main creator, whose daily work involved creating planets and life. To know the appearance of the fruit after the moment of sowing, and to improve work efficiency, Lord Kaioshin was granted the authority to traverse time. Speaking of work, Xian felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't fulfilled his duties as Lord Kaioshin at all this past year, solely focusing on enhancing his power. But thinking it over, the god of destruction could sleep for decades, or even hundreds of years, so wasn't it reasonable for him as Lord Kaioshin to slack off for a few years? With this thought, Zin's mindset balanced out completely, and he felt no guilt about slacking off at work. Which time node should I go to first? Xian raised his hand, wearing a silver ring on his right ring finger. This ring was a tool and certificate that allowed Lord Kaioshin to traverse future time and space without punishment. The original power of East Kaioshin should be above Super Saiyan 1, but below Super Saiyan 2. If that's the case. Xian thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Let's go to the time node of the Cell games and see if I can suppress Perfect Cell with my current strength. After confirming the time coordinates, Xian raised his hand to activate instant transmission, moving from the Kaioshin realm to the outer space of Earth. The coordinates of time and space have been confirmed. Now it's time to traverse time. With a thought, Xian immediately activated the time ring and began time travel. In the year 767 of the age of the universe, outer space of Earth. Swish, Xian arrived at this time node, his gaze sweeping across the Earth below his divine sense, skillfully scanning it. Found it. Zin's eyes brightened, and he instantly teleported over. Cell Games Arena. Cell stood in the center of the arena, boredly waiting for the Cell Games to commence. Xian hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, gazing down at Cell. Although they were very far apart with clouds obstructing their view, Xian was still able to see every spot on Cell's body clearly. Is this Cell? So weak. Xian sensed the life energy emanating from Cell, and compared to his own Cell, seemed as tiny as an insect easily crushed with a raise of his hand. No, it's not that Cell is weak, but it's that I'm too strong now. Xian narcissistically declared. End of chapter. Theoretically, I cannot interfere with events at this time node, but as long as it does not affect the original course of events, there should be no problem. Zin's lips curled upward. Since he was already here, it would be too boring to leave without doing anything. Shala, let me test your worth. Xian raised a hand, activating his creation ability. A person identical to Shalu was created by Xian, though this Shalu was merely a facade, yet it sufficed. Zin's gaze fell upon the Shalu on the ground as he raised his hand once again to activate the creation ability, creating an independent small space that enveloped Shalu. As Shalu was swallowed into the small space, his aura vanished from Earth. Almost simultaneously with Shalu's disappearance, the false Shalu created by Xian seamlessly emitted an aura replacing Shalu's presence. Inside the small space, Shalu furrowed his brow, looking around. The environment seemed unchanged, but the vast life energy he sensed on Earth suddenly vanished. It was as if in an instant every living being on Earth had perished except for him. What is happening? He could no longer feel anyone else's presence, not even Sun Wukong, or an ordinary person's aura was detectable. What could have happened? Shalu frowned and thought the unknown unsettling him. However, considering he was now in his complete form, the overwhelming power gave him ample confidence. No matter what happened, he would not fear. Swish, Xian appeared opposite Shalu. Shalu frowned at the suddenly appearing Xian, muttering, "Did you just appear out of nowhere like Sun Wukong? Interesting. Did you cause everyone on Earth to suddenly lose their presence? What did you do? Did you kill them all?" Shalu inquired. Xian merely smiled and remained silent, raising a hand in a provocative gesture. Shalu smirked, saying, Interesting daring to challenge me in my complete form. Although the game hasn't officially started warming up against you would be nice. As soon as he finished speaking, Shalu flashed to Zin's front, throwing a punch aimed at Zin's face. From Zin's perspective, Shalu's swift speed appeared as slow as a turtle's crawl. The punch seemed sluggish, giving an impression of softness. Is this what it means to be overwhelmed by stats? No wonder the Supreme Kais mechanism is strange. One cannot compete against those high-tier players whose stats are overwhelmingly superior. Xian relished the thrill of effortlessly dodging Shalu's attacks, maintaining a leisurely and relaxed posture, as Shalu's every effort failed to land even a glancing blow on him. The more Shalu attacked, the more alarmed he became. He continuously elevated his power level, yet no matter how fast he became, he could not touch the hem of Zin's clothing, which left him feeling extremely frustrated. After a lengthy bout, Shalu's initial confidence had faded, replaced by a slightly defensive inquiry. Is dodging all you can do? Hearing this, Xian yawned and said, indeed, it is somewhat boring. You are not yet able to make me clearly discern what level my strength is at. Let me put an end to this farce. As Zin's words fell, Shalu's biological instincts immediately issued a warning. Shalu's heart raced in fear as he thought of dodging, but his body, paralyzed by instinctual terror, could not keep up with his mind. Swish! Xian appeared behind Shalu. Gritting his teeth, Shalu slightly turned his head, locking his gaze on Xian, only to see Xian gently raise a hand and press it against his shoulder. Buzz! Shalu's expression changed in fright. A terrifying power that made him tremble surged from his shoulder. In an instant, Shalu was driven into the ground, the force knocking him unconscious. Shalu awoke, gasping for breath. He looked around, finding nothing amiss. Everything felt normal in his perception. What had just happened seemed like a dream. What just happened? Shalu recalled the events carefully, but only found a haze of memory. He had forgotten everything that just transpired, his body still instinctively shaken. Xian hovered high in the sky, no longer focusing on Shalu. At this moment, Shalu was no longer on his radar, save for Frieza, who would warrant Zin's attention. After all, that bastard Frieza could truly press Xian into the ground in a short time, if the settings of Super were real. Xian turned his gaze to the false Shalu he had created, raising a hand to extinguish it. Let's move on to the next time node. Days later, at the next time node, Xian looked down at the transformed Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and the newly returned Lightning Shalu, commenting with indifference, so weak. In Zin's perception, whether it was Super Saiyan 2 Gohan or Lightning Shalu, they appeared as insignificant as ants before his life energy level. My current potential activation is at 388, and I am already surpassing Super Saiyan 2. No, it should be far beyond that. Zin's eyes flickered as he raised the time ring, preparing to activate it again. This time to the time node of the Buu saga. I want to see just how strong I am now. In the year 774 of the Age of Peace, Xian arrived at this time node and immediately released his divine sense, sweeping across the entire earth. When Zin's divine sense passed over the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, it paused as he spotted himself from this time node. Upon discovering his counterpart in this time, the Xian of this timeline also naturally noticed him. The Xian of this reality looked up, gazing into the distant horizon, smiling at his past self and waving hello. A shiver ran down Zin's spine, yet he still mustered the courage to carefully sense the Xian of this timeline, only to find a void. No matter how Xian probed, he could not detect even the slightest aura from this timeline's self, as if the other had completely merged with the heavens and earth. Though he sensed no aura, the feeling of dread lingered in Zin's heart. He had no doubt that the self of this time node could extinguish him with a mere thought. The future me is this strong. It makes sense, so I've only had the system for a year, while the me of this timeline has probably had it for over a decade, his strength surpassing mine by countless times. Xian mused. He continued to scan Earth with his divine sense, searching for Babidi's spaceship. After a few breaths, Xian pinpointed the location of Babidi's spaceship, along with the egg of Majin Buu hidden deep within. Found it. Xian smiled, teleporting inside Babidi's spaceship. He raised both hands, creating an independent small space that enveloped him and the egg of Majin Buu. He even created a false Majin Buu egg placed outside, for he could not disrupt the normal development of this timeline, lest it diverge from the main timeline and become a new parallel universe. The Kaioshin. I have heard Lord Kaioshin mention it before. Is that divine being you? Sun Wukong pointed at Xian. Piccolo's forehead bulged with veins as he swatted away Sun Wukong's disrespectful hand, scolding, "Old son, watch your attitude." Sun Wukong rubbed his sore hand, mumbling, "Seriously, Piccolo, you are too serious." Piccolo gritted his teeth and replied, "It's you who are too dull." You can't comprehend the weight of the universe's greatest divine being. Do not be rude to Lord Kaioshin. The silenced Bidalai listened, utterly confused by Sun Wukong and the others. What Kaioshin? What greatest god in the universe? Bidalai felt dizzy hearing this, as she naturally didn't believe what they were saying, thinking it must be a trick. If it weren't for Bidalai being unable to speak at the moment, her strong sense of justice would have compelled her to expose the tricks of the people before her. Whoa, Bidalai whimpered, flailing her arms. Everyone was puzzled by what Bidalai was trying to express except for Piccolo and Xian, as they could read minds and clearly heard Bidalai's thoughts. A liar. This person is a liar. Don't believe him. Bidalai thought in shock. Kaioshin. Vegeta was also quite surprised he had heard this name before. Kaioshin. A deity on par with the god of destruction. Is it really him? Vegeta had seen the god of destruction Beerus when he was very young, and the image of Beerus had left a significant mark on young Vegeta. In addition, he had heard that there was another deity in the universe renowned alongside the god of destruction, and that was Kaioshin. Moreover, during his time with the Frieza Force, Vegeta had repeatedly heard of the name of Kaioshin. After all, Kaioshin was not an obscure figure in the universe. The Galactic Patrol, famous throughout the galaxy, was a force protected by Kaioshin, and it was said that the Galactic King could communicate directly with him, though whether that was true or not was uncertain. Kaioshin. A being who can stand on par with the god of destruction must be as terrifying as him, right? Vegeta pondered. While everyone was conversing, Jebet and Son Gohan were also talking on the tournament platform. What did you say? You want to see me turn into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan asked in surprise. Behind the scenes, Xian turned to Piccolo and said, Mr. Piccolo, please have Gohan cooperate with Jebet. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Cooperate with what? Due to the distance, they couldn't hear the conversation between Jebet and Son Gohan on the stage. However, Piccolo heard clearly, as Namekians have excellent hearing. Although Piccolo was puzzled, it didn't hinder him from acting according to Kaioshin's instructions. Gohan, Piccolo called through telepathy. Son Gohan was taken aback and turned to see Uncle Piccolo nodding at him. Son Gohan was filled with doubt, but since Uncle Piccolo agreed to him transforming into a Super Saiyan despite not wanting to reveal his identity, his respect for Uncle Piccolo compelled him to prepare to comply. Son Gohan took off his sunglasses, gazing seriously at Jebet across from him, saying, All right, as you wish, I will transform into a Super Saiyan. Although I don't know your intentions, let me show you the power that surpasses the limits of Super Saiyans. Oh, the power that surpasses Super Saiyans. Jebet was somewhat surprised. The next second, Son Gohan clenched his fists, his aura constantly rising, and as his energy level increased, the tournament stage began to tremble. Ea! Ea! Son Gohan roared, his energy visibly expanding wildly, and his hair wrapped in a headband shot up into the air, fluttering in the wind. Ea! With the final roar, Son Gohan completed his transformation, his entire body shimmering with golden light accompanied by blue arcs of electricity flickering up and down like a descending deity. Backstage, seeing Son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan, everyone was astonished. Krillin hurriedly exclaimed, Hey, how did that kid Gohan turn into a Super Saiyan? Doesn't that reveal his identity? Son Wukong scratched his head and said to Xian, Lord Kaioshin, did you want Piccolo to have Gohan cooperate just so Gohan could become a Super Saiyan? Xian smiled and nodded yes. Bidalai looked at Gohan on the stage, shimmering with golden light, her expression one of shock. At this moment, she had 1,000 words to say, but due to being silenced by Piccolo, she could only think to herself, Gohan has transformed. Could it be that he is the mysterious Golden Warrior? In a corner, Spopovich and Yamu looked at the device in their hands, the needle on the device spinning wildly, as if it was possessed. Spopovich's companion Yamu looked at the wildly oscillating energy detector and exclaimed, Such incredible energy, it must be him. The one we are looking for. On the stage. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan's attitude also swelled. He playfully looked at Jebet and said, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan as you wished, so what's next? Do you want to fight me like this? Jebet gazed at Son Gohan, who was glowing with golden light and electricity, and a droplet of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Such incredible energy. Is he really just immortal? Jebet pondered. Backstage, Vegeta watched Son Gohan, who looked like a descending deity, but couldn't help but criticize Humph. When he defeated Cell, that guy's power was far stronger than now. Oh, what a disgrace. Upon hearing this, Bidalai glared at Vegeta in discontent, thinking, Who do you think you are? How can you evaluate Gohan like that? In the audience seats, the spectators looked at Son Gohan, who was shining with golden light on the stage, and someone exclaimed in surprise, That form. Wasn't it seen during Mr. Satan's battle with Cell? The audience gasped. Even Son Gohan's classmates quickly recognized his identity. That person is Gohan. How is that possible? What? It really is him. Gohan is the Golden Warrior. In a corner of the venue, Yamu held a container resembling a water bottle. This was an energy extraction device, excitedly saying, "Spopovich, you go hold that kid down, and he'll take this opportunity to extract his energy." Spopovich laughed excitedly. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed towards the stage. This scene left the Z fighters who had been watching from backstage utterly astonished. Son Gohan sensed two powerful auras rapidly approaching from behind. He suddenly turned his head and saw Spopovich and Yamu charging at him, their eyes fierce and threatening. "What do you want?" Son Gohan shouted angrily. But Spopovich and Yamu showed no intention of answering, ferociously lunging towards Son Gohan. End of chapter. Sun Wukong showed no fear of the two adversaries. He swiftly dodged their attacks and struck back with powerful punches and kicks. Bang! Bang! Spopovich and Yamu were knocked down, crashing heavily onto the tournament stage. In the background, the Z fighters stared in astonishment at the two who had suddenly charged onto the stage, only to be knocked down by Wufan. Krillin exclaimed, "What are those two guys doing? Isn't this already a foul?" Piccolo's eyes flickered with a cold light as he glanced at Shin, pondering, is this the purpose of the Kaioshin? But why? Sun Wukong had little reaction, saying, "It's strange, why are they attacking Wufan? Did Wufan provoke them in some way?" Everyone was at a loss for words. Is this really the time to be considering such matters? On the tournament stage, the host, finally realizing the situation, shouted into the microphone, What's going on? Spopovich and Yamu have suddenly attacked the Saiyan super fighter. This is a serious foul. I ask both fighters to leave the stage immediately, or I will disqualify you both." Spopovich and Yamu struggled to get up. Even though their bodies had been modified by magic, they still found it extremely painful to sustain an attack from the Super Saiyan Son Wufan, nearly losing consciousness. Holding his violently twitching abdomen, Spopovich listened to the host's incessant chatter from below, his expression fierce as he raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast towards the host. "That's a ki blast," Krillin exclaimed. Seeing this, Son Wufan focused his gaze, stepped in front of the host, and swiftly deflected the ki blast. "You bastard. What are you doing? Do you want to kill someone?" Son Wufan furiously questioned. Yamu picked up the fallen energy extraction device from the ground, his expression grave. "Spopovich, this guy is not simple. Let's team up to subdue him first, then extract his energy." Spopovich nodded, and the two roared as they charged at Son Wufan. Son Wufan snorted coldly, completely dismissing the weak duo. Though their bodies had been magically enhanced, making them akin to superheroes compared to ordinary people, against the Super Saiyan Son Wufan, they felt like nothing more than a nuisance. With just a few punches and kicks, Son Wufan sent Spopovich and Yamu writhing in pain on the ground, their bodies, which were otherwise pain-resistant, unable to rise for the time being. After a long while, Spopovich and Yamu spat out bile and struggled to rise from the ground. Yamu, his expression dark, said to Spopovich, "We are no match for him. Let's go find the adults and have them deal with him." Spopovich agreed with a nod. Thus they glared fiercely at Son Wufan before taking to the sky, flying towards the horizon. In the background, Shin watched the fleeing Spopovich and Yamu and calmly advised, "I think it would be better for you to chase after them." Everyone was taken aback. Son Wukong scratched his head and said, "Even though they just attacked Wufan, they were also beaten up by him, so it should be fine to let it go, right?" Krillin nodded in agreement. "Yet at their level, it shouldn't matter if we let them go." However, Piccolo's expression was serious. He did not believe someone who had caught the Kaioshin's attention would be so easily dismissed. "Lord Kaioshin, do those two have any special significance?" Piccolo asked. Shin replied coolly, "Those two are related to the survival of your Earth." "What a—" Shin's words caused everyone present to change their expressions, staring at Shin in disbelief. "The situation is complex and cannot be explained clearly in a short time, but I suggest you hurry and chase after them as they are about to vanish." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that Spopovich and Yamu, who had just flown away, were already nearing the edge of the sky, about to disappear from sight. "Damn it!" Piccolo cursed under his breath and was the first to take off. Seeing this, Krillin looked to Son Wukong for guidance, unsure of what to do. Seeing that Piccolo had already taken off, Son Wukong said to everyone, "Shouldn't we go help Piccolo?" Vegeta replied discontentedly, "Kakarot, it's almost our turn to go on stage. Where do you think you're going now?" Son Wukong looked at Vegeta, who had a headache, and advised, "Vegeta, this isn't the time for the tournament, right? Didn't you just hear Lord Kaioshin? The two who attacked Wufan are related to the survival of the Earth." Vegeta's expression was reluctant, but upon thinking of the potential destruction of the Earth, he softened his stance. I'll let you off this time, but once this is resolved you must face me unknown for a proper duel, Vegeta declared. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised to find that he had persuaded Vegeta so easily, but he felt very happy inside, as this meant that Vegeta had truly recognized that Earth was his second home. Okay, I promise you that once this is resolved, I will gladly have a fight with you, Sun Wukong assured. Now that we've decided, let's go and catch up with Piccolo. You all go ahead, I need to tell my wife first, Krillin said, looking a bit troubled. Wukong, you guys go on ahead, I'll go tell number 18, and then catch up with you. With that, Krillin ran towards the backstage area. Seeing this, Sun Wukong turned and jumped onto the stage, briefly explaining the situation to Sun Wufan before asking, "This is what happened, Wufan. Do you want to come with us?" Without hesitation, Sun Wufan nodded in agreement. Then let's go. Sun Wukong flew into the sky, first to chase after Piccolo. Shin smiled faintly and took to the sky following Sun Wukong's lead. Vegeta spat and hurried to catch up. At that moment, Krillin also finished informing his wife and ran out only to see that his companions had already flown away, and he hurried after them. Just as Sun Wufan was about to follow, Bidalai ran up. Wah! Bidalai sobbed, flailing her arms as her gag had not yet been lifted. Seeing Bidalai flailing her arms, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word, Sun Wufan was startled and worriedly asked, "Bidalai, what's wrong?" Bidalai pointed at her mouth, tears glimmering in her eyes, looking very aggrieved. "Can't you speak?" Sun Wufan asked anxiously. Bidalai nodded repeatedly. "What happened? Why can't you suddenly speak?" Sun Wufan, more anxious than Bidalai, kept asking. But Bidalai had been wooing for a long time and could not say anything, which worried Sun Wufan greatly. At that moment, Jebet approached and explained, "This girl has been placed under a spell, which is why she cannot speak." End of this chapter. Magic. Son Gohan widened his eyes in astonishment. Was it that wretch who did this? Elsewhere, Piccolo, chasing Spopovich, suddenly sneezed. Dabura gazed at Videl, who was gesturing wildly, and a flicker of light gleamed in his eyes. The silent spell Piccolo had cast upon her dissolved instantly. Videl realized she could speak again, and immediately leapt up, elated. Now is no time for celebration. We must hurry and catch up with Lord Supreme Kai. As Dabura spoke, his body slowly rose into the air. Shall we go together? He asked Videl. Son Gohan nodded firmly. Yes, of course. Videl, stay here. I'll return shortly, Son Gohan said. Videl glared at him indignant. Don't even think about leaving me behind. I'm coming too. Son Gohan's expression tightened with hesitation. He glanced upward at Dabura, who stood impassive, neither granting consent nor voicing objection. Very well. Then you must stay close beside me at all times, and under no circumstances act on your own. Son Gohan cautioned. I'll obey every word, Videl replied. Dabura urged them. Hurry. We risk losing Lord Supreme Kai. My apologies for the delay. Videl, let's go. With that, Son Gohan took Videl's hand and soared skyward. Son Goku and his companions streaked through the heavens, swiftly closing the distance to Piccolo, their vanguard. Lord Supreme Kai. Piccolo bowed respectfully to Shin. Shin offered a gentle, knowing smile. The group adjusted their flight speed, tailing Spopovich and his companion with unwavering precision. En route, Goku turned curiously toward Shin. Lord Supreme Kai, may we now learn more about those two ahead? At his words, every gaze shifted expectantly toward Shin. Shin spoke calmly, in brief. The being controlling them seeks to resurrect a monstrous entity, one devoid of reason or emotion, driven solely by an instinct to obliterate all things and slaughter every living soul. Long before its sealing, this monster ravaged countless planets and slaughtered innumerable lives. The group recoiled in horror, eyes wide with dread, yet Goku brimmed with eager anticipation. Lord Supreme Kai, is this monster truly powerful? Shin replied coolly, compared to mortals like yourselves, yes. It is exceptionally formidable. Among all living mortals today, none possess the strength to defeat it. Vegeta scoffed skeptical. Yet rather than fear, Goku's excitement flared anew. Then, what is this monster's name? Shin answered evenly, Majin Buu. Buu. Sounds like a fart. Goku burst into laughter. Silence fell. No one dared utter a word. Was this truly the moment for levity? So, Lord Supreme Kai, our mission now is to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. Goku asked. That is my counsel, for among all living mortals today, none can stand against Buu. Shin's phrasing caught Piccolo's attention, living mortals. Though the phrase seemed straightforward, why did Lord Supreme Kai emphasize it so deliberately? Piccolo tensed and asked urgently, Lord Supreme Kai, You've repeatedly stated that no living mortal can defeat Majin Buu. Then what of Son Goku? Vegeta's eyes narrowed as he turned sharply toward Shin. Every eye in the group locked onto the Supreme Kai. Shin smiled faintly. Truly worthy of Earth's former guardian, your perception is sharp. Indeed, when I speak of living mortal, Son Goku is expressly excluded. Piccolo's face lit with hopeful surprise. Does that mean Son Goku can overcome Majin Buu? Vegeta clenched his jaw, his expression darkening with fury. Shin smiled again. Measured purely by raw power, yes, Son Goku's strength exceeds Majin Buu's. Vegeta could restrain himself no longer. Are you claiming Kakarot's power far surpasses mine? Shin ignored Vegeta's outrage and remarked serenely, at least in terms of sheer power tier, Mr. Vegeta, you fall far short of Son Goku's current level. What did you say? Vegeta's aura erupted violently, veins pulsing fiercely at his temples, wrath boiling over. Vegeta, calm down. Goku pleaded, beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow. Inside he trembled, not from fear but awe. This Supreme Kai had pierced his true strength at a single glance. Shin turned to Goku. Mr. Son, though your power exceeds Buu's, raw strength is not Buu's most perilous trait. His most insidious quality is his near-immortal vitality. No injury affects him, not even being shattered into fragments. To a human, such damage would barely qualify as a scrape. What a... Shin's words struck the group like thunder. Could such a creature truly exist? Goku's eyes blazed, not with terror, but with fierce, luminous anticipation. He yearned more than ever for battle with Majin Buu. Shin fixed his gaze upon Goku. Mr. Son, if you fight with absolute resolve, victory over Majin Buu is possible. But remember, you are already deceased. Do not overstep into the affairs of the living. Were there any living mortal capable of halting Buu, I would not intervene. Unchecked, Buu could annihilate the entire cosmos, hence my involvement. Vegeta's eyes sharpened. Then tell me, do you yourself possess the power to stop Majin Buu? Shin smiled faintly. Though it may sound immodest, Majin Buu to me is no more formidable than an ordinary mortal appears to you. His words left the group speechless. Even Goku staggered, inwardly stunned. Only Piccolo remained composed. After all, in his memory, the Supreme Kai stood as the universe's highest deity. Such omnipotence was neither shocking nor surprising. Elsewhere, Dabura relayed the intelligence on Majin Buu to Son Gohan, with Videl overhearing incidentally. A monster this terrifying exists in the world? Surely you're joking. Son Gohan's face hardened with grave resolve. If what you say is true, Majin Buu must not be allowed to awaken. Dabura affirmed, naturally. That is precisely why Lord Supreme Kai and I descended to the mortal realm. His eyes narrowed. At our present speed, we'll never overtake him. We must accelerate. Son Gohan nodded. Understood. As Dabura and Son Gohan surged forward, Videl, who had been straining just to keep pace, was instantly left behind. Noticing this, Son Gohan halted and apologized. I'm sorry. Please wait a moment. Babidi, are you okay? Son Wukong asked with concern. Babidi gritted her teeth and said, though I feel a bit reluctant, it seems I have reached my limit. Wukong, I might not be able to follow you on the road ahead. Son Wukong replied, it should be very dangerous ahead, so it's wise for you not to go. Babidi's gaze flickered as she said, although I still have some doubts, I trust you, Wukong. We must prevent the resurrection of the demon. Yes, I will definitely do that. After hesitating for a moment, Babidi gathered her courage and asked Wukong, actually, it wasn't my father who defeated Cell, but you, wasn't it? Son Wukong fell silent. Babidi smiled and said, I guessed it would be like this. You don't need to worry about how I feel. On the contrary, understanding the truth has actually made me feel much better. Wukong, go ahead, remember to come back alive. If you can return alive, I. At this point, Babidi blushed a little, but gathered her courage and said, I'll go on a date with you. Son Wukong's cheeks turned red, but he nodded seriously and said, yes, don't worry, I will. Good luck, Wukong. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Son Wukong said apologetically to Jebbit. Jebbit replied, we've already wasted enough time, we need to speed up. With that, Son Wukong and Jebbit disappeared into the horizon at an incredible speed. Watching Jebbit and Son Wukong leave, Babidi was somewhat astonished and said, what incredible speed. Wukong, is this the gap between us? It's truly unimaginable. Jebbit and Son Wukong pushed their speed to the limit and quickly caught up with the slow-moving Kaioshin group, trailing behind Spopovich and his companions. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Son Wukong called out. Son Wukong nodded and smiled, saying, Wukong, you're here. Piccolo also nodded slightly at Son Wukong. Lord Kaioshin. Jebbit flew beside Shin and respectfully called out. Shin lightly responded and turned to son Wukong smiling as he asked, Wukong, Jebet should have told you about the demon Majin Buu, right? Son Wukong nodded, his expression serious as he said, yes, mister. Jebet has informed me about Majin Buu. He is truly a terrifying monster. We absolutely cannot let him be resurrected or Earth will be doomed. Shin smiled faintly and said, don't be nervous, Wukong. Among those present besides Mr. Son Wukong, you actually possess the power to surpass Majin Buu. Huh. Son Wukong was shocked. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This guy once again said that Kakarot's power surpassed Majin Buu. Doesn't that imply his own strength is inferior to Kakarot's? Vegeta did not believe it. If it weren't for the overwhelming shadow left by the god of destruction in Vegeta's mind during his childhood, coupled with the fact that Kaioshin was a deity of equal status, he would have argued the point. As for Wukong, long before the Cell games, Vegeta had already acknowledged that his talent was inferior to Wukong's. Being surpassed by him was nothing to be ashamed of. Son Wukong asked in surprise, you must be the Lord Kaioshin that Mr. Jebet mentioned, right? You said I also possess the power to surpass Majin Buu. Everyone looked curiously at Shin. Shin smiled and explained, at your current stage you are indeed far from being a match for Majin Buu, but you possess the potential to easily surpass him. In the entire universe currently, there are only 2 individuals who have the potential to easily surpass Majin Buu, and one of them is you, Wukong. Hearing this, Vegeta curled his lips. If someone said that Wukong's potential could surpass Majin Buu, he would believe it. As for the other person mentioned by Kaioshin, it definitely had to be him. Son Wukong, acting as Vegeta's mouthpiece, asked the question. Everyone was curious about Lord Kaioshin. Who is the other person with the potential to surpass Majin Buu? Is it Vegeta? Vegeta snorted coldly, proudly lifting his head. Shin replied calmly, no. Everyone was taken aback and then amazed. Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at Shin in dissatisfaction, questioning, who else in the universe besides me? Vegeta has the potential to surpass the demon. Shin explained calmly, Vegeta, you indeed possess the potential to surpass Majin Buu, but it requires hard training. What I just mentioned was that there are only 2 people in the universe who have the potential to easily surpass Majin Buu, and Wukong is one of them. Son Wukong's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked Lord Kaioshin, who is the other person you mentioned? Everyone looked at Shin with curiosity. Vegeta was no exception. He wanted to see who in the universe besides Kakarot and his son had the potential to surpass him. As for the other person, you are actually not unfamiliar with him, because he is also a Saiyan, Shin said. What? Everyone was astonished. Vegeta widened his eyes in shock, incredulously saying, impossible. There should only be me and Kakarot left as pure-blooded Saiyans. Shin chuckled lightly, not arguing with Vegeta. Their understanding was on different levels, so there was no point in debating. Just as everyone was conversing, Spopovich suddenly descended. Seeing this, everyone also slowed down and descended toward the ground. They landed on a mountain peak using the rocks as cover, cautiously looking down below. Below, Spopovich landed in front of a strange building. The door of the building slowly opened, and an alien resembling an alien creature walked out. Krillin looked at the alien coming out of the building, trembling in his heart. He felt the cold aura emanating from the other and couldn't help but stammer that person, is he the mastermind? Shin shook his head and said, no, he is just a minion of the mastermind. Spopovich's gaze glanced mockingly at the 2 and then walked respectfully to the side of the door and bowed. Seeing this, Spopovich hurriedly bowed respectfully as well. Then 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked out of the building. Upon seeing the tall figure coming out of the building, Jebet's expression changed, and he panically said, that person, could it be? Witnessing Jebet's panic, everyone's hearts tightened, following Jebet's gaze to see the tall figure. Piccolo was sweating coldly. How strong must an enemy be to make even a servant of Kaioshin panic? Piccolo nervously looked at Shin and asked Lord Kaioshin, is that person the mastermind? Shin shook his head and said, no, he is just a minion. The true mastermind is the short one. His name is Babidi, a sorcerer. End of this chapter. Babidi. Son Goku tilted his head and asked, Lord Supreme Kai, is this Babidi truly formidable? Shin chuckled, not at all. Even Mr. Krillin could slay him. Huh, so weak. Then why is Geese trembling like that? Goku asked curiously, watching Geese panic. Geese shot Goku a glare and explained, though Babidi himself is weak, the tall man beside him is terrifyingly powerful, the sovereign ruler of the demon realm. The king of the demon realm. Piccolo broke into a cold sweat. Even the title alone was enough to send chills down his spine. Krillin stammered, demon realm king. Just how strong could he possibly be? The others leaned in with equal fascination. Shin smiled gently and clarified, he's not especially overwhelming. Dubra's strength is roughly comparable to that of Cell, whom you battled several years ago. Cell, Piccolo, and the others recoiled in shock. Cell had left an indelible scar upon their souls. Even now, few dared claim they possessed the power to defeat him. Someone matching Cell's might, not especially overwhelming. That was downright horrifying. Comparable to Cell, you say? Still not especially overwhelming. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Goku tilted his head, curious. Dubra, is that the tall one's name? Yes, Shin nodded. Dubra, the king of the demon realm. To you, Son Goku, he is but a minor figure. TCH. Vegeta bristled with irritation. Shin turned his gentle smile toward him and said, Mr. Vegeta, even you would find Dubra a formidable adversary. Yet should you join forces with Gohan, victory would be effortless. I need no help from that brat. Vegeta snapped, scowling. Gohan flushed with embarrassment, scratching his cheek awkwardly. What exactly is the demon realm? Think of it as two sides of a coin, Shin explained. The world you inhabit, the one you call home, is its front face. The demon realm where Dubra dwells is its reverse. At present, among all mortals alive in your world, the strongest is another Saiyan I mentioned earlier, while Dubra stands unchallenged as the mightiest being in the demon realm today. What a... Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He jabbed a thumb fiercely at his own chest and declared with unshakable conviction, in this entire universe I am the strongest, aside from Kakarot, of course. Shin merely smiled, silent. Vegeta clenched his teeth and demanded, You keep speaking of this other Saiyan. Who is he? Are there other pure-blooded Saiyans besides myself and Kakarot? Shin nodded calmly, indeed. To my knowledge, beyond you and Mr. Son Goku, there exist at least 3 more pure-blooded Saiyans scattered across the cosmos. 3, all gasped in astonishment. Especially Vegeta, who never imagined any other full-blooded Saiyans could have survived. Shin added, As for the Saiyan I've repeatedly referenced, you will meet him someday, given the chance. Goku leaned forward, intrigued. Is he exceptionally strong? Extremely so. Even at your current level, Son Goku, you may not prevail against him. Truly that strong? Goku blinked in surprise. Then his face lit up with eager anticipation. I'd love to test my strength against him. Shin smiled warmly. Given time, you surely will. Gohan interjected, Lord Supreme Kai. If this Saiyan surpasses even my father, why not summon him to confront Majin Buu? Shin replied, At present his strength still falls short of both Son Goku's and Buu's, but his true distinction lies in his extraordinary aptitude. Every battle fuels rapid exponential growth. In theory, his power knows no upper limit, so long as he fights. Astonishment rippled through the group. Vegeta clenched his fists, seething inwardly. He refused to believe any Saiyan could possess such terrifying potential. Among pure-blooded Saiyans, he, Vegeta, was meant to be the pinnacle of innate talent. Alas, precisely because of this extraordinary growth capacity, his mind cannot withstand the sudden surge of power. Once battle begins, he risks losing all reason. Were we to bring him here to fight Buu, I fear Earth would crumble beneath his rampage before Buu ever fell. Unable to control his own power. That is troublesome. Yet I truly yearn to cross fists with him. Goku said, eyes alight with excitement. As the group conversed below them, Spopovich and Yajirobe reported their mission's failure to Babidi, and even pleaded for vengeance, only for Babidi to laugh coldly and instantly incinerate one of them with dark magic. The other, paralyzed with terror, whirled and fled. Pooey pooey, your turn, Babidi sneered. As you command, Lord Babidi. Pooey pooey cackled wickedly, raised his hand, and a burst of energy reduced the fleeing man to crimson mist. The violent spectacle seized the Z-Fighter's attention. Gohan stared downward, fists tightening as rage flared. How monstrous! They slaughter their own allies without hesitation. Krillin was already trembling uncontrollably, his limbs slack with dread. A quiet voice whispered within, Did I make a terrible mistake coming here? Piccolo's gaze lingered on Pooey Pooey for only a moment before shifting to Dubra. Though Dubra emitted no deliberate aura, Piccolo instinctively sensed a chilling, overwhelming presence. A demon realm king whose strength rivals Cell's, yet he bows so deeply to Babidi. Why? Piccolo asked. Shin answered, Though Babidi lacks raw power, his sorcery is unnerving. He can corrupt those harboring darkness within, twisting them into obedient thralls. Dubra is one such victim. So were those 2 slain earthlings, mere puppets ensnared by the malevolence Babidi awakened inside them. Such twisted power exists. Truly terrifying. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Mere trickery, no true path to strength. Vegeta dismissed it contemptuously. Krillin timidly raised a shaking hand. I don't think I'm much use here. Perhaps I should return. Goku laughed heartily. No worries, Krillin. Go ahead. We've got this covered. My sincerest apologies. I'll take my leave now. As Krillin bowed his head in shame and turned to depart, fate intervened. Below, Babidi looked at the two pawns who had been killed, a disdainful expression appearing on his face. What useless waste. However, even useless beings can be utilized. Dabura the Supreme Kai should have been lured over by now, right? Babidi asked. Dabura smiled and said, Yes, my lord, I sense that not far away someone is watching us, and there are quite a few of them. I estimate that the Supreme Kai is among this group of people. Babidi let out a strange laugh and asked, Is there anyone with particularly strong energy? Dabura replied, Yes, I sense that there are 3 individuals with exceptionally powerful energy, which is exactly the energy needed to resurrect Majin Buu. Babidi said with a cold smile, Leave those 3 and the Supreme Kai alive and kill the rest. As you command, Lord Babidi. Dabura said respectfully. Then I leave the next matter to you. After killing the excess people, you should immediately hide in the spaceship. They will surely chase into the spaceship in their anger, and then we can extract the energy from them to resurrect Majin Buu. Babidi said, walking into the spaceship with a sneer. After watching Babidi enter the spaceship, Dabura turned around, casting a mocking gaze towards the mountain where Sun Wukong and the others were hiding. Piccolo felt an ominous premonition and immediately warned, Everyone be careful. We've been discovered. At this moment, Krillin was just about to leave when he heard Piccolo's warning. He paused, turned around, and saw Dabura, who had been far away just moments ago, now right in front of them. Dabura looked at everyone mockingly, inwardly contemplating, which one should I kill first? Dabura's gaze randomly landed on the first lucky target, Jebet. Let's start with you. Dabura raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm. Although it seems lengthy to describe Dabura's actions and thoughts actually occurred in an instant. From Krillin's perspective, as he turned around, he saw Dabura approach them, then immediately raised his hand towards Jebet, energy concentrating in his palm. A glint flashed in Shin's eyes. Boom. The energy gathered in Dabura's palm was released, engulfing Jebet. When Dabura's attacking energy dissipated, Jebet was no longer present, as if he had been obliterated by Dabura. Seeing this, everyone stared in shock, with Son Gohan particularly enraged, shouting, Mr. Jebet! Supreme Kai's realm. A figure suddenly appeared. It was the white-haired, pink-faced Jebet. Moments ago, Shin had used instant transmission from afar to rescue Jebet and employed some minor tricks to temporarily put him into a deep sleep, preventing him from causing chaos by instant transmitting back to Earth. Oomph. Dabura chuckled, coldly, mockingly looking at the people below. Bastard. Sun Wukong cursed angrily and immediately charged forward to engage Dabura in battle. Vegeta, seeing his good friend had already made a move, rushed in as well. After exchanging a few simple blows with Dabura, both realized Dabura's strength was indeed comparable to Cell. Since neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyans, Dabura looked down upon them. If it weren't for fulfilling Babidi's orders, he believed he could eliminate everyone present, including the Supreme Kai. Dabura's gaze swept over Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. These 3 were the ones Babidi had ordered to be spared. So now the only ones he could kill were. Dabura's gaze fell on Krillin and Piccolo, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Pa. Dabura's figure flickered and he appeared not far from Krillin, spitting out a thick phlegm. Slap. Krillin touched the thick phlegm on his face, feeling disgusted and wanting to wipe it off. Damn it. Piccolo glared at Dabura angrily and charged at him, ready to fight. Dabura looked down on Piccolo. Although his energy was strong compared to the other 3, it seemed insignificant, let alone compared to Dabura himself. Dabura snorted coldly and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm at the charging Piccolo. Piccolo was startled, touching the phlegm on his body, his face showing signs of disgust. Just as Piccolo was preparing to turn his shame and anger into strength and confront Dabura, he heard Krillin's panicked scream. Ah! Krillin looked at his body, gradually turning to stone, screaming in terror. Krillin! Sun Wukong shouted in panic, rushing forward to try to save his friend, but felt helpless, unsure of what to do. Seeing Krillin's plight, Piccolo's heart sank, looking down with widened eyes. His body was also gradually turning to stone. Piccolo showed a look of unwillingness, then his consciousness fell into darkness. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan also shouted in panic, his face reflecting the same look of helplessness as his father. Looking at his friends who had turned to stone, and Piccolo's son Wukong panically asked Shin, Supreme Kai, what is going on? Shin maintained a faint smile on his face and slowly explained, This is Dabura's special ability, His saliva can turn living beings to stone. Everyone be careful not to get hit. What? Damn it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth looking up at Dabura with fiery eyes. Alongside Sun Wukong's son Gohan mirrored his feelings looking at the petrified Piccolo with flames of rage burning in his eyes. Kid, you've angered the two Saiyans. Dabura hovered in midair, mocking the crowd below. As he flew towards the spaceship, he taunted, "Consider yourselves lucky to have escaped with your lives. Hurry and run, it won't be long before this planet belongs to Lord Babidi." Sun Wukong and the others glared angrily at the departing Dabura, but did not immediately pursue. Sun Wukong approached Krillin's stone statue, while Son Gohan stood before Piccolo's. The eyes of the father and son burned with rage, but more so with sorrow. Sun Wukong looked up at Shin, who stood high above, and asked, "Supreme Kai, is there any way? Can they be turned back?" Son Gohan remained silent, but also looked up hopeful towards Shin. Shin placed his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face, and chuckled lightly. "This is quite simple." As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer flashed in Shin's eyes, and in the next moment the petrified Piccolo and Krillin returned to their original forms. Seeing both restored to normal, the faces of the Sun family displayed joyful smiles. "Thank you, Supreme Kai," Son Gohan said solemnly, bowing to Shin. Shin merely smiled slightly. End of chapter. What? What is happening? Piccolo looked at his restored body, memories still lingering on the panic of being turned into a statue just a moment ago. "Uncle Piccolo, you and Uncle Krillin just turned into statues. It was Lord Kaioshin who saved you both," explained Gohan. "I see," Piccolo said with some relief, raising his head to look at Shin, who stood above, bowing respectfully. "Thank you very much, Lord Kaioshin." Krillin hurriedly bent down to bow. "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin, for saving me. Otherwise my wife and daughter would be very sad." Shin smiled at them and said lightly, "It was just a small effort, no need for excessive gratitude. Krillin, you and Piccolo should head back now. The things that follow will be too dangerous for you to participate in." Goku's face was serious. Krillin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Piccolo's expression darkened. He felt very unwilling, but just thinking about how he had been instantly defeated by Dabura upon their first encounter deflated his spirit like a deflated balloon. "Although I feel quite reluctant, you're right, old son. I won't be a burden any longer," Piccolo said, looking at Krillin. "Let's go." Krillin nodded repeatedly and then flew away with Piccolo. Watching them leave, the remaining three Saiyans turned their eyes toward the spaceship below. "Lord Kaioshin, what should we do next?" Gohan asked curiously. Shin raised 3 fingers and said, "There are 3 options. First, wait. Second, enter the spaceship, but it's obviously a trap. There must be strong enemies waiting for you inside. Third, blow up Babidi's spaceship directly, but doing so will awaken the sleeping Buu. At that point you will face an opponent even more terrifying than Babidi and Dabura." Shin wore a relaxed smile as he casually explained, "I've already mentioned that Buu is extremely powerful. Among you 3 only Mr. Goku has the strength to contend with Buu. As for Gohan and Vegeta, even if you 2 teamed up, you wouldn't stand a chance against Buu unless you fused." Vegeta's expression darkened. Gohan also looked serious. Goku scratched his head and curiously asked, "Fusion? Lord Kaioshin, what do you mean by fusion?" "Just as you imagine, it refers to the fusion technique of the Metamorans," Shin replied. "Lord Kaioshin, you know about the fusion technique too?" Goku asked in surprise. Shin slightly raised his head with an air of pride, saying, "Of course, as Lord Kaioshin, there is nothing in this universe that I cannot know if I wish to." "Oh, that's amazing," Goku exclaimed. Vegeta squinted his eyes and asked with displeasure, "Kakarot, what is this fusion technique you speak of? What is it? Are you hiding something from me?" Goku explained, "The fusion technique is something I learned from a Metamoran during my years in the other world, but it requires 2 people to use, which is why I haven't used it." "Is the fusion technique really that powerful, Dad?" Gohan asked curiously. Shin explained, "The fusion technique allows 2 individuals to merge into one, significantly boosting their power. However, it can only last for half an hour, making it a short-term method for quickly increasing strength. Since you probably have no concept of it from just a verbal description, let me show you the true effect of the fusion technique." Shin smiled, and with a flash in his eyes forcefully implanted a memory into Vegeta and Gohan's minds. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this what being Lord Kaioshin is like? To be able to directly implant information into someone's mind is such a marvelous technique. After his surprise, Vegeta focused on the information in his mind. After watching the fusion dance, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. As for the result, he was no longer concerned. That embarrassing movement. Vegeta's cheeks flushed red as he gritted his teeth and glared at Goku, saying, "I absolutely refuse to use the fusion technique. You can give up on that idea. Really? Is it that strange? I think it's quite alright, Goku said. Yeah, I think so too, it looks pretty cool. Gohan chimed in. Watching the two father and son who were so innocent yet exuded foolishness, Vegeta gritted his teeth and firmly shouted at them. I would rather die than perform such an embarrassing movement. If you want to fuse, you can do it on your own. Goku advised. Vegeta, don't be so serious. Your power will greatly increase after fusion. Vegeta glared at him coldly and huffed. Kakarot, give up on that idea. Seeing Vegeta unyielding, Goku could only helplessly abandon his persuasion. Shin observed the entire exchange quietly without offering any opinions, as his dissent this time was primarily for amusement. As for how things would unfold, Shin didn't really care. This was the calm brought about by absolute power. Vegeta turned his gaze toward the spaceship below, gritting his teeth as he declared, Kakarot, I would rather fight that Majin Buu even to the death than use the fusion technique. With that, Vegeta rushed towards the spaceship below. Seeing this, the pained Goku and Gohan could only follow. Shin chuckled and followed them. The four arrived at the entrance of Babidi's spaceship, where the large door was not closed. As they approached, they found that there was no floor inside, only a long passage leading deep underground. Vegeta jumped down first, followed closely by the others. They arrived at the underground level. The entrance above immediately closed like a cage trapping its prey. The group did not pay attention to the closed exit above. Goku looked around and scratched his head, saying, Isn't there nothing here? Shin explained the enemies prepared by Babidi should be arriving soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of crack sounds echoed, and the only door in the room slowly opened. A figure walked in, chuckling, arms crossed, and with an arrogant posture. Welcome to the first level. I am your opponent. Which of you four wants to die first? The figure looked mockingly at the four, eyes glinting with malice as he pondered how to torture them. Seeing this person's arrogant and confident attitude, even the protagonist felt somewhat insecure. Gohan nervously asked, Lord Kaioshin, is this person very strong? Shin explained, he's just a minor character. Which of you will take him down? Upon hearing this, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, and his previously tense expression turned confident again. The figure's face darkened, glaring at Shin as he shouted, What did you say? How dare you call me a minor character? You have enraged me. I had intended to leave you for last, but now I shall kill you first. Fuming, Pui completely ignored Sun Wukong and the others, charging headlong toward Xian with terrifying momentum. Beside Xian's son, Gohan's expression hardened instantly. He roared, Beware Lord Supreme Kai. Whoosh. In a flash, Son Gohan intercepted Pui and delivered a thunderous punch. Boom. His fist struck Pui squarely across the cheek. Overwhelmed by an irresistible crushing force, Pui hurtled backward, faster than he had charged forward. Boom. Pui slammed deep into the spaceship's hull, so deeply embedded that he could not be pried free. His struck cheek twisted grotesquely, swelling visibly before the naked eye. Pui's mouth hung slack, blood trickling ceaselessly from his lips. His eyes rolled white, consciousness fading as he glimpsed in blurred delirium his great-grandmother beckoning from across a river. Son Gohan's stern expression faltered, momentarily stunned. He glanced down at his own fist, silently wondering, did I truly strike with such overwhelming power? No, something was wrong. It wasn't his strength that had surged, it was the enemy's weakness. From that single blow, Son Gohan instantly gauged Pui's true might, and dismissed him as no more than a stray dog on the roadside. Pathetic and hideous. Vegeta gazed coldly at Pui, still lodged motionless in the wall, then raised a finger. A searing burst of energy erupted from its tip, reducing Pui to ash in an instant. That useless wretch, Pui, was defeated in a single blow. Babidi watched the battle unfold through his magical crystal orb, leaping up in furious disbelief. If our enemies remain unharmed, we cannot gather the energy required to resurrect Majin Buu. Damn it. I never imagined they would be this strong. Noticing Babidi's panic, Dabura stepped forward calmly. My lord Babidi, fear not. Even in the direst scenario I remain, and I swear I shall slay them all without fail. Hearing this, Babidi exhaled in relief, his agitated heart steadied. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth and commanded Dabura behind him, Dabura, send Yajin for the second level. As you command, Lord Babidi. I shall arrange it immediately, replied Dabura. Meanwhile, the heroes, having vanquished Pui, found the passage to the second level automatically opening. Without hesitation, they leapt down into the subterranean chamber. They waited, long and in vain, for their next opponent to appear. Murmurs of impatience rose among them. Sun Wukong shouted toward the sealed chamber door, Hey, are you still not ready? Come out already. Vegeta scoffed coldly. How tedious. We're merely wasting time here. Let's just blast through the floor and storm straight to the lowest level. Son Gohan interjected, but Lord Supreme Kai warned us. That would awaken Majin Buu instantly. Do you truly believe I fear that Majin? Vegeta retorted icily. Son Gohan bristled. We cannot gamble with Earth's safety. Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Son Gohan. Brat, are you lecturing me? Crack. Just as tension crackled between them, on the verge of eruption, the chamber door began to swing open. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy grinding footsteps echoed. Then Yajin emerged, a monstrous beast from the dark planet. His feral gaze locked onto the four within, saliva dripping unchecked from his jaws. Which one shall I devour first? Yajin regarded the four with utter disdain, his eyes flicking back and forth, appraising each with practiced carnivorous calculation whose flesh would taste the most succulent. Sun Wukong recoiled in shock, covering his nose. What is that thing? It's revolting. Xian flicked his hand, erecting an invisible barrier that instantly repelled Yajin's rancid stench. This is a dark planet beast, a minor threat though not entirely negligible. Who among you will deal with him? Sun Wukong eagerly volunteered. I'll take him. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, irritated. Kakarot, why must it always be you? Son Gohan added, equally disgruntled. Exactly, Dad. We should compete fairly. Sun Wukong glared back, indignant. You two both fought earlier. I haven't even entered battle yet. So this opponent is mine. That weakling wasn't even a warm-up. Doesn't count. Vegeta sneered. Exactly, Dad. I knocked him down with one punch. That wasn't a real fight, so it doesn't count either. Son Gohan insisted. Son Gohan argued further, while Yajin utterly ignored and seething bulged with fury. Veins throbbed violently across his brow. You morsels, dare not ignore me. Yajin roared in wrath and lunged first at Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong and the others leapt backward, narrowly evading the assault. Sun Wukong grinned excitedly at the others. You saw that. He attacked me first. So this duel is mine. Vegeta and Son Gohan naturally objected, but Sun Wukong paid them no mind, dashing forward to engage Yajin in combat. Seeing this, Vegeta scowled. Son Gohan sighed, but neither moved to intervene. Both settled instead to observe Sun Wukong's duel with keen focus. After a dozen exchanges, neither gaining ground, Vegeta spat in disgust. That fool Kakarot. He's playing again. Son Gohan observed thoughtfully. Remarkable. Despite his massive frame, that beast moves with startling speed. Fascinating. I'd love to test myself against him. Xian remarked quietly. Gohan, Yajin is but a minor adversary. The foe awaiting us on the third level, however, will prove far more formidable. Is that so? Son Gohan sounded genuinely surprised, then lit up with exhilaration. Then how splendid. I'll take the next one. Vegeta grumbled. You already fought on the first level. I'll handle the third. Son Gohan countered. But Uncle Vegeta, you fought too. So it's even. Vegeta glared, jaw clenched. Fine. Then let's settle this fairly. Agreed. Bring it on. Son Gohan declared, eager. They stood locked in tense opposition, as if battle might erupt any second. Scissors. Rock. Paper. Yes. I won. Son Gohan cheered. TCH. Vegeta turned away unimpressed. Gohan, Xian called. Son Gohan blinked. Lord Supreme Kai, what is it? The opponent on the next level is likely Dabura, the Demon King himself. His strength aligns closely with your current level. You may find yourself in a fierce, protracted struggle. Xian added calmly. Is that so? Then how thrilling. Son Gohan's eyes gleamed, not with fear, but with eager anticipation. Vegeta snorted. Boy, don't disgrace the Saiyan name. Yes, Uncle Vegeta, I won't. Son Gohan vowed, pounding his chest proudly. End of chapter. While Xian and the others conversed, the battle between Sun Wukong and the beast Yakin had already reached a white-hot intensity. Sun Wukong regarded the panting Yakin across from him with a trace of disappointment. He said, I already understand your strength. How disappointing. I'm done playing. Yakin glared at Sun Wukong with feral hatred and spat. What? You bastard, how dare you look down on me? Elsewhere, the scene continued to unfold. Babidi, seeing the beast Yakin mired in a brutal struggle, darkened and immediately raised his hand to cast a spell. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to strike Yakin down, the surrounding space twisted and everything fell into utter blackness. What is happening? Sun Wukong murmured in bewilderment. How can I suddenly see nothing? This is vexing. Sun Wufan grew alarmed and asked Lord Jia Wang Shun what is going on. Xian explained, this is Babidi's magic. He has transferred us from Dichio to a dark planet. What? That little man can even do something like that. How do we get back? Sun Wufan asked in a panic. Xian replied calmly, a petty trick. Once we defeat the beast Yakin, we will naturally be able to return. Sun Wufan instantly relaxed and said, I see. That puts me at ease. Elsewhere, Yakin relied on his visual advantage to try and ambush Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong taught him a lesson with his fists, truly a lesson befitting a beast. The thoroughly beaten Yakin stared in stupefaction and asked, You can see. Sun Wukong shook his head and replied, I cannot see, but who says unseen eyes cannot fight? Besides, there are many ways to perceive, Sun Wukong said. For example, a smile touched his lips as his energy surged. With a resonant hum, his body shimmered in golden light. He had become a Super Saiyan. The golden radiance dispelled the darkness of the planet and illuminated the surroundings. Babidi peered into his crystal orb at Sun Wukong, bathed in golden light, eyes wide with shock. Such astonishing energy. Babidi turned to a subordinate and ordered, quickly bring the highest grade energy detector. Yes, Lord Babidi, the subordinate replied. The subordinate soon returned with the top-tier detector. Babidi bent over its readout and, aghast, could only exclaim, 3,000 Kili. That Dichio native has 3,000 Kili. How can that be? Dapula frowned and asked, 3,000 Kili. It is indeed astonishing, he continued. Strange. I once scouted Dichio, and there were no such powerful figures then. Babidi ground his teeth. The fact is, such a figure has appeared. Damn it, Yakin is in danger. His energy is only 800 Kili. He stands no chance against this enemy. The beast Yakin looked at the golden Sun Wukong and curled his lips in triumph. Idiot. With that, he gaped, emitting a tremendous suction from his maw. Sun Wukong froze as the golden light that cloaked him was drawn into Yakin. With a hum, he dropped out of his Super Saiyan state. Strange. What is this? Sun Wukong asked, bewilderment plain on his face. Yakin patted his belly, utterly pleased. Idiot, I can even swallow radiance. Your energy is the most delectable and abundant I've ever eaten. I wish I could taste it again. Sun Wukong's eyes lit with understanding. I see. If you want to feast so badly, then I'll let you have your fill. With that, he surged once more, transforming again into a Super Saiyan. Fool, Yakin sneered. No matter how many times you try, the result will be the same. He opened his maw and resumed drawing in the light from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained composed, a faint smile at his mouth. Then his face hardened, he roared, and unleashed a violent eruption of energy, deliberately sending that power into Yakin's mouth. Yakin, who had been luxuriating in consuming Sun Wukong's energy, suddenly had a colossal force forced into his belly. Pain contorted his features as his body ballooned, and then, boom. Yakin's body tore itself apart from the inside out, exploding into fragments. With Yakin's death, a passage automatically opened leading down to the third subterranean level. Seeing this, the group moved to the entrance and leapt down to the third underground lair. Vegeta's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong, heavy with concern. In that instant, Kakarot's energy had eclipsed his. He glanced at Jia Wangshan and thought to himself, this man did not lie. Kakarot's strength truly exceeds mine, but it should not be by much. Xian felt Vegeta's stare and smiled. Mr. Vegeta, as I have long said, your present strength falls far short of Mr. Sun Wukong's. Your levels are no longer a matter of numbers, it is an absolute gulf of realm. Vegeta jumped at that, then realized and inwardly cursed, damn. I forgot this man can read minds. Xian merely listened to Vegeta's thoughts and smiled softly. Sun Wufan exclaimed in admiration, is that so? As expected, a father truly remarkable. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and cast a careful glance at Vegeta. Seeing the other's sullen expression, he instinctively looked up at the sky, feeling awkward as if caught in the act. Humph. Vegeta snorted in displeasure and glared at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, I admit you are stronger now, but it will not be long before I catch up to you. The strongest Saiyan will always be me, remember that, he added. Sun Wukong straightened, nodded awkwardly, and said, I understand, Vegeta. They conversed for a long while, yet none of the doors in the chamber opened. The eager Sun Wufan grew impatient and shouted at the sealed doors, hey, it's my turn next, open the door, he called. Then in stunned disbelief, someone murmured, how could this be? Babidi's face went pale as he stared at the energy detector in his hand. Though it lasted only a brief instant, the device's reading had indeed surged past 4,000 Kili. That hat Dichio native. His energy shot beyond 4,000 Kili in a single instant, and only for a moment. That means his true power must lie well above 4,000 Kili, otherwise he could not so effortlessly command such a vast reserve. At that realization, Babidi was completely thrown into panic, muttering, "Damn it. How could Dichio possibly harbor such a powerful being? That Dichio native's energy, by conservative estimate, must be at least 4,500 kili," he exclaimed. Dapula tried to soothe him. "Lord Babidi, calm yourself. A mere 4,500 kili is nothing. Remember that my energy exceeds 5,000 kili. With my strength, I can kill that Dichio native." Dubra's words eased Babidi's anxiety, if only slightly. Yet the thought gnawed at him: if a single opponent possessed such terrifying power, what chance would even Dubra stand against 3 warriors of equal caliber? His face darkened, a chill of foreboding crept into his heart. Was I too hasty? He wondered silently. Noticing Babidi's lingering unease, Dubra narrowed his eyes and declared, "Let me dispel your doubts. I shall fight in the 3rd level." "We have no choice," Babidi gritted out. "Dubra, do not lose this match." "As you command, Lord Babidi. Victory shall be yours, by my hand." Dubra bowed deeply in solemn deference. 3rd subterranean level. Gohan stood poised before the opposing door, brimming with restless eagerness. "Hey, who's my next opponent? Come out, let's fight." Goku laughed heartily. "Gohan, you're certainly fired up. But don't rush. It's certain the enemy is preparing an extraordinary warrior. Just don't shame the Saiyans," Vegeta scoffed. Shin's divine sense had quietly observed Babidi and his entourage in the deepest level. Just as he assumed Dubra would follow canon and retreat to the meditation chamber to amplify his ki, Dubra instead strode directly to the elevator and descended to the 3rd subterranean level. "Oh, impatient already," Shin mused with a faint smile. "Gohan, the enemy has arrived. A formidable one. Be vigilant." Hearing this, Gohan's eyes lit up, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon the sealed door. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Shin, thinking bitterly, his perception is unervingly sharp. I sensed nothing, yet he knew instantly. Damn it. Clank. Clank. Moments after Shin's words faded, the opposing door slid open with deliberate slowness. Thud. Dubra's towering figure emerged, striding forward with supreme confidence. His haughty, disdainful gaze swept over Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, and a cruel, arrogant smirk curled his lips. "I guard this gate alone. Which of you 3 wishes to die first?" "All 3 at once." "I won't object." "Me? I'll take this one." Gohan shot up his hand like an eager student answering his teacher, beaming with exhilaration. "Oh, a fool who dares challenge me alone. Then allow me to send you straight to hell." Dubra sneered. Babidi watched the scene unfold within his magical crystal orb, his eyes flared. Without waiting for the battle to begin, he raised his hand and unleashed the RNA transference spell. In the next instant, the image within the crystal orb shifted violently. Goku surveyed his suddenly transformed surroundings. Everything changed again. Was it Babidi? Still spouting nonsense at a time like this? Vegeta snarled. Dubra surveyed the altered battlefield, his smirk deepening as he taunted, "Boy, this place shall become your grave." "Is that so?" "I beg to differ. Victory and defeat are decided only in combat." Gohan retorted coolly. "Ha ha ha. A truly pathetic joke. Die." A flash of murderous light ignited in Dubra's eyes, and he struck first. Gohan met the assault with unwavering confidence, but repeated the same fatal flaw as his father, holding back at the outset, engaging Dubra only at base power. Crash. After several exchanges, Dubra drove Gohan headlong into a colossal mountain. The impact shattered the peak utterly, burying Gohan beneath tons of collapsing stone. Witnessing this, Vegeta scoffed sharply and glared at Goku. "Kakarot, you and your son share the same wretched habit, refusing to unleash your full strength at the start. If fortune turns ill, you may never get the chance to do so. Is that true?" Goku scratched his head, genuinely bewildered, utterly unaware of his own shortcoming. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted with cataclysmic force. The mountain that had buried Gohan detonated from within, spewing boulders skyward in a storm of raw energy. Gohan rose, his body blazing with golden radiance, emerald eyes cold and unblinking as they fixed upon Dubra. "Oh, so you've taken on that earthling's golden form. Your power has surged considerably." Dubra's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening with grim respect. Goku watched his son with fierce pride and shouted, "That's my boy Gohan. Show me your true might." Whoosh. Almost the moment Goku's voice faded, Gohan vanished, reappearing instantly before Dubra. "What a..." Dubra recoiled in shock. Then agony exploded in his abdomen. Blood spurted from his mouth. Before he could react, searing pain lanced across his jaw. Crunch. An irresistible, crushing force slammed into his cheek, hurling him backward through the air like a broken puppet. Gritting his teeth, Dabra arrested his flight midair, whirling to glare murderously at the spot where Gohan had stood moments before. Empty. Whoosh. Gohan materialized behind him and drove a devastating kick into Dabra's spine, launching him downward. Crash. The earth crumbled like soft tofu beneath Dabra's impact, shattering into a massive crater that deepened relentlessly, plunging him far beneath the surface. Whoosh. Gohan hovered at the crater's rim, arms raised. Golden energy coalesced violently in his palms, forming a barrage of spiraling lethal kiblasts that rained down into the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening detonations shook the realm, echoing endlessly until silence at last reclaimed the land. Gohan hovered motionless in the air, gazing intently into the smoking chasm, assessing whether his onslaught had felled his foe. Oomph. Gohan's expression hardened. He raised an arm just in time. Crash. Dabra had reappeared behind him without warning, and struck with a thunderous bone-shattering punch. Heh. A quiet, knowing laugh escaped Gohan's lips, his smile sharpening with fierce delight. Now this is interesting. Dabra smiled too, but his eyes burned with ruthless cruelty. They held their ground for a breath, then blurred into streaks of motion clashing in a whirlwind of violence. Shockwaves detonated across the sky, visible ripples tearing through the air. Even granite mountains fractured like brittle foam under the sheer concussive force. Watching the evenly matched duel, Goku turned curiously to Shin. Lord Kaioshin, do you think Gohan can win? Their strengths are nearly identical, yet Gohan remains marginally weaker. His victory, I fear, is unlikely. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, glaring impatiently at the battle. Brat, don't disgrace the Saiyan name. Hardly had Vegeta's words left his lips when Gohan's momentary lapse shattered the equilibrium. He was instantly overwhelmed. F. Gohan screamed as Dabra blasted him with a kawav, plummeting into a vast lake. Dabra hovered high above Palm, gathering energy, compressing it into a compact, deceptively small sphere before hurling it downward with lethal precision. Boom. The tiny sphere pierced the water's surface and detonated with apocalyptic fury. Its energy dwarfed even the most catastrophic nuclear blast, vaporizing the lake, atomizing bedrock, and carving a bottomless abyss miles wide. Seeing this, Dabura grinned and said, "Let's deal with one first." He turned to look at the indifferent Sun Wukong and the others, sneering. Have they been scared silly? No need to rush, your turn will come soon. Suddenly from the bottomless pit, a furious roar echoed from Son Gohan. Boom. A beam of golden light shot up into the sky. Son Gohan surged up from the bottom of the pit, hovering in front of Dabura. His clothes were tattered with several wounds bleeding, yet his aura only grew stronger, arcs of electricity crackling around him. He had once again raised his energy level, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Dabura squinted at the formidable aura of Son Gohan, snorting coldly. Have you increased your power again? It's useless, if I was just playing with you earlier. In front of me, Dabura, the Demon Realm King, you have no chance of victory. Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan's demeanor was colder, his confidence soaring. He curled his lips and said nonchalantly, I was careless before, let's begin the second round. A few more rounds, and the result will be the same. Dabura grinned. You'll only know after fighting. Son Gohan said coldly, let me crush your confidence. Dabura's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he struck first. Son Gohan braced himself to fight back. Watching the two engage in battle, Vegeta grew impatient and scoffed. What a disgrace. He was much stronger as a child. What has Gohan been doing all these years? His strength has dropped so much since he was a kid. Son Wukong also complained. TCH. This is so frustrating. Why don't I go up and deal with Dabura? Vegeta said. Son Wukong glared at Vegeta and said, why should it be you? If anyone should go, it should be me. Kakarot, you've already fought in the last round. I haven't even had my turn yet. You can't steal my chance. Vegeta retorted irritably. Son Wukong argued back. I'm Gohan's father, it should be my responsibility to deal with the opponent he can't defeat. Looking at the two who seemed ready to fight, Exine sighed helplessly, saying, is this the fighting spirit of the Saiyan race? Treating battle as a form of enjoyment, truly a warlike people. Son Wukong and Vegeta continued to argue, neither willing to back down until they finally decided to compete in the fairest way by playing rock, paper, scissors. Scissors. Rock. Paper. Kakarot, I told you to let me handle it. Vegeta retracted his fist, grinning triumphantly. Son Wukong let go of his scissors, sighing in disappointment. What bad luck. After deciding the order of battle, they looked up to see Son Gohan already caught in a tough fight. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan was still being suppressed by Dabura, looking quite miserable. Seeing this, Vegeta snorted and charged forward, positioning himself between Son Gohan and Dabura. What? Uncle Vegeta, what are you doing? Son Gohan asked, confused and alarmed, looking at Vegeta, who suddenly intervened. Dabura's expression turned serious as he gazed at Vegeta. He had just found it somewhat challenging to deal with Son Gohan alone, and if the two acted together, he would likely be outmatched. Realizing this, a sense of crisis surged in Dabura, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Step back, Gohan, let me handle the upcoming battle. Vegeta coldly finished speaking, his aura exploding as he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan, seeing this, protested, "But Uncle Vegeta, this is my fight." Gohan, a voice called out from below. Son Gohan looked down to see his father waving at him, shouting, "Gohan, you've done really well, now let Vegeta take over." Dad. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, feeling reluctant, but ultimately, like a deflated ball, he released his Super Saiyan 2 state, returning to normal as he slowly descended towards the ground. Son Wukong quickly jogged to his son's side, asking with concern, "Gohan, are you all right?" Son Gohan shook his head, wiping away the blood flowing from his body, saying, "I'm fine, Dad. Ooh, just a little scratch." At that moment, Xion walked over, a flash of divine light in his eyes. Buzz. In the next second, the minor injuries on Son Gohan's body healed at a visibly rapid pace, his energy restored to its peak, and his tattered clothes looked as good as new. Seeing this, Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, my injuries are healed, my energy is restored, and my torn clothes have become new." Son Wukong turned to Xion and asked, "Lord Kaioshin, was this your doing?" Since he couldn't sense Zin's energy, Son Wukong was unaware of all of Zin's actions. However, the only one present with such abilities who would be willing to help Gohan was probably the mysterious Kaioshin. Xion smiled and said, "Just a small effort." "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin." Son Gohan respectfully bowed to Xion. "No need to thank me, Gohan. What did you feel during your battle with Dabura?" Xion asked. "Feel, eh?" Son Gohan pondered, stroking his chin, and after a moment he said, "Very strong. That guy Dabura is a formidable opponent." "Is that all?" Xion inquired. What else could there be?" Son Gohan asked in confusion. Son Wukong frowned and criticized Gohan. "Your battle was too straightforward. The enemy could easily predict your next move, which is why you were being suppressed by Dabura." "Exactly, Gohan, your strength is actually on par with Dabura's. Logically, you shouldn't have been suppressed by him, but because your fighting style was too blunt and lacked any technique, you were held down by the battle-hardened Dabura," Xion said. Son Gohan lowered his head, resembling a child scolded by a parent for making mistakes. Xion lifted his head and said, "Gohan, lift your head and watch how Vegeta fights Dabura." Hearing this, Son Gohan immediately raised his head, and he saw Vegeta already locked in fierce combat with Dabura. In contrast to Son Gohan, who was being suppressed by Dabura, Vegeta had turned the tables, now dominating Dabura. Vegeta's fighting style was both seasoned and crafty, and his raw power was slightly higher than Dabura's, causing Dabura to be on the receiving end throughout the fight. "What's wrong? Is this the power of the Demon Realm King? Truly disappointing," Vegeta taunted while battling. "Damn." Dabura's eyes were bloodshot as he defended against Vegeta's attacks while seeking an opportunity to win. Soon, the opportunity presented itself. Dabura's eyes brightened as he hurriedly spat a thick gob of phlegm at Vegeta. "Be careful, Uncle Vegeta," Son Gohan shouted in panic from below. "It's fine, Gohan, this is a trap set by Vegeta on purpose," Son Wukong reminded. Son Gohan looked stunned. "Is that how it is?" End of chapter. The situation unfolded just as Son Wukong had anticipated. Vegeta smirked as he saw Dapla spit at him. As Dapla's only potential means of turning the tide, how could Vegeta not be on guard? "I am curious, if your saliva touches you, will it turn you to stone, eh?" Vegeta said coldly. The next moment, Vegeta's aura condensed as he raised a hand and unleashed a blast of energy, the force of which carried the thick spit straight onto Dapla's face. "See, cursed." Dapla wiped the thick saliva off his face, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Vegeta. In the next moment, signs of petrification rapidly appeared on Dapla's face and hands. Dapla's body is turning to stone," Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Son Wukong curiously asked, "Why does something spat out from his own mouth turn him to stone as well? Then wouldn't he have been petrified by his own saliva long ago?" Xion explained, "What truly petrifies is not Dapla's saliva, but the magic contained within it. Before Dapla spits, he embeds the petrification magic within his saliva as a medium. As long as a living being is touched by the saliva, the petrification magic contained within it will instantly erupt, turning the person to stone. It's not just saliva. Theoretically, even Dapla's blood could serve as a medium for petrification. Is that so? Then we must quickly warn Vegeta. Sun Wukong looked up and saw that Dapla was nearly completely petrified. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head and muttered to himself, "It seems there's no longer any need for that." As soon as he finished speaking, Dapla was already completely petrified and fell from the sky. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong mumbled, "Is he dead now? Killed by his own means?" Xian explained, "Not yet. Dapla is just playing dead. If you approach him now, you might be counterattacked." "What? He's just pretending to be dead. What a despicable guy. We must quickly warn Uncle Vegeta." Son Gohan hurriedly said, "Calm down, Gohan. Vegeta is not someone who would underestimate an opponent. Just watch and learn from Vegeta while you're at it," Sun Wukong reminded. "Huh?" Son Gohan looked puzzled and then raised his head to look at Vegeta, who was hovering in the air. Vegeta's gaze was fixed on Dapla, who had turned into a stone statue below with a smirk on his face as he muttered, "Did you destroy yourself? Forget it, whether it's real or fake. Let me give you a hand and free you completely." Vegeta raised his hand palm, facing down at Dapla, who had turned into a stone statue. His expression hardened as his entire aura gathered in his palm. Big Bang Attack. Vegeta grinned as a massive amount of energy gathered in his palm, erupting downwards towards Dapla, who had turned into a stone statue. Inside the statue, Dapla sensed the immense energy descending from above. Cursed under his breath, quickly dispelled the petrification magic and narrowly dodged Vegeta's attack at the last moment. Boom! The ground trembled, and a pit comparable to the one Dapla had previously created appeared on the surface. Seeing this, Vegeta sneered and muttered to himself, "Oh, so you were just playing dead? Interesting. I didn't expect you to have some brains after all." Dapla soared into the air, hovering opposite Vegeta, his expression grim. Vegeta, with a mocking expression, taunted, "What's wrong? As the king of the demon realm, is this all you have? I've heard you are the strongest in the demon realm, but it seems you're not that impressive after all." Cursed, Dapla clenched his fists and roared with a twisted expression, "I will tear you apart." Vegeta remained unmoved, raising his hand in a provocative gesture. Below, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, "Vegeta, that guy's petrification ability is not just effective with saliva. Lord Kaioshin said that his blood can also petrify. Be careful not to touch it." "What a—" Vegeta was startled, then smirked disdainfully at Dapla across from him. "So that's your hidden card? It's nothing special, just some lowly tricks." Dapla's forehead broke out in cold sweat as his trump card was exposed. Originally, he had planned to use this move to catch the opponent off guard and kill him, but now it seemed impossible. He had used this trick to eliminate many formidable foes in the demon realm. Logically, anyone who knew about it should be dead by now. How did the people below know about it? Dapla's gaze turned menacing as he glared at the three below, his eyes landing on Xian, who was the only one unaware of the details. Dapla pondered, "Is that the Kaioshin, the greatest deity in the universe? According to Babidi, his strength isn't that formidable. The pink guy I dealt with outside should have been his servant. If his strength were truly great, he wouldn't have stood by and watched his servant get killed by me." With this thought, a plan began to form in Dapla's mind, and his confidence was restored. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to attack? If that's the case, I'll have to take action." Vegeta's aura gradually rose with a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. However, Dapla remained unfazed. He chuckled, "Earthling, you will soon know what it means to be the king of the demon realm." Dapla raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm, and launched an energy sphere at Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes flashed with anger as he swatted away the incoming energy sphere. Buzz! The purple energy sphere struck the ground, exploding with terrifying energy and creating a large crater. Although the previous energy sphere was incredibly powerful to Vegeta, it was akin to a balloon colliding with an ordinary person. This was not an attack, it was an insult. "You bastard." Just as Vegeta was about to retaliate in fury, he was astonished to find that Dapla had vanished. Where did he go? Vegeta's gaze swept around, quickly catching sight of Dapla's figure. The latter was flying downwards. "Are you trying to escape, Dapla?" Vegeta had just taken off after him when he suddenly stopped. He watched Dapla heading straight for the Kaioshin, and a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could that guy be trying to? Vegeta was stunned. Dapla, was this courageous? Below, Sun Wukong looked at Dapla charging towards them, his face showing eagerness. Is he planning to give up on Vegeta and challenge me instead? I accept your challenge, come on. Just as Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance ready to face Dapla, Dapla completely ignored him and charged straight for the Kaioshin. Seeing this, Son Gohan was horrified and shouted, "Oh no! His target is Lord Kaioshin. Ha! Kaioshin, your life is forfeit." Dapla laughed maniacally, energy gathering all over his body as he prepared to take down the Kaioshin and threaten Sun Wukong and the others. End of this chapter. Xian Dan Dan looked at the menacing Depura charging towards her and slowly raised her hand to point. Buzz. A mysterious force enveloped Depura, rendering him suspended in midair, unable to move. How? How is this possible? I can't move. Depura's face was filled with terror as he desperately tried to mobilize the energy within him, but he could not shake off the binding force. Foolish, Xian Dan Dan commented. Swish. Vegeta descended from the sky and reverted to his normal state, gazing intently at the suspended Depura for a moment, then glanced at the Kaioshin, his expression shocked, thinking, to subdue Depura in one go, is this the Kaioshin? Indeed, a character as terrifying as a god of destruction. Sun Wukong approached curiously, poking at the suspended Depura, who rolled his eyes, glaring fiercely at Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "He can't move." Son Gohan also walked over, scanning Depura from top to bottom, then glanced at Xian, praising, "Lord Kaioshin is amazing." Xian Dan Dan smiled and said, "It's not that I'm powerful, he is just too weak." This statement left the three Saiyans in silence. After a long while, Vegeta broke the silence and asked, "What should we do with him now? How about I just kill him?" As he spoke, Vegeta raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm. Seeing this, a glimmer of divine light flashed in Zin's eyes, and the energy Vegeta had just gathered instantly dissipated. Vegeta widened his eyes, glancing skeptically at Xian, thinking, "She actually made my energy dissipate. What an unusual technique." Xian smiled and said, "Depura is the king of the demon realm. Killing him would cause chaos in the demon realm, which might even affect your world, so it's better to send him back to the demon realm. But before that, we need to erase all his memories after meeting Babidi." Xian raised her hand, and a flicker of light sparkled at her fingertip, unleashing a wondrous power. Depura's struggling expression relaxed, and his gaze became dazed. His memories began to rewind, until it stopped right before he met Babidi. "Go back, Depura, return to your demon realm." After Xian finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a rift opened in space, revealing a world entirely different from Earth, the opposite realm of the world, the demon realm. Xian activated the power and sent Depura back to the demon realm, then the rift in space slowly closed. Witnessing Zin's effortless manipulation of space, Sun Wukong and the other Saiyans deeply understood what the Kaioshin was and the true weight of the universe's most powerful deity. "Wow, Lord Kaioshin, you're amazing. I want to spar with you more and more," Sun Wukong said excitedly. "Dad?" Son Gohan was startled and quickly reminded Sun Wukong nervously, "Kakarot, put away your bad habits." Vegeta also warned fiercely. At that moment, seeing Xian easily subdue Depura with just a hand gesture, Vegeta had a rough idea of Kaioshin's power, realizing it was a terrifying existence that he could not shake off no matter what, leaving him with only awe for the strong. Xian smiled and said, "There's no need for everyone to be so nervous. Oh, just communicate with me normally." Babidi trembled all over, his gaze fixed on the image in the magical crystal ball, roaring in disbelief. Depura was defeated. How infuriating. That useless waste. What king of the demon realm? What the strongest in the demon realm? It's all a lie. Useless. Worthless thing. Babidi cursed for a while before slowly calming down, his eyes fixed on Xian, whose face was forever adorned with a faint smile. He said fiercely, "Kaioshin, I will not let you go. Damn it. I originally wanted to resurrect Majin Buu in the most perfect form, but now it seems I must awaken Buu early." Babidi gritted his teeth, turning to walk towards the deepest part of the spaceship, where the egg sealing Majin Buu was hidden. Babidi stood before the sealing egg, looking up for a long time, then grinned and chuckled. "Once I revive Majin Buu, all Earthlings, the king of the demon realm, and the Kaioshin will all be trampled under my feet." Babidi raised both hands and began chanting ancient incantations. Creak. After defeating Depura, the passage leading to the underground fourth level opened, and Xian walked slowly to the side of the passage, her divine sense naturally infiltrating the spaceship, where she saw Babidi trying to unlock the seal on Majin Buu. Xian frowned and said to Sun Wukong and the others, "Not good. We defeated Depura, which has forced Babidi into a corner. He is now trying to unlock the seal on Majin Buu, and you must stop him immediately." "What a—" Sun Wukong and the others were shocked. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and said, "We can't let him resurrect Majin Buu." As the words fell, Son Gohan jumped down to the underground 4th level first, raising his hand to shoot an energy blast directly destroying the door leading to the underground 5th level and charged into the spaceship's lowest level. Gohan, wait for me. Sun Wukong followed closely behind. Vegeta glanced at Xian, his expression solemn, seemingly lost in thought, and then jumped down the passage. Xian watched Vegeta's back, her lips curling into a slight smile, murmuring, as expected of Vegeta, even thinking of letting the enemy unlock the seal on Majin Buu, he wants to battle with Majin Buu. But Vegeta, right now you are still far from being Majin Buu's opponent, even if the current Majin Buu is in an incomplete state. In the spaceship's lowest level, Son Gohan charged through, defeating all the small soldiers in his path and rushed to the deepest part of the spaceship as fast as possible, where he saw a gigantic egg. This is... Son Gohan's mouth fell open, staring blankly at the giant egg before him. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed. Son Gohan's expression tightened as he saw Babidi stepping out from behind the giant egg, cackling. You are too late. I have already unlocked the seal on Majin Buu. What a... Son Gohan exclaimed in shock, then glared at Babidi in frustration and anger. You bastard. Just keep cursing, because soon you won't have the chance to curse anymore. Babidi turned to the giant egg, opening his arms, shouting loudly. I have unlocked your seal, awaken Majin Buu. As if responding to Babidi's words, the previously quiet giant egg cracked open and pink gas began to seep out. Ha ha ha, Majin Buu. The strongest and most evil existence awaken. Conquer this universe with me. As Babidi's loud call echoed, the giant egg slowly opened and more pink gas spilled out. End of this chapter. Seeing the situation, Sun Wufan was bathed in radiance as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Don't you dare! I'll destroy him, he shouted, clenching his fists as his ki surged once more and he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Kamehameha. Blue energy gathered and compressed relentlessly, forming a terrifying force of destruction that Sun Wufan unleashed with a roar. Yaya. The blast thundered forth. The blue ki wave roared toward the slowly cracking giant egg. Walk. The dreadful recoil of the impact hurled Babidi through the air, slamming him into the ship's hull and embedding him so deeply that he could not be dislodged. Babidi managed to pry one eye open, staring anxiously at Sun Wufan as he continued bombarding the egg with ki waves. You, brat, stop that at once. If Buu is resurrected, he'll be the first to make him kill you. Babidi rasped, struggling to speak through the violent residual shockwaves. Sun Wufan kept his head down in silence, pouring ever more power into himself. Yaya. As his level climbed, the ki waves he fired grew thicker and larger, their might enough to annihilate the earth many times over and still have strength left. The terrifying energy concentrated upon the egg, sealing Mo Rin Buu. With a sharp crack, the sturdy shell split with a fine fissure. Crack, crack, crack. More fractures spidered outward. From the outside, the colossal shell was riddled with breaches, as if a slight exertion would shatter it completely. Thud, thud. The hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind. Sun Wukong had arrived. He glanced at his son, then at the giant egg his son was attacking. His ordinarily slow mind sharpened in an instant as he grasped the crux of the matter. He too transformed into a Super Saiyan, gathering energy about his form. Kamehameha. Yav. With a furious cry, Sun Wukong unleashed a fearsome blue ki blast of his own. Father and son struck in unison. The already ailing egg was utterly pulverized. Vegeta descended from the sky. Just as he prepared to land on the lowest level, a burst of blue light flared from the depths beneath. What is that? Vegeta's eyes narrowed and his sluggish motion snapped into a swift sidestep. A blue-white pillar of light shot skyward with a humming roar. Xian stood on the 3rd subterranean level. The surroundings had not reverted. The blue column pierced the clouds, and only after a long while did that immense energy slowly dissipate. Tisk tisk, what a commotion, Xian remarked with a smile, looking down to see the spaceship below visibly in tatters. Deep within the ship, the fragile Babidi had taken the full force of the residual blast to the face. Even with his shield raised, he had not withstood it. He was dead, his body utterly gone. The son, father, and son had also felt the impact, but their robust physiques spared them. Aside from torn clothing and a scattering of cuts and bruises, they were unhurt. Vegeta and Xian arrived one after the other. Vegeta cast a glance at the shattered remnants of the egg and snorted, asking, Did you finish off Mo Rin Buu? Sun Wufan exhaled and smiled. He should have been defeated by my father and me. Sun Wukong sighed. What a pity. I was looking forward to testing myself against that Mo Rin Buu. Xian smiled faintly. Is that so? Then you need not mourn Mo Run Buu, O has not been destroyed. Raising a finger toward the sky, Exine said, look, there he is. They all looked up in astonishment to see a swirl of pink vapor gathering above the ship. The three of them stared at the pink mass overhead, their faces growing serious. An energy is forming. Sun Wukong warned gravely. Damn it. Sun Wufan clenched his fists, his expression full of reluctant defiance. Vegeta sneered, his face alight with eagerness. After a moment the cloud resolved and took shape, forming the plump Buu. With a thud, Buu landed, wiggled twice, and bore a simple, guileless smile. Buu turned and smiled at Sun Wukong and the others, his demeanor relaxed and dismissive, until his gaze fell upon Exine. The half-lidded eyes widened slightly, as if to confirm an impression, and he peered at Exine. You look familiar, the plump Buu said. Exine froze in surprise. Familiar? How could that be? He had believed he had erased all of Buu's memories of him. Buu should not recognize him. Could it be that his strength back then was too weak and the erasure was incomplete? A flash of light crossed Zin's eyes as he probed Mo Ren Buu's memories. After searching left and right, he confirmed that all memories of him had indeed been wiped clean from the plump Buu's mind. Was the interval too brief, leaving behind some instinctual trace? Exine wondered. To Exine it had been over a decade since he last encountered the plump Buu. To Buu, they had met less than half a day ago, and instinctual impressions still lingered in his body. That was why Buu found Exine familiar. Hearing Buu's words, Sun Wukong asked in surprise, Supreme, Kai, do you know Mo Ren Buu? Do you think so? Exine returned. Vegeta fixed his gaze on the plump Buu and said, Kakarot, now is not the time for idle questions. Think instead about how to deal with this Mo Ren. Vegeta stared at the plump Buu, anticipation written plainly in his eyes. He wanted to see just how powerful this Buu was, the one the Supreme Kai had repeatedly touted as formidable. True enough. Let me have a go at him, Sun Wukong said, stepping forward. Seeing this, Vegeta grabbed him back. Kakarot, no running off, he scolded. Sun Wukong forced an awkward smile. Then let's decide with rock, paper, scissors. He turned to Sun Wufan and asked, Wufan, will you join? Sun Wufan scratched his head hesitantly. Wufan, against Buu in your current state, you'd be risking your life. Exine warned. Startled, the warning only stoked his stubbornness. Is that so, Supreme Kai? He retorted. But I feel that Buu's ki is rather ordinary. He doesn't seem unbeatable. Exine sighed helplessly. You Saiyans. Very well. Go and test him. After you try, you will understand the true might of Mo Ren Buu. Sorry, Supreme Kai, Sun Wufan said with an apologetic smile, then joined the two uncles in their rock, paper, scissors match. Rock, scissors, paper. Vegeta laughed as he withdrew his hand. Watch closely. I will show you how I defeat Buu. The Sun family wore disappointed expressions. Vegeta walked slowly toward the plump Buu and taunted. So you are the so-called Mo Ren Buu. You're as fat as a pig, it'll soon make you learn the power of the Saiyans. The plump Buu cocked his head. Though he did not understand the meaning of pig, he recognized the taunting tone in Vegeta's words, and his simple, guileless face immediately hardened. Fat Buu opened his squinted eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them, and said, You are so annoying. I will make you disappear. Vegeta sneered dismissively, raising his hand in a provocative gesture. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he charged forward. With a cold laugh, he unleashed his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to confront Fat Buu. Boom. The already dilapidated spaceship was completely wrecked in their battle. Vegeta and Fat Buu soared into the sky. With Babidi's death, the magic on the third underground level was lifted, allowing Vegeta and Fat Buu to burst through the spaceship and into the skies above Earth, where their fierce battle began. Exine and the others also flew out of the spaceship, looking up at the two combatants fighting fiercely in the sky. Incredible. Uncle Vegeta has the upper hand over Buu. Wow. Son Gohan exclaimed. In the sky, Vegeta launched a series of attacks, leaving Fat Buu unable to counter, yet Buu remained relaxed, showing no signs of frustration or urgency. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Fat Buu flying. Buu crashed through several mountains before finally coming to a stop, barely held back by a large mountain. Vegeta hovered high above, coldly gazing at Fat Buu buried beneath the rubble, raising one hand as energy gathered in his palm. Big Bang attack. As the words fell, a torrent of energy exploded, blasting the mountain, burying Fat Buu into the air. Boom. The earth trembled, sand and stones flying, leaving a massive crater on the ground. Deep within the crater, Majin Buu lifted the rocks that had fallen on him and stood up, brushing off the dust with an innocent smile on his face. He looked up at Vegeta in the sky, though he said nothing. His provocative and mocking demeanor infuriated Vegeta. "Take this." Vegeta raised both hands, gathering energy in his palms, then relentlessly fired a barrage of energy blasts towards the grounded Fat Buu. Boom. The energy blasts rained down like a torrential downpour, and Fat Buu did not evade. He took the full brunt of Vegeta's Prince-style combat technique. After a long while, Vegeta ceased his attacks, his expression grave as he looked down, but the clouds of dust obscured his vision of the scene below. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression changed. In his senses, Fat Buu's aura shifted rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he appeared behind him. Vegeta was startled and quickly turned to block. Bang! But Fat Buu's speed was too fast. Just as Vegeta turned around, Buu's massive foot kicked him squarely in the face. Vegeta let out a cry of pain as his body was sent crashing downwards. Fat Buu grinned, raised his hands, and gathered energy, mimicking Vegeta's earlier move, launching a rain of purple energy blasts down at Vegeta. Boom! The earth shook violently as the ground cracked within 100 miles mountains, shifting like the end of the world. Seeing this, Saiyan shook his head and sighed. At this rate, I don't know if Buu can be defeated, but this planet certainly won't hold up much longer. Damn! Vegeta, I'm coming to help you. Son Goku also sensed the severity of the situation, and regardless of whether his friend would be angry, directly intervened in the battle. Buzz! Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, then, with a flash, appeared beside Fat Buu, who was still using Vegeta's combat techniques. Buu was momentarily stunned, and turned to see a massive shoe coming towards his face. Bang! Fat Buu was kicked away. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Son Goku shouted down. Buzz! A golden light shot up into the sky, and a bloodied, gasping Vegeta flew up from below. Vegeta shot a glare at Son Goku, gritting his teeth. Damn! Kakarot, this is my battle. You are not allowed to interfere. Son Goku apologetically replied, "Sorry, Vegeta, but if this keeps going, the earth won't hold up. I have to step in." Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, then coldly snorted, "Don't hold me back." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta charged towards Fat Buu. Son Goku smiled and nodded, then increased his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, and joined the battle. Together, Son Goku and Vegeta managed to gain the upper hand over Fat Buu. Below, Son Gohan gasped in awe. Incredible. Whether it's Dad or Uncle Vegeta, their power exceeds mine by a lot. Saiyan smiled and said, "Gohan, don't underestimate yourself. In terms of talent, your potential far exceeds those two above you. With the right guidance and training, you will soon surpass all three of them." Do I really have that kind of potential? But I've been training hard for the past few months, yet I'm still so far behind Dad and the others. Son Gohan said dejectedly. Saiyan explained, "That's because you haven't been training correctly. What you call training is more like child's play." Lord Kaioshin, you seem to know a lot about me." Son Gohan asked, puzzled. "Naturally, I've been watching your family for a long time. Your father, Mr. Son Goku, is a very special person, and Gohan, your talent ranks second among all mortals in the universe at this stage." "Second place. Lord Kaioshin, you flatter me." Son Gohan's cheeks flushed as he smiled shyly. Saiyan asked with a smile, "Gohan, after this is over, would you like to come back to the Kaioshin realm with me? With my guidance, you will quickly surpass your father." "Well," Son Gohan hesitated, feeling shy as he said, "Lord Kaioshin, thank you for your kindness, but I still want to be a scholar." Saiyan was somewhat speechless, having taken a liking to him, yet he was rejected. "Forget it, since you refuse, I choose to respect your opinion." Saiyan said, "I'm sorry, Lord Kaioshin, for disappointing your goodwill." Son Gohan said apologetically. Saiyan shook his head and said, "Rejecting me is your own loss. There's no need to apologize to me." Son Gohan smiled, awkwardly unsure of what to do. He looked up at the three fighting in the sky and changed the subject, asking, "Lord Kaioshin, do you think Dad and Uncle Vegeta can defeat Majin Buu?" Saiyan looked up at the three battling in the sky and remarked indifferently, "If Mr. Goku doesn't unleash his true power soon, within 100 exchanges, those two will be defeated by Buu." True power? Dad, hasn't he been going all out?" Son Gohan asked in surprise. Saiyan explained, "Based on Mr. Son Goku's maximum energy limit as a reference, he has only used a quarter of his power so far. He is far from going all out." "What a..." Son Gohan gasped in shock, looking up at his father in the sky, astonished. "Dad is clearly very strong now, and even his displayed power exceeds Uncle Vegeta's, yet this is only a quarter of his strength." End of this chapter. That is precisely why I have repeatedly emphasized only Mr. Son Goku can confront Majin Buu alone. Even if you and Vegeta join forces, you still stand no chance against him. Not even against the current non-peak version of Majin Buu. Saiyan spoke calmly. Such a fearsome Majin. Could such a terrifying creature truly exist in this world? Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding with shock and dread. High above in the sky, just as Saiyan had predicted, the tide turned abruptly. Though Goku and Vegeta had initially overwhelmed Fat Buu, the moment Buu grew bored, he reversed their dominance entirely. Damn it, he's been toying with us this whole time. Vegeta snarled through gritted teeth, feeling crushing pressure mount with every passing second. Goku shouted urgently, Vegeta, watch out. What a... Startled Vegeta barely registered Buu's sudden appearance before him. Just as he braced for an attack, Buu stretched open his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, making a grotesque mocking face. Vegeta flinched, then fury erupted within him. This creature wasn't merely fighting him, it was humiliating him. You wretched fool. With a roar, Vegeta launched a furious punch, but Buu dodged with blinding speed, then delivered a devastating kick. Boom. Vegeta cried out in agony as a brutal blow struck his lower back, arching his body backward violently before he plummeted downward like a meteor. Vegeta, Goku cried out, and then his expression hardening into grim resolve, he charged headlong at Buu. The two locked into fierce combat, neither gaining clear advantage. Damn it. Struggling to rise from the ground, Vegeta gazed upward at the aerial duel, and suddenly golden aura erupted from his body like a blazing sun. With renewed fury, he shot skyward once more. Majin Buu died. Vegeta roared as he streaked forward. Buu glanced over, flicked his tongue playfully, and made no move to evade. Instead, the flesh around his belly rippled outward, widening into a gaping chasm. What? Hey! Vegeta recoiled in horror, only to plunge straight through the yawning fissure in Buu's abdomen. In that instant, Buu's eyes flashed with savage intent. He drew his fists together, raised them high, and slammed them down with crushing force on Vegeta's nape. Thud! Gah! Vegeta screamed, his eyes rolling white. His golden aura instantly shattered, vanishing like smoke. He reverted from Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, Goku cried, and lunged to catch his falling comrade, only for Buu to intervene. A swift, brutal kick sent Goku spiraling away, caught off guard. Goku cried out, a deafening shriek swallowed by sheer velocity as he plummeted. His momentum was so immense he pierced straight through a mountain. The residual force remained undiminished, driving his body deep into the earth until it shattered bedrock and buried him far beneath the crust. Oh ho ho! Watching his two fallen opponents, Majin Buu danced gleefully in the air like a child, cackling with eerie, unnatural mirth. Dad? Uncle Vegeta! Gohan cried in panic upon seeing both elders defeated. Saiyan instructed calmly, Gohan, Vegeta is unconscious. Go protect him. As for your father, he is unharmed. Do not concern yourself with him. Huh? Gohan blinked, then nodded resolutely. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. He immediately bolted toward the direction where Vegeta had fallen. Saiyan's gaze shifted toward the crater where Goku had landed. Crockum! A pillar of golden light erupted skyward. Goku rose, wreathed in searing golden aura, his expression grave as he fixed his eyes on Majin Buu, who pranced and laughed like a mischievous child. You are Buu, correct? You are truly formidable. I and Vegeta together cannot match you, Goku said. Upon hearing this, Fat Buu paused, then swelled with pride, lifting his chin high, his nose stretching comically long. Goku studied Buu intently and said, Lord Kaioshin told me you possess no emotion, no reason, only instinct for slaughter. Yet in this brief battle, I find you are not as he described. You seem astonishingly simple. So why do you slaughter the weak? Goku asked earnestly. Buu tilted his head, pondered, and grinned, because it's fun. What a... Goku's eyes widened in outrage. Just for fun, you've slaughtered countless lives, eh? What then do you think life is? Buu paused thoughtfully, then beamed, food. When I'm hungry, I turn people into chocolate cake candy, and eat them. Food. Fury burned in Goku's eyes. His voice dropped low, cold, and absolute. Now I am certain. You may not be as monstrous as Lord Kaioshin claimed, but your threat to this world, and to the entire cosmos, is immeasurable. Majin Buu, I must defeat you here and now. As the words left his lips, Goku clenched his fists, and energy surged forth like a primordial storm. Heya? Boom. As Goku unleashed the hidden depths of his power, a cataclysmic aura exploded outward, savage, relentless, tearing across the heavens like divine gales. It sent ripples cascading across Buu's gelatinous form. Yet Buu made no move to stop him. merely watched intrigued like a child observing a fascinating experiment. That's Dad. Gohan shielded Vegeta behind him, staring upward in disbelief at his father ascending beyond all known limits. So overwhelming. Dad's key, it's shattering every boundary. Gohan breathed in awe. Yah! Goku roared, and his aura intensified, growing ever more terrifying. Merely the energy spilling from his body caused the entire planet to tremble. Literally tremble. A global earthquake born of sheer ki now convulsed across the earth. Ordinary humans powerless before such cosmic calamity could only scream in terror, flee blindly, or beg the heavens for mercy. Nothing more. Elder Son, his ki is surging beyond all limits. What does he intend to do? Piccolo had already returned to the sacred world of the Kais. Standing at its celestial edge, he gazed down through the clouds, his senses fully attuned to Goku and the others below. Feeling Goku's ki swell to unimaginable heights, Piccolo broke into a cold sweat and muttered bitterly, "Those Saiyan monsters." The newly ascended Supreme Kai clutched his sacred staff, using divine authority to observe the battle between Goku and Fat Buu. Witnessing Goku's transcendental transformation, he gaped in stunned silence, trembling uncontrollably. The World Martial Arts Tournament arena. The final match had concluded, and the victor was no surprise to the crowd. Mr. Satan, the self-proclaimed strongest man on earth. Satan! 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 Spectators roared his name, eyes blazing with fanatical adoration. Satan basked in the adulation, spreading his arms wide, shouting triumphantly to the crowd. Then, without warning, the earthquake struck. Yah! Panicked screams erupted. The masses stampeded toward exits, creating a suffocating, immovable crush of bodies. End of chapter. At this moment, Krillin had returned to the venue of the world's first martial arts competition and informed his wife, number 18, about the situation with the Demon Buu. Just as he finished speaking, he felt Goku's increasingly powerful aura, followed by the occurrence of an earthquake. Krillin turned in shock to look in the direction of Son Goku, his expression filled with astonishment. Is this Goku's aura? What a terrifying aura! Who is fighting against Goku? How could someone push him to this extent? On the roof of the venue, two little ones felt the terrifying aura coming from afar, and instead of being afraid, they were excitedly eager to join in. That's my dad's aura. Awesome, exclaimed Son Goten. Trunks also chimed in excitedly. Goten, let's go check it out, as something interesting must be happening in that direction. Son Goten nodded in agreement. The two little ones decided to fly towards the direction where Son Goku was at full speed. Son Goku was still roaring, his aura becoming more and more terrifying while his hair continued to grow wildly and his brow bones protruded. With Goku's final roar, his transformation was complete. Crackling electric arcs flashed, golden flames surrounded him, and his waist-length golden hair flew majestically. His green eyes were sharp as blades, coldly staring at the Fat Buu across from him. Fat Buu widened his eyes, curiously looking at the transformed Son Goku, a rare look of shock appearing on his usually innocent face. Son Goku smirked coldly, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Buu. Round 2 begins now." Whoosh! Son Goku flashed in front of Fat Buu and delivered a heavy kick. Bang! Fat Buu was kicked away, and Son Goku instantly appeared behind him, delivering another kick. Bang! Fat Buu was sent flying once more. Son Goku continued with the same strategy. Just like that, Fat Buu was kicked around in the sky like a ball by Son Goku. After kicking him back and forth over a dozen times, just as Son Goku was about to chase after the flying Fat Buu to continue kicking him, Fat Buu suddenly turned his head and spat out an energy blast. Son Goku was startled and hurriedly blocked with both hands. Boom! With a loud explosion, Son Goku let out a muffled groan. Bang! Fat Buu, taking advantage of the inertia from the kick Son Goku just delivered, slammed into him. Son Goku screamed in agony as he staggered twice from the impact of Fat Buu's body, which was like a mountain of flesh. But he quickly regained his stance and retaliated with a fierce punch. Whoosh! Fat Buu's plump body suddenly twisted to the side, contorting into a shape that was completely inconsistent with his physique, like a drawn bow. Son Goku was startled, glancing sideways at the seemingly compressed Fat Buu. Just as he prepared to launch a second attack, Fat Buu's body contorted into an even more unphysical shape. His body became like a rope coiling around Son Goku. Damn! Son Goku struggled fiercely but found it difficult to break free from the bindings. Fat Buu's innocent smile turned vicious as he opened his mouth wide, energy gathering inside. Not good. Son Goku's eyes widened as he shouted, releasing the energy within his body. Boom! But it was too late. Son Goku forcefully took in Fat Buu's energy attack, smoke billowing from his body as he crashed heavily towards the ground. Bang! The ground was once again smashed into a large pit. Originally, this area had a rolling mountain range, but after a fierce battle, it was now in ruins with collapsed peaks everywhere and deep craters all over the ground. Clang! Son Goku pushed aside the large stone that was pinning him down and flew out of the pit. Brushing off the dust from his body, Son Goku smiled. Although he had just taken in Fat Buu's energy attack, he felt no injuries. Seeing this, Fat Buu, who had been excitedly flailing his arms, suddenly looked grim. Below, Shin watched the battle between the two and shook his head, commenting, "Mr. Son Goku is playing again." Turning his head to glance at the nearly destroyed surroundings, Shin sighed. Earth really is plagued with calamities. Boom. The battle in the sky began anew. The fight between Son Goku and Fat Buu was like a war between gods and demons, tearing the air apart and causing the winds to whirl with the earth trembling. Landslides, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. All the rarely seen natural disasters now appeared as if they had been summoned. Yet even so, it could not hinder the battle of these two divine beings. Aya! Son Goku punched Fat Buu deep into the ground. Hot magma erupted from the cracks, but the demon Buu, immersed in the magma, seemed to be in warm water, not only feeling no discomfort, but instead lounging comfortably as if taking a bath. Seeing this, Son Goku gathered energy in his palm and struck downwards. Boom! The ground exploded, rocks rolled, and the previous pool of magma disappeared, replaced by a huge steaming pit. Whoosh! An energy blast was spat out from Fat Buu's mouth, which Son Goku casually deflected, countering with an energy wave. Boom! 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 Shin watched this battle between gods and demons in silence. Was this a battle? No, it was a demolition. Earth's endurance was about to break. Son Gohan was focused on watching the battle above, not realizing that behind him Vegeta had already awakened. He gritted his teeth and crawled up from the ground, looking up at the fight between Son Goku and Fat Buu in the sky, his expression complex, filled with unwillingness, anger, and loneliness. "Kakarot, you bastard. Uncle Vegeta, you're awake." Son Gohan finally noticed the awakened Vegeta and hurriedly turned around, asking with concern, "Uncle Vegeta, are you okay?" "Umph." Vegeta snorted coldly, saying, "I'm fine." "Instead of worrying about me. What's going on with Kakarot? What was that form?" Shin walked over at this moment and explained, "That is a transformation that surpasses the limits of Saiyans once again. According to your terminology, it's considered Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Damn, Kakarot." Vegeta growled resentfully. Seeing this, Shin smiled and said, "I told you long ago that your current power compared to Mr. Son Goku is not just a matter of quantity, but a difference in realms. You must be able to feel it, right? At this moment, Mr. Son Goku's strength is far above yours." Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration, but had to admit that Shin was right. "Damn, Kakarot. Don't get too cocky. Super Saiyan 3, I'll catch up to you soon." Vegeta glared at Son Goku in the sky, speaking stubbornly. "Now is not the time to discuss how to catch up to Mr. Son Goku. If Mr. Son Goku continues to fight like this against Buu, it's uncertain who will win, but Earth will definitely not hold out." Shin reminded him. End of this chapter. "I certainly know that." Vegeta gritted his teeth unwillingly, saying, "But what can we do? We are completely outmatched in a battle of that level." Shin smiled and said, "Do you remember the fusion technique I mentioned before?" "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, then realized, looking grimly, "Are you suggesting that I fuse with Gohan to help that bastard Kakarot?" Shin nodded with a smile. "Impossible," Vegeta declared firmly, roaring, "I would rather die than perform such a shameful act. Better to let the earth be destroyed." "How stubborn you are," sighed Shin, shaking his head. "Since that's the case, let's try a different approach." Shin raised his hand, activating his creation ability to conjure a new pair of Patera earrings. These are Patera earrings. As long as you and Gohan wear one on your left and right ears respectively, you can merge, and the effects will be better than the fusion technique, plus the fusion time will double. Now you have no objections, right? Looking at the Patera earrings handed to him by Shin, Vegeta's face darkened. He felt he had been trapped. "This is your true purpose, isn't it?" Vegeta gritted his teeth. Shin smiled, without speaking, simply pushing the Patera earrings forward. Vegeta clenched his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged surroundings where mountains were shattered and clouds twisted, presenting an apocalyptic scene. Despite his reluctance, Vegeta had to admit that Shin was right. If Kakarot and Majin Buu continued to fight like this, the Earth would surely not hold out. "Uncle Vegeta." Gohan called out, his eyes fixed determinately on Vegeta. Vegeta even felt a bit hesitant to meet Gohan's fiery gaze, his eyes darting away, internally conflicted. Seeing this, Gohan urged anxiously, Uncle Vegeta, the Earth is about to be destroyed. Now is not the time to hesitate. If the Earth is destroyed, everyone will die. Think about Bulma, think about Trunks, would you want them to die? You little brat. Vegeta glared at Gohan, but Gohan stared back at him seriously. Vegeta's thoughts raced, and finally, he closed his eyes in resignation. Just this once. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Gohan immediately cheered excitedly, Uncle Vegeta, thank you. Humph. Vegeta snorted proudly, then turned his gaze to the Patera earrings handed by the King Kai, sulkily taking one. Just wear it on your ear, right? Vegeta asked. Yes, you both will wear the earrings on different ears, and their abilities will take effect. Then you will be able to merge and become a new super warrior. Shin explained. Vegeta snorted displeased and put the earring on his left ear. Seeing this, Gohan hurriedly took the other earring and put it on his right ear. Soon the two wore the earrings, which immediately emitted dazzling light, and a force pulled the two towards each other. Gohan and Vegeta collided, enveloped in a beam of light, as their bodies rapidly fused and reshaped within the glow. Shin smiled as he watched the scene. After a moment, the fusion light dissipated, and there was no trace of Gohan and Vegeta left, replaced by a towering, imposing super warrior. The newly born warrior had a face strikingly similar to Gohan's, while his hair and brow resembled Vegeta's, with a lock of bangs falling down his forehead, making him look even more mysterious and handsome. The new warrior examined his body, a satisfied expression crossing his face. This is some impressive power, he said, simply moving his limbs. How does it feel? Shin asked with a smile. The new warrior wore a confident smile, saying, excellent. Now, whether facing Majin Buu or Kakarot, I am confident I can defeat them. Is the consciousness mainly Vegeta's? Shin assessed. You are neither Vegeta nor Gohan now, but a new warrior. Come, give yourself a new name. The new warrior thought carefully, then grinned, saying, this body is a fusion of Vegeta and Gohan, so from now on I will be called Vegefan. Vegefan. Shin repeated the name, smiling. Good. From now on you will be called Vegefan. Now, new warrior, go help Mr. Goku defeat Majin Buu and save this planet that is in dire straits. Vegefan shook his finger, a confident smile on his face, saying, you are mistaken, King Kai. What? Vegefan confidently said, it is not I who will help Kakarot defeat Majin Buu, but I. Pointing his thumb at himself, he added, Super Vegefan, who will take down that guy. Kakarot is merely a distraction. Shin blinked, then helplessly covered his face, saying, you Saiyans. Vegefan was unconcerned by Shin's reaction, confidently stating, King Kai, just watch how Majin Buu will be defeated by me, Super Vegefan. With that, Vegefan shot into the sky, interrupting the battle between Fat Buu and Goku with a fierce stance. Goku looked at the suddenly intervening stranger, puzzled. Who are you? Fat Buu also looked at Vegefan curiously, his squinted eyes wide open, filled with curiosity. Vegefan wore a confident, defiant smile, using the unique dual voice of the fused warrior to say, I am neither Vegeta nor Gohan, but a newly born warrior created specifically to defeat this guy, Super Vegefan. Super Vegefan. Goku tilted his head, then his eyes lit up with excitement, saying, I get it. You are the warrior formed from the fusion of Vegeta and Gohan. Vegefan glanced at Goku coldly, stating, Kakarot, just watch how I defeat Majin Buu. After I take down Majin Buu, you will be next. Hearing this, Goku frowned, reminding Vegeta, no, Vegefan, do not underestimate Majin Buu. He is too strong for you to handle alone. Oh, let's work together to defeat him. Humph. Vegefan scoffed, saying, Kakarot, you underestimate my power too much. Alright, let me show you the power of Super Vegefan. Yeah. Vegefan shouted, golden flames flickering around him. Boom. The terrifying aura turned into a gale, forcing Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Fat Buu to close their eyes. After a long while, as the aura dissipated, Goku opened his eyes wide, staring in shock at Vegefan before him. End of this chapter. ZZZT. Arcs of sapphire lightning flickered and danced while searing golden aura warped the very air. His hair stood defiantly upright, gleaming like molten gold, except for a single strand of bangs fluttering gently in the wind, lending Vegeta an air of enigmatic mystique. Super Saiyan Vegeta clenched his fist, casting a confident, mocking glance at Son Goku. Well, Kakarot, do you feel my power yet? This is merely half my strength, but already more than enough to defeat Majin Buu. Son Goku gazed solemnly at the proud warrior before him and cautioned, Vegeta. No, Vegeta, though your power is undeniably immense, never underestimate Majin Buu, or you'll pay dearly. Humph, is that so? Vegeta scoffed twice, his eyes locking onto the portly Buu across from him, his playful smirk vanishing, replaced by steely resolve. Then watch closely. Witness the might of Super Saiyan Vegeta. As the words left his lips, Vegeta vanished, reappearing instantly before Buu, and delivered a thunderous punch. Boom! Buu hurtled backward, crashing violently into the earth and carving a massive crater. Erase my next move. Vegeta raised both hands, raw energy coalesced between his palms, then erupted in a relentless barrage, the prince's signature combat sequence. Kerkum! Dust and debris exploded skyward, the ground trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbed across hundreds of miles. Rivers reversed course, mountains crumbled, magma burst forth. Earth's very life force visibly bled crimson. Shin stared, wide-eyed, sweat dropping. I fused them to defeat Majin Buu and save Earth from annihilation, not to accelerate its destruction. You're tearing the planet apart. The moment he finished speaking, the earth beneath Shin's feet split open, and a geyser of molten lava erupted upward. In a flash, Shin soared high into the heavens. From this vantage, he beheld Earth in full devastation, continents fractured, skies choked with ash, landscapes ravaged. Nothing remained but apocalyptic ruin. At this rate, the planet will detonate within 10 minutes, Shin concluded, his expression darkening instantly. He raised a hand, preparing to intervene directly, then paused, lowered it slowly. No, this is their world. If they won't cherish it, why should I rush to save it? Let things unfold as they will. Kerkum! The explosions raged on. Vegeta unleashed his royal combat sequence for a full minute before finally ceasing. A self-assured smile played upon Vegeta's lips as he gazed down into the billowing smoke. Raising his right hand, he slashed it downward. A hurricane-force gale roared forth, scattering the dense haze in an instant. The smoke parted, revealing a colossal crater littered with fragments of Buu's corporeal form. Clearly, Vegeta's assault had shattered him utterly. Against any ordinary foe, such a barrage would have meant certain death. But Buu was no ordinary foe. Vegeta grinned down at the dismembered remains. Dead. Pathetic durability. Son Goku interjected gravely. No. He's far from dead. And his ki hasn't wavered. Not even a fraction. Vegeta shot Goku an irritated glare. Mind your tongue. Do you think I can't sense it myself? Glop glop. Below, Buu's scattered pieces writhed, then fused together with astonishing speed, reforming the plump, grinning Majin. Buu stretched lazily, tilted his round, guileless face toward the sky, and though he uttered no word, his expression radiated pure, unadulterated mockery. Vegeta sneered. Futile resistance. Whoosh. He rocketed downward, and proceeded to dominate Buu in a one-sided onslaught. Though Buu struggled to retaliate, every facet of his being, strength, speed, reflexes, was utterly suppressed. Resistance became absurd. Only his preternatural resilience kept him alive, otherwise he'd have perished 10 times over. Yawa! Enraged beyond reason, Buu vented white steam from his pores, his entire body flushing crimson with fury. I hate you. His eyes bulged, his cherubic features twisted into a snarl, the pink antennae atop his head blazing with eerie luminescence. Turn into chocolate. A beam of transformative light lanced from Buu's crown. Yet Vegeta merely grinned, raised a hand, and fired a precise ki blast, deflecting the ray straight back into Buu himself. Ya! Buu shrieked as his body exploded anew. Though regeneration followed instantly, his once composed expression now betrayed raw panic. You! Vegeta's veins pulsed violently across Buu's forehead, his ki swelling uncontrollably. Above, Son Goku cried out in alarm, watch out. He's pushed his ki to the absolute limit. Annoying, Vegeta muttered, exasperated. You are the one I hate most. Buu roared, the sheer pressure of his surging ki reaching its apex. Hooray! A colossal pink energy sphere erupted from Buu's maw. Its contained power so cataclysmic that even a mere fraction leaking onto Earth would reduce the planet to cosmic dust. Should that sphere detonate anywhere in the solar system, even deep in interstellar void, its release would scour every planet, incinerate every moon, and obliterate the sun itself. Facing the onrushing sphere, and sensing the apocalyptic energy coiled within, Vegeta's expression hardened into grim, unwavering focus. He let out a sharp, contemptuous exhale, and raised both hands. Boom! With bare hands, Vegeta caught the planet-shattering sphere, yet its immense kinetic force and raw energy drove him backward, relentlessly carving 2 deep, smoking furrows across the earth with his heels. Vegeta! Son Goku shouted, so startled he misnamed him, entirely struck by how profoundly Vegeta's aura echoed that of the long-departed Saiyan prince. Don't get carried away. Vegeta retorted coldly. Boom! His body blazed with ascending energy, while the sphere he held, capable of annihilating the entire solar system, began to wither, dissipate, and shrink under the sheer intensity of his power, until only a tiny pulsing core remained. Seeing it, Vegeta exhaled, relief fleeting, then stared at the last vestige of pink energy resting in his palm. With a contemptuous snort, he closed his fist and crushed it into oblivion. Whoosh! He reappeared before the flustered Buu, eyes burning with lethal intent. Boom! And sent Buu hurtling skyward with a brutal kick, only to catch another energy sphere midair. Kraboom! A deafening detonation tore through the heavens, shattering Buu's body anew. Die! Vegeta spread his arms wide, golden energy surging in both palms. Final flash. Hooray! A searing laser-thin beam of blinding gold lanced upward, striking Buu's fragmented form suspended helplessly in the sky. Panicked Buu flung a severed leg, propelling a shard of his own body outward as a desperate countermeasure. Boom! The body of Fat Buu was utterly obliterated, leaving only a chunk of flesh that was kicked away. Thud! This piece of flesh fell, and quickly transformed into a mini version of Fat Buu, who then dashed away in a hurry. Swish! Vegeta wore a cold smile, mockingly gazing at the mini Fat Buu in front of him, and kicked out. Oh! Fat Buu screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Vegeta raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm, and with a cold smile said, "Goodbye, Majin Buu." As the words fell, the energy blast was fired, hitting the mini Fat Buu. Boom! With a loud explosion, the last piece of Fat Buu's flesh was shattered into fragments. Vegeta lowered his hand, his face exuding invincibility. "How's that, Kakarot? This is the power of Super Vegeta. Are you scared?" Vegeta looked up at Goku in the sky, smiling as he asked. Goku quickly descended and replied with a smile, "Wow, you're really impressive. You took down Majin Buu so cleanly." Vegeta proudly raised his head and said, "Of course. I am Super Vegeta, the strongest warrior in this universe." After saying that, Vegeta squinted his eyes, staring at Goku, and coldly said, "Kakarot, I just mentioned that once I finish with Majin Buu, you are next. Let's see what level your proud Super Saiyan 3 is at." Goku's expression turned serious as he gazed at the serious-faced Vegeta across from him, grinning. "Alright, let's see what you've got." Bang! Without further ado, the two immediately engaged in battle. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were in chaos. "What's the matter, Kakarot? Is the power of Super Saiyan 3 really that weak? You are disappointing me." Vegeta kicked Goku away and immediately launched a series of Prince techniques. Goku raised both hands to block, but it was quite strenuous, and after a while he was struggling to hold on. He then raised his hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, activating instant transmission. Swish! Goku appeared behind Vegeta and kicked out, sending Vegeta flying. Vegeta stabilized himself in midair, looking mockingly at Goku below, grinning. "That's it, Kakarot. Now this is interesting." Vegeta raised one hand, energy gathering in his palm. Goku's expression changed. He raised his hand to stop and said, "What are you planning?" "Stop! Big Bang attack." Vegeta gathered tremendous energy in his palm and shot it towards Goku. Feeling the energy unleashed by Vegeta, Goku's face turned grim. He couldn't let this energy hit the earth, otherwise it would explode. Came. Haim. Huh. Goku gathered energy, charging up a Kamehameha wave to clash with Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Boom. The two terrifying energy spheres collided, tearing the air apart, swirling the winds, and toppling mountains and rivers. Vegeta looked at the struggling Goku and grinned. Swish! Vegeta flashed to Goku's side and delivered a heavy punch that struck Goku's cheek. Opt! Goku screamed as he was sent flying. With Goku's energy output lost, his Kamehameha was immediately pushed back by the Big Bang attack. Seeing this, Vegeta snorted coldly and raised his hand to swat away the incoming Big Bang attack. This terrifying golden energy sphere was sent flying into the universe and then exploded with a roar. Boom! A dazzling golden light illuminated half of the earth, and the shockwave from the explosion whipped through the entire world. A series of smooth little combos made this already battered planet even worse. The Earth's health bar was visibly nearing the end. In the height of 10,000 meters, Shin was suspended there, his divine sense sweeping across the entire Earth, revealing a helpless expression. This planet, aside from the core being unharmed, has almost been completely destroyed at the surface, and most of the beings on the planet have perished. These Saiyans really don't know if their presence is a blessing or a curse for Earth. In the other world, Piccolo trembled with anger, sensing that on Earth, whether they were humans or other beings, they were perishing at an alarming rate. Not only that, but it seemed he could even hear the lament of Earth as the planet was about to collapse under the pressure. As the guardian of Earth possessing the power to perceive the entire planet at this moment besides the Kaioshin, the one who understood Earth's condition best was him. Shin was sweating profusely, panicking as he said, "Mr. Piccolo, we must hurry to stop Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta from fighting. This planet can't hold on much longer." Piccolo nodded grimly. "All right, I'll go right away." At the venue of the world's martial arts tournament. At this moment, the people in the venue were also dying in droves due to the natural disaster, with only Bulma and Shishi managing to survive under the protection of Krillin and Android 18. Satan was still alive, currently being held by his daughter by the back of her clothing, thus avoiding disaster. What? What happened? Is Earth going to be destroyed?" Satan stammered, trembling all over with fear. Videl looked worriedly in the direction Gohan had left, murmuring softly, "Gohan, what on earth is going on? Earth is on the verge of destruction." Bulma complained in panic as she was carried through the air by Krillin, gazing at the relentless devastation below. Krillin was also sweating coldly, turning to look in the direction of Goku and the others, muttering, "There are two very strong energies fighting there, one of which is Goku's, while the other feels unfamiliar like Vegeta, yet also somewhat like Gohan." "Huh?" Bulma stared at Krillin and asked, "What's happening? Tell me quickly, don't keep it from me." Krillin, helpless, could only tell Bulma about Majin Buu. What a... Gohan went to face such a terrifying enemy. Upon hearing Krillin's description, the first to explode with anger was Chi-Chi, her face furious as she complained, "Goku, how could you let Gohan do something so dangerous? If anything happens to Gohan, I won't let you off. What's wrong, Kakarot? Is this all the power you have? This is really disappointing." Vegeta kept attacking Goku with punches and kicks, not forgetting to taunt him. Goku struggled to block Vegeta's attacks, and after a fierce exchange, he had come to understand Vegeta's might. He was an opponent he could never hope to defeat. Yet even so, Goku had no intention of giving up. "Vegeta, you are indeed powerful, but it's impossible for you to defeat me so easily," Goku said. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he roared, "I am Vegeta. Remember that." As the words fell, Vegeta delivered a heavy punch to Goku's abdomen. Goku screamed in pain, coughed up blood, and then with a stinging pain in his cheek was sent flying. End of this chapter. Watch out, Ultimate Flash. Vegeta raised his hands, launching a powerful attack without any charge-up. Sun Wukong flew back, struggling to stabilize his body in midair, and then saw the incoming energy wave. Damn it, there's no time. Vegeta's attack was both swift and fierce. Sun Wukong could neither evade nor counter. Helplessly, Sun Wukong had no choice but to use instant transmission again. Vegeta grinned and said, "I was expecting that." As Sun Wukong reappeared from his teleportation, he was met with Vegeta's fist. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying. Whoosh! Vegeta appeared above the falling Sun Wukong, raised his fists, and struck heavily down on the back of Sun Wukong's neck. Bang! Ow! With this heavy blow, Sun Wukong let out a pained cry. His Super Saiyan 3 state shattered, returning to his normal form as he crashed hard onto the ground. Vegeta looked at the unconscious Sun Wukong and smiled, saying, "Kakarot, you've disappointed me greatly. Super Saiyan 3 isn't anything special." Suddenly, Vegeta looked up in a certain direction where two golden lights were flying rapidly. "Is that Goten and Trunks?" Vegeta recognized the newcomers. The two little guys flew over quickly, taking in the devastated surroundings and the unconscious Sun Wukong on the ground. "Dad!" Goten shouted, rushing towards his father. Trunks, with a serious expression, looked at Vegeta, sweating profusely, and demanded loudly, "Who are you? Did you turn Earth into this?" Vegeta glanced at Trunks, indifferently grinning as he asked, "What would you do if I said yes?" Trunks, sweating coldly, felt fear inside, but stubbornly replied, "Then I will defeat you." "Defeat me?" Hearing this, Vegeta burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Aha!" Trunks, looking upset, questioned, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Vegeta stopped laughing, his gaze fixed on Trunks as he suddenly appeared right in front of him, looking down and grinning, asking, "I'm right here. How are you going to defeat me?" Trunks stared at the towering Vegeta, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure that made him tremble in fear. But when he thought of his father Vegeta, a surge of courage rose within him. "Dad, please give me strength," Trunks whispered, but Vegeta heard him and smiled with satisfaction. "Here I come." Trunks closed his eyes and with a loud shout launched an attack at Vegeta. Vegeta merely dodged without countering or blocking. Below, Goten was anxiously checking on his father's condition, but no matter how much he shook him, Sun Wukong showed no sign of response, and for a moment he was so scared that he began to cry. Wiping his tears, Goten looked up and saw Trunks bravely attacking the unfamiliar enemy. But no matter how Trunks struck, he could not even touch the hem of that formidable foe's clothing. Seeing this, Goten trembled in fear, but looking down at his unconscious father ignited a flame of anger and courage within him. Goten sniffed, wiped his tears, and with a determined expression shouted, "Trunks, I'm coming to help you." With that, Goten bravely soared into the sky, joining forces with Trunks to attack Vegeta. Vegeta relaxed and unfazed dodged their attacks effortlessly, as if he were merely playing with children. After a while, Vegeta grew somewhat impatient and frowned, scolding Trunks, "Don't close your eyes when attacking the enemy." Huh? Trunks was startled, but just as he opened his eyes that had closed in fear, a fist the size of a sandbag came flying at him. Bang! Trunks let out a scream as he fell towards the ground. Trunks! Seeing this, Goten panicked and rushed forward to catch his friend. Whoosh! Vegeta quickly reached out, grabbing Goten by the ankle, and Goten gasped in surprise, looking at Vegeta in fear. Vegeta stared at Goten, calmly admonishing, "Never turn your back on the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful slap to Goten's face. Smack! With a crisp sound accompanied by Goten's innocent cries, he crashed down beside Trunks, following in his friend's footsteps. Trunks had already gotten back up, holding his red, swollen cheek, tears streaming down his face, as he glared fiercely at Vegeta in the sky, cursing, "Bastard. How dare that guy hit my handsome face? My dad and mom have never hit me like this. I won't let this go." Just as he finished speaking, Goten fell down. Trunks was taken aback and hurried over to help Goten up. Then he noticed Goten's swollen cheek, which bore a bright red handprint. Seeing this, for some reason Trunks felt a sense of balance within himself. At this moment, Vegeta slowly descended, gazing at the two little guys, and saying, "You two little brats, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth, you should be able to sense the gap between us, yet you still dare to attack me. Are you not afraid of death?" Goten, feeling a bit scared, hid behind Trunks. Trunks, like an older brother, shielded Goten, his voice trembling but determined as he said, I'm not afraid of you. I'm Trunks. My father is Vegeta. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, nice spirit, but just having spirit won't defeat the enemy." Vegeta smiled and raised his hand, beckoning, "Come, let me see what you two can do." "Goten, are you okay?" Trunks asked. Goten nodded, saying, "I'm fine, Trunks." "Then let's go." "Okay." In the next second, the two little guys charged at Vegeta. Vegeta smiled with satisfaction, merely dodging occasionally, raising his hand to block, but not attacking. The two little guys coordinated well, but the gap between them and Vegeta was simply too great, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not even touch the hem of Vegeta's clothing. After fighting for a while, the two little guys were panting heavily. Trunks complained, "You guy, can you just dodge? Dare you fight us, heathen?" Vegeta almost laughed, the corners of his mouth curled up as he blandly said, "Your courage is commendable." Whoosh! Vegeta suddenly appeared between the two little guys, delivering a powerful slap to each of their faces. Smack! Smack! Both little guys covered their other cheek, jumping up and down in pain. Now both little guys had symmetrical swollen faces, each side puffed up. You bastard. How dare you hit my face again? My parents have never hit me like this." Trunks said stubbornly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Goten silently covered his swollen cheeks with tears continuously falling like little pearls from his eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. End of this chapter. Vegeta was playfully teasing the two little ones, his mood lifting. Just as he was about to continue his antics, he furrowed his brow and turned to look in a particular direction. Piccolo was flying toward them at top speed. "Is that Piccolo? It seems the game is about to end," Vegeta muttered. The two little ones also noticed the approaching Piccolo. Their eyes lit up with grievance, just like two children who had been bullied outside suddenly spotting their parent coming to their rescue. They jumped up in excitement. "Uncle Piccolo! It's Uncle Piccolo!" Trunks exclaimed joyfully. Son Goten jumped up, waving his hands toward the sky, calling out, "Uncle Piccolo, we are here. Here." Piccolo flew in swiftly and landed in front of the two little ones. He glared at them and scolded, "What are you doing here? This place is very dangerous, do you understand?" The two little ones lowered their heads, too scared to say a word. Seeing their pitiful appearance, Piccolo sighed and reluctantly chose to let them off the hook. Piccolo turned around, gazing seriously at Vegeta, and asked, "You must be Vegeta, right?" He had learned about the fusion process from Tion, so he recognized Vegeta. "Vegeta. Sounds a lot like my father's name." Trunks suddenly looked up in surprise and said. Piccolo explained, "Of course it sounds similar because he is your father Vegeta fused with Gohan." Trunks blinked, his mind struggling to comprehend what Piccolo meant by the bad guy in front of him being a fusion of his father and Gohan. Seeing the clear but foolish expression in the eyes of the two little ones, Piccolo knew they didn't understand, but there wasn't time for explanations now. Piccolo looked at Beiji Fan angrily saying, "Do you know that the Earth is on the brink of destruction right now, eh?" Beiji Fan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What does it matter? We can just use the Dragon Balls to fix it later." Piccolo's face darkened as he scolded, "The Dragon Balls have limits too. The Earth has been destroyed to this extent, even the dragon can't restore it." "What a—" Beiji Fan looked dumbfounded, realizing the Dragon Balls couldn't fix the Earth. Was he really in over his head? Piccolo saw the same clarity and foolishness in Beiji Fan's eyes as in the two little ones. A vein popped on his forehead. It seemed that he was completely clueless, so why was he acting so carefree? Beiji Fan started to panic. He had previously remained calm because he was confident that no matter how terrible things got on Earth, the Dragon Balls would bail them out. That's why he had been so carefree about the state of the Earth. But now from Piccolo's description, it seemed that the Dragon Balls might, probably, not be able to help. Sweat started to bead on Beiji Fan's forehead as he thought, "Don't scare me, Piccolo." Seeing Beiji Fan finally flustered, Piccolo sighed helplessly. This group of Saiyans really gave him a headache. At that moment, Shin slowly descended from the sky. Noticing Shin, Piccolo immediately straightened his back and respectfully called out, "Lord Kaioshin." Shin nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the somewhat guilty-looking Beiji Fan. Shin raised a hand and pointed, separating Beiji Fan from the fusion. Buzz. A flash of light enveloped Beiji Fan, forcibly undoing the fusion state. Vegeta's face turned a bit red. He crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, appearing aloof, but in reality he felt a bit embarrassed and nervously tapped his fingers on his arm. Son Gohan awkwardly scratched his head, offering an awkward smile to Piccolo and the two little ones. The two little ones widened their eyes, watching in disbelief as the bad guy they had just seen transformed into their father-brother, utterly baffled. Trunks gaped, pointing at his father, and tremblingly said, Is that Dad?" Son Goten wore a similar expression, pointing at Gohan, and tremblingly said, Brother, is that Gohan?" The two little ones subconsciously recalled Piccolo's words, and at that moment they seemed to understand what fusion really meant. "I'm sorry, Goten Trunks," Son Gohan said, awkwardly scratching his head and blushing. "Brother." Son Goten's face instantly turned pitiful as he rushed into Son Gohan's arms, bursting into tears. Son Gohan could only comfort Goten helplessly. Seeing this, Trunks felt a bit envious as he looked at his father Vegeta. But Vegeta remained fixated on the sky, not glancing at him, leaving Trunks feeling a bit lonely inside. Shin didn't care about everyone's thoughts at that moment. His gaze swept around, finally locking on his son Goku's position. He raised his hand and summoned Son Goku to him. Shin pointed, a healing light shooting from his fingertips. Son Goku, who had been unconscious, immediately awakened, his energy returning to its peak. Son Goku groggily got up from the ground and saw the crowd in front of him, looking dazed. "Hey, old man, are you okay?" Piccolo asked. Son Goku slowly recalled what had happened before he fainted. He looked at the proud Vegeta, who was still gazing at the sky, and at his son Gohan, who dared not meet his gaze. He seemed to realize something, smiling as he said, "I'm fine." "Of course you're fine, but the Earth has problems now," Shin reminded him. "Huh?" Son Goku was taken aback, then his expression turned serious as he sensed the current state of the Earth. Upon sensing that most of the life on Earth had perished and that the remaining lives were fading at a rate of thousands per second, his face grew anxious. "How could the Earth have turned out like this?" Son Goku asked in shock. Shin looked at him speechlessly and said, "Of course it's thanks to you all. With you here on Earth, I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. However, we should still thank you for defeating Majin Buu, or else the destruction wouldn't have just been one Earth, but the entire universe." Son Goku jumped up anxiously, saying, "We can't lose even one Earth." He turned to Piccolo and urged, "Piccolo, let's quickly gather the Dragon Balls and have Shinron restore the Earth." "At this point, we have no choice but to do that," Piccolo sighed helplessly. Everyone then returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. At this point, the venue was nothing but ruins, with Krillin and the others gathered together in a section of the wreckage. Upon arrival, they were met with a barrage of scolding from Bulma and Chi-Chi, leaving Son Goku and Vegeta too scared to retort even a single word. Even the currently anxious Piccolo could only wait for the two furious women to vent their emotions. As for Son Gohan and the two little ones, they kept their heads down, trembling in fear, thinking to themselves, once Mom finishes scolding Dad, she can't scold us, right? Shin, with great interest, played the role of an observer, watching Son Goku and Vegeta being scolded like grandchildren, secretly laughing to himself. Serves them right. The end of this chapter. "Come forth, Shenlong. Grant my wish." Piccolo nervously summoned Shenlong, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls he had collected. The sky darkened swiftly, accompanied by thunder and lightning as a golden light shot up into the heavens. The golden radiance twisted and morphed in the air, transforming into an imposing azure dragon that slowly soared through the sky. Watching the majestic azure dragon flying in the sky, the Z warriors below showed little reaction, but Satan and Babidi, seeing Shenlong for the first time, gasped in astonishment. A dragon. It's a dragon. Gohan is this really a dragon? Babidi tugged at Son Gohan's sleeve, trembling as she asked. Son Gohan patted Babidi's small hand reassuringly, saying, "Don't be nervous, Babidi. This is Shenlong, who can grant our wishes. We need to ask Shenlong to help us restore the earth." Babidi's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Restore the earth? Can that dragon really do it?" Son Gohan replied somewhat uncertainly, "It should be possible, right?" Shenlong lowered its massive dragon head and spoke, "State your wishes. You may make 3 wishes. So this is Shenlong." Xian stepped forward, curiously gazing up at the imposing Shenlong. Shenlong's gaze fell upon Xian, and one could clearly see his expression shift in surprise. Soon after, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he respectfully stammered, This isn't Lord Kaioshin, is it? I sincerely apologize for not noticing you earlier. It is indeed an honor for the esteemed you to grace Earth with your presence." Seeing Shenlong's reaction, everyone was astonished, particularly Bulma and Chi-Chi, who were unaware of Zin's identity. They looked at Xian in surprise, wondering who this significant figure could be. It was incredible that it made Shenlong seem so humble. Xian smiled at Shenlong and waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, I'm just a bystander. You don't need to mind me. Thank you for your graciousness." Shenlong bowed respectfully to Xian, and then turned to Piccolo, asking, "Lord Piccolo, please state your wish." Piccolo felt a bit anxious. He was unsure whether Shenlong could restore the currently ravaged earth. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Shenlong, please restore the earth to its state before the destruction." As the words fell, everyone nervously raised their heads, filled with hope, gazing at the flying Shenlong in the sky. Shenlong pondered for a few seconds before finally apologizing, saying, "I'm very sorry, Lord Piccolo, but I cannot fulfill this wish. The damage to the earth is just too severe. With my divine power, I cannot restore it." "What?" Everyone gasped in shock, and at that moment, everyone felt panic. If even Shenlong couldn't restore the earth, then it truly was finished. Damn it. Piccolo's face darkened, his expression filled with frustration as he clenched his fists, a sense of helplessness rising within him. Just as everyone fell into despair, Xian stepped up smiling as he said, "Consider it a reward for saving the universe." Hearing this, everyone looked at Xian in astonishment. Xian raised a finger, channeling divine energy at its tip. Looking up at Shenlong, he said, "Shenlong, let me lend you a hand." As his words fell, Xian pointed, and the divine energy he had gathered flowed into Shenlong's body. Shenlong let out a comfortable moan as a vast divine power filled its body. This external divine energy was 100-fold or even 1,000-fold more than its own. Not only that, this external divine energy was extremely pure and perfectly merged with its own divine power. Shenlong felt that it could accomplish anything now. Shenlong's eyes sparkled as it bowed its head, saying, "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin." Xian smiled and nodded. Shenlong turned to Piccolo and said, "Lord Piccolo, I can now fulfill your previous wish, but it's a bit troublesome and will require the consumption of 2 wishes worth." Upon hearing this, everyone rejoiced. Piccolo excitedly nodded, saying, "No problem. As long as we can restore Earth, I don't mind consuming all 3 wishes." Shenlong nodded and said, "Then I shall begin." Buzz. Shenlong's eyes lit up with red light. The next second, the earth began to tremble. The molten lava flowing on the surface started to flow back underground, and the cracked ground closed itself up seamlessly, showing no signs of ever having been split. The collapsed peaks restored themselves as if time had reversed, and the destroyed riverbeds returned with the flowing river water flowing back from the outside. In short, the earth was changing. This was a miracle that surpassed any technology, a wondrous sight that no science could explain and could only be described as a miracle. Buzz. The red light in Shenlong's eyes faded, and it spoke again, "Lord Piccolo, your wish has been fulfilled, and you now have 1 wish remaining. Please state your wish." Piccolo had long thought of his 3rd wish and immediately said, "Shenlong, please resurrect the beings who died today due to accidents, but exclude the evil ones." Shenlong said, "This wish is very simple." Buzz. Shenlong's eyes once again lit up with red light. The next second, a miracle happened again. All beings that were nearly extinct on Earth, whether humans or animals, miraculously came back to life at that moment. The red light in Shenlong's eyes faded as it said, "Lord Piccolo, your wish has been fulfilled. Now I must take my leave." Piccolo smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, thank you, Shenlong." Shenlong lightly said. Turned to Xian and respectfully bowed, saying, "Then Lord Kaioshin, I take my leave. Thank you for your assistance." Xian smiled and said it was just a small favor, no need to mention it. Shenlong once again respectfully bowed and then solemnly addressed the people below, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." Shenlong transformed into golden light and dissipated, and the 7 dragon balls on the ground began to float into the air, quickly scattering in all directions across the earth. As the dragon balls flew away, the darkened sky regained its brightness. Babidi stared blankly at the sky. In less than a day her worldview had been continuously refreshed, and now she felt as if she were dreaming. "Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, you 3 come out for a moment," Xian called out. The 3 were taken aback, but then stepped out from the crowd. Son Wukong curiously asked Lord Kaioshin, "Do you need something?" Xian smiled and said, "You 3 played an indispensable role in defeating Majin Buu. As a reward for saving the universe, each of you can make one wish to me as long as it does not harm the universe, and is within my abilities I can fulfill it for you." "A wish? Lord Kaioshin, can you also grant wishes like Shenlong?" Son Wukong asked curiously. Xian replied, "Almost, and I'm much more powerful than Shenlong. Many wishes that Shenlong cannot fulfill I can grant for you. So amazing. Truly worthy of being Lord Kaioshin," Son Wukong exclaimed. End of this chapter. Xian smiled and said, "You flatter me. Let's set aside idle chatter. Wukong, it's your turn to make a wish." I do have a wish." Wukong's eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. Xian smiled faintly and asked, "Go on. What is your wish?" Wukong fixed his gaze intently upon Xian. Seeing this, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Gohan, who knew Wukong all too well, felt their hearts lurch. He wouldn't possibly be thinking, "Lord Kaioshin, my wish is this, I beg you. Grant me the honor of sparring with you." Wukong spoke with solemn resolve. Just as we feared, the others thought in unison. Piccolo trembled with fury, aching to punch open Wukong's skull and see what madness dwelled within. "Wukong!" Piccolo barked. But Wukong ignored him entirely, his unwavering gaze still locked on Xian, waiting eagerly for his reply. Xian chuckled and said, "You wish to spar with me? That's all?" "Yes, that's exactly all," Wukong affirmed resolute. Xian nodded. "Very well, I accept your wish." "Wonderful. Then let's begin at once." Wukong sprang into a battle stance brimming with anticipation, leaving everyone nearby speechless, covering their faces in exasperation. Xian raised a hand to halt Wukong and calmly reassured him, "Patience, Wukong. Your wish is remarkably simple. So simple, in fact, that our spar shall be but a complimentary boon accompanying your wish. Since you cannot decide what you truly desire, allow me to choose for you." Xian lifted his hand, and a radiant emerald beam pulsing with the essence of life struck Wukong. Curious, Wukong watched the soft green light envelop him, warmth spread through his body, soothing and profound. A low hum resonated. Then the ghostly halo denoting death vanished from Wukong's brow. Everyone nearby gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. Gohan pointed numbly at his father's head and stammered, "Dad, Dad, the halo, it's gone." "Halo?" Wukong touched his own crown, puzzled, finding no trace of the familiar spectral ring. He tilted his head upward, and indeed it was gone. And that meant he was alive. Xian smiled warmly. "Congratulations, Mr. Wukong, you have been reborn. You are now once more a living being." "Wukong!" Chi-Chi cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Overwhelmed by joy, she rushed forward, heedless of witnesses, and collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Flustered, Wukong awkwardly patted her back before turning to Xian with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin, but won't King Yama object to my resurrection?" "Not at all," Xian replied. "Should King Yama raise any objection, let him come speak with me. I'll settle it personally." "Oh, well, that's reassuring. After all, I only received 1 day's leave from King Yama to return to the mortal realm. Now that I'm staying permanently, I'd hate to leave him without proper notice." Xian gently reassured him, "Rest easy. King Yama will have no cause for concern." With Wukong's matter resolved, Xian turned his gaze toward Gohan and smiled. "Gohan, it's your turn. What wish would you like to make?" Gohan scratched his head, uncertain. He had no grand desire. His sole aspiration was to become a scholar, yet he wished to earn it through his own diligence, not divine intervention. Seeing Gohan's hesitation, Xian smiled kindly. "Since you cannot name your wish, perhaps I may choose it for you." "Well then, Lord Kaioshin, if you'd be so kind." "I truly don't know what to wish for," Gohan admitted, flustered. "How about this? I bestow upon your family wealth beyond measure, inexhaustible across lifetimes." Xian proposed. "What, a wealth that lasts a lifetime and beyond?" Chi-Chi's ears perked up instantly. Gohan, wish for that. It's perfect. She rushed to her son, gripping his shoulders and shaking him gently, her face alight with fervent excitement. Dizzy from her enthusiasm, Gohan hurriedly agreed. Yes, that's the wish. Lord Kaioshin, I accept that wish. Thank you. No trouble at all, merely a gesture. With a gentle lift of his hand, Xian activated his divine creation power, and a mountain of gleaming gold materialized out of thin air. Everyone stared mouths agape at the colossal golden mountain that had appeared without warning, especially the more avaricious among them, whose eyes gleamed with dollar signs. So massive. Is all of this truly ours? Chi-Chi breathed, gazing up in awe at the towering mound of gold. But how on earth do we carry it home? Gohan groaned. Simple. Xian smiled, raising his hand again. His divine creation power surged, and a spatial ring shimmered into existence. Xian held the ring aloft. With a mere thought, the entire golden mountain dissolved into light and vanished into its boundless interior. Handing the ring to Gohan, Xian said, the mountain resides within this ring. Once worn, its usage will reveal itself to you instinctively. Moreover, this ring responds only to you. No other soul, however powerful, may access its treasures. I have also enchanted it. Should it ever stray more than 100 meters from you, it will return to your side of its own accord. Nor need you fear its destruction. Even the fused form of Gohan and Vegeta, known as Gotenks, could not so much as scratch its surface even at full power. Gohan accepted the ring reverently with both hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Kaioshin. No thanks are needed. This is but a token reward for saving the cosmos. Your deeds far surpass such modest recompense. Consider it an added grace. Gohan, I ask you once more, will you accompany me to the sacred realm of the Kaioshin? There I shall guide your cultivation. With your innate potential and the right mentorship, you will soon eclipse even your father's strength. At these words, everyone stared stunned, unbelieving that this young man had earned such extraordinary favor from a Kaioshin. His future shone brighter than any star. Even Piccolo was beside himself, ready to accept on Gohan's behalf. Gohan, this is your destiny. Say yes now, he urged, nearly frantic. Gohan glanced hesitantly at Uncle Piccolo, then at his parents and Videl, before finally meeting Xian's gaze. After a long, quiet pause, he answered with quiet conviction, Lord Kaioshin, I am deeply honored, but my answer remains unchanged. I wish to become a scholar. I sincerely apologize for declining your generous offer once again. With that, Gohan bowed deeply, a formal 90-degree bow of profound respect and regret. Piccolo clenched his teeth in frustration, glaring with the look of a mentor watching raw genius squander its gift. Vegeta's sharp gaze lingered on Gohan, his expression unreadable, his thoughts veiled in shadow. Son Wukong's response did not surprise Xian. Although there was some regret, Xian ultimately chose to respect Son Wukong's opinion. Wukong, lift your head. Xian raised his hand gently, an irresistible force lifting Son Wukong's bent waist. Wukong, you need not apologize. Everyone has their own dreams. To be able to pursue your dreams without being swayed by external factors and to steadfastly strive towards them is truly remarkable. Xian turned to Vegeta and said, Vegeta, it's your turn. What is your wish? Vegeta pondered for a moment and replied, my wish is simple. I ask Lord Kaioshin to teach both Kakarot and me to train. Huh? Vegeta, you. Son Wukong looked at Vegeta in surprise, not expecting that he would involve himself in the training. Vegeta snorted displeasedly and glared at Son Wukong, saying, Kakarot, I want to prove that I am the strongest Saiyan. If I were to train alone, it wouldn't be fair. I want to surpass you under the same conditions through training. Vegeta. Son Wukong felt somewhat moved. This disgusted Vegeta, who retorted, stop showing that nauseating expression, it's off-putting. After saying that, Vegeta looked at Xian and nervously asked Lord Kaioshin, can my wish be granted? Xian smiled and nodded, no problem. This wish is quite simple. Just now I gave Mr. Wukong and Mr. Wufan each a complimentary gift. If I don't give you one, it would seem a bit unfair, so Mr. Vegeta, you can also make a small request. A small request? Vegeta frowned in thought, and after a long while he lifted his head and said somewhat nervously, then I would like to ask Lord Kaioshin to reinforce the earth. Huh? Vegeta's request made those who knew him widen their eyes in disbelief, wondering if this was really Vegeta. Could it be someone impersonating him? Vegeta, you. As the one who understood Vegeta the best, Son Wukong looked at him with a complex expression, momentarily unsure of what to say. Seeing everyone looking at him with that disgusting expression, Vegeta snorted in displeasure and explained, when I transformed into Vegeta, I neglected the earth and nearly destroyed it during the battle with Majin Buu. I don't want that to happen again. Moreover, the Earth is plagued with disasters, and should have been reinforced long ago. I'm afraid that one day while training, if I lose control, I might blow up the Earth. Upon hearing this, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Though Vegeta's joke was quite cold, it was indeed the truth. Not just Vegeta, even Krillin and others could easily destroy the Earth with just a casual gesture. They usually suppress their power, afraid to unleash their chi too freely, otherwise the Earth would likely not withstand it. It's quite a challenge for the Earth. Such a small place harbors a group of powerful beings who often threaten it with planet-busting displays. Vegeta looked at Xian apprehensively and asked Lord Kaioshin, "Can you fulfill my request?" Xian looked at Vegeta with a reassuring smile, secretly giving him a thumbs up, and said, "That's very simple." Xian raised his hand and pointed to the ground, gathering divine energy at his fingertips, then shot it down toward the ground. The divine energy penetrated the ground, but did not truly damage it. It contained pure creation, divine power, swiftly reaching the Earth's core, enveloping it, and spreading outward from the planet's core. Xian's divine energy dissipated, and he smiled at everyone, saying, "I have reinforced this planet. Now battles of the previous levels will not cause significant harm to it, and it will not affect you Earthlings in developing this planet normally." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xian with deep gratitude, their admiration nearly overflowing. "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin." Sun Wukong was the first to bow and say, "Thank you, Lord Kaioshin." Sun Wufan followed closely, and then Piccolo, Krillin, Bulma, and others also bowed to Xian. Compared to the wishes of Sun Wukong and the other two Saiyans before, what Xian just did was a great blessing for the entire planet. After all, the Earth has truly faced numerous disasters, dancing on the brink of destruction each time. Now with Zin's divine power backing it, the Earth no longer has to worry about being destroyed by enemies. Xian raised his hand gently, a surge of divine power, lifting everyone up. "You all need not be overly polite. If you wish to thank someone, thank Vegeta. It is his selfless wish that helped the Earth," Xian said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Vegeta with complex expressions. Only Bulma proudly leaned against Vegeta, and while Vegeta's face turned red, he did not push her away, allowing her to lean on him. Xian turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Mr. Wukong, you heard Mr. Vegeta's wish just now. Are you willing to join him and return with me to the Kaioshin realm for training?" "I want to go. I want to go," Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "Wukong." Shishi looked at Sun Wukong with reluctance, but did not say anything to hold him back. Sun Wukong felt somewhat shy to meet Shishi's eyes, his expression awkward, but it did not shake his desire to train and grow stronger. Seeing this, Xian smiled and reminded Lady Chi-Chi, "It's all right. Every 7 days I will send them back to Earth for 1 day. You need not worry about not seeing them in the future." "Really?" Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong, and their children all asked in surprise. Xian smiled and nodded, "Yes, I'm not lying to you." "That's wonderful." Shishi and her 2 sons cheered excitedly. Bulma, on the other hand, did not appear too upset, but instead encouraged Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, don't lose to Wukong." Vegeta nodded seriously and said, "Yes, don't worry, the strongest Saiyan will always be me." Xian reminded, "So Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Vegeta, are you both returning to the Kaioshin realm with me now? Or would you like to rest for a day and go with me to the Kaioshin realm tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, their thoughts differing. Sun Wukong naturally wanted to stay and spend a day with his family, but Vegeta seemed eager, wanting to leave immediately. Sun Wukong tried to negotiate with Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, we don't have to rush today. Why don't we leave with Lord Kaioshin tomorrow?" Vegeta snorted discontentedly, but did not refute, nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Xian smiled and said, "Then I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Sun Wukong suggested with a smile, "Then Lord Kaioshin, would you like to stay at my house today? Shishi's cooking is really delicious." Bulma added, "You can also stay at my house. It's quite spacious." Xian shook his head and said, "No need, you all rest well today. I will come to pick you up tomorrow." With that, Xian vanished in an instant. Seeing this scene, the people present exchanged smiles. Bulma suggested, "Since we are all gathered here, how about we hold a party?" "Great." Everyone responded in unison. But just as they were celebrating, Sun Wukong suddenly let out a piercing scream. Awe. Everyone was startled. Vegeta frowned and glared at Sun Wukong, scolding, "Kakarot, why are you making such a fuss? You are really embarrassing the Saiyans." Piccolo frowned and looked at Sun Wukong, asking, "Old Sun, what happened?" Sun Wukong had a distressed expression as he stammered, I. What? Hurry up and say it, don't dawdle," Vegeta said impatiently. Everyone curiously stared at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, with a mournful face, said, "I forgot to challenge Lord Kai." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Is this really a problem? This is a good thing. Piccolo gritted his teeth and glared at Sun Wukong, scolding, "Old son, you need to change this bad habit. Can't you see the gap between you and Lord Kai? Quickly give up this unrealistic idea. You are not allowed to mention it in the future." Sun Wukong looked aggrieved as he truly wanted to compete with Lord Kai. Swish. Xian teleported here. The previously damaged surroundings had been restored due to the dragon's intervention. Zin's gaze fell below, and with a sweep of his divine sense he spotted a small clump of pink flesh buried deep in the ground. Xian raised his hand and pointed, and the pink flesh immediately flew up. Xian held out his hand, and the pink clump hovered in the palm of his hand. This pink clump was only the size of an adult's fingernail, but its owner was no ordinary being. It was Majin Buu, who had been defeated by Vegeta. In fact, at that time Majin Buu had not been completely annihilated. He had used all his strength to protect this small clump of flesh, but thus exhausted his energy and fell into a deep sleep. Swish. Xian activated his teleportation again. King Kai's realm. Swish. Xian appeared. Raising his hand, Xian looked at the pink clump floating in his palm, and then glanced at the sleeping Jebbet lying on the ground beside him. He pointed, and the sleep spell he had cast on Jebbet was lifted. Jebbet groggily opened his eyes, a look of confusion in his gaze, but soon his memories of previous events came rushing back. Dabura. Jebbet sat up suddenly, panically looking around. Then he saw the familiar surroundings and Lord Kai standing in front of him. Seeing Xian, Jebbet hurriedly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his body, and bowed to Xian, saying, "Lord Kai." Jebbet, you have worked hard during this trip to Earth," Xian said. Upon hearing this, Jebbet suddenly raised his head and asked in panic, "By the way, Lord Kai, what about the Demon King Dabura and Majin Buu? Have they been dealt with?" Xian explained, "During the time you were asleep, both Dabura and Buu have been taken care of." "That's good." Jebbet sighed in relief, then lowered his head with embarrassment, apologizing. "I'm really sorry, Lord Kai. I couldn't help you." "It's all right as long as the situation is resolved," Xian comforted. Jebbet raised his head, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the pink clump hovering in Zin's palm. Jebbet curiously asked, "Lord Kai, what is that pink thing in your palm?" "This is the last remnant of Majin Buu. He exhausted all his strength to protect this final piece of flesh, and his consciousness has fallen into slumber," Xian explained with a smile. "What a—" Jebbet was startled, his hair standing on end. He quickly raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm, and said urgently, "Lord Kai, please step aside. Let me destroy this last remnant of Majin Buu." "Jebbet, don't be hasty." Zin's eyes flashed with divine light, and the energy Jebbet had just gathered dissipated. Jebbet looked at Lord Kai in shock, not understanding why he was being stopped from destroying Majin Buu. Xian saw Jebbet's confusion and smiled, explaining, "Currently Majin Buu, due to absorbing the great Kai's power, has become as innocent as a child. With the right guidance, he can become a powerful warrior who protects the universe." Majin Buu. Protecting the universe. Jebbet gaped in astonishment. How could those two phrases be combined? Seeing the clear naivety in Jebbet's eyes, Xian realized he was talking to a brick wall. Sighing helplessly, Xian tossed the clump of flesh onto the ground and concentrated divine power at his fingertips. Buzz. The pure divine power representing life was injected into Majin Buu's body. The Buu, who had fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion, immediately awakened, and he regained his full strength, even more powerful than when he fought against Vegeta. Seeing this, Jebbet stared in shock, his pink face turning pale. Lord Kai, what are you doing? Why are you resurrecting Majin Buu?" Jebbet was so frightened that he froze, as the fearsome reputation of Majin Buu was too great. The great Kai, along with the three Kai from the southwest and north, along with countless lives in the universe, had forged Majin Buu's terrifying reputation. Who wouldn't be afraid? Rather, the more one understood Majin Buu, the more they feared him, as they knew what a terrifying character Buu truly was. Jebbet calmed down. Zin's eyes flashed with divine light, and the compulsory calm was activated. A green light flashed around Jebbet, and his terrified expression became indifferent. But when his eyes fell on the now awakened Majin Buu, his calm demeanor exploded. Lord Kai, let's run." Seeing Jebbet in a panic, Xian frowned and activated compulsory calm again. Jebbet calmed down, but when he looked at the now-turned Majin Buu, who was curiously gazing at him, compulsory calm failed again. Xian helplessly covered his face. Jebbet was behaving so embarrassingly that he couldn't bear to look at him. Jebbet calmed down. This time, Xian used compulsory calm continuous version, and Jebbet finally managed to calm down completely. Jebit glanced indifferently at Majin Buu and then at Xian, asking blandly, Lord Kai, do you have a plan in resurrecting Majin Buu? Seeing that Jebit was finally normal, Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fat Buu, explaining, I plan to train Buu to become a warrior who protects the universe. End of this chapter. Upon hearing this, Jebite frowned and asked, Is that possible, Lord Supreme Kai? Xian replied with a smile, Jebite, are you questioning my abilities? I dare not, Jebite said indifferently. Fat Buu looked curiously at the two strange individuals before him, and just then his stomach growled. Fat Buu patted his belly and said to Xian and Jebite, I'm hungry, and I want to turn you into chocolate and eat you. Jebite still wore an indifferent expression, but spoke faster, reminding, Lord Supreme, Kai, shouldn't we escape now? Xian replied, Jebite, don't panic, things haven't reached that point yet. Jebite said flatly, but Majin Buu is already preparing to attack. Xian looked over and saw the antenna on Fat Buu's head glowing with pink light. A flash of divine light appeared in Zin's eyes, and the energy gathering in Fat Buu's antenna dissipated. Fat Buu blinked in confusion. He wanted to look up at his antenna to see what was going on, but when he raised his head, he couldn't see it. Helpless, he could only stretch his antenna and pull it down hard, examining it up and down. Looking at the silly-looking Fat Buu, Zin's lips curled up, and a flash of divine light appeared in his eyes. Fat Buu's gaze instantly became vacant, and after a moment his eyes regained clarity. He turned his head in confusion, glancing around, and curiously looked at Xian and Jebite, asking, Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? Seeing this, Jebite asked indifferently, Lord Supreme, Kai, what happened to Buu? Xian smiled and explained, I deleted all of Buu's memories. He is now like a newborn baby. Jebite praised indifferently, as expected of Lord Supreme Kai. You're flattering me. Fat Buu stared at Xian and Jebite, frowning as he asked, Hey, are you listening to me? Who am I? Where is this? Who are you? Xian stepped forward and explained, You are Buu. This is the Supreme Kai realm. I am the Lord Supreme Kai, and this is my servant Jebite. Buu, you are actually a righteous warrior who maintains peace in the universe. Xian began to deceive Fat Buu, leaving the simple-minded Buu in a daze. Gurgle. Fat Buu's stomach growled. He looked down and poked his belly, looking at Xian with a hint of grievance, saying, I feel so uncomfortable here. Xian smiled and explained, You're just hungry. As long as you eat something, your stomach will feel better. After saying this, Xian raised his hand, activating his divine power of creation, and conjured a mountain of food made of chocolate candy cakes and various snacks. Go ahead, Buu, this food is all prepared for you. Just eat and your stomach will feel better, Xian reminded. Fat Buu, like a little child, sucked on his fingers and slowly walked up to the mountain of food, scooped a bit of cream cake onto his hand, and tried to put it in his mouth. Fat Buu's clear eyes lit up, and he instantly transformed into a glutton, devouring the mountain of food. After a long while, Fat Buu looked at Xian with a distressed expression, saying, My stomach still feels uncomfortable. Xian glanced at Buu's stomach, which was nearly the size of the mountain of food, and said helplessly, You overate. If you eat too much, your stomach will also feel uncomfortable. After saying this, Zin's eyes flashed with divine light, and he manually helped Fat Buu digest the food in his stomach. Soon Fat Buu's stomach, which had swollen like a hot air balloon, visibly deflated. Fat Buu patted his now comfortable stomach and smiled at Xian, saying, My stomach feels fine. Oh, what's your name? I like you. Xian smiled and said, My name is Xian. Xian. Fat Buu pointed at Xian and then at himself, asking, What about me? You are called Buu, Xian replied. Buu Xian, Buu Xian. Buu likes Xian. Fat Buu laughed and opened his arms, ready to give Xian a hug. Xian did not stop him and allowed Buu to hug him tightly. Xian felt the strength in Buu's arms and thought if that hug were from Jebite, he would probably be dead by now. So Xian said helplessly, Buu, you can't hug people so hard. In the future, you might crush them to death. Death? What is death? Buu asked curiously. Death is... Xian began to educate Buu on common knowledge, and how much Buu could absorb was left to fate. On the planet Wampa in outer space. Whoosh. Xian appeared in an instant, looking down at the planet, his divine sense skillfully sweeping over it. Found it. Zin's lips curled up as he locked onto the individual living on this planet, the most talented mortal in the 7th universe, the legendary Super Saiyan, who was born once every 1,000 years, Broly. Years ago, Xian had actually planned to find Broly, but at that time he felt a bit unsure. Mainly because Broly's talent was so high and he was prone to going berserk. At that time, Xian only had a 99% chance of suppressing Broly, which was too unstable. But now it was different. Xian was now 100 certain that no matter how Brawly acted out, he could easily subdue him, so he came. Whoosh. Xian vanished in an instant. On the barren land, a bizarre monster was battling a petite human. Rather than a battle, it was more of a one-sided attack. Brawly, bare-chested and covered in scars, exuded wildness as he dodged the massive monster's attacks without countering. He didn't want to kill the giant, he just wanted to play a game with him. Indeed, in Brawly's eyes, the giant monster's attacks were merely a way to play with him. Meanwhile, Paragus sat atop a mountain watching Brawly dodge the monster's attacks below, angrily shouting, "Brawly, take him down." Brawly was taken aback and turned to look at his father, but in that moment of hesitation, the giant monster seized the opportunity. Bang! Brawly was sent flying, crashing through 2 mountains before coming to a stop. Boom! Brawly pushed aside the rocks that were crushing him and suddenly flew out from the rubble. He hovered in the air, exuding wildness, yet his gaze was incredibly clear. Though he had just sustained a heavy blow from the monster, Brawly bore no scars. He hesitated, staring at the monster below, then looked at his father, his expression troubled, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Paragus shouted angrily, "Brawly, are you not listening to me? Kill it, Brawly." Listening to his father's angry shouts, Brawly's clear eyes flashed with reluctance, but he still began to raise his energy, his expression turning serious. He was preparing to follow his father's orders and kill the monster below, even though he believed it was already his friend. Whoosh! Just then, Xian appeared in an instant, looking at the enraged Brawly. A flash of divine light appeared in his eyes, and the immense energy that Brawly had just gathered dissipated in an instant. Brawly stared in astonishment at Xian, who had suddenly appeared, then looked down at himself, tilting his head in confusion as to why his energy had suddenly vanished. End of this chapter. Paragus looked up at the suddenly appearing Xian in the sky, his expression stunned for a moment, then his face broke into an ecstatic smile. It's a person. It's someone else. Other people have come to this damned planet, which means I can finally leave this cursed place. Paragus laughed wildly, then shouted loudly to Broly, "Broly, capture that person, but do not kill him." Broly glanced at his father, then at the composed Xian, and lowered his head, saying, "I'm sorry." With that, Broly launched an attack towards Xian. Xian smiled faintly and dodged, making no counterattack, just like when Broly was playing with the monster below. Zin's gaze swept over Paragus below, and the collar around Broly's neck, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. Swish! Xian flashed, avoiding Broly's attack, and appeared behind him. Xian raised his hand and tapped the collar on Broly's neck, which snapped with a crack. Broly froze for a moment, reaching out to catch the broken collar, looking somewhat panicked as he glanced at his father below, his expression like that of a child who had done something wrong. Seeing the collar around Broly's neck had broken, Paragus was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Broly, come back. Hurry back." Hearing his father shout, Broly turned to glance at the smiling Xian, seeing that he had no intention of stopping, and hurriedly flew back to his father below. Xian glanced indifferently at Paragus below, a flicker of pity in his eyes, thinking to himself, a pitiful creature driven mad by hatred and obsession. Broly arrived in front of his father, somewhat at a loss, as he handed the collar in his hand to Paragus. Paragus took the collar and examined it, his expression instantly darkening. "Damn, it's completely broken." Swish! Xian instantly appeared opposite them. Broly and his father were suddenly on high alert. Paragus asked solemnly, "Who are you? Do you have a way to leave this planet?" Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, I have a way to leave this planet." "Do you want to leave?" Paragus was overjoyed, saying, "Really? Do you really have a way to leave this planet? That's great. Please take me away from this hellish place." "Is that your wish? Then I shall help you fulfill it, but before that." Zin's eyes narrowed as he pointed a finger at Paragus, a glimmer of light flickering at his fingertip. "Buzz. Hungry." Paragus let out a mournful cry, standing dazed in place. Seeing this, Broly's face turned fierce, and he angrily asked, "What did you do to my dad?" Swish! Xian flashed and hovered in front of Broly, saying coolly, "Don't interfere." As his words fell, Xian raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Bang! Alt! Broly screamed as he was sent flying. After knocking Broly away, Xian turned to the dazed Paragus and said calmly, "I will take your son, but before that I'll give you a gift. Consider it compensation for taking your son away." Xian raised both hands. The vast divine power within him, surging the creation divine power, was fully activated by Xian. Buzz! A small world was created under Zin's control. "Go do what you want in this small world." With a thought, Xian tossed Paragus into the small world. Small world. Planet Vegeta. Paragus awakened to find himself in a palace. This palace looked somewhat familiar. Paragus stared blankly for a moment, then his eyes widened. This, isn't it the royal palace of the Saiyans? How did I end up here? King Paragus, the traitors Vegeta and his father have been captured. Please instruct us on how to deal with them. A Saiyan knelt on one knee before Paragus, respectfully asking. Hearing this, Paragus was bewildered. King Paragus, me, and Vegeta and his father. Upon hearing this name, a fierce light flickered in Paragus' eyes. He hated Vegeta and his father to the core. Paragus suddenly stood up from the throne, his tattered old battle suit becoming brand new, his aged appearance reverting to youth, and a kingly aura radiated from him. He, Paragus, the new king of planet Vegeta. Execute Vegeta and his father. From now on, this planet shall be renamed Planet Paragus. Paragus commanded the Saiyans who were kneeling all around him. The kneeling Saiyans replied in unison, "Yes, King Paragus." Seeing this, Paragus let out a hearty laughter as the memories that originally belonged to him were subtly rewritten. This small world is a kingdom unique to him, Paragus, a fantasy world specially created for him by Saiyan, referencing the infinite Tsukuyomi. In this world, everything will center around Paragus. He is the protagonist of the world. Everything he wishes will come true. Saiyan checked the operation of the small world, finding no major bugs. At least the program was running smoothly, so he decided to let Paragus play by himself. A roar came. It was Broly. He charged over with a fierce expression, launching a violent attack towards Saiyan. Saiyan remained relaxed and began to play with Broly. No matter how much power Broly increased, he could not shake Saiyan even a little. Conversely, every punch and kick Saiyan casually threw could inflict great damage on Broly. Broly's injuries continued to accumulate, yet they could not affect his movements. Not only that, but the energy within him was rapidly swelling at an incredible speed as the battle continued. Broly roared. His pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. He has completely lost control. Saiyan saw Broly's current state and shook his head helplessly. Broly's talent is undeniably high, but his mind cannot keep up with this monstrous talent. If not guided properly, Broly will inevitably become a slave to his own power. It could be said that Broly has been able to grow up normally without self-destruction, and he should really thank his father Paragus. If it weren't for Paragus' suppression over the years, Broly would have self-destructed long ago due to his ever-expanding power. Wake up, Broly. Saiyan raised his hand and pointed, using telekinesis to immobilize the raging Broly. The immobilized Broly continued to roar, the violent energy within him constantly releasing outward, trying to break free from Zin's telekinetic restraint. Be quiet. Zin's eyes flashed with divine light, and the raging aura within Broly immediately dissipated. Wake up, Broly. Saiyan pointed to Broly's forehead. Divine power entered Broly's brain through his forehead, awakening the rampaging Broly immediately. End of chapter. After Broly regained consciousness, he scanned his surroundings with a dazed expression. Upon recognizing Saiyan in front of him, memories of earlier events flooded his mind, and a fierce look returned to his honest face. He roared in anger and struggled, yet he could not shake off the power binding him, leaving him in a state of helpless rage. Calm down a bit, Broly. A glimmer of light flashed in Zin's eyes as he activated forced calm. Buzz. Broly instantly froze, and soon he completely calmed down. Broly turned his gaze, worry etched on his face as he searched for his father. Saiyan, understanding Broly's inner thoughts through mind reading, smiled slightly and thought, what a filial child he is. Broly, are you looking for your father? He is fine and he is living well now. Saiyan raised his hand, summoning a screen that displayed Paragus' life in a small world. Look, I have sent your father to another world where he is very happy. Saiyan explained. Broly stared blankly at the screen, seeing his young father, his eyes filled with suspicion. Although he wasn't very clever, he wasn't a fool either. He couldn't simply believe Zin's words. Saiyan understood Broly's doubts and shook his head helplessly. Since you don't believe me, I will send you into that world so you can verify for yourself whether my words are true. Snap. Saiyan snapped his fingers. Instantly, Broly vanished, thrown into the small world belonging to Paragus. The small world. As this small world was hastily created by Saiyan, its fundamental logic had some bugs. The time in this world was extremely chaotic, akin to Conan's world, but even more disordered. In this world, one moment it could be daytime, and the next it could suddenly turn to night. The flow of time varied from fast to slow. However, Paragus, immersed in this world, was completely unaware of its anomalies, perfectly blending into the operational rules of this world. Though there were some bugs in the world's operation, it did not affect its normal functioning. At this moment, Paragus had been in this world for a month or two. Paragus was in the palace, embraced by two beautiful Saiyan women. The The table in front of him was laden with various delicacies, and in the center of the hall a performance troupe, composed of beautiful women from various races, was entertaining only him. At that moment Broly appeared looking around. His gaze fell upon the attractive women, and his face turned a shade of red, feeling a bit hot. However, he suppressed his Bodis instinct, scanning the hall, until he quickly locked onto his father. Broly's eyes lit up as he hurried over to his father, calling out, "Dad." Paragus was taken aback, turning to Broly with a smile. "Oh, it's Broly. Come sit down and have a drink with your father. Prince Broly, come sit here." A female Saiyan kindly patted a seat, indicating for Broly to sit. Broly dazedly sat down, and a female Saiyan poured him a drink, placing the cup in front of him. This scene made Broly very uncomfortable, causing his face to uncontrollably redden. Seeing Broly's innocent demeanor, Paragus burst into laughter, then pushed a beautiful female Saiyan into Broly's arms, laughing. "As the Prince of Planet Paragus, how can you blush at the sight of a woman? This is unacceptable. Today I have a task for you, please 10 women. Did you hear that, Broly?" Upon hearing Paragus' words, several nearby female Saiyans teased Broly and approached him. Broly struggled to suppress his Bodis instinctive reactions, his cheeks already bright red. After a while, Broly could no longer hold back, suddenly standing up. Paragus tilted his head in surprise, asking, "Broly, is it that these women do not suit your taste? Hey, hurry and bring all the beautiful women here for Broly to choose from." Paragus commanded a female Saiyan. "Yes, my lord." The female Saiyan respectfully bowed and turned to summon others. Broly's cheeks were flushed as he gazed up at his father, asking earnestly, "Are you really my dad?" Paragus looked puzzled and asked, "Broly, what's wrong with you today? You're acting strangely." Broly paused for a moment and asked again, "Dad, are you happy?" Paragus laughed heartily, saying, "I thought you were going to ask me something else. Is it not obvious that I am happy? Moreover, Broly, I have good news to tell you. Several women are pregnant with my children. Broly, you are about to become an older brother." Ha! It was clear that Paragus was truly enjoying himself in this world. Outside the small world, Saiyan quietly observed the events within. Seeing that Broly's heart had been unburdened, he smiled, and with a thought pulled Broly out of the small world. "So, Broly, your father seems very happy, right? He will live happily in that joyful world for the rest of his life." Broly stared blankly at Saiyan, asking in confusion, "What do you want?" Saiyan smiled and explained, "Broly, you are a genius. You have the potential to become the strongest in the world. Unfortunately, you cannot control the rapidly growing power within you. You might even be dominated by it. Let me teach you how to properly control your strength. I will train you to become the strongest in the world. Come with me, Broly." Broly stared dazedly at Zin's outstretched hand. His not-so-smart brain couldn't comprehend the meaning of Zin's words, but he sensed the kindness in Zin's words, so he instinctively reached out and grasped Zin's hand. Seeing this, Saiyan smiled with satisfaction. "Then let's go." Saiyan smiled and activated instant transmission. Saiyan brought Broly back. In the distance, Jebet sensed Zin's aura and immediately flew over. Seeing someone approaching, Broly's honest face turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the incoming Jebet. Jebet curiously glanced at the dirty Broly and then turned to Saiyan, respectfully bowing. "Lord Kaioshin, welcome back." "I'm back, Jebet. Has Buu been causing any trouble while I was gone?" Saiyan asked. Jebet replied, "No, Lord Kaioshin. Majin Buu has been staying in the food mountain you created, and that mountain is almost eaten clean by him." "That's all right. That mountain was enchanted by me. Once the remaining amount falls below 10A, the food mountain will automatically refill, and it will never run out of food." End of this chapter. Truly worthy of the divine king of worlds. Your mastery is nothing short of awe-inspiring, Jabir remarked in admiration. "Jabir, spare me the flattery," Shin replied with a light, amused smile. Shin then introduced the two. "Jabir, this is Broly. Broly, this is my attendant, Jabir." Broly blinked slowly and gave Jabir a vacant, uncomprehending nod. Jabir cast a faintly disdainful glance at Broly, but since this man had been brought back by the divine king of worlds himself, he suppressed his misgivings and endured it. "Jabir, please escort Broly to bathe and prepare clean clothes and food for him," Shin instructed. "Yes, your divine majesty," Jabir replied with deference. He shot Broly another look of mild distaste and said, "Follow me." With that, Jabir soared into the air, gliding swiftly toward a distant direction. Broly glanced uncertainly at Shin, who responded with a gentle, encouraging smile and said, "Go on, Broly." Broly nodded blankly, then lifted off, chasing after Jabir with clumsy grace. As the two vanished into the distance, Shin watched in silence, then inwardly calculated, 6 hours remain. Dawn has just broken over Earth. Until then, I shall begin teaching Broly how to control his power. How truly exhilarating it will be to witness Son Goku's and Vegeta's expressions when they first lay eyes upon Broly. Jabber led Broly to a grand residence, a structure conjured by Shin himself, fully furnished and meticulously appointed. Inside the bathroom, Jabber filled the bathtub with steaming water, then demonstrated how to operate the showerhead for Broly. Have you grasped it all? Once you've rinsed yourself thoroughly under the shower, step into the tub and soak for a while. I'll go prepare your meal, Jabber said. Broly stared back, eyes wide and guilelessly vacant, utterly bewildered. Jabber sighed, exasperated. Fine, just stand beneath the showerhead and rinse off completely. Then soak in the tub. Do nothing else. Having spoken, Jabber turned and strode out of the bathroom without another glance, heading off to prepare the meal. Broly watched him leave, then tilted his head curiously at the showerhead, its steady cascade of water shimmering like liquid silver. He reached out and recoiled instantly as if struck by lightning. Hot. All lit Broly's face as he gazed at the showerhead, like a child discovering a wondrous new toy, and soon he began playing gleefully within the tiled confines of the bathroom. It took Jabber over 10 minutes to prepare the meal, only to realize Broly still hadn't emerged. He must still be soaking, Jabber muttered to himself. 30 minutes passed. Growing impatient, he snapped, did he fall down the drain? Still not out. When yet more time elapsed and his patience finally shattered, Jabber stormed back into the bathroom, only to yank Broly away mid-play as the latter wielded the showerhead like a water cannon. Dry yourself thoroughly. These are your new garments. Your meal awaits outside. Eat quickly. We must return to the divine king of worlds at once. Jabber urged, voice sharp with impatience. Broly obeyed wordlessly, movements slow but dutiful. Your divine majesty. Jabber presented Broly before Shin, now freshly bathed, clad in crisp new attire and satiated. Shin appraised Broly from head to toe, then smiled warmly. Broly, did the meal suit your taste? Broly nodded vigorously, eyes alight with unrestrained delight. The food was delicious. I'm glad, Shin replied, his gaze drifting downward to the grimy beast hide wrapped tightly around Broly's waist. Jabber followed Shin's line of sight and frowned in distaste. Why hasn't this filthy thing been discarded? Give it to me. I'll dispose of it immediately. He reached forward to snatch the hide from Broly's waist. At that moment, Broly, who had stood placid and silent, jolted violently. A torrent of raw energy erupted from his body, and his expression twisted into something feral and fierce. Yah! Jabber leapt backward, sweat beading on his brow. Broly, calm yourself, Shin commanded, his eyes flashing with divine radiance. Instantly, Broly's surging aura collapsed, and his mind was stilled by an overwhelming wave of serenity. Broly relaxed, then looked sheepishly at Jabber before lowering his hand to the soiled hide, his voice halting, earnest. This belonged to my friend. It's very important. I can't throw it away. Shin knew full well the origin of that hide, not from any tale or chronicle, but because he had watched Paragus and Broly closely across millennia, his gaze never leaving the planet Vampa. For reasons unknown, history had diverged. In the original timeline, Paragus had merely severed the great beast's ear, leaving it alive. But in this altered chronology, Paragus hadn't stopped at injury. He had slain the beast outright. That colossal creature had been Broly's first true companion. Its death had carved a permanent scar upon his soul, an unshakable shadow. Thus the hide was no mere relic, it was sacred. Shin smiled softly and extended his hand. Broly, may I see what lies at your waist? Broly hesitated, then after a quiet moment of reflection untied the hide and placed it reverently into Shin's palms. Shin cradled the hide, gently gazing down upon it, as golden light shimmered within his irises. He was reading. The creature's stature, scent, blood composition, fragmented memories, habits, and habitat, all unfolding in vivid clarity. A few seconds passed. The luminescence faded from Shin's eyes. A knowing smile curved his lips as he raised his gaze to Broly. Come with me. He ascended into the sky, gliding effortlessly toward the horizon. Though puzzled, Broly obediently followed, Jabber close behind. Shin hovered motionless midair, surveying the land below, until his gaze settled upon a vast, open expanse of earth. With a gesture, he transformed the field into a deep, glistening marsh. Then, with a fingertip pressed to the hide, he infused it with emerald light, the pure, radiant essence of life itself. Slowly, the hide rose suspended in air, then drifted downward toward the murky swamp. Broly tensed instinctively, surging forward to reclaim it. Steady, Broly. Shin raised a hand to halt him, his voice warm and certain. Watch closely. This is the miracle of life. Shin pointed downward and activated both creation and life weaving in unison. And so the miracle unfolded. The hide pulsed, then writhed as living flesh bloomed from its surface, veins threading through muscle, sinew, knitting bone. Before Broly's astonished, tear-bright eyes, a colossal beast emerged, identical in every detail to the one etched forever in his memory. Tum! The beast landed in the marsh with thunderous force, sending towering plumes of water crashing skyward. Splash, splash. Seconds later, the creature's serpentine body rose from the mire water, cascading in torrents from its scaled hide. It lifted its fearsome horned head and fixed its crimson predatory gaze upon Shin and the two standing beside him. Broly looked down at the giant beast, a look of surprise on his face, exclaiming, "It's Xiao Ba? He has come back to life." "Xiao Ba, is that his name?" Xian inquired. "Yes, because Xiao Ba always liked to make BABA sounds. I named him Xiao Ba. He is my friend," Broly explained. Broly nodded excitedly, and then dove towards the giant beast below. The giant beast stared at the approaching Broly, a hint of vigilance flashing in its eyes, but upon smelling Broly's familiar scent, its guard relaxed. "Xiao Ba, it's me, Broly," Broly called out. The giant beast widened its crimson eyes, fully recognizing Broly, and its fierce expression turned friendly. "Ahaha." Broly was as joyful as a child playing around with Xiao Ba in the sky. Jebbit stared discontentedly at the scene below, furrowing his brow and asking, "Lord Kaioshin, why allow a beast to live in the Kaioshin realm, even if that human is acceptable? Doesn't that tarnish this holy place?" "It's all right, Jebbit," Xian smiled and explained. "We are gods of creation, inherently loving all living beings. We cannot reject or despise them simply based on their species or habits. As expected of Lord Kaioshin, your philosophical perspective is admirable." "I feel ashamed for what I just said," Jebbit replied, lowering his head. "It's not too late to recognize your mistakes now, Jebbit. From now on, please take care of Xiao Ba. You don't need to do anything special, just prepare his food on time." "Yes, Lord Kaioshin," Jebbit replied respectfully. Xian looked at Broly, who was happily playing with Xiao Ba below, and sighed. "It seems today is not suitable for cultivation. That's fine, now I can teach with Goku and the others later. Let's go, Jebbit. We won't disturb their reunion any longer." Xian turned to leave, with Jebbit following closely behind. The next day on Earth, Goku and the others had a party at Bulma's house yesterday, and everyone had a great time until it ended at dusk. Since it was already quite late, everyone stayed overnight at Bulma's place, as she mentioned her house is large enough to accommodate so many people comfortably. Swish! Xian appeared with instant transmission. He scanned with his divine sense and quickly found Goku and Vegeta smiling slightly as he muttered, "Staying together makes it easier for me to find you." Swish! Xian activated instant transmission again and arrived in Bulma's yard. Upon his arrival, Goku and Vegeta immediately noticed him. The two rushed over excitedly. "Lord Kaioshin, good morning." Goku greeted familiarly. "Old son, watch your attitude." Piccolo flew over quickly, scolding angrily. "Lord Kaioshin, please forgive old son's rudeness." Goku mumbled, "What does it matter? Besides, Lord Kaioshin, you still owe me a duel." "Old son." Piccolo glared fiercely at Goku, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Under Piccolo's fierce gaze, Goku felt a little embarrassed and could only scratch his head awkwardly. Xian smiled and said, "It's fine, Mr. Piccolo. You all don't need to be so formal. Oh, just talk to me normally. As for my duel with Mr. Goku, we have plenty of time once we get to the Kaioshin realm." Vegeta shot a somewhat impatient glare at Goku, reprimanding, "Kakarot, stop interrupting. The most important thing now is to cultivate. Everything else can wait." Goku mumbled, "But the duel is important too." Vegeta and Piccolo immediately shot fierce glares at him. Goku could only helplessly shut his mouth. Seeing everyone quiet down, Xian smiled and asked, "Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, are you ready?" "If you're ready, then let's leave." "Yes, we are ready, Lord Kaioshin." "Thank you for your help," Vegeta replied. At this moment, Bulma and Shishi arrived late. Seeing this, Goku smiled and said to everyone, "All right, Vegeta, and I will leave first. Take care, everyone." Shishi looked at Goku reluctantly and said, "Goku, remember to come home and visit." "Dad, I'm sorry I can't go with you to cultivate," Gohan said apologetically. Goku smiled and said, "Gohan, everyone has their own path to walk. Since you want to be a scholar, then work hard. Dad supports you." Gohan nodded, touched. After Goku greeted everyone, he turned to Xian apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, Lord Kaioshin, it seems I took a bit too long." "It's all right, cultivation is not urgent." "But Mr. Vegeta, aren't you going to say goodbye to your wife and child?" Xian asked. Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "There's no need for that." "In that case, let's go." Xian smiled, focused his thoughts, and activated spatial movement, taking Goku and Vegeta away from Earth. In the Kaioshin realm. Swish! Xian appeared with Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta quickly scanned the surroundings, his expression emotionless. Goku, on the other hand, exclaimed in wonder, his face displaying a naive expression, marveling. Is this the Kaioshin realm? It's so vast. Vegeta's face flushed slightly as he scolded, Kakarot, don't be so easily surprised, you're embarrassing our Saiyan race. Just then, sensing Zin's aura, Jebet quickly flew over with Broly. Lord Kaioshin, Jebet bowed respectfully. Broly imitated Jebet's actions, awkwardly bowing as well. Upon seeing the two, Goku paused for a moment and pointed at Jebet in surprise, asking, aren't you dead? Jebet's face darkened, glaring angrily at Goku, thinking, are you really that rude? Oh, I see. Goku clenched his right fist and slammed it into his left palm, a look of realization on his face as he laughed and said, you must have been revived by the dragon, right? Jebet's forehead twitched, turning to Xian and asking, Lord Kaioshin, is it really okay to keep such a fool in the Kaioshin realm? Hey, why are you insulting me? Goku grumbled unhappily. Xian smiled and stepped in to mediate, calming both sides. Goku, being an optimist, quickly forgot about Jebet's insult and turned his curious gaze to Broly. Lord Kaioshin, who is this? Xian smiled and introduced, this is Broly, the Saiyan I mentioned to you before. End of this chapter. Vegeta's gaze turned toward him. Whoa, you're the Saiyan. Lord Kaioshin told me you're incredibly powerful. Am I right? How about a little sparring? Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Broly, unaccustomed to Goku's exuberant personality, could only glance helplessly toward Shin. Shin smiled warmly as he introduced Broly. Broly, this is Son Goku. You may also call him Kakarot. And over there stands Vegeta. Like you, they are Saiyans, your kin. Kin. Broly tilted his head, unfamiliar with the word. Shin explained gently, they share your bloodline, just as your father did. They are your family. Family. A spark of understanding lit Broly's eyes. His gaze softened as he looked upon Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta scrutinized Broly from head to toe, silently musing, so this is the Saiyan Lord Kaioshin spoke of, the one blessed with unparalleled talent. Hardly impressive. His aura felt utterly ordinary. Goku eagerly tugged at Broly's arm, eager to spar, but Broly, inherently gentle and averse to conflict, had no desire to fight. When Goku realized he couldn't persuade Broly, he turned expectantly toward Shin, eyes gleaming. Lord Kaioshin, surely you haven't forgotten the promise you made me. Shin chuckled softly, needing no telepathy to read Goku's intentions from his animated expression. Indeed, I haven't forgotten. So, you wish to spar with me now? What a... Jibito's eyes widened in shock, then narrowed with fury as he glared at Goku. You mortal dare challenge the great Lord Kaioshin himself. How utterly presumptuous. Lord Kaioshin, such insolence requires no action from you. I shall discipline this fool myself. Shin cast a sidelong glance at Jibito and offered a gentle warning. Jibito, were you to face Mr. Goku now, you'd likely be knocked down before you even landed a blow. Hearing this, Jibito stiffened. Having departed too early during the Majin Buu saga, he knew little of Goku's true strength. But if Lord Kaioshin himself declared him outmatched, then it was unquestionably so. Yet still, as the loyal servant of Lord Kaioshin, he could not allow a mere insect to defy his master. Jibito's resolve hardened. He fixed Goku with a scorching glare and thundered, Mortal! If you seek to challenge Lord Kaioshin, then first step over my fallen body. Watching Jibito's unwavering devotion, Shin stifled a quiet laugh, raised a finger, and with a subtle ripple of mystic power, effortlessly drew Jibito back to his side. Jibito, calm yourself. Mr. Goku and his companions are the heroes who vanquished Majin Buu. As a reward for saving the universe, I granted each of them a single wish. Mr. Goku's wish is to test his strength against me. As a Kaioshin, I must honor my word. Stand aside, I shall spar with him. Hearing this, Jibito remained resentful, but dared no further defiance. He merely continued glaring daggers at Goku, whose reputation in Jibito's eyes had plummeted beyond redemption. Shin stepped forward calmly before Goku and smiled. Mr. Goku, you may strike me whenever you wish. Goku's expression grew solemn. A confident smile flickered across his lips as he assumed a battle stance. Then, Lord Kaioshin, I'm coming. Please do. Shin gestured gracefully with an open palm. Here I go. With a mighty shout, Goku lunged forward, attacking in his base form. A faint serene smile played upon Shin's lips as he evaded with effortless grace, dodging every strike untouched, not even brushing the hem of his robe. Goku let out a soft chuckle. Truly formidable Lord Kaioshin. Then, his aura condensed, then erupted violently. Whoosh whoosh. Golden energy flared around him, crackling with lightning as his hair blazed gold. He ascended instantly into Super Saiyan 2. Lord Kaioshin, round 2 begins now. Having issued the warning, Goku launched another assault. Yet the outcome mirrored the first, utter futility. Vegeta watched intently, his sharp eyes tracing the gulf between Goku and Shin. As an observer, he saw the disparity with crystalline clarity. Goku himself surely understood. He stood no chance against Shin. And yet he charged forth undaunted by impossibility. Yayawai. Goku rained down fists, kicks, and ki blasts. But Shin moved like a breeze through a garden, dodging every blow with tranquil ease. Seeing this, Goku's grin widened with exhilaration. He clenched his fists, roared, and surged his power once more. Yawa! His aura swelled explosively. His hair lengthened wildly, his brow thickened, and an overwhelming primordial presence emanated from him. Super Saiyan 3 Goku regarded Shin with solemn focus. Lord Kaioshin, round 3 begins. This time it will be unlike anything before. Shin smiled faintly and gestured again, by all means. Goku narrowed his eyes, and in a flash appeared before Shin, driving a thunderous right fist forward. Shin calmly extended a single finger and halted the blow midair. Goku's eyes lit up, finally connecting, and he unleashed a furious barrage of faster, harder strikes. Yet Shin remained rooted, deflecting every onslaught with that same solitary finger, effortless, unruffled, untouchable. At some point, Babidi had drifted beside Vegeta and sneered, "That man, is he your comrade? To challenge Lord Kaioshin so brazenly? How pathetically arrogant. Watch closely, see how utterly he is crushed." Vegeta replied coldly, "I need no reminder. From the moment this battle began, Kakarot stood no chance." Babidi frowned. "Then why provoke Lord Kaioshin so foolishly?" Vegeta gave a sharp, knowing smirk. That is the Saiyan way." Jabido's eyes narrowed. "Ah, I see. If all Saiyans are fools like him, then their annihilation was justified." Vegeta's gaze snapped sideways, icy piercing, as his aura flared with quiet menace. "Would you care to experience Saiyan strength firsthand?" A chill radiated from Vegeta, so palpable that beads of sweat broke out on Jabido's brow. In that instant, he grasped the truth. Vegeta was no lesser mortal than Goku. Just as terrifying, just as unstoppable. He fell silent, cowed, and still. Vegeta snorted, turned away, and resumed watching the spectacle. Though in truth it resembled less a duel and more a benevolent deity indulging a spirited child. Yaya. Goku roared, unleashing a relentless flurry. Fists, kicks, explosive ki bursts. Until realizing physical blows failed, he leapt back, gathering his energy. Came. Aim, huh? Yaya. A brilliant azure Kamehameha wave erupted, roaring toward Shin like a celestial tempest. Shin merely smiled and rose effortlessly into the air, letting the blast surge harmlessly beneath him. End of chapter. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's lips curled up as he smiled and said, "Lord Kaioshin, my attacks are not so easy to evade." The straight energy wave began to curve, heading towards Xian in the sky. Xian chuckled and praised, "Such immense energy can be controlled so effortlessly, impressive." Xian attempted to dodge in the sky at high speed, but no matter how he maneuvered, the energy wave was like it had eyes, incredibly agile, always managing to accurately track Xian. "Not bad," Xian exclaimed in admiration, lightly raising his hand. The aggressive energy wave immediately dissipated. "Damn it." Sun Wukong clenched his fist, energy gathering around him, and then roared as he unleashed the prince's combat technique towards Xian. Xian watched the barrage of energy bullets flying through the air with a smile, lightly tracing a line in the air with his finger. A large tear opened in space, and most of the incoming energy bullets shot into the rift, not even stirring a ripple. However, a few energy bullets still escaped, flying in all directions. One of those bullets was headed directly towards the food mountain that Xian had created for Fat Buu. At that moment, Fat Buu was rolling on the food mountain. Regardless of which direction his face was turned, he could eat delicious food just by opening his mouth. But just then, a golden energy bullet fell from the sky. Curious, Fat Buu looked up and allowed the energy bullet to land on the food mountain. Boom! The food mountain exploded. Fat Buu was unharmed, but he stared wide-eyed at the destroyed food mountain, veins slowly appearing on his forehead and steam puffing out of the holes in his body. Fat Buu was enraged. He looked up at the direction the energy bullet came from, and then shot off angrily towards that direction. Yeah. Sun Wukong continued to attack with energy bullets, nearly sealing off all directions around Xian. This time, Xian could not use the previous trick to easily withstand Sun Wukong's assault. Xian glanced at the multitude of energy bullets and commented, "The momentum is good, but it's a bit wasteful of energy." Huh. Sun Wukong waved his hand, and the energy bullets hovering around Xian suddenly surged towards him. Xian did not take it heeded, but instead dodged with a teleport. Whoosh. He appeared in front of Sun Wukong, smiling as he said, "Mr. Wukong, let's end this battle here." Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he immediately threw a punch. Whoosh. Xian dodged with a flash, then appeared behind Sun Wukong, placing his hand on his shoulder. Boom. Sun Wukong was directly pressed into the ground, his golden aura dissipating. He exited his Super Saiyan 3 state, reverting to his normal form and fainting in the large pit. Looking at the unconscious Sun Wukong, Xian chuckled lightly and said he might have used a bit too much force. Jebbit grinned, turning to Vegeta, and said, "Did you see that, Saiyan? This is the power of Lord Kaioshin, an existence that you mortals can never hope to defeat." Vegeta snorted coldly, too lazy to even glance at Jebbit, but suddenly his expression changed, his eyes wide with shock as he looked in a certain direction. There a swirl of pink energy was rushing towards them. That is Majin Buu. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief with wide eyes. Fat Buu, with veins popping on his head, rushed over and hovered in the air, shouting at the crowd below, "Who was it? Who just destroyed my food?" Xian looked up, smiled, and gestured with his hand, a force beyond resistance, pulling Fat Buu down from the sky. "Buu, calm down." Zin's eyes glimmered, activating forced calm. The enraged Buu instantly became calm, his furious gaze turning clear. He looked at Xian with a sense of grievance and mumbled, "Xian, my food is gone." Xian smiled and said, "It's okay, your food is gone, I will make you more." Hooray! Fat Buu jumped up happily. Vegeta stared in shock at this scene, mouth agape, as he questioned why. Why is Majin Buu here? No way. He should have been killed by Vegeta. Jebbit chuckled and explained, "Lord Kaioshin resurrected Majin Buu and erased Buu's memories from the past. Now Buu is as innocent as a child. Lord Kaioshin intends to train Buu to become a warrior who protects the universe. Train Buu to be a protector of the universe." Vegeta felt this was absurd. What did their previous battle mean, then? Xian looked down at the unconscious Sun Wukong, raised his hand, and shot out healing light. Sun Wukong's injuries visibly healed, his exhausted energy restored to its peak, and even his tattered clothes became brand new. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and slowly climbed out of the pit, mumbling, "Lord Kaioshin. So amazing." Sun Wukong stood up, turned to Xian, and then noticed Fat Buu beside him, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, isn't this Buu?" Xian explained, "Don't worry, Mr. Wukong, the current Buu is harmless. I plan to train him to be a peaceful warrior who protects the universe." "Really?" Sun Wukong tilted his head, his simple mind quickly accepting this premise. He excitedly said to Buu, "Buu, let's have a match. I didn't get to finish our fight earlier." Fat Buu stared at Sun Wukong. He felt a familiar aura from this person, one that was the same as the energy bullet that destroyed his food mountain. This was the person who had ruined his food. Fat Buu huffed in anger, turning away from Sun Wukong, his face clearly showing the words "not happy." Fat Buu pointed at Sun Wukong and said to Xian, "Buu dislikes this person." "Huh? Dislike me? Why?" Sun Wukong pointed at himself, confused. Xian smiled and explained, "Because you just ruined Buu's food, that's why he dislikes you so much." "Food, eh?" Seeing that Sun Wukong still looked puzzled, Zin's eyes sparkled. He inserted the imagery of what had just happened into Sun Wukong's mind. After watching the images in his mind, Sun Wukong instantly understood what had happened and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "Oomph." Fat Buu raised his head in anger, refusing to accept Sun Wukong's apology unless he could accompany him to a food mountain that he could never finish eating. Just then Jebbit walked over with Vegeta and Broly. "Lord Kaioshin." Jebbit bowed to Xian, then mockingly looked at Sun Wukong and sneered, "So mortal, have you experienced the power of Lord Kaioshin? What are your thoughts?" Sun Wukong tilted his head in thought, then laughed heartily. "Lord Kaioshin is really amazing. I am no match for him at all." Jebbit scoffed. "Mortal, you should be thankful that Lord Kaioshin showed mercy, otherwise you would already be dead." All right. Xian raised his hand to interrupt Jebbit's sharp tongue, saying, "From now on we should often be together and coexist peacefully, trying to avoid fights as much as possible." "Huh? We can't fight." Sun Wukong widened his eyes in surprise and asked. Xian smiled and replied, "Sparring is fine, but it mustn't turn serious." "That's good." Sun Wukong felt relieved. "All right, let me introduce everyone to each other." After Xian briefly introduced everyone, he smiled and said, "In the coming years you will probably all stay in the King of Worlds realm to cultivate. I will impart all my knowledge to you and train you to become the strongest warriors in the universe." Haha, that's really something to look forward to, Sun Wukong laughed while scratching his head. Humph. Vegeta snorted, glancing back and forth between Sun Wukong, Fat Buu, and Broly, secretly thinking, just wait and see, the strongest one will definitely be me. Fat Buu, uninterested in getting stronger, rubbed his belly and complained to Xian, Buu wants to eat. Broly stood there in a daze, not knowing what to think. Looking at the diverse personalities of those in front of him, Xian secretly smiled, thinking the King of Worlds' realm, which has been calm for millions of years, will probably become lively. Ooh, I wonder if Jebbit can handle it. Time flowed like a rushing river. For years passed in the blink of an eye. King of Worlds' realm. In the sky, two red figures were competing, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two were surrounded by red flames, their hair and eyes turned red, embodying the Super Saiyan God form. After 4 years of training under Xian, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had learned the divine power and could transform into Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Xian leaned against a large tree, smiling as he looked up at the two engaged in fierce combat. Beside him sat Broly, quietly meditating. He was also surrounded by divine power, though its color was different from that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Compared to the volatile red and blue divine powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Broly's divine power had transformed into a vibrant green after integrating with the Super Saiyan form. The green divine power lacked the volatility and destructive aura of the Super Saiyan transformation, radiating tranquility, instead filled with vitality and energy. Xian glanced at Broly's state and displayed a content smile. Currently, Broly could perfectly control his own power without going berserk. The training progress of the three Saiyans was very encouraging. The only regret was Fat Buu. Xian turned to look not far away, where a new mountain of food stood with Fat Buu happily rolling around in it. His daily routine consisted of eating and sleeping, completely neglecting training. Xian also didn't like to force others. Since Fat Buu was unwilling to train, that was fine. He would treat it as raising a special pet. As long as he didn't go out causing destruction, Xian could keep him for a lifetime. At that moment, Jebbit flew over and respectfully said, "Lord King of Worlds, lunch is ready." Xian smiled and nodded, saying, "Jebbit, thank you for your hard work. Please go call Wukong and the others to eat." "Yes, Lord King of Worlds." Jebbit slightly bowed before flying towards the direction where Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fighting. Watching Jebbit leave, Xian felt a bit helpless. Compared to the rapidly progressing three Saiyans, Jebbit had made almost no progress. It wasn't that Xian hadn't put effort into teaching Jebbit, it was simply that Jebbit's level of existence was different from that of mortals. Jebbit's talent was very high, but due to the characteristics of his race, his genetic locks were exceptionally strong. To enhance his strength, the timescale was measured in centuries. Having a long lifespan means that the timescale for cultivation must be significantly higher than that of mortals. This was Zin's evaluation of Jebbit and even of himself. "Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, it's time to eat." Jebbit shouted from a distance, not daring to get too close, fearing the aftermath of their battle might kill him, which would be quite unfortunate. Even if the King of Worlds could go to the underworld to rescue him and bring him back to life, it would still be embarrassing. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were in the midst of battle, immediately halted upon hearing this. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he shouted, "Food is ready. Food is ready." Saying this, he left Vegeta behind and flew down. Vegeta, displeased, scoffed, shouting, "Kakarot, don't run off." He then chased after him. Delicious, delicious. Sun Wukong and Vegeta ate heartily. Even while eating, they maintained their Super Saiyan God forms and secretly competed to see who could eat more. Xian watched with a smile from the side, as he had always wanted the two to maintain this form. The Super Saiyan God form consumed very little divine power, making it ideal for maintaining a constant state, allowing them to constantly comprehend their divine power. Xian's requirement was that no matter what Sun Wukong and Vegeta were doing, even if they were sleeping or unconscious, they shouldn't exit the Super Saiyan God form. At first, both found it difficult, but after 1 or 2 years of training, they had come to treat the Super Saiyan God form as their normal state, becoming adept at using their divine power. Even the Super Saiyan Blue, which consumed divine power excessively, could now be maintained by Sun Wukong and Vegeta for an entire day without fighting. Sun Wukong stuffed his mouth full of food, while still inviting Xian, and Jebbit mumbling indistinctly mm. Although it was hard to understand what he was saying, Xian understood through his mind-reading ability, smiling and saying, "No need, you all enjoy your meal. Jebbit and I don't need to eat." Xian turned to Broly, who was still meditating, and walked over to ask, "Broly, aren't you going to eat?" Broly opened his eyes, his gaze clear, and smiled foolishly, saying, "I'm not hungry." Exion glanced at the vibrant divine power representing life surrounding Broly. No wonder he wasn't hungry. I'm full. Sun Wukong patted his round belly satisfied as he lay on the grass. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, the corner of his mouth curling up, stuffing another chicken leg into his mouth, and said, "This round I win." Yet Sun Wukong ignored him, causing Vegeta to feel no joy in his victory. At that moment, Exion walked over smiling and asking Mr. Vegeta, "I remember that tomorrow is Mrs. Bulma's 38th birthday, right? I'll give you all a break for the next 2 days so you can go back to Earth and rest well." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he smiled, saying, "Great. I've been wanting to take a 2-day break." Vegeta, however, was displeased, grunting, "Kakarot, you're being too slack. At this rate, I will surpass you." Sun Wukong replied, "We train every day and our bodies and minds can't take it. Resting is for better progress." "Humph, what nonsense." Vegeta replied angrily. Exion smiled and explained, "Mr. Vegeta, what Wukong said is correct. Resting is for better progress. You're too tense, which is why you always fall short of Mr. Wukong. Go back and take a 2-day break. Resting is also a form of training especially suitable for comprehending divine power." Vegeta frowned, snorted, and did not rebut. End of this chapter. Gbit, please escort these two back to Earth, Exion said. Gbit bowed respectfully. "Yes, Lord Supreme Kai." Watching Gbit depart with the two travelers, Exion's smile gradually faded. He lifted his gaze toward the heavens, his eyes blazing with divine light, piercing through layered dimensions to behold the unfolding events across the cosmos. Another planet has vanished. It seems Beerus has awakened as the hyperplot draws near. What a commotion! He's already obliterated several worlds mere moments after stirring from slumber. Across the vast expanse of the universe, Beerus, the god of destruction, gazed down upon an exploding planet, his demeanor restless and agitated. Why can't I recall it? It was right there on the tip of my tongue. Beerus growled, frustrated. He had dreamed of a supreme warrior, one capable of challenging him in battle. Yet the warrior's name, clear upon waking, had slipped away the moment he turned his thoughts elsewhere. It hovered just beyond memory's grasp like a word trapped in the throat, a maddening, suffocating frustration that stoked his ire. "Lord Beerus, you seem unusually irritable since awakening. Has something occurred?" asked Whis. "I had a prophetic dream, a vision of a supreme warrior who could stand against me. But his name, I simply cannot retrieve it. That was but a dream. In this universe, no warrior exists worthy of your challenge," Whis replied calmly. "Is that so?" Beerus stared downward at the detonating planet, sifting through fragments of the dream, when perhaps by illusion or intuition a human silhouette began to coalesce amid the stellar debris. His eyes widened slightly, a faint knowing smile curled his lips as he murmured, "I think I remember that warrior's name." Whis watched intrigued. Beerus chuckled softly, "Super Saiyan God." "Super Saiyan God?" Whis tilted his head, puzzled. Beerus's expression shifted from certainty to hesitation. "That's what it was, or was it? I'm not entirely sure," Whis remarked dryly. "Then you've told us nothing at all." Beerus closed his eyes, shaking his head as he muttered, Super something. Super Saiyan God. Saiyan God. What was it?" Whis suggested, "Shall we return to the Destroyer realm and contemplate over dessert?" Beerus's eyes lit up. "An excellent idea. Let's go. At once." Whis activated his divine power, enveloping Beerus in radiant energy, and streaked across the cosmos at incomprehensible speed toward the Destroyer realm. En route, Beerus strained to recall the warrior's name, but failed. Irritated, he demanded sharply, "Whis, use your abilities to locate him for me." Whis sighed quietly, "Lord Beerus, even I require a precise name to pinpoint a being. Please first confirm the name." Beerus scowled. "You're just avoiding the trouble, aren't you?" Whis offered an awkward smile. "Not at all. Oh, by the way, the refrigerator holds a limited edition dessert. Shall we enjoy it upon returning?" "Truly? Then let's hurry back." Beerus instantly abandoned his earlier fixation, his attention wholly diverted. In the Destroyer realm, Beerus and Whis savored the rare dessert, their expressions serene and content. "Lord Beerus, have you recalled the warrior's name from your dream?" Whis asked. Beerus frowned thoughtfully, then sighed. "No. Perhaps we should consult the oracle fish instead." "Oracle fish, are you present?" Beerus called out loudly. After a pause, the oracle fish appeared, and at last revealed the name haunting Beerus's dream. "Super Saiyan God. I knew I hadn't misremembered." "Whis, understood, Lord Beerus." With resigned grace, Whis raised his hand, the angelic staff materializing before him. Bowing his head, he began scanning the cosmos for beings bearing the title Super Saiyan God. Moments later, Whis spoke, astonished. "Indeed, they exist. And there are 2 of them." 2. Beerus's eyes widened, then gleamed with exhilaration. How thrilling! Where are they? They dwell on planet Green 877 of Galaxy 4032, a world whose inhabitants call it Earth. Earth? So the Super Saiyan gods reside there. How intriguing. At last, I found you. Whis asked, shall we journey to Earth to meet them now, Lord Beerus? No, I'm exhausted today. We'll rest tonight and seek them tomorrow. The following day, year 778 A.E., August 18th. It was Bulma's 38th birthday. She had chartered a luxurious cruise liner and invited all her closest friends, including Xian and Gebit, to celebrate. Lord Supreme Kai, Mr. Gebit, welcome to my birthday party. Bulma exclaimed delighted. In previous years she'd extended similar invitations, but both had politely declined. This time she'd merely sent 2 extra invitations out of habit, never expecting them to attend. Thus their arrival left her genuinely flustered and honored. She fully understood Xian's stature, that he stood among the absolute pinnacles of cosmic authority. His presence at a mortal's birthday gathering was anything but ordinary. Xian smiled gently. We regretted declining your invitations in past years due to pressing duties. This time, however, your graciousness left us no choice but to accept. Gebit, Xian said. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Gebit stepped forward and presented Bulma with a small gift box cradled in his arms. This is a birthday gift from Lord Supreme Kai. Your presence alone is the greatest gift. Why bring more? Bulma protested. Xian laughed lightly, a modest token, nothing more. Please, Bulma, open it. Then I won't refuse. Bulma, ever forthright, accepted the gift without pretense. Since Xian himself showed no hesitation, neither would she. Though opening a gift before guests was traditionally unseemly, Bulma saw no impropriety. After all, the giver held no such reservations. Bulma unwrapped the box. It was palm-sized, and inside lay a smaller case. She opened it to reveal an exquisite silver necklace. Gazing at the delicate silver chain, Bulma smiled warmly and expressed her gratitude. Lord Supreme Kai, I adore this gift. Thank you deeply. Xian smiled and gestured, saying, Ms. Bulma, why not try it on? All right. Bulma nodded, taking out the necklace and putting it on. After wearing the necklace, the silver gems strung on it emitted a faint glow. Bulma looked down at the glowing gems, her face revealing a look of surprise. Xian explained with a smile, Ms. Bulma, this necklace is not just beautiful, it contains the divine power I left behind. When you are attacked, this necklace will protect you from harm. Not only that, as long as you wear this necklace regularly, it can also keep you eternally youthful. Eternally youthful. Bulma's eyes widened. Ooh, she didn't care much for the other functions of the necklace, but she truly liked the effect of eternal youth. Thank you so much, Lord Kaioshin. Such a precious gift, I don't know how to repay you. Bulma said excitedly. Xian smiled and said, I'm glad you like it, Miss. Bulma, this thing is merely a trinket to me. There's no need to worry about it. Besides, Miss Bulma, other guests have arrived. Aren't you going to greet them? Bulma looked up and saw that Kiki and Gohan had also arrived. She smiled apologetically at Xian, saying, Then I'll excuse myself for a moment, Lord Kaioshin, Mr. Gebit, please enjoy the party while I go greet the other friends. Gohan, don't mind us, Miss Bulma, Xian said. Watching Bulma leave, Gebit asked in confusion, Lord Kaioshin, why are we attending a mortal's birthday party? Is it just because that woman is Mr. Vegeta's wife? Xian replied with a smile, Isn't that enough? Gebit fell silent, unsure of how to retort. Hey, Lord Kaioshin, a familiar yet innocent voice called out. Xian turned to see Super Saiyan Goku. Hey Goku, Xian greeted with a smile. Goku ran up to Xian and said, Lord Kaioshin, I didn't expect you to attend Bulma's birthday party, though I thought you wouldn't come this time either. Xian explained, After all, I've already declined Miss Bulma several times. It would be impolite to decline again. By the way, where's Vegeta? Goku scratched his head, looking helpless. Vegeta? He's training at home. Even though you gave us 2 days off, he only knows how to train. That's typical of Vegeta, Xian chuckled and added. But training must also be balanced with rest. Such unrestrained training can only harm the body. Gebit, could you please bring Vegeta here? Xian instructed. Yes, Lord Kaioshin, Gebit replied, bowing slightly before leaving with instant transmission. At that moment, Vegeta was training in the gravity room. The instant Gebit appeared, the gravity in the room pressed down. Buzz. The Patera earrings that Gebit wore emitted light, helping him withstand the gravity of the room. The Patera earrings that Gebit wore were specially created by Xian, possessing the same functions as the necklace given to Bulma. Seeing Gebit appear, Vegeta furrowed his brow, hurriedly stopping his training and shutting off the gravity system in the room. "Oh Jebet, what brings you here?" Vegeta asked. Jebet replied, "Lord Kaioshin sent me to bring you over." "Lord Kaioshin? He has come to Earth?" Vegeta asked in surprise. "Yes, mister. Vegeta, Lord Kaioshin is currently at your wife's birthday party, and he instructed me to bring you there." Jebet explained. "It's quite rare for Lord Kaioshin to attend Bulma's birthday party," Vegeta said. "I think so too," Jebet nodded in agreement. "Come give me your hand, and he'll take you there." Jebet gestured. "TCH." Vegeta grumpily extended his hand. Whoosh. Jebet activated instant transmission. On the luxury cruise ship. Whoosh. Jebet appeared with Vegeta. Vegeta immediately shook off Jebet's hand, crossing his arms and looking up at the sky with a haughty demeanor. "Lord Kaioshin, I brought Mr. Vegeta," Jebet said. "Thank you for your efforts, Jebet." Xn turned to Vegeta, noticing he was slightly out of breath and covered in sweat. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Vegeta, I called you back for you to rest well. If you remain so tense, you will not surpass Goku." After saying that, Xin raised his hand using his abilities to help Vegeta recover his strength and cleaned him up, also changing him into a new outfit. Vegeta explained, "I know, but I can't sit still, so I find something to do." Xin reminded him, "Vegeta, the key to comprehending the power of the gods lies in the elevation of one's mindset. At your current strength, mere physical training has no meaning." "Did you hear that, Vegeta? Lord Kaioshin has said that resting well is beneficial for training." Goku chimed in. Vegeta glared displeased at Goku, snorted, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Xin smiled helplessly and said, "Everyone should relax. Oh, let's forget about training for today." In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus urged, "Whis, isn't the takeout ready yet?" Whis walked over helplessly carrying the packed takeout and said, "It's ready really, Lord Beerus, no need to be so impatient. The Super Saiyan God won't run away." Beerus grinned and said, "I can't wait to challenge the Super Saiyan God. Oh, let's go to Earth." "Yes, Lord Beerus." As Beerus placed his hand on Whis's back, a flow of light enveloped them, and they shot off into the universe at incredible speed. Earth. Xin squinted, feeling two massive divine auras rapidly approaching Earth. "It's Beerus and Whis, they have come to Earth." Xin sat up from the lounge chair and instructed Jebet beside him. "Jebet, call Goku and Vegeta here." "Yes, Lord Kaioshin." Jebet quickly jumped up from the lounge chair and went to find Goku and the others. Soon Jebet brought over the two who were enjoying their food. "Lord Kaioshin, did you call us for something?" Goku asked, holding two large drumsticks, eating as he inquired. Vegeta did the same, looking curiously at Xin while eating. Xin looked seriously at the two and said, "A troublesome character is coming towards Earth." "A troublesome character? Who is it?" Goku asked curiously. "The God of Destruction, Beerus." Xin said solemnly. Slap. The food in Vegeta's hand dropped to the ground as he looked at Xin in shock, asking in astonishment, "The God of Destruction? Beerus." End of this chapter. "Oh. Vegeta, do you know that person?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. Vegeta recalled the shadows of his childhood, his body trembling slightly as he said in a quivering voice, "Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, a deity, renowned alongside the Supreme Kai. I encountered him when I was young." Renowned alongside the Supreme Kai. Then he must be very powerful. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta, sweating coldly, replied, "Yes, very strong. After all, he is a being who stands alongside the Supreme Kai." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong became even more excited, neglecting his food as he turned to Shin and asked Supreme Kai, "Is that God of Destruction really formidable?" Shin replied seriously, "Very formidable. Even if the two of you teamed up now, you wouldn't be a match for the God of Destruction." Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Wow, he really is that powerful. I'm more and more eager to fight him." Sun Wukong said with a smile. Looking at the naive and foolish Sun Wukong, Vegeta shot him a glare, then turned to Shin and asked seriously, "Supreme Kai, you mentioned that the God of Destruction, Beerus, is coming to Earth. What's going on?" Shin replied, "Who knows? Beerus is the God of Destruction. His job is to destroy planets and life in the universe. His coming to Earth likely means he intends to annihilate it. That's not acceptable." Sun Wukong's naive expression turned serious as he said, "Earth is my home. No matter how powerful that God of Destruction is, I won't allow him to harm Earth." Courageous Shin nodded in appreciation, then suggested, "In about 15 minutes the God of Destruction, Beerus, will arrive on Earth. Instead of passively waiting for him to come, why don't we proactively seek him out?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly, Sure. That's exactly what I was thinking." Vegeta's expression was grave as he said, "If the God of Destruction truly wants to destroy Earth, we must confront him." "I also agree to take the initiative," Sun Wukong added. "Then let's set off. But before that, do you need to inform your wives?" Especially you, Vegeta, since today is your wife's birthday, Shin said. Vegeta replied, no need to make it complicated. Letting those women know will only add to the hassle. It's better not to tell them. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly in agreement with Vegeta's statement. If that's the case, then let's go. Shin's body shimmered with divine light, enveloping Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Jebet, who had been standing beside Shin, then soared into the sky, rushing toward the universe. This scene was witnessed by many who all gasped in astonishment. Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan, the Z warriors, looked at the departing Shin, and the others, their faces filled with confusion. Dad and the Supreme Kai, where did they go? Gohan asked in confusion. Piccolo squinted his eyes, his expression serious, as he said something important must have happened, otherwise the Supreme Kai wouldn't have taken old Son and Vegeta away. Bulma walked over, complaining to everyone, honestly, today is my birthday, and that bastard Vegeta didn't even say goodbye before leaving. How despicable. Seeing Bulma angry, everyone smiled awkwardly. No one dared to provoke Bulma at that moment. In the vast universe, a streak of light flew toward Earth at incredible speed. Aren't we there yet, Whis? Beerus complained impatiently. Whis sighed helplessly and explained, we'll arrive in 10 minutes, Lord Beerus. So slow, can't you fly any faster? Beerus grumbled. Whis replied, this is already the fastest speed in the universe. TCH. After a few more minutes of flying, Whis suddenly exclaimed, then the light surrounding him dissipated as he and Beerus hovered in the cosmos. Seeing Whis stop, Beerus asked in surprise, Whis, have we arrived? Whis answered, not yet, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus frowned in displeasure and said, why did you stop if we haven't arrived? Whis explained, Lord Beerus, someone is coming from ahead. Someone? Who? Beerus peered over Whis' shoulder, and a streak of light appeared at the edge of the universe. In just a few blinks, the light that had been at the universe's edge flew before them. Buzz. The streak of light dissipated, revealing 4 figures, Shin, Jebet, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. Whis looked at the 4 figures opposite them, his gaze landing on Shin, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then smiled and bowed politely, saying, it's the Supreme Kai. Have you come specifically to find us? Supreme Kai? Beerus paused, squinting at Shin with a look of realization on his face, saying, it really is the Supreme Kai. What brings you here? Shin smiled and explained, I was just on Earth attending a friend's birthday party and suddenly sensed your energies heading toward Earth, so I came to welcome you both. Oh, to welcome us? But I don't see it that way. Beerus squinted, looking at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were eager to fight behind Shin, and said in a deep voice, let's just pretend we're here to welcome you, Mr. Beerus. May I ask if you have any business on Earth? Beerus grinned coldly and said, if I told you I was here to destroy Earth, what would you do? If that's the case, Vegeta and I will do our utmost to stop you. Sun Wukong communicated with Beerus through divine power from a distance. Oh. Beerus looked at the red-haired Sun Wukong in surprise, then glanced at Vegeta beside him, exclaiming, you look somewhat familiar. That guy just called you Vegeta. Are you the child of King Vegeta? You dyed your hair. Vegeta gazed seriously at Beerus, also using divine power as a medium to communicate with Beerus from afar, saying, yes, I am Vegeta, the Prince of Planet Vegeta. It really is you. You've grown up and your appearance has changed. I remember you used to have black hair, Beerus remarked. Beerus, what is your purpose in going to Earth? Vegeta asked seriously. Oh, so you dare to speak to me like that? It seems you do not understand the terror of the god of destruction. Beerus unleashed his divine power, a terrifying aura pressing down on Shin and the others. Shin maintained a stoic expression, feeling nothing. The Patera earrings worn by Jebet glimmered faintly, helping him resist Beerus' divine pressure. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt as if they were facing a grave enemy, their red divine power surging as they resisted Beerus' divine pressure. Oh, this energy is divine power. Could it be that you two are the so-called Super Saiyan gods? Beerus asked with great interest. End of this chapter. After the fighting tournament between the 6th universe and the 7th universe concludes, the side with more comments will have their opinions considered fair and square. As for why this settlement occurs after the storyline ends, take a guess. Yes, Lord Beerus, the 2 individuals you are looking for are indeed them. It really is them. How interesting. Beerus grinned, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Weren't you two just asking me what you wanted on Earth? Now I will tell you. Beerus unleashed his divine power, a purple aura radiating from him, as he coldly declared, I intend to destroy Earth. Upon hearing this, Son Goku and Vegeta both wore serious expressions. Son Goku coldly responded, then we are enemies, I will never let you harm Earth. Vegeta glared coldly at Beerus, his red divine energy boiling, revealing a fierce battle intent in his eyes. Oh, are you opposing me? That's quite amusing. Beerus chuckled coldly. Let me inform you both, the god of destruction is quite fearsome. With that, Beerus raised his hand, gathering purple energy in his palm, and shot an energy blast. Seeing this, Shin teleported with Jebit 1,000 miles away, leaving the battlefield to Son Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta, let's go. Don't order me around. The two exchanged serious glances and simultaneously fired an energy blast, neutralizing Beerus' attack. Oh, you've got some skills. A spark of excitement flashed in Beerus' eyes as he grinned. Come on, let me experience the true power of that super warrior who could match me in dreams. With a flash, Beerus appeared before Son Goku and Vegeta. The two were astonished, thinking, so fast. Bang! Beerus punched Vegeta away. Vegeta! Son Goku shouted in concern. Bang! Beerus' tail whipped out, striking Son Goku, and sending him flying as well. Is this all the power of a Super Saiyan God? Truly disappointing. Son Goku and Vegeta stabilized themselves from their backward flight, gazing at Beerus with grave expressions. Oh, you didn't fall for my strike. That's somewhat interesting. Beerus grinned. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, nodding in tacit agreement before charging at Beerus. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, effortlessly dodging the combined attacks of Son Goku and Vegeta, his demeanor calm. So weak. Beerus commented blandly, then with a punch and a kick he sent Son Goku and Vegeta flying once more. Beerus raised one hand, gathering energy in his palm, and consecutively unleashed several purple energy spheres. Seeing this, Son Goku and Vegeta quickly dodged. The purple energy spheres were relentless, crashing down on several planets, which lit up and burst like fireworks across the cosmos. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Son Goku clenched his fists, his hands positioned at his waist as he gathered energy. Hey, huh? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, extending his hands to gather energy. Final flash. Hop. A blue and a golden energy wave like two roaring dragons charged towards Beerus. Beerus scoffed, gathering energy in his palm and launching two energy spheres to meet Son Goku and Vegeta's ultimate attacks. Boom, boom. The two energy spheres Beerus fired appeared small, yet contained terrifying power, pushing back Son Goku and Vegeta's seemingly fierce Kamehameha. Damn it! Son Goku gritted his teeth. He had poured all his energy into the attack, yet he still couldn't push back the energy spheres Beerus casually launched. Vegeta was in the same situation. The two struggled to resist, but Beerus' casual energy blasts swept through their defenses, and it seemed they were about to fall. We can't hold on much longer. Vegeta used that move. Son Goku urged. I know without you telling me. Vegeta replied irately. With that, while maintaining their energy output, they closed their eyes, silently drawing upon the hidden energy within. Virum. Their bodies, which had been surrounded by red flames, slowly transformed to blue. Huh. They both shouted, their surrounding flames completely shifting from red to blue, their hair changing color as well. Concurrently, their energy expanded at a visible rate. Huh. With the surge of energy, Son Goku and Vegeta's confidence soared. They roared, and their energy waves became thicker and larger, pushing back the two energy spheres that had previously seemed immovable. Oh, has your energy increased? You actually have hidden power, interesting. Beerus observed the two energy spheres being pushed back without concern. This was merely energy he had casually released without any destructive force behind it. It was not surprising that Son Goku and Vegeta managed to push it back. With a flash, Beerus evaded Son Goku and Vegeta's energy wave attack. In the next second, Beerus appeared between them. The two turned in shock to see Beerus grinning as he unleashed his fists. Bang! Bang! Off! Son Goku and Vegeta screamed in pain, and the two rapidly flew backwards, crashing through several planets before finally coming to a halt. Son Goku was deeply embedded in a planet. Even in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he felt the sting from the recent attack, his head spinning. This is the god of destruction, truly worthy of being a deity on par with Lord Kai, so strong. Just like Lord Kai, his strength seems bottomless. Son Goku sighed. What are you mumbling about? Unbeknownst to him, Beerus had appeared before him. Son Goku widened his eyes, hurriedly scrambling to his feet and swiftly retreating. Bang! Son Goku's retreat was halted as he seemed to crash into a hard wall. Where do you think you're going? Beerus' voice came from behind him. Son Goku was paralyzed with fear, unable to move for a moment. Bang! Beerus kicked out, sending Son Goku flying into the cosmos. With a flash, Beerus appeared above Son Goku, raising his fists high, and then slammed down. Bang! Off! Son Goku screamed, his blue divine energy dissipating, changing back to red. Bang! 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 Son Goku, who had been knocked away, crashed through several planets before finally creating a large pit on a rocky planet, barely coming to a stop. Kakarot. On the other side, Vegeta sensed Son Goku's energy plummeting and thought to himself that things were not looking good. It's your turn now. Beerus' voice came from behind. Vegeta was equally paralyzed with fear, but this time Beerus did not attack, allowing Vegeta enough time to adjust his state. Bang! Up! Vegeta screamed as he was sent flying. Vegeta struggled to stabilize his body in the cosmos, only to see an energy blast attacking him. Damn it! Don't underestimate me. Vegeta gritted his teeth and gathered energy. Ultimate Flash. Huh. A golden energy wave was unleashed, clashing with the incoming energy ball, resulting in a stalemate. What a... Vegeta's eyes widened as he realized that the energy wave he had unleashed was easily blocked by a casual strike from Beerus. Was the gap in their powers so vast? You seem to be struggling. Beerus' voice came from behind, startling Vegeta into paralysis, halting his energy output. It was this brief interruption that allowed Beerus' energy blast to swiftly break through the ultimate flash and successfully hit Vegeta. Boom. This was the sound of divine power resonating. Even the laws of the universe bowed to this force. Ugh. Vegeta was sent flying by the previous energy blast, unable to even scream this time. Boom. Vegeta crashed heavily onto a rocky planet, creating a deep crater as he lay within, falling into a coma. Aha! Beerus yawned in boredom, muttering, "Is this the strength of a Super Saiyan God? Truly disappointing. It's clear that dreams are nothing but illusions." Meanwhile, Jebet sensed the energy of Son Goku and Vegeta plummeting, realizing they had been defeated. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he nervously said, "Mr. Goku and the others have lost. How is this possible?" "Calm down, Jebet. The god of destruction, Beerus, is a deity comparable to me. It's no surprise he could defeat Goku and the others," XN reassured. The god of destruction, Beerus, a god I have never heard of before. To think there exists a deity in this universe that can stand alongside you, Lord Kaioshin, is truly incredible. Jebet exclaimed in shock. The god of destruction, Beerus, is an ancient being who has lived for billions of years, whereas I have only lived for a few million. In front of him, I am merely a child, and to be compared to him is purely by chance, Xian explained with a smile. Jebet's forehead was beaded with sweat as he murmured, "A deity that has lived for billions of years. No wonder he is so powerful. Lord Kaioshin, what should we do next?" Jebet asked in a panic. "Stay calm, Jebet," Xian said, a flash of divine light in his eyes as he activated forced calm. Jebet was forcibly calmed and asked faintly, "Lord Kaioshin, what should we do next?" Xian smiled and replied, "Of course we should go greet the elder." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian took Jebet and instant transmission to Beerus' side. Beerus squinted at the sudden appearance of Xian and Jebet, saying, "Instant transmission. What a convenient ability." Xian smiled and asked, "Mr. Beerus, did you enjoy the earlier match?" Beerus stretched lazily, nonchalantly scratching his ear, and replied, "Not at all. That battle was hardly even a warm-up." Xian smiled and said, "It's because you, Mr. Beerus, took it too seriously. Facing two mortals who have barely trained for 100 years, it's only natural they couldn't withstand you." "Oh, what a bold statement. Are you lecturing me?" Beerus narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Xian. Unfazed, Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't take it too seriously, Mr. Beerus. You have lived for billions of years, so it's only normal that two mortals who have trained for less than 100 years cannot defeat you." Beerus grinned and said, "I once dreamed of a guy called the Super Saiyan God who could rival me, but it seems dreams are not to be trusted now. But you, Kaioshin, I find you quite interesting. I have seen many Kaioshins who were all submissive before me, but you remain so calm and composed in my presence. If you were an ignorant fool, that would be understandable, but looking at you, you must understand my terror. So where does your calm confidence come from?" Xian did not answer, maintaining a faint smile as his gaze swept across the surrounding cosmos, locking onto the unconscious Son Goku and Vegeta. He raised his hand, and the two unconscious figures were instantly transported to him. Even in their unconscious state, they maintained their Super Saiyan Red forms, which allowed them to survive in the harsh environment of the universe, a testament to their years of training. Otherwise, the moment they reverted to their normal states upon losing consciousness, they would be killed by the harsh conditions of the universe. In that case, Xian would have to go to the underworld to retrieve them, and then revive them, which would be quite troublesome. Xian raised his hand and shot two healing beams, bringing Son Goku and Vegeta back to their peak states. Beerus merely squinted at them, showing no intent to stop, his face reflecting interest. "Is this the power of the Kaioshin?" Indeed, quite marvelous, but regrettably just a minor technique, Beerus commented. Son Goku and Vegeta woke up groggily and saw Xian confronting Beerus. The two startled awake, quickly returning to Zin's side respectfully, yet nervously saying, Lord Kaioshin, thank you for saving us again. You two just experienced Mr. Beerus' strength. How did it feel? Xian asked. Son Goku's face turned serious as he replied, very strong. So strong it's unbelievable. Vegeta nodded silently, his expression also very grave. Mr. Beerus was merely playing with you earlier, otherwise you would already be dead and your souls might not even be preserved. So why not quickly thank Mr. Beerus for his mercy? Son Goku's serious expression turned naive as he blinked and curiously asked, is that so? His gaze shifted between Xian and Beerus, as if confirming something. Xian smiled and nodded, saying, whether it is true or not, you who have fought Mr. Beerus should know very well. After all, you are still alive. Son Goku blinked, then his face broke into an innocent smile as he scratched his head and bowed to Beerus, saying, Mr. Beerus, right. Thank you for your mercy. Beerus snorted coldly. Xian turned to look at Vegeta. Vegeta blushed slightly, awkwardly bowing and saying, thank you for your mercy. Beerus snorted again, this time with a hint of satisfaction. End of this chapter. Lord of the Realm, what do you mean by this? Beerus squinted as he asked. Xian smiled and said, Mr. Beerus, after that bout of activity, you must be hungry. Why not come back to Earth with me? There are many delicacies there. Beerus was taken aback for a moment, then widened his eyes in surprise and asked, really? With Beerus' change in mood, the suffocating pressure emanating from him suddenly dissipated. Absolutely, Xian replied with a smile. Beerus squinted his eyes and coldly threatened, if you dare to deceive me, I will destroy you along with the planet. Mr. Beerus, the food on Earth will surely satisfy you and Mr. Whis, Xian assured him. Oh really? That is indeed something to look forward to, Whis said, having appeared beside Beerus at some point, covering his mouth with a smile. That was fast. Son Wukong and Vegeta were startled by Whis' sudden appearance. Xian turned to Son Wukong and reminded, Wukong, you should take Vegeta back first and have Bulma prepare a sumptuous feast. We have important guests arriving. In about 5 minutes, Mr. Beerus and I will arrive on Earth. Off you go, Son Wukong said. All right, I'll take care of that now, Lord of the Realm. Whoosh! Son Wukong activated his instant transmission, taking Vegeta back to Earth. Oh, that Saiyan can use instant transmission too? Beerus asked in surprise. Xian explained with a smile. It's just a lower version of instant transmission developed by mortals, which has certain conditions for activation. One must sense the distant energy first. Otherwise, it cannot be used, and it is completely incomparable to the instant transmission that we the Lords of the Realm use. Beerus grinned and asked, is that so? Then why didn't you use instant transmission to leave with those two Saiyans just now? I naturally must accompany you, Mr. Beerus, to Earth, otherwise it would be too disrespectful to our esteemed guests. This is the way of hospitality. Oh, the way of hospitality. I like polite people like you, Beerus said with a smile. Enough small talk, let's get going. It's quite far from here to Earth. Xian suggested. Whis, Beerus called out. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis replied, lightly tapping his staff in the void, wrapping himself and Beerus in a silver glow. Beerus grinned at the Lord of the Realm and asked, do you need us to take you along? Thank you for your kind offer, but it's not necessary. I will follow behind you. Such a confident tone. Whis, make haste to Earth at the fastest speed. Do not underestimate us. Beerus commanded. Yes, Lord Beerus. As soon as the words fell, the silver light enveloping the two shot off at incredible speed towards Earth. Seeing this, Xian waved his hand, and a similar light enveloped him and Jebbit, then they chased after. Oh, interesting, that Lord of the Realm actually caught up. Beerus exclaimed in surprise as he turned to look. Whis also turned to look, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he questioned, does the Lord of the Realm have such means? Now is not the time for such talk, Whis, accelerate, we are being chased. Beerus urged. Whis sighed helplessly and said, Lord Beerus, this is already the fastest speed in the universe. Damn it, can't we push a little harder? Beerus complained. Lord Beerus, do not press for the impossible. Whis also complained in dissatisfaction. Earth. Whoosh. Son Wukong and Vegeta appeared with instant transmission. As soon as the two appeared, they were noticed by Piccolo and others. Piccolo immediately stepped forward and asked, Old son, what happened just now when you left? Son Wukong said anxiously, now is not the time to discuss that, Bulma. Bulma. Upon hearing this, Bulma walked over curiously and asked, Wukong, is there something wrong? You seem very anxious. Sun Wukong said urgently. Bulma, hurry. Prepare the food, a big shot is coming soon. Big shot. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. After all, this birthday party even included the Lord of the Realm. Who could be a bigger figure than the Lord of the Realm? Vegeta interjected. The god of destruction, Beerus, a deity who is on par with the Lord of the Realm, is about to arrive on Earth. The god of destruction is not as amiable as the Lord of the Realm. If you offend him, he might destroy the Earth. What a... The crowd gasped in shock. Bulma also understood the seriousness of the situation, her expression turning serious as she asked, Vegeta, when will that god of destruction arrive? In 5 minutes, at most 5 minutes, the god of destruction will be on Earth, so we don't have much time left. Quickly prepare all the food you can to welcome the god of destruction, Vegeta instructed. All right, I'll arrange that immediately, Bulma said seriously. 5 minutes later, 2 brilliant lights arrived in outer space above Earth. Beerus looked at the familiar planet below and said in surprise, I remember this planet. I think I've been here before. Last time you visited this planet was a long time ago. Didn't you exterminate the creatures known as dinosaurs on this planet? Whis explained. Oh, I remember. That group of creatures was too rude, so I just wiped them out, Beerus recalled. And we must thank Mr. Beerus for not destroying Earth back, then otherwise there would be much less fun in the universe, Saiyan said with a smile. Oomph. Beerus snorted coldly and asked, what about the food? Where is it? Saiyan replied, Mr. Beerus, please follow me. I will take you to the banquet location. Beerus glanced at Saiyan and grunted, lead the way. Then Beerus and Whis followed behind Saiyan, and the three of them only took a few breaths to arrive from outer space at Bulma's luxurious cruise ship. Bulma and the others had long prepared the food, waiting for the god of destruction's arrival. When they saw Saiyan bringing 2 oddly shaped beings aboard the cruise ship, everyone on board gulped in unison, then followed their rehearsed gestures and bowed in unison, shouting, Welcome, Lord of Destruction, to Earth. Seeing this, Beerus nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad. I like polite people, but where's the food? Let me tell you, if the food on your planet does not meet my satisfaction, I will destroy it. Hearing Beerus' cold voice, everyone tensed up and no one dared to speak. At this moment, Saiyan stepped forward with a smile and said, Mr. Beerus, please do not scare these mortals. Bulma, yes, here, Lord of the Realm. Bulma responded somewhat awkwardly. Saiyan noticed Bulma's nervousness and smiled, asking, Lady, is the food all ready? Yes, Lord of the Realm, rest assured. Oh, everything is prepared, and it is all top-notch food from Earth, Bulma assured him. Beerus frowned and said, How can it only be top-notch? Shouldn't it be the finest delicacies? Bulma was startled and quickly explained, Those top-tier culinary techniques are intricate, and there isn't enough time to prepare. However, rest assured, Lord Destroyer, the food I have prepared will definitely suit your taste. Beerus squinted at Bulma and grinned. You better not be lying to me, or I'll destroy you. Feeling the faint pressure emanating from Beerus' cold sweat trickled down Bulma's forehead. Vegeta, watching anxiously from the side, was ready to step in front of Bulma. However, Shin was quicker and stood in front of Bulma, helping her withstand the pressure from Beerus. Shin smiled helplessly and said, Lord Beerus, bullying a weak woman is not the behavior of a deity. It's quite disgraceful. Oomph. Beerus snorted, but did not continue to intimidate the Earthlings. Where's the food? Take me to it, Beerus said. Shin turned to Bulma, signaling with his eyes. Bulma understood and quickly replied with a smile, Lord Destroyer, please follow me. Bulma led Beerus to the dining area, and as Beerus saw the table overflowing with food, he couldn't help but drool at the aroma. It looks good and smells amazing. I just wonder how it tastes. Beerus muttered, swallowing. Oh my, this food looks delicious. I won't hold back. Weiss was the first to grab chopsticks and try to dish. Seeing this, Beerus fur bristled, and he complained, How can you eat first? I should have eaten first. After tasting the food, Weiss' eyes instantly lit up, ignoring Beerus' reaction and stuffing his mouth full. Seeing this, Beerus finally lost his composure, quickly grabbed chopsticks and took a dish. As the food entered his mouth, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Delicious. Then the two foodies began a contest to hoard the food, scrambling to gather it around themselves, each wanting to eat alone. Seeing this, everyone on Earth breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Earth's cuisine had indeed conquered the appetites of these two deities. Shin smiled and reminded Ms. Bulma, please prepare an additional meal for Lord Beerus and Lord Weiss to take back to the Destroyer Realm for them to enjoy at their leisure. Sure. All right, Lord Kaioshin. Bulma sighed in relief, her tense face breaking into a smile. Moments passed. Beerus and Weiss finally finished their meal, both wearing satisfied expressions. So, Lord Beerus, did Earth's food suit your taste? Shin asked with a smile as he walked over. Beerus glanced at Shin stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly, "It's passable." Shin smiled and reminded, "I had Ms. Bulma prepare an additional meal for you and Lord Weiss to take back to the Destroyer realm to enjoy at your leisure." "Really?" Beerus feigned calmness but couldn't hide his excitement. "Oh, thank you, Lord Kaioshin and Ms. Bulma. Oh, I truly appreciate it." Weiss chuckled behind his hand. Compared to the feigned calmness of Beerus, Weiss' personality was much more carefree. He expressed his joy freely without holding back. In the end, Weiss said, "Thank you, Ms. Bulma, for preparing the food for us. We must take our leave now." Bulma smiled back and said, "Yes, if you two want more delicious food, feel free to come to Earth anytime, and I will surely prepare plenty for you." "Is that so? That's really something to look forward to." "Well then, everyone along with Lord Kaioshin, we will take our leave now." Weiss slightly bowed, politely addressing everyone present. Beerus snorted and said, "Stop rambling, hurry back, I'm tired." Upon hearing Beerus urging, Weiss smiled and said, "Well then, we will take our leave now." With that, Weiss lightly tapped the ground with his staff. A stream of light enveloped Weiss and Beerus, and then the light rushed towards the universe at incredible speed. The people of Earth watched as Beerus and Weiss departed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Everyone felt exhausted and slumped to the ground. "We survived. I thought we were done for. Thank goodness Earth's food saved us." Everyone vented their suppressed emotions. Shin's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Bulma. He apologized, "I'm truly sorry, Miss Bulma, for ruining your birthday party today." Bulma shook her head and replied, "No, it's I who must thank Lord Kaioshin for helping Earth. Without your assistance, that Lord Destroyer might not have left Earth so easily." Shin smiled and said, "I merely acted as a buffer. The true guardians of Earth are its delicious foods. This time it's a victory for your Earth civilization, not just relying on outside protection. It's truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, the Earthlings couldn't help but puff out their chests with pride. The cuisine of Earth conquered the deities. This is certainly something to be proud of. Even looking across the universe, it's enough for Earthlings to boast about for a lifetime. TCH. Vegeta turned his head in displeasure. "Don't be like that, Vegeta. This time it's Earth's victory. We have protected Earth so many times before, and now it's Earth's turn to protect us. Isn't that great?" Son Goku said with a smile. "Oomph." Vegeta snorted, but internally he agreed with Son Goku's words. Shin smiled and said, "All right, everyone, since the crisis has been averted, today is Ms. Bulma's birthday, so let's cheer up and continue the party." "Yay!" Everyone shouted in unison. The interrupted birthday party continued, and at that moment, everyone seemed to forget the recent crisis, immersing themselves in joy. Except for Vegeta. Vegeta watched the joyful scene before him, but inside he felt extremely troubled. He recalled the earlier battle with Beerus, which was nothing short of a crushing defeat. A defeat with no power to fight back. Damn it. I'm still too weak. Just the power of Super Saiyan Blue isn't enough. At this moment, Shin walked over and asked with a smile, "Vegeta, you don't seem very happy." Vegeta forced a smile and said, "Lord Destroyer Beerus is indeed a terrifying opponent." Shin comforted him. "Lord Beerus has lived for billions of years. Your training time doesn't even compare to a fraction of his. Losing to Lord Beerus is entirely normal. It's strange if you win. Not only Lord Beerus, even I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Our training spans a time far beyond what you mortals can compare to. We exist on different scales of time. Battling deities is inherently unfair. You needn't worry about a single defeat." Vegeta said, "Lord Kaioshin, my heart is not that fragile. I just refuse to accept it. Lord Kaioshin, please train me more rigorously. I want to become strong enough that in situations like today, I won't have to helplessly leave my life to the whims of others." "I feel the same way." Sun Wukong, who had appeared beside him without anyone noticing, laughed and said. Vegeta shot a disgruntled glare at Sun Wukong and said, "Kakarot, don't hold me back." "Haha, don't worry about it," Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Seeing the two unwilling to back down, Xian smiled gently and said, "All right, I initially wanted you to rest for another day, but since it's like this, after today you will return with me to the Kaioshin realm to continue your training." "Oomph, I can start training right now," Vegeta said eagerly. Sun Wukong patted Vegeta on the shoulder and smiled. "Vegeta, don't be so tense. There will be plenty of time for training. Ooh, let's relax today." Wukong is right. Vegeta, forget about training for today and enjoy this birthday party, Xian added. Seeing that both of them said so, Vegeta, though very reluctant, was still pulled into the party by Sun Wukong. Happy times are always fleeting. A day passed quickly. Xian took Sun Wukong and Vegeta back to the Kaioshin realm to continue their training. Lord Kaioshin, is there a transformation more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue? I want to become stronger. Vegeta said impatiently. I feel the same way. Sun Wukong added. Xian smiled and said, you two please calm down. In fact, both of you are already very strong. It's just that you're still unable to properly utilize the divine power within you. As for more powerful transformations, they are not necessary and rather flashy. Do you know why I want you to maintain the Super Saiyan God Red form? Upon hearing this, Vegeta frowned and replied, it's to help us adapt to divine power so we can minimize its consumption during battles. Xian smiled, but did not confirm or deny the statement. He turned to Sun Wukong and asked, what do you think? Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, I think that's right. I've done similar training before when dealing with Cell. I maintained the Super Saiyan transformation, which indeed maximized my energy usage during battles. Xian shook his head and said, it's not like that. The reason I want you to maintain the divine form is so you can fully integrate divine power into yourselves, not treat it as an external entity. Do you know why I still refer to you as mortals, even though you are in the divine form? It's because you treat divine power as something external and have not truly accepted it. The divine power in your bodies is merely a tool for transforming into Super Saiyan God. Once it's depleted, you won't be able to transform again, which is a fatal weakness for warriors. Just look at Broly. Xian turned to look at Broly, who was sitting cross-legged under a tree with his eyes closed in meditation. Sun Wukong and Vegeta also glanced over. Broly was surrounded by a faint green glow, and his black hair had taken on a slight green tint. Xian explained, Broly has maintained this state for a month without eating or drinking, yet his life force has not only remained strong, but is also increasing rapidly. Do you know why? Sun Wukong shook his head in curiosity. Vegeta frowned and thought a spark of realization flashing in his mind, but he could not grasp it. Without keeping them in suspense, Xian explained, that's because Broly is truly integrating divine power into himself. He is transforming from a mortal to a deity. Once he fully integrates divine power, he won't need to transform to maintain the Super Saiyan God form. No, rather, the Super Saiyan God form will then be Broly's true state, and he will never revert to his original form. As for you two, Xian glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, lightly commenting, you merely treat divine power as a tool, never truly understanding or accepting this power, which is why you can only exert about 40 to 50% of your strength now. Once you fully accept and understand divine power, you can even unleash 120% or even 200% of your strength without worrying about energy consumption. Right now, you are just mortals draped in the guise of deities. How can you possibly unleash the true power of divine energy? After hearing Zin's explanation, Vegeta appeared thoughtful, while Sun Wukong with his clear eyes showed that he did not understand. Xian sighed and said with a helpless smile, it seems you still have a long way to go to truly transform from mortals to deities. But that's all right. The training of deities is measured in centuries and millennia. You're doing quite well already. Previously, during the battle with Beerus, you were knocked unconscious, but did not de-transform from Super Saiyan God Red. That's very good, indicating that your training has not been in vain. Next, you will transform into Super Saiyan Blue and train in that form. Alright. Although Sun Wukong did not understand a single word of Xian's previous statements, he understood this last part. Thus, Sun Wukong activated the energy within him, transforming his red divine power into blue divine power. Seeing this, Vegeta also closed his eyes and activated the divine power hidden within him, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. The enhancement from Super Saiyan Blue far exceeds that of Super Saiyan God Red, but the energy consumption is also tremendous. Just maintaining this form was very taxing for both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and at most this form would automatically revert in a day. Do you feel it? Just maintaining this form divine power is visibly leaking out. How can you possibly defeat truly powerful opponents like this? This can only defeat those weaker than you, which is utterly meaningless, Xian commented blandly. Now, like Broly, sit down and meditate thoroughly, calming your minds, locking in the divine power that is leaking out. You must maintain Super Saiyan Blue for at least 3 days, otherwise you won't be allowed to eat. Wait, no food? Then won't Vegeta and I starve to death? Sun Wukong exclaimed in panic. Xian smiled and said, eating is just a way to replenish the energy consumed by your body, while divine power is the highest quality energy in the universe. As long as you maintain your divine power and prevent it from leaking out, you won't need to eat or drink. Just like Broly, he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a month, yet he is still full of energy. Don't worry, even if you truly starve to death, I can always go to the underworld to fish you out later. Saiyan smiled as he finished speaking, raising his hand to draw a circle on the ground, explaining, "This circle is meant to trap you. You absolutely cannot step out of it until you complete the tasks I assign you. Well then, Wukong Vegeta, the training begins now. Good luck." With that, Saiyan turned and left, still smiling. After Saiyan left, Sun Wukong curiously looked at the circle on the ground, scratching his head and saying, "Just this circle can trap us. I don't believe it." With that, Sun Wukong tried to step out of the circle only to be blocked by an invisible wall. Curiously, Sun Wukong reached out to touch it, exclaiming, "Vegeta, come look. There's an invisible wall here." Vegeta also walked over, curiously reaching out to touch it. Indeed, there was a layer of invisible wall trapping them inside the circle. "All right, let me see how hard this wall is." Sun Wukong chuckled, first stretching his limbs, then getting into a fighting stance, gathering his energy. Vegeta slowly stepped back, leaving the stage to Sun Wukong while closely observing. "Hiya!" Sun Wukong shouted, his fist enveloped in powerful energy, striking hard against the invisible wall. But it wasn't the sound of a hard object colliding, but rather a soft sound like water waves spreading. The commotion was minimal as the invisible wall absorbed all the immense force of Sun Wukong's punch like a sponge. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, then he grew serious, shouting and repeatedly throwing punches at the invisible wall in front of him. No matter how hard Sun Wukong tried, the invisible wall remained completely unmoved, and the powerful force he exerted was strangely absorbed, creating almost no disturbance. It was a kind of calm realization, as if to say, "Let the strong do as they will." The gentle breeze sweeps over the mountain ridge. "Damn it!" Sun Wukong retreated 2 steps, crouching down to gather energy. "Came! Hey!" With a furious shout from Sun Wukong, he unleashed a powerful move, yet the result was the same. Even the energy wave capable of destroying planets and even star systems struck the invisible wall and was devoured entirely, causing no reaction whatsoever. Seeing this, Sun Wukong did not feel dejected. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Impressive. No wonder it's the technique of Lord Kaioshin. I can't find any way to deal with this circle." Vegeta, observing the whole process nearby, gained a rough understanding of the circle Saiyan used to trap them. This circle could not be resolved through brute force. Vegeta's gaze turned to the sky and the ground, pondering if he could bypass this circle using flight or underground techniques. Thinking of this, Vegeta narrowed his eyes and swiftly took to the air. Bang! After flying 2 or 3 meters, he crashed into an invisible wall. It seemed that flying would not provide an advantage. What about the ground? Vegeta raised his hand to fire an energy blast, creating a deep pit in the ground. "Wow, that was close. Almost hit me." "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Sun Wukong complained. "Shut up, Kakarot," Vegeta scolded. He then landed in the pit to investigate, but the result was the same. There was also an invisible wall underground. It seemed they were trapped inside an invisible spherical space about 2 to 3 meters in diameter, and this sphere could not be broken through by brute force. "Kakarot, it seems that with our current strength, we cannot break the techniques left by Lord Kaioshin. Therefore, we can only follow what Lord Kaioshin said, calmly control our divine energy. Otherwise, we might genuinely starve to death in this circle." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start training," Sun Wukong urged. Being Saiyans, they feared nothing but hunger, as they had large appetites. Thus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta settled down, imitating Broly not far away, sitting cross-legged, closing their eyes in meditation, and trying to control the blue divine energy within them. A day later, Saiyan came to check on Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and saw that both had reverted from Super Saiyan Blue to Super Saiyan Red, looking somewhat haggard after a day without food. "Lord Kaioshin, it seems we have failed," Sun Wukong said awkwardly with a smile. Saiyan reminded them, "The circle I left behind can not only trap you, but can also lock away your divine energy. Now this circle is nearly overflowing with your dispersed divine energy. You need to absorb it back to revert to Super Saiyan Blue." "Well," Sun Wukong chuckled, helplessly explaining, "Lord Kaioshin, we actually realized that, but it seems we cannot absorb back the scattered divine energy." "Well, that's your problem. If you don't want to starve to death, find a way to absorb your divine energy back," Saiyan said, and then left again. Another day later, Saiyan came to see Sun Wukong and Vegeta again. At that moment, both were still in Super Saiyan Red form, looking considerably haggard, yet they were meditating cross-legged, diligently absorbing the divine energy spilling forth from the circle. "It seems it will take a bit more time." After Saiyan left this time, it took a full 7 days before he returned to see Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Calculating the time, the two had been trapped in the circle without food or drink for 9 days, far exceeding the limit of survival for normal people. "Oh, you're still alive," Xian said, looking at the two who were meditating with their eyes closed. He smiled with relief. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had returned to Super Saiyan Blue form, and their divine energy was locked within them. Seeing this, Xian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, dispelling the barrier that trapped the two. "You two did well, you can wake up now." Xian smiled as he waited. Xian did not receive a response from the two. He paused for a moment, carefully observing their life signs. They're on the brink of death, barely holding on with a bit of divine energy. If this continues for another day, they will truly die. "You've worked hard. Wake up now," Xian said, raising his hand to shoot 2 beams of restorative light, helping Sun Wukong and Vegeta restore their life energy to its peak. Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly opened their eyes wide, gasping for breath. They had truly come close to starving to death. "Lord Kaioshin, can we have less of this kind of training in the future? Vegeta and I almost starved to death." Sun Wukong's complexion was rosy and full, but his voice was hoarse and weak. Although Vegeta did not speak, his eyes clearly agreed with Sun Wukong's statement. Xian shook his head helplessly and pointed at Broly, saying, "Look at Broly, he has maintained that form for a month and a half. This is the correct way for divine beings to train. Lord Kaioshin, is it possible that Broly is also close to starving to death?" Sun Wukong murmured quietly. Bang! Xian flicked Sun Wukong's forehead with a sharp snap. "Ouch!" Sun Wukong clutched his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Xian explained, "Broly is unlike you two. You are merely adapting to divine power. Broly has already begun embracing it. At present, 1% of his body has fully undergone divine transformation. The gap between you and Broly is no longer trivial. To reach his current state, you still have an arduous journey ahead." Xian glanced at the two and smiled. "Let's eat first. After the meal, return to Earth for a day's rest. Then resume your cultivation. This time, however, the difficulty increases. You must maintain Ultra Godly Blue for 5 consecutive days." Xian's words struck like a demon's whisper, plunging Sun Wukong and Vegeta into momentary darkness. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled desperately to survive and advanced relentlessly, daring not to slacken even for an instant. The slightest lapse might mean starvation. These two wretched brothers had privately begun calling Xian tyrant or demon. For Saiyan's blows and insults were trivial, but hunger, that was unbearable. Across the vast cosmos, 2 figures stood upon a barren planet. "Lord Kampa, we have arrived," Bardock reminded him. Kampa, destroyer god of universe 6, gazed solemnly downward. "Yes, this is it. This time I'm certain." "Lord Kampa, you said the exact same thing last time," Bardock observed. "Enough chatter, Bardock. Act now," Kampa commanded. Bardock sighed. "Must it always be me? Lord Kampa, perhaps you could stretch your limbs yourself." "Too troublesome. You do it, hurry," Kampa urged impatiently. "How tedious," Bardock muttered. And with a gentle tap of her staff against the void, an invisible surge of divine energy rippled outward. In the next instant, the planet below erupted like a celestial firework. Kampa scowled. "TCH. Another mistake." "As expected, another blunder," Bardock remarked. Kampa grumbled. "Bardock, did you know all along? Were you just waiting to mock me?" Bardock offered a faint smile. "I knew you wouldn't listen, even if I'd warned you." Kampa shot her a sidelong glance, scoffed sharply, and declared, "Let's go. On to the next location." In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Xian suddenly lifted his head, frowning. Another lifeless planet destroyed? By whom? Beerus? No, he wouldn't waste time obliterating inert, dead worlds. Xian narrowed his eyes, divine light flaring within them as his gaze pierced through layered dimensions until he discerned 2 familiar silhouettes. Xian paused, then comprehension dawned. He murmured softly, "So, it's them. Since I've seen it, I cannot pretend nothing happened." Whoosh. Xian vanished in an instant of teleportation. "Let's go, Bardock," Kampa urged. "Yes, Lord Kampa." Bardock raised her staff, preparing to activate divine energy and depart with Kampa, when she suddenly let out a soft hum and turned her head aside. Whoosh. Xian materialized before them. "Oh my, Lord Kampa, it seems we've been discovered," Bardock chuckled. Kampa blinked in surprise, following her gaze, and there stood Xian, appearing without warning. "You're the Supreme Kai of this universe?" Kampa asked, eyes narrowing. Xian glanced down at the shattered planet below. Even though it was a lifeless husk, Kampa's act had crossed a boundary. Xian gave Kampa and Bardock a calm, appraising look, and nodded. "I am Xian, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. If I recall correctly, you are Lord Kampa, Destroyer God of Universe 6, and Miss Bardock, Angel of Universe 6. Do you know us? Then this is simple. I have urgent business in Universe 7. Might I ask you to simply pretend we never met? Xian spoke coolly. What you intend is none of my concern, but destroying planets within Universe 7, even lifeless ones, constitutes a violation of cosmic sovereignty. Lord Kampa, you owe me an explanation. An explanation? Even if you were only a Supreme Kai. If Beerus himself stood here, I'd ignore him outright. And you dare demand accountability from me? How laughable. Kampa laughed. Is that so? Then I shall report this matter directly to the Grand Priest and the Omni King for final adjudication. Xian replied calmly. Wow, what? Kampa froze, then recoiled in sheer panic, fur bristling. Fine. I admit fault there. You Supreme Kais possess no real power, only talent for tattling upward. Kampa bowed to pragmatism. Bardock, Kampa snapped. Yes, Lord Kampa, she asked. Don't play dumb, he gritted his teeth. Restore the planet you just obliterated. The order came from Lord Kampa. You alone bear responsibility. Bardock deflected smoothly. What did you say? Kampa's eyes widened in outrage. Don't forget, you were the one who detonated it. You share equal culpability. Bardock sighed wearily. How utterly tedious. At that moment she tapped her staff once more upon the void, and a miracle unfolded. As if time itself reversed, the shattered planet reassembled seamlessly, restored to pristine wholeness. Kampa scowled. There, you've restored it. Now you've no grounds for complaint. Earlier I sensed several lifeless dead, worlds destroyed. At first I assumed natural phenomena, but the repeated annihilation of multiple planets alerted me something far more deliberate was underway. Hence my investigation, Lord Kampa. You understand my meaning. Xian said evenly. Kampa groaned. Fine. I'll restore every single one before I leave. How stingy can you be? It's only a few dead worlds. Why harp on it endlessly? A faint smile touched Xian's lips. Very well, Lord Kampa. Welcome to Universe 7. But please behave yourself. Do refrain from damaging other people's property. Yeah, stingy little thing. Kampa stuck out his tongue at Xian, then waved him off with impatience. Xian, unfazed by such childishness, teleported back to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Once Xian vanished, Kampa spat disdainfully. Bardock, let's go. Where to, Lord Kampa? To restore those ruined planets. Go where? A few dead rocks, not worth restoring. I lied to that kid. Oh my, Lord Kampa, you actually used your brain. Bardock exclaimed in mock astonishment. Kampa glared. What do you mean by that? Do you take me for a fool? And no, of course not. Bardock's gaze drifted evasively. Kampa clenched his jaw. Say it again. Look me in the eyes while you do. Bardock swiftly changed the subject. Lord Kampa, surely we have pressing matters to attend to. Don't deflect. Clarify what you just said. Kampa insisted stubbornly. How exhausting, Bardock thought, rubbing her temples. How exactly would she soothe this simpleton today? Her heart ached with weariness. She longed for a new vocation. This job, she couldn't bear another day. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye several months had gone by. On Earth, a spaceship descended upon Bulma's home. Creak. The hatch of the spaceship opened and Galactic Patrolman Jike stepped out. Jike looked at the two little ones beneath the spaceship and asked, Is this Bulma's house? Sun Wutian and Trunks exchanged glances, and Trunks looked up and replied, Yes, this is my mother's house. Are you looking for my mother? Mother, you are Bulma's child. Jike was somewhat surprised. Trunks looked at the oddly shaped Jike with suspicion and asked, Weird-looking guy, what exactly do you want with my mother? Weird looking. Jike stared angrily at Trunks and said, You little brat, hasn't your mother taught you what manners are? Trunks' forehead bulged with veins, and just as he was about to take action against Jike, Bulma happened to walk out of the house and saw the spaceship and Jike. Bulma recognized Jike and waved with surprise, saying, Hey Jike. Hearing Bulma's voice, Jike looked up and saw her walking toward him. Jike immediately jumped down from the spaceship and walked toward Bulma. Jike, long time no see, Bulma smiled. Jike, however, had a serious expression and said, Bulma, Earth is in danger. Bulma was taken aback and asked, What happened? Jike explained, A few months ago the being known as the Emperor of Evil Frieza was resurrected, and he is on his way to Earth with his minions. Earth is in danger. Huh, you mean Frieza? Bulma's eyes widened as she immediately understood the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly asked, How long until Frieza arrives? 3 days, 7 days, or 10 days? Jike calmly replied, In 1 hour. Bulma, I have already told you the situation. I need to leave this planet before Frieza's army arrives. As Jike finished speaking and turned to leave, Bulma grabbed him tightly. Bulma, let go of me. Jike said. Bulma said fiercely, you want to run away, right? Aren't you a top galactic patrol elite? Do you live up to your title? Jike replied discontentedly. Bulma, although I am a top galactic patrol elite, that is Frieza, we are talking about the being known as the Emperor of Evil. Even I cannot handle the crisis he brings. Don't leave yet. My friend is someone who has defeated Frieza before. Things have not reached the worst point yet. Huh? Is your friend someone who has defeated Frieza, Bulma? Jike asked in surprise. Yes. So you don't need to run away, the one who should be afraid is Frieza. Bulma said. Jike hurriedly asked, where is that friend of yours now? Bulma replied, Goku and my husband should be training in the KO realm now. KO realm. The legendary home of the KO. Jike asked with confusion. Yes, Bulma nodded. Impossible. The KO is merely a legend. Although there are rumors in the universe that the Galactic Patrol is protected by the KO, that is just nonsense. I have been with the Galactic Patrol for so many years, and I have never seen any KO. This must be a deliberate message spread by Lord Galactic King to scare other aliens. Jike insisted. Is that so? Then let me show you something today. Bulma giggled, covered her mouth, waved her finger, and turned to walk into the house. Jike was puzzled, but followed her. As for the two little ones, they were playing on his spaceship. Bulma's home. Bulma brought Jike to a safe in front of her. She glanced at Jike, who understood, and hurriedly turned away. Bulma smiled with satisfaction, entered the password, and opened the safe, which contained a small box. Bulma opened the small box, and inside lay a Patera earring. Look, this is the communication device the KO left for me. I have one and Chi-Chi has one too. In case of emergencies, we can contact the KO through these earrings. Bulma said proudly. Jike observed the earring carefully and said, Bulma, I hate to break it to you, but I must tell you, you are probably being deceived. Based on my elite experience, this earring is most likely a fake. Bulma giggled and said, then just watch. Bulma brought the earring close to her mouth and shouted, KO, are you there? KO. In the KO realm, Shin looked at Son Wukong and Vegeta before him with satisfaction. After months of rigorous training, they had finally achieved Super Saiyan Blue. Phew, finally done. KO, can we eat now? Vegeta, and I haven't eaten for a month and my stomach is about to growl. Son Wukong complained while rubbing his stomach. Kakarot, you idiot. Don't say that out loud. Vegeta said anxiously. Oh, hungry. Looks like the training isn't enough. How about we continue? Shin said with a smile, but his words sounded like a devil's whisper. Son Wukong trembled in fear and hurriedly said, I was wrong, KO. I'm not hungry at all right now. Seeing Son Wukong's panicked expression, Shin covered his mouth and chuckled, saying, just kidding. I have already had Jebet prepare a lavish meal for you. Let's head back to the castle to eat. Yage. Son Wukong cheered happily. Buzz. 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 Suddenly the Patera earring on Shin's right side lit up. Shin glanced at the Patera earring on his right ear and murmured, the right side. It's Bulma calling. Then Shin closed his eyes. His consciousness crossed endless dimensions and connected with Bulma's thoughts on Earth. Ms. Bulma, you sent me a message. What happened? Bulma breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Shin's call and hurriedly said, KO, listen to me. That guy Frieza has been resurrected, and he's bringing his army to Earth for revenge. Please hurry and bring Goku and Vegeta back. Jike stared blankly at Bulma, who was talking to herself, his eyes flashing with pity as he sighed. Bulma, I didn't expect you. It's okay, you're still young. The technology in the universe is advanced and mental illness can be treated. Bulma shot Jike a glare and raised her hand to hit him. Bang! Jike screamed, his forehead turning red. Why did you suddenly hit me? Jike cried out, holding his head. In the KO realm, Bulma's voice echoed in Son Wukong and Vegeta's ears through the Patera earring worn by Shin. Vegeta's eyes narrowed and he let out a cold snort inwardly. Son Wukong was momentarily stunned, then a look of eager anticipation appeared on his face. Is it Frieza? He's been resurrected, how exciting. I wonder how strong he is now. To dare come to Earth for revenge, he must be quite confident. Son Wukong said with a smile. Xian glanced at the exhilarated Son Wukong and smiled. Wukong, calm yourself for a moment, and let me assess Fulisei's current strength. With those words, Xian closed his eyes and activated the Ganji Yujo ability perception of the universe, then swiftly located Fulisei's spaceship. His spiritual sense penetrated the vessel and locked onto Fulisei in his first form, seated in the infant carriage. Xian then invoked Shengming Ganzi life perception, discerning Fulisei's true strength with crystalline clarity. Interesting, Xian said lightly. Son Wukong froze for a moment and asked Lord Jia Wangshun, what is interesting? Xian smiled. That Fulisei, His current power is roughly comparable to what you were a few months ago before you perfected the Super God Blue state. No, in raw strength, he may even surpass the you of several months past. Vegeta's expression tightened, surprise flashing in his eyes. Fuelisai that strong. Sun Wukong, far more excited than astonished, cried out, really? Fuelisai that strong. Excellent. I can hardly wait to fight him. Xian smiled. Then let us go to Earth. On Earth at Buma's home, Xian teleported and appeared with Sun Wukong and Vegeta in an instant. Their sudden arrival sent Jaka into a panic. His face looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lord Jia Wangshin, you have arrived. Buma exclaimed with joy. Xian smiled, Miss. Buma, long time no see. Yes, long time no see, Lord Jia Wangshin. Listen, Fuelisai will reach Earth in an hour. Wukong, Vegeta, that one will be yours. Make sure you beat Fuelisai thoroughly. Buma gestured angrily as she spoke. Jaka, standing nearby, grew embarrassed. He privately felt that Buma might be more dangerous than Fuelisai. Wait a moment. What had Buma just called the man before her? Jia Wangshin. Jaka paused, then studied Xian solemnly and demanded, hey, are you really Jia Wangshin? Not an imposter. Jia Wangshin is a legendary deity. Impersonating him could bring divine retribution. Xian cast Jaka a glance, his eyes falling on the Galactic Patrol emblem on Jayek's chest. You are with the Galactic Patrol, aren't you? No. Jaka shook his head, struck a strange pose, and declared seriously, I am a Super Galactic Patrol elite. Jaka. Xian replied calmly, whether I am Jia Wangshin is not important. What matters is resolving the imminent crisis. Pointing at Xian, Jaka shouted, you're a fake after all. Vegeta snorted in disgust and asked Buma, who is this strange-looking fellow? May I annihilate him? As he spoke, Vegeta raised his hand, and energy began to gather in his palm. Seeing this, Jayek's hair stood on end. He scrambled behind Buma, trembling eyes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Buma pleaded. Vegeta, Jaka is my friend. Don't scare him. TCH. Vegeta grunted and dispersed the energy in his hand. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and told Jaka, this truly is the legendary Lord Jia Wangshin, authentic without doubt. I'm not lying. Jaka poked his head out, half convinced, and warned, although you are strong, impersonating Jia Wangshin could truly bring divine punishment. I'm not making this up. Perhaps we should just destroy him after all. Vegeta raised his hand once more, and energy gathered again in his palm. Jaka was so frightened, he hurriedly shrank back behind Buma and refused to come out. Xian said coolly, enough, Vegeta. Ignorance is forgivable. Put your energy away and stop scaring him. Vegeta snorted but complied, lowering his hand and dispersing the gathered energy. Fuelisai will arrive soon. His current state will be a good test of your strength. Which of you will confront Fuelisai? Xian asked. Me. Sun Wukong and Vegeta answered in unison. Both frowned and met each other's gaze, neither willing to yield. Kakarot, you already defeated Fuelisai once. It's my turn this time. Vegeta, Fuelisai has come to Earth to take revenge on me, so it should be my duty to face him. The two traded barbed words, neither prepared to back down. Jaka timidly ventured, Fuelisai is strong. Why don't both of you go together? That would be safer. Sun Wukong and Vegeta glared at Jaka in unison. Jaka scurried back behind Buma. Kakarot, it seems neither of us can persuade the other. Vegeta, it seems we must use the old method, the winner goes. Watching the pair who appeared ready to come to blows, Jaka grew extremely anxious. He wanted to urge them not to squander their strength before the true threat. What they did next nearly bent him in two. Scissors. Rock. Paper. Jaka. What is this? Acting like they're about to fight, and it turns out to be rock, paper, scissors. Childish. Kakarot, I told you. Let me face Fuelisai. Vegeta excitedly withdrew his fist. Sun Wukong stared at his scissors with a look of dejection and asked, can't I be the one to face Fuelisai? I really want to duel him. I truly want to fight him. Get lost. Seeing the order, decided Buma, asked, well, Fuelisai is coming. Should we notify everyone else? Vegeta scoffed, no need. They'll send Fuelisai to hell. Sun Wukong nodded, yes, we'll deal with Fuelisai ourselves, and there's no need to disturb others. Is that so? Very well, Vegeta, make sure you punch Fuelisai a few extra times for me. On Namek, I suffered enough. Buma said viciously. Don't worry, I also have a debt with Fuelisai to settle, Vegeta replied coldly. Meanwhile, aboard Fuelisai's ship. King Fuelisai, we have reached Earth. A lackey reported. Fuelisai, seated in the infant carriage, smiled as his eyes fixed upon the blue planet outside the vessel. Murderous intent glittered within them. Filthy monkeys, King Fuelisai has come for you. Prepare to welcome despair. Oh ho ho. As the ship descended toward Earth's atmosphere, Fuelisse's unconcealed aura of wickedness was sensed by the Z warriors living on the planet. At Sun Fan's home, Sun Fan, engrossed in his research and looking every bit the studious scholar, and Baiku, who was outside, watching over Sun Fan's child, both abruptly looked up toward the sky. There is a wave of evil energy approaching Earth. Baiku burst into the house, carrying the infant Xiao Fong, and called solemnly to Sun Fan. Uncle Baiku, did you feel it too? Sun Fan asked gravely. An evil aura is approaching, and this aura feels so familiar. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he searched his memories for the owner of that aura, and then a demonic figure flashed through his mind. It's Frieza, Piccolo exclaimed in panic. In the kitchen, Videl heard the commotion and curiously stepped out, looking at her serious husband and Piccolo. She asked with concern, Gohan, Uncle Piccolo, what happened? It's nothing, Videl. Please look after little Fong for a moment, Uncle Piccolo, and I need to step out for a bit. Gohan reassured her, his serious expression softening. Videl sensed that Gohan was hiding something from her, but she didn't press further. Instead, she smiled and took little Fong from Piccolo's hand, saying to Gohan, Gohan, I made some food, remember to come back early to eat. Yeah, I will. Gohan nodded seriously. Then he and Piccolo flew into the sky, heading in the direction Frieza was approaching from. This aura is Frieza. Krillin was already sweating profusely from fear of Frieza's aura, a terrifying evil presence he could never forget. What should we do? Should we go stop Frieza? The thought barely crossed Krillin's mind before he began trembling in fear. Shaking, he took out his phone and dialed Bulma's number. Soon the call was connected. Bulma, listen to me, Frieza is coming. What? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. How do you know Frieza is coming? Krillin was taken aback and asked, Bulma, did you already know Frieza was coming? Sorry, I didn't notify you in time. Goku and the others told me not to tell you, saying they didn't want to disturb your normal life, Bulma explained. Is Goku on Earth now? Krillin asked in surprise. Yes, that's right. Goku and Vegeta are here, so you can rest easy, Earth will be fine. Bulma reassured him. Krillin sighed in relief, saying, then I can relax. I'm really sorry, I can't be of any help in this matter at all. Don't worry about it, Krillin. Just focus on your work, you don't need to worry about things here, Bulma said. Well, then I'll hang up. After hanging up, Krillin felt empty inside, filled with frustration, relief, and a hint of unwillingness. It seems my decision to retire from the martial arts world was right. Now I can't help at all. I feel so useless, Krillin lamented. The expected landing site of Frieza. Goku and Vegeta were already waiting here for Frieza's arrival. That aura is Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien. Goku looked up in one direction, where three familiar auras were approaching together, flying rapidly toward them. Hey, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, over here. Goku waved at the three flying above. Vegeta glanced over and snorted, saying, they're of no use coming here, they'll only drag us down. Piccolo and Gohan met Tien on the way and then flew together. The three were now astonished, looking down at Goku before descending. Old son, what's going on with you? Piccolo asked, looking at Goku with blue hair and blue eyes curiously. Oh, this is Super Saiyan God Blue, a transformation even more powerful than Red, Goku explained. Super Saiyan God Blue. Dad, you're getting stronger and stronger, congratulations. Gohan exclaimed happily. Goku glanced at his son. In his godly form, he had keen senses and immediately noticed his son's current state. Raising an eyebrow, he said, Gohan, your body is almost rusting. While I support your desire to be a scholar, don't forget to train appropriately. In your current state, I fear you could barely transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Gohan lowered his head in shame, saying, Dad, I'm really sorry, I have indeed been slacking off. They'll pay more attention in the future. Goku nodded, turning to Tien with a smile and waving, saying, Yo Tien, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. Goku, you're getting stronger, the gap between us is getting wider, Tien replied. Training is not just about surpassing someone, it's more important to surpass yourself, Goku said. After going to the King Kai's realm, your way of speaking has changed. You couldn't have said such things before, Piccolo chuckled. Haha, that's mainly due to the teachings of Lord Kai, Goku replied. Piccolo then asked, by the way, where's Lord Kai? Did he come to Earth with you? Well, because two unexpected guests arrived, Bulma and Lord Kai are currently entertaining them. Vegeta and I came over first, Goku explained. Guests? Piccolo asked in confusion. Enough small talk, the enemy is here, Vegeta reminded. Everyone looked up to see a massive disc-shaped spaceship slowly descending. Creak, the spaceship's hatch opened, and a large number of Frieza's soldiers flew out. At Bulma's house, Delicious, Beerus, and Whis were enjoying a feast, their eyes sparkling with delight. Bulma was a bit anxious. She originally wanted to see the battle between Vegeta and Frieza, but at a crucial moment Whis had brought Beerus to Earth, and she had to stay behind to entertain them. Ever since Beerus discovered the delicious food on Earth last time he frequently visited with Whis to enjoy the culinary delights. Each time Whis and Beerus arrived on Earth, Bulma was responsible for hosting them. Over time, they became familiar with each other. Ms. Bulma, you seem a bit anxious. Is something wrong? Seeing Bulma's anxious demeanor, Whis kindly inquired. Bulma explained, Frieza has come to Earth and Goku and Vegeta went to deal with him. I originally wanted to follow them to see, but now it seems impossible. Oh, Frieza, didn't that guy die? Beerus asked curiously. He was revived, using the Dragon Balls on our Earth. Bulma clarified. Interesting hearing you say that, makes me want to see it. Whis, Beerus called out. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis understood and conjured his angel staff, which appeared in his hand. Then a projection shot from the staff's tip into the void. Bulma looked up to see a large spaceship projected into the void, slowly landing on Earth. As many Frieza soldiers flew out of the spaceship, Frieza appeared in his special baby carriage spaceship, slowly emerging amidst the crowd of his subordinates. Saiyan glanced upward and smiled as he introduced to Bulma. Madam Bulma, this is Frieza. He is Frieza. He's so small. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Don't judge by appearances. Though Frieza may be diminutive, his power is formidable. Across the entire cosmos, scarcely any mortals could best him in battle. Saiyan cautioned. Is Frieza truly that strong? Then won't Vegeta and the others be in danger? Bulma asked, her voice laced with concern. Saiyan reassured her. Rest easy, Madam Bulma. Though only a handful of mortals in the cosmos could defeat Frieza, Earth happens to harbor precisely two who can. Upon hearing this, Bulma instantly deduced the two he meant Goku and Vegeta, and her expression softened with relief. While savoring delicacies, Beerus watched Frieza on the screen with keen interest. Frieza, once a mere insect, now grown into a rather large one. Chaos cowered in the corner of the room, trembling as he gazed at the group assembled within. Introduced by Bulma, he met the self-proclaimed god of destruction, a figure he dismissed as absurd, and just as he had earlier questioned Saiyan, he openly doubted Beerus's divine identity. Beerus, unlike Saiyan, possessed no patience. With a single backhanded slap, he nearly sent Chaos straight to meet his great-grandmother. Only Saiyan's compassion intervened, reviving Chaos, for otherwise he would surely have reported to Yama's realm. Still, one might say that being personally dispatched to the underworld by the god of destruction himself was an achievement worthy of boasting about for eternity, even in the afterlife. Though deep down Chaos still refused to believe these two were truly the legendary deities, having narrowly escaped death, he'd grown wiser, keeping his doubts locked tightly within his heart, unspoken. What he didn't know was that Saiyan and the others could hear his inner thoughts perfectly well, yet chose not to engage further with a mere mortal. Frieza guided his baby carriage forward, gliding slowly toward Goku and Vegeta. His gaze locked unblinkingly onto Goku as he smiled. Mr. Son Goku, we meet again at last. Your appearance has certainly changed. Why has your hair turned blue? Isn't Super Saiyan hair golden? This is Super Saiyan God Blue, a new transformation surpassing even the Super Saiyan state. Goku explained. A transformation surpassing the Super Saiyan. Humph, needlessly convoluted. But before me, Frieza, no transformation will save you. Since you're standing beside Vegeta, I needn't search him out separately. Today I shall send both of you wretched monkeys straight to hell. Humph, bold words indeed. But whether it's you sending us, or we sending you, to hell remains far from certain, Vegeta scoffed. Oh, Vegeta, you've grown bold indeed, daring to speak so to me. Do you wish to descend to hell before Goku? Frieza said coldly. Vegeta bared his teeth in a feral grin and raised a finger, beckoning mockingly. Blood vessels swelled in Frieza's eyes as he snarled. I returned from the depths of hell solely to exact vengeance upon you wretched monkeys. Vegeta, if you yearn for death first, then I, Lord Frieza, shall grant your wish. Lord Frieza, such vermin hardly warrant your divine hand. I, Dagoma, shall eradicate them for you. A tall, slender, bald man, his skin tone identical to Saiyan's, stepped forward and addressed Frieza. Vegeta's eyes narrowed sharply. Who dares interrupt? What right do you have to speak here? Die. With a flick of his finger, Vegeta unleashed a searing energy beam, piercing Tagoma's heart instantly. Tagoma, whose complexion matched Saiyan's, met his end merely for uttering a single ill-timed remark, departing for the underworld ahead of schedule. Frieza paid no mind to Tagoma's demise. His gaze remained fixed on Vegeta, a faint smile curling his lips. How intriguing, Vegeta. So you've improved over the years. Yet before me, Lord Frieza, your strength remains woefully insufficient. Let me refresh your memory of the terror embodied by Lord Frieza. Frieza arose effortlessly from his baby carriage and descended gracefully before Goku and Vegeta. Last time my oversight allowed you wretched monkeys to triumph, but this time I shall assume my final form and annihilate you all without mercy. Ahawk! As Frieza roared, his aura surged at an unimaginable pace, swelling violently outward. An overwhelming torrent of energy erupted from Frieza, unleashing a ferocious gale that sent Frieza Force soldiers soaring helplessly through the skies. Ahawk! Frieza's energy continued its relentless expansion. A foreboding chill gripped Goku's soul. He whirled around and shouted urgently to his allies behind him, "Everyone, run!" No warning was needed. Piccolo and the others had already sensed the peril and fled without hesitation. Boom! A colossal pillar of violet energy shot skyward. The cataclysmic wave radiated outward in all directions, reducing countless elite soldiers of the Frieza Force to ash in an instant. Solbeer, small and frail, strained his eyes open, scanning the devastation around him. His face paled with horror as he stammered, "The soldiers, the Frieza Force's elite, so many lost in vain." Frieza remained utterly indifferent to his subordinates' deaths. Smirking coldly at Goku and Vegeta, he declared, "Well, have you felt the magnitude of my power? Tremble, wretched monkeys. Today marks your final day." A sardonic smile flickered across Vegeta's lips. "Frieza, this is all you've got. If this is your limit, then today you die without question." What a... Frieza's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Vegeta, then broke into a condescending chuckle. "Vegeta, have you been so terrified by my power that your wits have fled? Even I am awestruck by my own might. It's only natural you'd babble nonsense in sheer panic. Spare your arrogance. If this is all you can muster, I'll send you straight to hell, right now." The moment the words left his mouth, whoosh, Vegeta vanished, reappearing instantly before Frieza and delivered a crushing blow with his fist. Tum! Ugh! Frieza screamed in agony, hurtling backward through the air. Whoosh! Vegeta reappeared mid-flight before the airborne Frieza and drove a devastating kick into his chest. Tum! Frieza shrieked as he rocketed skyward. Vegeta spread his arms wide, gathering immense energy. Final flash. A blinding golden energy wave surged forth, hurtling toward the airborne Frieza. Frieza stared at the incoming blast, sensing the staggering power coiled within it. His expression darkened. A direct hit would almost certainly end him. Cursed wretched monkey. Blood vessels burst in Frieza's eyes as he ceased holding back, unleashing the colossal reservoir of energy long concealed within his being. Ahawk! Golden flames erupted around Frieza's body. His pale skin shimmered and transformed into gleaming gold, while his aura exploded with unprecedented intensity. In this golden form, Frieza's power dwarfed his previous state beyond comparison. Gazing upon the approaching blast, the very attack that would have slain his final form, he now regarded it as trivial. Golden Frieza thrust both palms forward, firing a counterblast of equal magnitude, locking energies with Vegeta's final flash in a titanic clash. "Oh, so you've transformed." Frieza grinned. "This is the fruit of my relentless cultivation, undertaken solely to eradicate you. I must even thank you for the first time in my life I trained with true fervor, spurred entirely by the humiliation you inflicted upon me. It gave me the very motivation I needed." With a thunderous roar, Frieza surged his energy output to its peak. Vegeta refused to yield, matching him with an equally fierce bellow and a violent surge of his own power. For a fleeting moment, their clashing energies locked in stalemate. Then at the epicenter, control shattered and raw power detonated outward in all directions. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air, unleashing a maelstrom of gale force winds. Yaya! Even from a great distance, the shockwaves of Vegeta and Frieza's battle-battered Piccolo and the others, forcing them to erect defensive barriers of ki just to endure the onslaught. Unbelievable. They've grown this powerful. Tien struggled against the searing pressure, his body trembling as he spoke. Piccolo scoffed. Monsters, both of them, and they're barely warming up. This isn't even their true strength. Silence stretched. At last the violent aftershock subsided. Vegeta raised his gaze toward Frieza. Frieza in turn looked down upon Vegeta, both wearing faint, knowing smiles. Oh my, Vegeta. How utterly unexpected. That trembling, groveling monkey who once cowered before me on his knees, now dares stand toe-to-toe with me. Very well, I'll grant you one rare compliment. Frieza descended gracefully, landing opposite Vegeta, and smiled lightly. Frieza, times have changed. The disgrace you heaped upon the Saiyans, and the blood feud between our races. I, Vegeta, shall settle it all with you today. Vegeta's voice was icy. Heh. Frieza let out two sharp, mocking laughs. Then his expression twisted into savage fury. Stinking monkey. Don't get carried away. Do you have any idea what drove me to claw my way back from the depths of hell itself? It was your Saiyan arrogance, the humiliation you dealt me. That truly ignited my wrath. I, the mighty Lord Frieza, was shamed by a pack of wild apes. Unforgivable. My return from the abyss compelled me, for the first time in my existence, to train without restraint to purge that shame once and for all. Die, Saiyan. Roaring in fury, Frieza lunged forward. Vegeta snorted coldly and met him heat in clashing midair. They fought not with artifice or technique, but with primal ferocity, each blow and kick charged with unrelenting hatred and the absolute conviction to end the other's life. Boom, boom, boom. High above, thunderous detonations echoed across the sky, visible shockwaves rippling outward like concentric rings. Each wave bore devastating force. Mountains of solid stone and bedrock crumbled like foam at their touch. Bulma's home. Bulma watched the screen, murmuring anxiously, Vegeta. Oh ho, whether it's Frieza or Vegeta, they both possess formidable power. This promises to be a perfectly balanced duel. Beerus chuckled. Perhaps, said Whis calm and measured. Whis, do you hold a different view? Beerus asked, narrowing his eyes. Oh ho ho, no indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a gentle smile. Shin smiled faintly as he explained, Lord Beerus, Vegeta and Frieza are evenly matched in raw power. But if this battle continues along its current trajectory, Frieza will inevitably fall. Oh, why are you so certain? Beerus asked, intrigued. Shin smiled. Because Vegeta was trained by me. I have absolute confidence in him. Is that all? Then your confidence is blind. I wager Frieza will emerge victorious. Is that so? Then let us watch and see, Lord Beerus. Oh my, Lord Beerus, your earlier remark was rather hasty. Whis murmured softly. Beerus shot him a sidelong glance. What? Do you also believe Frieza will lose? Who can say? Whis replied unfazed. Beerus grimaced. Nothing irritated him more than cryptic answers. He hated vagueness. He craved clarity spoken plainly and without pretense. Frieza, is this all you've got? Then your coming to Earth wasn't vengeance. It was suicide. Vegeta roared and sent Frieza hurtling backward with a single devastating punch. Frieza's face contorted in rage. Stabilizing himself midair, he fired a death beam. Vegeta deflected it with a flick of his wrist, then retaliated with a blistering ki blast. Shwum. Frieza vanished, reappearing instantly behind Vegeta, poised to strike. But Vegeta had anticipated it. Twisting mid-turn, he delivered a crushing kick to Frieza's abdomen, launching him violently away. Shwum. Vegeta closed the gap in an instant, fists wreathed in lethal intent, as he unleashed a furious barrage of blows. Frieza screamed, his features warping with agony, then bellowed, Yawa. Vroom. At Frieza's roar, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted around him, forcing Vegeta mid-assault to retreat. Vegeta didn't resist. He withdrew swiftly, fluidly, and without hesitation. Huh. Frieza gasped raggedly, glaring venomously at Vegeta, who stood poised unruffled across from him, blood vessels blazing crimson in Frieza's eyes. How pitiful you look, Frieza. I acknowledge your resolve in coming to Earth for vengeance, but this recklessness, it's sheer folly. You're marching straight to your grave. Vegeta sneered. Grr, you wretched stinking monkey. Frieza's eyes bulged, veins pulsing crimson across his temples, his jaw clenched until his teeth ground audibly. Blood oozed from his clenched fists. Don't get too cocky. Frieza bellowed, raising both hands high. Massive energy coalescing rapidly, swelling visibly into a colossal radiant sphere. Foolish. Vegeta scoffed, flicking a single ki blast, its trajectory precise, its timing perfect, piercing the heart of Frieza's gathering sphere and detonating it prematurely. Boom. The earth convulsed, gales howled, thick, choking smoke blotted out the sun. At the crater's heart, Frieza's visage had twisted into something demonic, golden aura blazing around him as he roared anew. As Frieza's energy erupted uncontrollably, the black smoke was violently scattered, revealing a vast hemispherical crater gouged deep into the land. Vegeta hovered high above, watching Frieza gather power below, then slowly raised his right-hand palm, glowing with intensifying energy. Die, Frieza. Big bang attack. Crockum. A A searing orb of destruction launched from Vegeta's palm, hurtling downward toward Frieza. Frieza narrowed his eyes at the incoming blast, then smirked, channeling every ounce of his might before surging forward, screaming straight into its path. Boom! An explosion erupted, kicking up a towering plume of dust and debris. Though blinded, Vegeta sensed it instantly. Frieza was closing in, blazing with fury, moving faster than thought. His prior strike had failed. Oomph! Vegeta exhaled sharply and assumed his signature charging stance. Gallic Gun. Purple energy laced with shimmering azure divine power swirled fiercely around Vegeta's form. Die, Vegeta! Frieza roared, charging forward like a human-shaped nuclear warhead. Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Frieza. As Frieza closed in, Vegeta's energy coalesced. Then he struck with explosive force. A violet energy wave infused with azure divine power surged forth, radiating annihilation itself. Boom! The Gallic Gun collided with Frieza's desperate self-sacrificing assault. For a fleeting moment, they locked in stalemate. Then Frieza shattered through the blast like an unstoppable tempest. What a... Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Thud! Frieza barreled forward with unrelenting momentum, slamming into Vegeta's abdomen with cataclysmic force. Af! Vegeta screamed, spitting crimson blood as his azure divine aura dissolved, reverting to its scarlet form. He had been gravely wounded. Vegeta! Bulma gasped, her voice trembling with dread. Shin watched, shaking his head in quiet disappointment. His cultivation remains insufficient. Upon our return, training intensity must increase dramatically. Beerus lounged in his chair, feet propped lazily atop the table, a toothpick poised between his fingers. At the sight of Vegeta's injury, his eyes gleamed, and he chuckled. Well then. Kaioshin, do you still believe Vegeta can defeat Frieza? Bulma reacted before Shin could. Whirling around to glare fiercely at Beerus, she strode forward and slammed both palms onto the table. What do you mean by that? Are you cursing Vegeta to lose? Saliva sprayed across Beerus's face, veins pulsed angrily on his forehead as he bellowed back. Earthling woman, mind your tone. Thud! Bulma slammed the table again, undaunted, defiant. You mind your tone. If Vegeta loses, Earth will be obliterated, and you'll never taste Earth's delicacies again. Beerus's bravado faltered instantly, his gaze flickered, uncharacteristically unsettled. Shin stepped forward calmly. Madam Bulma, please remain composed. I have already stated, this Frieza stands no chance against Vegeta. Truly, Lord Kaioshin? Bulma asked, hope kindling in her eyes. Shin smiled gently and nodded. Madam Bulma, raise your eyes. Watch how your husband defeats Frieza. At his words, Bulma lifted her gaze toward the holographic screen suspended midair. Lord Beerus, please wipe your face. Whis offered a handkerchief with serene courtesy. Beerus snatched it, irritably wiped away the spittle, and yet his eyes remained riveted, unwavering upon the floating screen. Oh ho ho! Vegeta, this is the fate awaiting those who dare defy me, Emperor Frieza. Laughing wildly, Frieza watched Vegeta plummet helplessly toward the ground, then raised his hand and fired a searing energy sphere. Vegeta! Goku cried from below, alarm surging in his voice, as he raised his hand to intervene. Stand down, Kakarot. Do not interfere in my battle. Vegeta's voice echoed sharply within Goku's mind. Goku paused, then smiled softly and dissipated the energy gathering in his palm. Piccolo and the others rushed forward, frantic. Goku, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save Vegeta. He's barely hanging on. Piccolo, no need to rush. Vegeta is unharmed. And even if I did rescue him, he'd only scorn me for meddling. Goku replied calmly. This isn't the time for such concerns. Vegeta's about to die. Piccolo roared. Piccolo, just watch. Watch Vegeta's battle. Goku spoke with solemn conviction. At his words, the anxious crowd stilled. Every gaze sharpened, fixed intently upon the battlefield. In his Ultra Super Saiyan red form, Vegeta fell slowly through the air. Body curled inward, hands clutched tightly over his agonized abdomen, teeth gritted as he stared upward at the descending energy sphere. I, Vegeta, will never fall to you, Frieza. He clenched his jaw and shut his eyes, drawing every last thread of divine power into his being. Crimson divine energy flared, then dissolved, replaced once more by radiant azure. Vegeta's eyes snapped open, blazing with fury. Frieza! At Vegeta's roar, Frieza recoiled, only to watch stunned as his own energy sphere reversed course and hurtled back toward him. Wretched monkey, die! Frieza hurled a counterwave, deflecting the sphere. Vegeta, cease your futile resistance. Submit and perish obediently before your emperor. Frieza roared, pouring greater power into the clash. Vegeta strained. His condition weakened, his energy output sluggish, unsteady. Frieza, don't underestimate me. Hiya! Vegeta bellowed, forcing strength from his battered frame, surging with renewed might. Boom! Energy erupted, wild, chaotic, detonating outward in blinding shockwaves. Frieza plunged through the maelstrom, diving straight for Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, evading, not engaging Hedon. He was buying time, letting his body recover. Frieza's earlier blow had struck deep, a costly misjudgment. He should never have taken it full force. Vegeta, do you only know how to run? Where is that arrogance now? You're nothing but a pitiful, scrambling monkey. Oh ho ho. Frieza pressed the assault relentlessly, mocking, taunting, while Vegeta's fury simmered, boiling over. You filthy wretch. With a snarl, he abandoned evasion and met Frieza Hedon. Fists flew. Kicks cracked. They clashed in raw primal combat, brute force against brute force. At first, Vegeta staggered under the onslaught, but gradually his rhythm returned, steadying then surging until he began to overpower Frieza. Why won't you die? Die! Frieza bellowed, launching a furious haymaker. Vegeta twisted aside, then drove a devastating kick into Frieza's gut, launching him skyward, before he crashed violently into the earth, carving a crater deep and wide. Frieza staggered upright, glaring up at Vegeta, breath ragged, chest heaving. Above, Vegeta hovered, calm-centered. His wounds, knit together by divine energy, were nearly healed. His vitality radiated unbroken. Vegeta gazed down, sensing Frieza's aura dimming visibly, his battleki ebbing like a tide receding from shore. A cold, knowing smile curved Vegeta's lips. Frieza, this battle is yours to lose. In a flash of light, he reappeared directly before Frieza, eyes sharp, gaze unflinching. Frieza flinched, instinctively stepping back. Then shame flooded his face. He forced his foot forward again, jaw clenched, eyes burning with wounded pride as he glared up at Vegeta. Wretched monkey, die. So far, the majority of readers have agreed to release the Elder Kaioshin. Very well then. He shall emerge once the battle between the two universes concludes. As for the Grand Kaioshin, mentioned by some readers, I shall consider it carefully. His screen time in the story has been exceedingly brief, leaving insufficient material to flesh out his character. Only a vague paragon-like image remains, making him difficult to portray authentically. Even if we do bring him forth, his personality would likely gravitate toward that of Fat Buu, risking redundancy in characterization. Alternatively, as some readers suggested, he could be dispatched immediately afterward to assist the protagonist in his duties. After all, King Kaioshin Shin has held his post for over a decade, yet appears never to have attended a single day of proper duty. How enviable! Frieza roared and lunged forward with a thunderous punch, only for Vegeta to raise his hand and catch it effortlessly. Frieza, what's happened to your punch? It's gone soft and feeble. Allow me to demonstrate the proper way. To strike another one must commit fully and decisively. Vegeta clenched his fist, massive as a sack of sand, and drove it hard into Frieza's face. Frieza's body recoiled violently, but remained tethered, his fist still gripped tight in Vegeta's grasp. With a mere flick of his wrist, Vegeta yanked him back mid-flight, only to meet him again with another crushing blow. Thud! Ah! This time Vegeta released his grip, sending Frieza hurtling backward with a shriek. Struggling to stabilize himself midair, Frieza barely opened his eyes before confronting a grotesquely grinning face. How utterly pathetic you look, Frieza. Vegeta pressed his palm against Frieza's chest, energy erupting from his palm in a searing blast. Crockum! Frieza screamed, spitting a crimson arc of blood. His newly stabilized frame blasted backward once more. Thump! His body slammed onto the ground, then propelled by sheer inertia tumbled violently across the earth, carving a deep, ragged furrow through the soil. Ugh! A feeble guttural groan escaped Frieza's throat as he dragged himself upright, his face contorted in fury. Through gritted teeth he snarled, "Damned low-class monkey." Whoosh! Vegeta materialized before him. Frieza lay prone, glaring upward with venomous hatred, then opened his mouth to fire a surprise energy sphere. Vegeta moved with lightning speed, slapping his palm over Frieza's mouth. Startled, Frieza detonated the energy trapped inside his own throat. Crabble! A muffled explosion reverberated. Blood streamed from Frieza's eyes, nose, and mouth, his aura dimmed visibly. Hep! Vegeta sneered coldly. His palm, still clamped over Frieza's mouth, began gathering radiant energy. Pop! A searing energy blast erupted, hurling Frieza far across the battlefield. His body tumbled end over end, his golden aura flickering and fading until it vanished entirely. He reverted to his final form. Observing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Frieza, you traveled all the way from the depths of space to Earth just to die? How tiresome of you. Bulma's house. Excellent work, Vegeta. Go on. Give that wretched Frieza 2 more solid punches for me. Bulma cheered wildly, punching the air as though striking Frieza herself. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. That fool Frieza, what utter trash. Whis smiled gently. In truth, Frieza's power rivals Vegeta's, but he acted too hastily. He had only just mastered his new abilities before rushing headlong to Earth for vengeance. Had Frieza taken time to acclimate to this newfound strength, the outcome of this battle might yet remain uncertain. Beerus sneered, defeat is defeat. No excuses for that failure. And besides, he'll never get the chance to adapt. Vegeta will surely end him. Indeed, Whis replied. Still, Vegeta would do well to act swiftly. Delay invites peril. Should Frieza be driven to desperation, who knows what he might do? Destroy Earth, perhaps. Oh no, that would be disastrous. We must warn Vegeta at once. Bulma cried, alarmed. Shin chuckled reassuringly. Madam Bulma, please remain calm. Have you forgotten? Vegeta once wished for Earth's reinforcement. Within its core now resides a divine blessing, a fragment of my sacred power. At Frieza's current strength, shattering this planet remains utterly beyond his reach. Relief washed over Bulma as memory returned. I'd nearly forgotten. If Earth is truly safe, then I can breathe easy. Vegeta, teach Frieza a lesson he'll never forget. Bulma shouted up at the floating holographic screen. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Shin, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, Kaioshin, you've intervened in mortal affairs. How intriguing. Shin smiled serenely. When Goku and Vegeta once saved the universe, I granted each of them a single wish as reward. Thus my involvement is both justified and lawful. Save the universe. Vegeta did that. Truly unexpected. Beerus remarked, genuinely surprised. Shin chuckled. Though saving the universe was never Vegeta's intention, his actions at that moment undeniably preserved it. Had neither I nor Lord Beerus intervened, every world and life within the cosmos would have been erased. Oh, such a cataclysm occurred, and yet you never mentioned it, Whis. Beerus turned, raising an eyebrow. Whis covered his mouth with a delicate laugh. Events long past require no retelling, and my lord, you've rarely shown interest in such matters. True enough, Beerus conceded. Huddled in the corner, Jocko listened to their grand declarations, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. An absurd thought flickered in his mind. Could these two truly be the Kaioshin and the god of destruction? No, impossible. They are legendary deities. How could both appear upon this insignificant speck of Earth? They must be impostors. Nodding firmly, Jocko reaffirmed his conviction. Though his inner monologue echoed clearly in the minds of all 3 gods, none paid it any heed, nor did they feel compelled to correct him. A mortal's fleeting thought holds no weight for divinity, just as humanity ignores the silent musings of ants beneath its feet. Frieza staggered upright, head raised defiantly toward Vegeta, his eyes bloodshot, voice raw with disbelief. Why have I lost? This should not be. Vegeta snorted. Carry that question with you, down into the abyss. He raised his hand, palm crackling with lethal energy, ready to end Frieza forever. At the precipice of death, Frieza stilled, his lips twisted into a sly smile, his gaze gleaming with cruel amusement. Vegeta, though you've won this battle, nothing dictates that the victor must survive. His palms pressed flat against the earth, covertly gathering energy. Vegeta, let this planet crumble into cosmic dust alongside you. What a... Vegeta recoiled in shock, then saw the blinding light flaring from Frieza's hands planted on the ground. Instantly, he understood Frieza's intent. Frieza, stop! Vegeta cried in alarm. Oh ho ho, Vegeta, take your regret with you, straight to hell alongside Earth's people. Cackling madly, Frieza unleashed twin beams of annihilation, driving them deep into Earth's core. Frieza, Vegeta's cry of anguish and horror pierced the air, music to Frieza's ears. Oh ho ho ho, die you stinking monkeys. Frieza roared with triumphant laughter. Boom. The ground crumbled like tofu beneath the torrent of energy Frieza unleashed, shattering everything in its unstoppable path. No, it's dire. Earth is doomed. From afar, Piccolo and the others witnessed the cataclysm, and their faces instantly drained of color, eyes hollow with despair. Goku himself wore an expression of mounting urgency. In that critical moment, no one recalled that Shin had once reinforced Earth, though perhaps some did remember. Yet Frieza's overwhelming power had shattered even their faith in the Supreme Kai's divine craft. At Earth's core, a sliver of Shin's divine power remained dormant. When it sensed the violent surge of incoming energy, it stirred and responded autonomously. Shin's divine power surged forward to intercept Frieza's blast as it plunged toward the planet's heart and dissolved the tyrant's raging energy with effortless grace. Then, turning the tide, that divine force ascended, mending the fractured crust along its path, until just 100 meters beneath the surface it paused, withdrew, and settled back into silent repose at Earth's core. Oh ho ho ho! Vegeta, Goku, perish alongside this planet, reduced to cosmic dust. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza laughed triumphantly, then froze mid-chuckle. Why hadn't Earth exploded? He glanced down. A crater 100 meters deep gaped before him, seemingly bottomless, yet still far too shallow to threaten Earth's structural integrity. How is this possible? Has my power truly decayed to such a degree? Frieza whispered, disbelief etching his features. Only then did Vegeta grasp the truth. A flash of sharp insight lit his eyes, and a sardonic smile curled his lips. Frieza, you miscalculated. This planet was reinforced by the Supreme Kai himself. With your current strength, you could never destroy Earth. What? The Supreme Kai? Frieza's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. From a distance, Goku and Piccolo suddenly remembered Earth's reinforcement, and though relief washed over them, it was swiftly followed by chilling aftershocks of dread. Had Earth not been reinforced that day, Frieza's scheme would have succeeded. This world and every life upon it would have turned to cosmic ash. That despicable monster. Gohan's body still trembled. In that instant when Frieza sought to obliterate Earth, Gohan had scarcely thought of his own safety, or even the planet's. His mind raced only to his wife and daughter. Merely imagining their deaths stole his breath. Wrenching agony, so profound it dwarfed 10,000 mortal wounds. That bastard, unforgivable. Gohan clenched his fists, teeth grinding, his turbulent emotions spilling forth as raw, uncontrolled ki. Goku sensed his son's turmoil and gently urged Gohan, calm down. Earth is unharmed after all. He assumed his son's rage stemmed solely from the planet's narrow escape. But Piccolo knew better. Earth's near destruction was not what truly ignited Gohan's fury. What truly incinerated his soul was the mortal threat just leveled against his wife and daughter, the suffocating terror, the paralyzing helplessness. That was the true furnace of his wrath. You said this planet was reinforced by the Supreme Kai. Impossible. Frieza snarled, jaw tight with disbelief. Vegeta too felt a flicker of unease, but at Frieza's demand he merely scoffed, voice glacial. Take your questions with you. To hell. Vegeta raised both hands, ki coalescing around him in blinding intensity. Final flash. Wait. Vegeta, hold on. Frieza panicked, flailing his arms in desperate plea. But Vegeta was no Goku. He bore Frieza no mercy, no hesitation. Die, Frieza. Hiya. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed his furious blast. Frieza watched helpless as the searing wave engulfed him, atomizing his flesh, dissolving his form into shimmering vapor. Curse you! Frieza's final defiant scream tore from his throat, before he vanished utterly, leaving not even ash behind. Watching Frieza's annihilation, Vegeta exhaled, then turned his gaze toward the surviving remnants of Frieza's forces. Though most had perished in the shockwave of Frieza's final transformation, a handful had miraculously endured. Soul Bet, a diminutive alien and the current commander of Frieza's army, felt Vegeta's stare and recoiled in sheer primal terror. Run, now! Soul Bet bolted toward the nearest spacecraft, his surviving troops scrambling after him in frantic disarray. They stampeded aboard, and moments later the vessel lifted off, streaking skyward into the void. Vegeta watched it ascend, a faint cold smile playing on his lips, as energy gathered swirling in his palm. Die! Goku, spotting Vegeta's intent from afar, shouted urgently, Vegeta, stop! Kakarot, you're still hopelessly naive, Vegeta retorted icily, then flicked the condensed energy sphere upward, calm and certain. Hiss! The sphere carved through the air, closing the distance in an instant. Then, boom! The spacecraft erupted into a brilliant, fleeting firework against the heavens. Goku stared blankly at the fading embers, then turned, voice edged with quiet anger. Vegeta, was it necessary to kill them all? Humph! In a flash, Vegeta appeared before him. Voice low, razor sharp. Kakarot, when will you shed that childish naivety? With enemies you grant no second chances. But they were already powerless. They posed no threat. Letting them go wouldn't have mattered. Goku protested. Vegeta's brow twitched with rising fury. Don't forget how Frieza returned from death once. If left alive, they'll resurrect him again and again. They are poison, and poison must be purged. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Vegeta's right, old friend. Your mercy remains dangerously idealistic. Not every villain can be redeemed. Seeing both allies reject his stance, Goku deflated, like a punctured balloon. Vegeta, brilliantly done. Bulma, watching via monitor, had seen it all, and unlike Goku, she voiced no reproach. Instead, she cheered him on, convinced Vegeta had acted without flaw. After all, when enemies invade your home, do you spare them for the New Year feast? Decisive, ruthless, truly worthy of his father's legacy. Beerus observed approvingly. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta does possess remarkable potential to become a destroyer. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with one hand. Beerus glanced at Whis and waved dismissively. No, he's far too green to assume the mantle of destroyer, and I have no intention of stepping down just yet. Whis smiled. Then might we appoint Mr. Vegeta as a destroyer candidate? Beerus narrowed his eyes, his usual languid expression hardened into solemnity as he asked, Whis, are you serious? After all, within this universe, no being is more suited to succeed as destroyer than Mr. Vegeta, Whis replied. Hearing their exchange, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, You want Vegeta to become a destroyer candidate? But isn't the destroyer position reserved exclusively for deities? Shin explained, Madam Bulma, the role of destroyer is unique. Nearly every incumbent has ascended from mortal origins to inherit the divine authority. As Whis has said, among all beings in this universe, Vegeta is undoubtedly the most fitting candidate to inherit the destroyer's mantle. Yet Beerus is also correct. Vegeta remains unripe for such responsibility. The title of destroyer candidate, however, suits him perfectly. Is that so? Bulma murmured, suddenly enlightened. Then, as if struck by a new thought, asked, Then Lord Shin, are you grooming Son Goku to become the next Kaioshin? The Kaioshin throne differs fundamentally from that of the destroyer. Almost every Kaioshin is born divine, though exceptions are not impossible. And indeed, Master Goku's temperament aligns remarkably well with the duties of a Kaioshin. Oh, the Kaioshin. You speak of that Saiyans son Goku with unusual favor, Beerus remarked. Shin smiled. After all, I trained him myself. Yet in my heart, Goku is not the foremost heir to the Kaioshin's seat. Moreover, given Goku's nature, he himself would likely refuse the title outright. Beerus raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, the Kaioshin is among the highest deities in the cosmos. Surely he wouldn't disdain such sovereignty. Though I've never formally consulted Goku, after decades of companionship and deep familiarity with his character, I am certain he would decline the Kaioshin's mantle. Shin concluded, just as a figure abruptly materialized within the chamber. All turned, and there stood Son Goku, having teleported back. Goku, why are you alone? Where's Vegeta? Bulma asked, puzzled. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Vegeta insisted on flying back himself. I simply arrived ahead of him. He then turned his gaze toward Shin and Beerus, raising a hand in greeting. Hey there, Lord Kaioshin, Lord Beerus. I'm back. Shin smiled warmly. Welcome home, Goku. Beerus merely scoffed and ignored him entirely. Undeterred, Goku stepped forward without hesitation and asked, Lord Beerus, my power has grown significantly since last time. How about a friendly spar? Beerus shot him a cold sidelong glance. So, you still haven't grasped the true terror of a destroyer even after your last lesson? Goku didn't flinch. I mean it sincerely, Lord Beerus. Shin interjected calmly, Goku, show proper respect. Goku offered an awkward smile, and for once refrained from pressing his challenge further. Years under Shin's rigorous tutelage had instilled in Goku a profound, almost instinctive wariness of the Kaioshin. He feared Shin deeply, and had never once dared challenge him again, a testament to that enduring awe. In the brief lull of conversation, Vegeta soared in through the sky outside. Vegeta! Bulma cried out, delighted. Vegeta gave a cool, curt nod. Shin approached and smiled. Vegeta, thank you for your efforts today. Rest here on Earth for one day. Tomorrow you and Goku will return with me to the Kaioshin realm. Defeating Frieza was trivial. I require no rest, Lord Kaioshin. We may depart for the Kaioshin realm immediately. Me too. Me too. Lord Kaioshin, I saw no combat during this Earth visit. I'm fully prepared. Let's return now. Goku chimed in eagerly. Observing them, Beerus smirked. Kaioshin, beware. If those two clowns take up residence in your realm, they'll dismantle it brick by brick. Thank you for the warning, Lord Beerus. I'll certainly keep watch, Shin replied with a gentle smile. Then farewell, everyone. With a flash, Shin, Goku, and Vegeta vanished from Earth. Once the trio had departed, Beerus turned to Whis. You spoke earlier of making Vegeta a destroyer candidate. Why didn't you raise it just now? Whis covered his mouth with a soft laugh. It's still too early. Let Mr. Vegeta mature further. Then we shall speak of it anew. The Kaioshin realm. With a flash, Shin and the others reappeared. Jocko instantly sensed their arrival and rushed over to greet them. Lord Kaioshin, welcome home. We're back, Jocko, Shin replied with a smile. Turning to Goku and Vegeta, he asked, are you truly certain you need no rest? The training ahead will be far less forgiving than before. It may very well cost your lives. His words startled both Saiyans. Was our previous training gentle? Neither could recall a single moment of leniency, but still they summoned their courage and declared, Lord Kaioshin, we're ready. Begin whenever you wish. Shin studied them silently for a long moment, then smiled. Very well. Don't regret it later. Lifting his hand, he drew another circle upon the ground. At the sight of that circle, both Goku and Vegeta winced inwardly. Even now united, they knew they couldn't break free from its confinement. Lord Kaioshin, surely you aren't planning that starvation trial again? Goku asked, grimacing. Shin shot him a wry look. Don't flatter yourself. What came before was mere warm-up. The real training begins now. Huh. The remark sent a chill through both Saiyans. Instinctively, they braced for something dire. Shin smiled as he elaborated, at your current strength, physical cultivation alone yields diminishing returns. What you must master now is absolute command over divine energy itself. Of course, full mastery remains beyond your reach, for now. So we proceed step by step. Phase 1 is simple survive. Though Shin spoke with a serene smile to Goku and Vegeta, that expression now bore the unmistakable visage of a demon. Goku stammered, voice trembling. Lord Kaioshin, what exactly does survive mean? Precisely as it sounds. This circle will no longer merely confine you. It will consume you. Shin explained, still smiling. Did we eat them? Sun Wukong and Vegeta both displayed expressions of confusion and terror. Xian shook his head in disappointment and said, haven't you realized yet? The divine power within you is being devoured. The two were momentarily stunned, then began to sense carefully, their expressions changing drastically. After training, the divine power within them should not have leaked out, but at this moment, whether it was Sun Wukong or Vegeta, their divine power was uncontrollably spilling out. Lord Kaioshin, what is happening? Sun Wukong asked in panic. Didn't I already tell you? This circle will constantly devour the divine power from your bodies. Moreover, there is nothing to replenish you inside this circle. If you don't find a way to suppress the leaking divine power, this circle will literally suck the life out of you. Zin's eyes flashed with cold light, warning, if you don't want to die, condense the divine power within you, making the dispersed divine power whole again, so this circle cannot absorb you, and you will naturally survive. Otherwise, I can only go to the underworld to fetch you. So Wukong, Vegeta, do your best. I'll check on you again in 3 days. I hope by then you're still alive. Xian waved his hand, smiling as he turned to leave with the sweating Jebet. Jebet looked back at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, sweating, as he asked Lord Kaioshin, is this intensity of training really all right? Xian smiled and said, in life and death situations, one can unleash their potential to the greatest extent. I believe they won't simply die. Besides, even if they do die, it's no big deal. I can just make a trip to the underworld to bring them back. Upon hearing this, Jebet swallowed hard, silently mourning for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, hoping for their good fortune. Damn, the speed at which this circle absorbs divine power is getting faster. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Vegeta also gritted his teeth and gasped out, don't talk. Focus. The two sat cross-legged within the circle, desperately trying to stabilize their internal divine power, but this circle seemed to grow, devouring faster and faster. This won't do. At this rate, we won't last a day. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Then what can we do? Just grit your teeth and hold on. Vegeta growled. After a while, both of their faces turned pale. Damn, this time we might really die. Sun Wukong said weakly. Kakarot, stop saying such pessimistic things. Hold on. Vegeta growled. Under the big tree, Broly, who was meditating, opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Swish. Broly's figure flickered as he arrived outside the circle. Broly glanced at the two struggling inside the circle and shook his head, saying, you can't do it like this, you will die. As he spoke, Broly stepped inside. The barrier within the circle did not stop Broly, allowing him to enter freely. Broly, you. Sun Wukong looked up at Broly in confusion, not understanding what he intended to do. Broly raised both hands, placing them on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's shoulders. The emerald green divine energy under Broly's control slowly entered their bodies. Buzz. A faint emerald green glow enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and then the two were amazed to find that the divine power leaking from their bodies had been locked in place. Not only that, the residual emerald green divine power filled with vitality and energy allowed the originally weakened Son Wukong and Vegeta to quickly recover their strength and energy. Broly, have you become this strong? Son Wukong asked in surprise. Broly's expression was calm as he reminded, don't resist, it's meaningless. Try to condense the divine power within you, making it heavy and viscous so that this circle cannot absorb you. Under Broly's guidance, Vegeta was the first to close his eyes, carefully sensing the residual emerald green divine power within. Though it was merely residual divine power, Vegeta felt this divine power was incredibly heavy, long-lasting, and full of vitality, entirely different from his own volatile and dispersed divine power. On a distant mountain peak, Xian watched this scene with relief, saying, it seems I don't need to intervene. And Broly, I didn't expect that in just a few short years you have surpassed Wukong and Vegeta. By so much you have grown to an incredible level. I really look forward to how high you will grow, Broly. 3 days later, Xian looked at the two struggling in the circle and smiled, saying, congratulations, you survived. Son Wukong called out with difficulty, Lord Kaioshin, can you remove this circle first? It's really uncomfortable. Xian smiled, raised his hand, and removed the circle's barrier. When the barrier was lifted, both Son Wukong and Vegeta sighed in relief, and at that moment Xian appeared behind them and gave each a punch. Bang! Bang! Looking at the two, who immediately reverted to their Super Saiyan Red state after being lulled to sleep, Xian shook his head in disappointment, murmuring, still not working. It seems that wanting them to maintain their Super Blue transformation while unconscious is still a long way off. Broly, also sitting cross-legged in the circle after hearing Zin's words, spoke for his companions, saying that's because too much divine power has been drained from their bodies, so they can't maintain their transformation while unconscious. If they were in good condition, they could definitely keep their transformation even while unconscious. Xian shook his head and said that would be meaningless. They must be able to maintain their strongest state even in their most vulnerable moments. That's what makes training significant. After saying this, Xian raised his hand and shot out 2 beams of restorative light to help Son Wukong and Vegeta restore their states to their peak. When the two woke up, Xian said, let's go eat a hearty meal at the castle, then rest for a day on Earth, and afterward continue with the current training. This time you survived, all thanks to Broly's help. Next time don't rely on such tricks. Son Wukong got up from the ground distressed, saying, Lord Kaioshin, what's the use of this training? I feel like my strength hasn't improved at all. Training doesn't happen overnight. It requires a long accumulation of time. You are still too inexperienced, Xian explained. But Broly has only been training for a few years, yet I feel the gap between us is growing larger. Son Wukong said. Xian explained, Broly is different from you. His talent is the best in the universe. As long as he receives the correct guidance, surpassing the God of Destruction in the future will not be difficult. But you lack his kind of talent, so just train honestly. Yes. Son Wukong said weakly. Vegeta glanced at Son Wukong and huffed, Kakarot, don't embarrass the Saiyans. Get your spirits up. One day later, in the realm of Jia Wangshan, Son Wufan looked awkwardly at Lord Jia Wangshan, scratched his head, and said, Lord Jia Wangshan, may I remain here to cultivate as well? Son Wukong explained, Lord Jia Wangshan Wufan came to me yesterday and said he wanted to train with us, so I brought him to your realm. I apologize for bringing him without your permission. Lord Jia Wangshan smiled, it is all right. I am pleased you have come to understand Wufan. Though a little late, given your potential under my tutelage, you will soon surpass your father. Really? Lord Jia Wangshan? Son Wukong asked with curiosity. Jia Wangshan nodded. I cannot speak for others, but Wufan truly possesses that kind of potential. Wukong, Vegeta, do not be slack in your training, or it will be shameful if Wufan, who comes after, easily overtakes you. Vegeta snorted, humph. I hope this brat will not be of 2 minds again this time. Otherwise such a gift of talent will have been squandered. Vegeta grunted indignantly. Indeed, Wufan, your wish to be a scholar does not conflict with strengthening yourself, Son Wukong reminded. I heard Lord Jia Wangshan say that once we fully master divine power, our lifespans will be greatly extended, then you will have ample time to fulfill your dreams. Son Wufan nodded solemnly and vowed, yes, Father, Uncle Vegeta, Lord Jia Wangshan, I will not disappoint you. Recalling the suffocating helplessness of nearly losing his wife and daughter a few days earlier, a fire burned in Son Wufan's heart. He would never allow that powerlessness to claim him again. A fine resolve, Wufan, Lord Jia Wangshan said. But before you begin cultivation, you must change into proper training garments. Lord Jia Wangshan pointed to the green casual clothes Son Wufan wore and reminded him. Son Wufan looked down at his casual outfit, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, I don't know where my training uniform went. I couldn't find it, so I had to come dressed like this. Never mind, let me help you, Lord Jia Wangshan said, a divine gleam flashing in his eyes. The green casual clothes on Sun Wufan transformed into an orange training uniform identical to his father's. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Wufan, you look much better like this. Sun Wufan glanced down at the familiar orange uniform, smiled, and gratefully said to Lord Jia Wangshan, "Thank you, Lord Jia Wangshan." Jia Wangshan smiled. It was nothing. Enough small talk. Let us begin your training. Sun Wukong asked. Lord Jia Wangshan, Wufan has only just arrived. You will not subject him to the same training as Vegeta and me, will you? Jia Wangshan, exasperated, replied gruffly. If you want your son dead, then say so outright. Die? That's serious. Sun Wufan cried out in alarm. Wasn't this meant to be training? How had death entered the conversation? Vegeta snapped. Kakarot, think before you speak. It's embarrassing. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, wearing an embarrassed grin. Jia Wangshan shook his head and said, Wufan, come to my side. Sun Wufan nodded and hurried to his side. Jia Wangshan raised his hand and drew another circle on the ground. Sun Wufan stared puzzled at the ring that shimmered with golden light. Wukong, Vegeta, your training begins. This time without Buluoli's assistance. Do not die, understood? Jia Wangshan reminded them with a smile. Could one die? Sun Wufan exclaimed. Inside the circle, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were brimming with confidence. Sun Wukong patted his chest. From last time's experience, Vegeta and I cannot entirely prevent the divine power from being absorbed, but we can greatly slow the rate at which it is absorbed. Surviving 3 days will be no problem. Is that so? Jia Wangshan pondered for a moment, then smiled. Then this time we shall make it 7 days. What a... Sun Wukong was dumbfounded, panic slowly creeping over his face. Vegeta's brow broke into a cold sweat as he glared at Sun Wukong in fury. Gentlemen, do your best. I will go train Wufan now. I shall check on you in 7 days. Do try not to die, Jia Wangshan said with a smile. He turned to Sun Wufan and said, Come Wufan. I must give you unknown instruction. Your foundation is far too weak. Sun Wufan nodded instinctively, then worried, glanced back repeatedly as he followed Jia Wangshan. Lord Jia Wangshan, father and Uncle Vegeta. Will they be all right? He asked anxiously. Sun Wufan asked with evident concern. Jia Wangshan soothed him. Have faith in your father and Uncle Vegeta. Even if the unlikely should occur, it is not a grave matter. I am Jia Wangshan, who fetching 2 souls from the underworld is hardly difficult. Yin Wang is very amenable. Hearing this did little to ease Sun Wufan. Cold sweat multiplied on his brow. What kind of training were his father and Uncle Vegeta undergoing? Time flowed like water and months passed in the blink of an eye. In the realm of Jia Wangshan, 2 guests arrived at the sanctuary. A faint buzzing heralded their descent. A streak of light descended upon the Jia Wangshan realm with breathtaking speed. When the radiance faded, 2 figures stood revealed, Wei Si and Bai Lucy. Jia Wangshan had sensed their presence from afar, so he had already waited at the anticipated landing site with Sun Wufan and Jia Bet. As for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, naturally they were training. Mr. Bai Lucy, Mr. Wei Si, welcome to the realm of Jia Wangshan. Jia Wangshan greeted with a smile. Wei Si smiled and said, Lord Jia Wangshan, forgive our presumptuous visit. We have come on important business. Wei Si turned to Bai Lucy. Lord Bai Lucy, do pay your respects to Lord Jia Wangshan. Don't be so discourteous. Bai Lucy scoffed. HMPF. Long time no see, Jia Wangshan. Who is that fellow behind you? A new face I haven't seen. Jia Wangshan introduced with a smile. This is Wufan's son Wufan, Sun Wukong's son. He is currently training with me. Sun Wufan stood straight, and after the introduction bowed politely to Bai Lucy. Hello, I am Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong's son. He is more polite than that clumsy fool. Is he also a Saiyan? Bai Lucy inquired. Yes, indeed, Jia Wangshan nodded. Bai Lucy sneered. Jia Wangshan, your realm is turning into a refuge for Saiyans. It seems all the Saiyans in the universe have gathered here under your roof. Jia Wangshan smiled. Mr. Bai Lucy, you did not come merely to mock me, did you? Of course not. Explaining it is too tedious, Wei Si, Bai Lucy retorted. Yes, Lord Bai Lucy, Wei Si replied. Wei Si gave a rueful smile and began to explain to the assembled company. The matter is thus. He then recounted in meticulous detail Xiangpa's visit and the agreement between Xiangpa and Bai Lucy to Jia Wangshan and the others. This is how things are. Due to Lord Beerus' involvement, there is a scheduled battle between the 7th and 6th universes, which will take place approximately 5 days from now according to Earth time. Each universe will send 5 warriors to fight in a defending manner. The universe whose warriors are all eliminated first will be deemed the loser. The victorious side will receive the Super Dragon Balls. After hearing Whis' explanation, Xion nodded and said, I roughly understand the situation now. So each side will send 5 warriors. That's perfect. There are 5 warriors in the Kaioshin realm. As he spoke, Xion looked at Beerus and smiled. Of course, if Lord Beerus has better candidates, you can suggest them. I can relinquish 1 or 2 spots on my side. Beerus shrugged and said, I've already been informed by Whis about your situation. I won't need to send any other warriors. I let the 5 warriors from your Kaioshin realm compete. If you win, you can have all the Super Dragon Balls. I only have 1 requirement. At this point, Beerus' expression turned serious as he said fiercely, You must win. This is how it is. Xion informed the training Son Goku and Vegeta about the battle between the 2 universes. The 2 sat cross-legged within a circle where the mechanisms were drawing their divine power. Furthermore, the environment inside the circle was extremely harsh. One moment, it was unbearably hot. The next, it was bone-chilling cold, with various radiation beams and meteor showers. A chaotic yet orderly succession. Son Goku and Vegeta, trapped within, gritted their teeth and endured, feeling utterly miserable. In the past, if they could survive even a minute in this environment, it would have been a testament to their strength. A battle between 2 universes. Huh, interesting. It will be in 5 days. Right. I truly look forward to it. Son Goku said with difficulty. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, Kakarot. Don't speak. Focus. Son Gohan beside Xion watched his father and Vegeta train, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Son Gohan thought to himself that if he were to be thrown into this situation, he probably wouldn't even last a day. I've told you what you need to know. You can train for 3 days and rest for 2 days to regain your energy. Really? Lord Kaioshin? Son Goku asked in surprise. Even the training fanatic Vegeta looked at Xion with anticipation. Who knows what kind of hellish torment they had endured over the past few months. Even the 2 with strong wills were starting to struggle. Yes, in 3 days this circle will disappear on its own. By then you can either stay in the Kaioshin realm to rest, or return to Earth. It's up to you. After finishing, Xion turned and said, Let's go. Gohan, you can't rest yet. Oh, okay. Son Gohan quickly followed Xion out. In a spacious open area, Son Gohan stood nervously facing Xion, who was watching him intently. Xion smiled. Gohan, relax, don't be tense. Despite Zin's words, Son Gohan couldn't seem to relax. Seeing this, Xion shook his head and said, Gohan, over these months I've been conducting rehabilitation training with you. Let me assess your training results now. Transform into Super Saiyan 2 for me to see. Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan was taken aback, but nodded, clenching his fists. With a roar, his energy rapidly surged. Buzz! Son Gohan's entire body sparkled with golden light, surrounded by arcs of electricity, as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Not bad. It seems you have regained the power you lost. I remember when you first came to the Kaioshin realm, you were at risk of collapsing just by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Xion nodded with satisfaction. Son Gohan scratched his head awkwardly. He had become rusty after enjoying a comfortable life for too long. Now that you have regained your lost power, let's begin proper training. Xion smiled. Huh. Son Gohan was taken aback and asked, Wasn't that training just now? Xion shook his head and said, No, didn't I just say? What we did before was just rehabilitation training, which is far from the intensity of real training. The real training will officially start today. Gohan, it will be painful. Do you have the confidence to endure it? Son Gohan recalled how his father trained and couldn't help but shiver, but he still gathered his courage and nodded. Lord Kaioshin, please go ahead. I can handle it. That's the spirit, Gohan. For the next 3 years I will teach you well, Xion said. Yes. Lord Kaioshin. Wait, 3 years. But didn't you say we would have a battle with the 6th universe in 5 days? Son Gohan asked in confusion. Gohan, that's not something you should worry about. The only thing you should focus on now is how to endure during training, Xion reminded. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Buzz. The circle left by Xion disappeared, and Son Goku and Vegeta, who had been struggling, finally sighed in relief. Both lay on the ground in disarray, gasping for breath. Although they no longer needed to breathe to survive, this act provided significant psychological relief from their fatigue. Tap tap, footsteps approached. Son Goku and Vegeta turned to look, initially not paying much attention, but when they recognized the person, their eyes widened and they quickly sat up. Is that Gohan? Vegeta exclaimed surprised. Is that Super Saiyan God Blue? Son Goku also gasped in disbelief as he looked at Xian and Son Gohan, who was walking towards them. Xian noticed their astonished expressions and smiled. Are you surprised? Son Goku and Vegeta's eyes were fixated on Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan God Blue form. That is Super Saiyan God Blue in its normal state. Ian Kakarot took years to master this state. How could that brat possibly achieve it in just 3 days, no matter how talented he is? Vegeta said in astonishment. Son Goku staggered to his feet and ran to Xian, pointing at Gohan in shock. Lord Kaioshin, is Gohan really in Super Saiyan God Blue in its normal state? Xian nodded and said indeed. Wow. Son Goku was startled and asked incredulously how did Gohan reach this level in just 3 days? This is outrageous. Xian explained with a smile. I created an independent space for Gohan similar to the room of spirit and time on your Earth. I trained with Gohan in there for a full 3 years, which allowed him to reach his current level. By the way, although I stayed with Son Gohan in that special space for 3 years, the system's sign-in was only completed 3 times because the system is bound to the time of the macrocosm. Only when 24 hours have passed in the macrocosm can the system sign in. Using the bug of the room of spirit and time card system, Xian thought of this method shortly after obtaining the system. Unfortunately, he was severely punished by the system and could only sign in honestly from then on. Returning to the main topic, both Son Goku and Vegeta sighed in relief after hearing Zin's explanation. What a relief it turns out he reached this level after 3 years of training. They were frightened if they thought Gohan achieved his current level in just 3 days. Their resolve would have surely shattered. There are still 2 days until the battle with the 6th universe. In these 2 days you 3 should return to Earth and relax properly, Xian smiled. Upon hearing this, regardless of whether it was Son Goku, Vegeta, or even Son Gohan, all showed excited smiles. Especially Son Gohan, who had struggled for 3 years under Zin's training, was eager for a break. Great. This time when I go back, I will definitely sleep until 6 a.m. I will go to bed at 10 p.m. Son Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, both showing pity in their eyes. They could imagine how difficult it had been for Gohan to endure those 3 years. It must have been very tough. 2 days later, in the realm of the Kaioshin, Whis and Beerus arrived. Beerus shouted, Hey Kaioshin, it's almost time. Gather your people, we need to leave. Whis coughed twice, reminding, Lord Beerus, please mind your manners. TCH. Beerus scoffed. At that moment Shin approached with Broly, Bu, and Jebet. Seeing this, Beerus frowned and asked, wasn't it agreed upon that there would be 5 fighters? Why are there only 3? Where are the other Saiyans? Shin explained, I gave Goku and the others a 2-day break and I estimated they should be back soon. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Almost as soon as Shin finished speaking, Son Goku and the others returned to the Kaioshin realm. Everyone turned to look. Shin's face showed surprise, Jebet gritted his teeth, and Beerus wore a playful expression. Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Lord Kaioshin, but everyone was just too curious about people from other universes, so. Jebet erupted, first pointing angrily at Son Goku. Son Goku, do you treat the Kaioshin realm like your own home, bringing just anyone here? Behind Son Goku, besides Vegeta and Son Gohan, there was a large group of people, all of whom were Son Goku's relatives and friends. Realizing Jebet's anger, Son Goku, feeling guilty, scratched his head awkwardly and didn't dare to refute. Shin smiled and reassured. Jebet, calm down. This matter concerns 2 universes, and it's reasonable for participants to bring their relatives to watch the match. Since everyone is here, let's go enjoy this grand event together. Shin turned to Whis and asked, Mr. Whis, will it be all right to bring so many people? Whis smiled and nodded, saying, rest assured, Lord Kaioshin, bringing this many people is absolutely fine. After saying that, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff and a huge square structure appeared. Whis raised his hand and conjured a microphone, addressing everyone present. Hello everyone, I am Whis, please settle down and listen to me. Next, I kindly ask everyone to enter this square in an orderly manner. I will take you to the competition venue. Under Whis' guidance, the large group, brought by Son Goku, curiously entered the square, followed by Shin, Beerus, and the others as they also entered. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Whis flew to the top of the square, then gently tapped his staff, and brilliant flowing light enveloped the entire square, soaring into the sky and flying beyond the universe. In the cosmic rift between the 6th and 7th universes, here floated 6 gigantic super Dragon Balls, and in their midst was a nameless planet, desolate and devoid of life. This planet was chosen by Kampa as the competition venue. Due to the harsh environment on the nameless planet, Kampa instructed Beerus to transform a section of the planet into a habitable environment for humans, establishing a ring and stands, as well as many snack stalls. The cosmic square under Whis' control slowly entered the barriers set by Beerus. Beerus glanced at the competition venue and taunted, "What a truly shabby taste you have. I cannot pretend I didn't hear that." Kampa's voice came, and following the sound, Kampa flew over with Beerus. Seeing this, Beerus let out a cold snort and slowly took to the air to confront Kampa. "Who were you saying has a shabby taste?" Kampa asked fiercely. Beerus disdainfully replied, "How can you even say that? Look at what you created. We traveled a long way, and you expect us to sit on these hard seats." Whis. "Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis waved his angelic staff, transforming the spectator seats around the competition arena into floating hemispherical platforms equipped with comfortable sofas. "See, now that's more like it," Beerus said. "TCH. It's all fancy and showy as long as it works right." Kampa scoffed. "That's why I said your taste is shabby," Beerus taunted. Kampa stuck out his tongue and grinned. "What a shame all of these were created by Beerus, so if they are shabby, that means you're shabby too." "Lord Kampa, I made these according to your taste," Beerus reminded. "Nonsense," Kampa retorted. Beerus chuckled. "She merely catered to your aesthetic level. You should have been quite satisfied with the things she made before. Otherwise, you could have replaced her long ago. Truly an exceptional attendant." Kampa was left speechless and angrily said, "Beerus, stop saying useless things. I tell you, today in this competition, our 6th universe will definitely wipe the floor with your 7th universe." "Oh, is that so? I look forward to it, but I just hope your 5 fighters don't fail to defeat even one of ours. That would be too embarrassing." Beerus sneered. "Damn it. Beerus will see about that," Kampa said angrily. At that moment, Shin also flew up, his gaze landing on Kampa and Beerus, smiling. "It's nice to see you again, Mr. Kampa, Miss." Beerus. Seeing Shin, Kampa's fierce expression turned awkward and his gaze became somewhat evasive. Last time he promised Shin that he would restore the planets he destroyed, but he completely failed to keep his promise, which made him feel a bit guilty upon seeing Shin. Beerus, upon seeing Shin, instead showed a playful expression and greeted, "Oh, it's been a long time, Lord Kaioshin of the 7th universe." "Lord Kampa, shouldn't you greet an acquaintance? It's quite impolite not to." "Enough," Kampa shouted. "Oh." Beerus squinted his eyes and turned to Shin, asking, "Have you two met before?" "Ah." Kampa panickedly interrupted Beerus' inquiry, changing the subject. "Time is running short. Let's save the small talk for later. We should proceed with the competition." Beerus narrowed his eyes at Kampa, murmuring, "Your expression is quite suspicious. What are you hiding from me? Don't change the subject. Are we competing or not?" "Beerus, are you afraid?" Kampa taunted. Beerus' gaze hardened as he snorted. "Let's compete. You just don't cry if you lose." "Umph. I return your words exactly. Don't cry if you lose." Kampa stuck out his tongue. The two brothers stared at each other, sparks of intensity igniting their gaze, and finally they turned their heads in unison, both letting out a huff before leading their respective groups back to their camps. Kampa leaned back on the sofa, relieved that he managed to gloss over the situation. If Beerus found out about his plan to dismantle the 7th universe, he wouldn't know how much he would be ridiculed and threatened. Although he wasn't afraid it would be quite troublesome, he detested trouble the most. Shin looked at Kampa's camp with a smile. In truth, he had already known about Kampa's deceit, but he simply didn't care. Just as Kampa said last time, the planets he destroyed were merely lifeless dead stars, and for the 7th universe it not only caused no loss, but also helped alleviate Beerus' workload, which was a good thing. However, things couldn't be viewed this way. If you come to someone else's home to dismantle it, even if what you dismantle is useless, it still doesn't look good for the host. Therefore, what Shin wanted was just Kampa's attitude. Once he softened up at that time, he didn't care about the subsequent matters. The name Divine Power sounds incredibly impressive. It should not merely enhance numerical values. In the author's reinterpretation, numerical enhancement will be a superficial ability of divine power, while deeper capabilities await exploration. Due to this scheduled battle, there was no interruption from Sun Wukong, so the competition between the two universes began directly, omitting the written exam segment. The contestants from the 6th universe include the massive yellow bear and the iron lump Gabba Scion, and Frost, a member of the same race as Frieza, and the ace assassin of the 6th universe, Hit. Without the written exam, the initial interaction between the two sides was also omitted, and they started the match directly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I am the referee and host of this match. Next, we will commence the friendly combat competition between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Now please have both contestants take their positions. On the arena, a humanoid alien with green skin and antenna-like protrusions on its head held a microphone. Its voice echoed throughout the venue. "Did you hear that? You guys who will go first?" Beerus asked. "Let me go first," Sun Wukong eagerly replied. "Don't be unreasonable, Kakarot. Let's decide the order with rock, paper, scissors," Vegeta said. Xian smiled and turned to Son Gohan saying, "Gohan, you're up for the first match." "Huh?" Son Gohan was taken aback, pointing at himself and asking me. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta debated, they also glanced over, their eyes flashing with thought, yet they silently agreed not to rebut. Xian nodded and said, "Yes, Gohan, you go first. I want to test the results of your training over the past 3 years." "Understood, Lord Kai. I won't let you down," Son Gohan said seriously. After both sides confirmed the order of their fighters, the host on the arena received this information through the antenna on its head. Now the first match begins. Coming to the stage from the 6th universe, we have contestant Bardock. And from the 7th universe, contestant Son Gohan. In the audience, hearing her son's name, Shishi exclaimed, "Huh? Is Gohan really going to fight in the first match? Is it safe?" Bulma reassured her, saying, "It's a competition, or it should be fine." Piccolo's gaze was intense, always focused on Son Gohan, pondering, "Gohan, let me see the results of your training in the Kai realm." As the host's voice echoed through the venue, both contestants took their positions on the arena. Son Gohan looked at the yellow giant bear opposite him, took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination, and shouted, "Come on." The yellow giant bear grinned, ready to spring into action. The host saw this and shouted into the microphone, "So the first match starts now." As soon as the host finished speaking, the yellow giant bear leaped up and charged towards Son Gohan with the force of a mountain. Son Gohan's gaze sharpened as he easily jumped backward to evade. However, the yellow giant bear's body bounced back like a rubber ball. As soon as it landed, it quickly rebounded to the top of the barrier and immediately shot back down towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan jumped back again, easily dodging the attack. Although the yellow giant bear was massive, it moved with surprising agility, repeatedly bouncing back and forth within the confined barrier, launching continuous attacks at Son Gohan. Son Gohan focused intently and easily evaded the yellow giant bear's barrage of attacks. After a series of probing attacks, Son Gohan had a rough understanding of the yellow giant bear's strength. The corners of his mouth lifted as he watched the bear rebound again. This time, he did not dodge, but extended his hands, preparing to confront the yellow giant bear head-on. The yellow giant bear's massive body charged at Son Gohan like a moving mountain, carrying an overwhelming momentum. Bang! Son Gohan caught the rebounding yellow giant bear with both hands, his body pushed back by the impact, nearly falling out of the arena. "Gohan, you can do it," Shishi shouted anxiously from the audience. Hearing his mother's encouraging voice, Son Gohan's smile grew brighter. Then his expression became serious and his aura surged. Crack! The tiles of the arena shattered beneath Son Gohan's feet, and his retreating body came to a halt. "Yeah!" Son Gohan shouted as he delivered a powerful kick, sending the yellow giant bear flying. The yellow giant bear bounced twice within the barrier before landing across the arena, grinning as it fixed its gaze on Son Gohan. Impressive. Contestant Bardock from the 6th universe launched a fierce assault against contestant Son Gohan from the 7th universe, putting Gohan at a disadvantage with no chance to counterattack. The host passionately announced, "That was brilliant. Bardock, just like that, take him down." Kappa shouted excitedly from the audience. Beerus, sitting across, stood up in displeasure and yelled at Son Gohan below, "What are you doing, you little brat? Get rid of your opponent quickly." Upon hearing their respective destroyers' comments, the expressions of the two fighters on the arena varied. The yellow giant bear's smile broadened while Son Gohan awkwardly scratched his head, then turned serious, focusing on the giant bear. "Be careful, I'm going to make my move," Son Gohan warned. The yellow giant bear grinned and provocatively curled its claws. Seeing this, Son Gohan's gaze sharpened, and he flashed to the yellow giant bear's front, delivering a heavy punch. Buzz! The sound did not resemble a physical collision, but was more akin to a pebble dropping into water, creating ripples quite subtle. As the attacker, Son Gohan felt distinctly that his strike was neutralized by a strange force, causing almost no damage to his opponent. "Humph!" The yellow giant bear looked down at the tiny Son Gohan, mocking him with a grin. The yellow giant bear raised its fist larger than a sandbag and brought it crashing down towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan jumped back, easily dodging the attack. He raised his hand to glance at the incoming fist, then looked at the yellow giant bear, which remained unscathed from his punch, his lips curling into a slight smile as he murmured, "I see, so my attack was sent to another dimension." This technique is quite similar to what Lord Kai used when training me. Having this ability certainly makes it tricky to defeat you, but this is a match, and one of the rules states that falling out of the arena means losing. So to deal with you, the method is quite simple. Saying this, Son Gohan flickered and returned to the yellow giant bear's front, throwing another punch, just like before. The yellow giant bear was struck by Sun Wukong's attack. Although its body remained unscathed, it was sent flying out of the arena. Bang! The giant bear crashed outside the ring. This scene left both sides in shock. In the Compa camp, What just happened? Wasn't that guy's attack ineffective just now? Why did the same attack send Bardock flying? No way. There must be something fishy. The guy from Universe 7 must have cheated. Compa shouted in frustration. Beerus explained. No, Lord Compa, the people from Universe 7 did not cheat. Although the two attacks seemed identical, their cores were completely different. In the first attack, the one named Sun Wukong only aimed to knock down Bardock. But in the second attack, Sun Wukong's intent was clear. He aimed to send his opponent flying out of the ring, while making it appear he was attacking Bardock. In reality, he was not. What Sun Wukong attacked was the space surrounding Bardock, not Bardock himself. Bardock did not move at all, only the space he occupied shifted throughout. Shin calmly explained to everyone. Beerus widened his eyes, asking in disbelief, attacking the space. Exactly, Lord Beerus. Just as the Supreme Kai said, Sun Wukong displaced the space around Bardock without directly attacking him. Beerus gasped, his mouth agape, asking, that brat can even do something like this? It's not an extraordinary technique, Mr. Beerus. You could do it too, but with your strength, displacing space without destroying it would indeed be challenging. That kid Sun Wukong has really grown up, Sun Wukong said with satisfaction. Just a little trick, Vegeta snorted. On the stage, the host, upon seeing the yellow giant bear fall outside, paused for a moment, then regained composure and shouted, Bardock has fallen out of the ring, and the victor of this match is Sun Wukong from Universe 7. Damn it! Compa shouted furiously, then glared fiercely at the next contestant, Frost. Hey, I don't care what methods you use, you must defeat that brat in the next match. Did you hear me? Otherwise he'll destroy you. Frost, who closely resembled Frieza, but in a slightly duller color, nodded with a smile, saying, For the peace of Universe 6, and for the suffering children, I will not lose. I hope Lord Compa can keep his promise and support my efforts afterward. As long as you can win. Compa replied. With a friendly smile, Frost then soared into the air, flying towards the stage below. Sun Wukong stared at Frost, who resembled Frieza, and his divine sense warned him that this opponent was as wicked as Frieza. He sensed a tremendous malice. Your face. It's quite unpleasant to look at. Sun Wukong said coldly. Oh, is my appearance too fierce? I apologize if I've scared you. Frost said apologetically. Sun Wukong's gaze hardened as he said coldly, Even your voice is the same. Don't use that voice to utter such hypocritical words. It's even more disgusting. Surprisingly, you harbor such great malice towards me on our first encounter. Why is that? Frost asked in surprise. TCH. The evil aura around you is almost billowing black smoke. It's irritating. Especially that face of yours, it reminds me of bad memories. Enough talk, let's get started. Sun Wukong said coldly. Frost squinted his eyes and forced a smile, saying, You seem to have misunderstood me. I am not a villain. Words can deceive, but energy cannot. Sun Wukong replied coldly. Referee, please start. Sun Wukong reminded. The host exclaimed. Then the second match will feature Frost from Universe 6 against Sun Wukong. Let the battle begin. Whoosh. As soon as the host's voice fell, Sun Wukong flashed to Frost's front and delivered a heavy punch. Bang. Off. Frost let out a cry of pain, spitting out blood as a sharp pain gripped his abdomen. Frost slowly retreated, bending over, clutching his abdomen with both hands, his whole body trembling in pain. Thud. Frost's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Sun Wukong coldly stared at Frost without a shred of pity in his eyes and kicked out, leaving a size 48 imprint on Frost's face. Bang. Off. Frost screamed as he flew out, but at the last moment, he stabilized himself in midair, fortunately not falling out of the ring. In the Compa camp, Compa looked at the struggling Frost below and shouted angrily, What the hell are you doing? Get up and fight back. Defeat that brat, or he'll make sure to destroy you. The Saiyan from Universe 6 Kaba looked at the distraught Frost with concern, saying, Mr. Frost, please don't get hurt. In the Beerus camp, Beerus shouted excitedly, That's it. Keep going, brat. Bring down your opponent. Don't hold back. Beside him, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong said seriously, Vegeta, do you feel it? Yes, the guy who looks like Frieza has an evil aura comparable to Frieza's. It's nauseating. Vegeta nodded. I believe that Kid Wukong also sensed it, which is why he struck so hard, Sun Wukong said. On the stage, Sun Wukong looked at the returning Frost and said coldly, if you had fallen out just now, it might have been a blessing in disguise for you. Frost gasped heavily, his abdomen twisting in pain, and his face felt fiery, the pain nearly making him drop his disguise and curse loudly. Fortunately, he held back and panted, saying, I don't know what misunderstanding you have about me, but for Universe 6, for those children who are still suffering, I cannot lose this match. I'm sorry, but since I accidentally killed someone due to this form last time, I haven't used it since. However, now I fear I will lose the match without it. Be careful, my next form will be so powerful that I might not be able to control it myself. Don't die. Frost said insincerely, then clenched his fists and roared, his aura rising rapidly. Sun Wukong did not stop him and let Frost power up. After a while, Frost's aura dissipated as he skipped 2 transformation stages and reached his final form. Seeing Frost transform into the final form, like Frieza, Sun Wukong felt even more disgusted. He let out a cold laugh and asked, is this the level of the so-called uncontrollable power you speak of? Frost was taken aback and then laughed, saying, it seems you still don't understand the strength of my current form. My power is now many times stronger than before. Sun Wukong snorted coldly and replied, it's only increased by over 200 times. To me, whether it's 1 or 200, it makes no difference. Frost, shocked, exclaimed, you have quite the bravado. Then let me see if your strength matches your arrogant words. Sun Wukong coldly snorted, raising his hand in a beckoning gesture, provocatively saying, come. This arrogant demeanor sparked a glint of killing intent in Frost's eyes. Although the killing intent was faint, Frost believed he was hiding it well, yet it was still sensed by Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan Blue form. The perception of the God form was no joke. Upon sensing the killing intent, Sun Wukong became even more certain in his judgment, his gaze growing colder. Swish! Frost raised his hand and shot out a death beam. Seeing this familiar technique, disgust intensified on Sun Wukong's face. His figure flickered as he dodged the attack and rushed in front of Frost, delivering a punch. Bang! Off! Frost screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His abdomen struck hard, causing excruciating pain like a dagger piercing his bones. Frost staggered back, collapsing weakly to the ground, curling up in pain. Sun Wukong looked down at him from above, coldly mocking, see. The situation is no different from before. Frost, enduring the excruciating pain, glared at Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth, and said, don't be so arrogant. You little brat. Frost roared, standing up and throwing a heavy punch at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong casually raised his hand to catch Frost's furious punch. Upon seeing this, a sinister grin appeared on Frost's face, as if he had a scheme in mind. Moi. Sun Wukong's expression stiffened as he felt something unusual from catching Frost's fist. Is this feeling poison? Sun Wukong quickly made a judgment, a look of disdain crossing his face as he coldly stated, you and Frieza are both disgusting creatures that only use underhanded tactics. Seeing that Sun Wukong was still conscious despite being poisoned, Frost's eyes widened in disbelief. His earlier composure vanished as panic set in. You? How could you be fine? That's impossible. Frost shouted in a panic. Sun Wukong grasped Frost's hand, slowly tightening his grip. Pain appeared on Frost's face, but as Sun Wukong applied more force, he heard the cracking sound of his own bones. He could no longer endure it, letting out a painful scream. Ah! Stop! Let me go! Frost desperately tried to pull his hand back, but Sun Wukong's grip was like a vice, tightly holding him and continuously tightening. Your pathetic poison is nothing compared to the various cosmic radiation beams released during my training with Lord Kaioshin. It's so weak that I feel nothing. After finishing his cold words, Sun Wukong raised his other hand, gathering energy in his palm. Frost was utterly panicked, raising his other hand and shouting, wait, this is a match, you can't kill me. Indeed I can't kill you, but turning you into a cripple should be within the rules, right? Sun Wukong coldly laughed. Wait, please don't do this. I was wrong. Let me go. I'm really a good person. I did many good deeds in the 6th universe. Lies and more lies, utterly disgusting. Sun Wukong's gathered energy struck Frost solidly. The massive energy under Sun Wukong's control invaded Frost's body, completely destroying his bodily functions. If it were a normal person, having their bodily functions destroyed would mean almost no chance of survival. However, Frost and Frieza belong to the same race and can survive even if their bodies are torn apart, so a mere fatal injury wouldn't take Frost's life. Oh, Frost screamed in agony as he was blasted away by Sun Wukong's energy blast. He distinctly felt this energy invading his body, causing chaos within him, rendering him completely helpless. No! Frost let out a desperate shout. Thud! Frost fell outside the ring, covered in blood, motionless, appearing as if he were somewhat dead. The host stared in shock at this scene, regaining his senses after a long time, then quickly jumped off the stage to check Frost's condition. If Frost was dead, it would mean Sun Wukong had committed a foul, disqualifying him from future matches. After carefully checking Frost's condition, the host stood up and shouted into the microphone, "Frost has fallen out of the ring and is still alive. Sun Wukong has not committed a foul, so the winner of this match is still Sun Wukong." In the audience, the cheering crowd, led by Shishi, erupted in applause. In the Kampa camp, Kampa angrily shouted, "Useless. Worthless. Why not just die? Perhaps then you would have some value." Hearing this, Gabe defended Frost, saying, "Lord Kampa, there's no need to speak so harshly. Lord Frost is a good person who has done many good deeds in our 6th universe." Kampa glanced at Gabe and sneered, "Fool, you've been deceived by that guy. He is not a good person at all. Most of the wars and disasters in your 6th universe were instigated by him, and then he hypocritically stepped in to resolve them. Afterward, he bought up the severely damaged planets at a low price, rebuilt them, and sold them at a high price to the aliens who lost their homes, making a huge profit. You fools, you've been sold and are still counting the money for someone else." What? Gabe's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lord Kampa, is what you said true?" Gabe hurriedly asked. Kampa scoffed, "Do you think I would lie to a mere mortal? Originally, if that guy had won this match, I wouldn't have minded secretly supporting his activities, but he lost. I initially thought of destroying him directly, but now it seems that would be a form of relief for him. I can't give him that cheap way out." Got it. Bardos publicly exposed that guy's true nature and the crimes he has committed in the 6th universe. I want that guy to taste the consequences of offending me, the god of destruction. Bardos replied calmly, "Yes, Lord Kampa." After speaking, Bardos lightly tapped her staff, and the true information about Frost rapidly spread across the entire network of the 6th universe. The inhabitants of the 7th universe were unaware of Frost's deeds, yet merely the sight of Frost's repulsive face led them to instinctively categorize him as part of the evil camp. After witnessing Frost's defeat, not a single person felt pity for him. Instead, they erupted in cheers, applauding and celebrating Sun Wukong's victory. In the Kampa camp, Beers looked at the incapacitated Frost and asked, "Lord Kampa, how should we deal with this person?" Kampa pondered for a moment and replied, "Killing him outright would be too merciful. Heal him, but do not restore his strength, and then send him back to the 6th universe where his enemies will surely find him." Bardos giggled behind her hand, saying, "Oh my, even Lord Kampa occasionally engages in actions befitting a god of destruction." "What do you mean by that?" Kampa angrily pointed at Bardos, saying, "Are you mocking me?" "No, I'm praising you, Lord Kampa," Bardos replied with a smile. "So that's how it is. You really are mocking me." Kampa realized he had been tricked and became even angrier. "Tisk." Bardos silently rolled her eyes, thinking, why has this fat man become so clever lately? It's hard to fool him now. "You just clicked your tongue, didn't you?" Kampa glared at Bardos. "No," Bardos lied without a hint of embarrassment. "You clearly did. I heard it." Kampa leaned closer to Bardos and shouted. Bardos tilted her head back slightly, calmly saying, "Lord Kampa, let's stop this and prepare for the 3rd match." Upon hearing this, Kampa calmed down, coldly staring at the iron mass set to battle in the 3rd match, and said, "Hey big guy, if you lose this match, it'll dismantle you into pieces. Did you hear that?" The iron mass shivered at this threat, nodding vigorously, and a pitiful expression appeared on his steel-like face. Bardos reminded, "Lord Kampa, Vegeta might not be a match for the opponent." Kampa was startled and quickly asked, "What should we do? We've already lost 2 matches in a row. If we lose this one, where will that leave the 6th universe's reputation?" Bardos smiled slightly and suggested, "How about we modify the match rules to favor Vegeta? Perhaps we can win. Isn't that a bit underhanded?" Kampa hesitated. Bardos replied calmly, "Lord Kampa, you are a god of destruction. You shouldn't say such things." Kampa was indecisive until he heard Beerus' impatient voice from the opposite side. "Hey, Kampa, haven't you decided on the 3rd match's participant yet? Are you going to fight or not? If not, just surrender." "Huh?" Kampa's forehead bulged with veins as he resolved, "Let's do it." Bardos. "Yes, Lord Kampa," Bardos replied with a smile. On the arena, the host's antennae illuminated as he received information from the outside. After reading the information from outside, the host paused for a moment, then shouted into the microphone, "Dear guests, I apologize, but we just received a message. As one of the organizers of this match, Lord Kampa has decided to temporarily modify the match rules. As the host's words fell, a square barrier rose around the arena, enclosing it. Beerus looked at the barrier with astonishment, asking, "What is happening?" The host explained, "The newly established 3D barrier will result in an immediate loss if a contestant touches it, as it is equivalent to falling out of the ring. Therefore, the contestants in the upcoming matches must be cautious not to touch the barrier." "Wait, what do you mean by this? Are you disregarding my presence? Modifying the rules so blatantly?" Beerus shouted at Kampa. Kampa retorted, "Stop whining. This new rule isn't just targeting you. Our contestants will also be disqualified if they touch it, so this new rule is fair and impartial, not biased." "What did you say?" Beerus glared at Kampa with fierce eyes. "What? Do you want to fight? You fat pig. Do you want to die?" Beerus roared. Kampa, undeterred, provoked. "Come and hit me if you dare, you fool. I'm coming over to take your life right now." Beerus rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Shin helplessly smiled, saying, "Mr. Beerus, please remain calm. As Lord Kampa mentioned, the new rule applies to both sides equally and is not biased. Our side can accept these conditions. This rule is obviously aimed at us. How can it not be biased? King Kai, are you a spy sent by the opposing side?" Beerus growled. Shin, feeling a bit of a headache, reassured him, "Mr. Beerus, don't worry. Gohan is someone I've trained personally. This level of restriction is nothing to him. Just watch how Gohan will bring victory to the 7th universe. If that brat loses, I will destroy him." Beerus growled at Shin. Shin smiled, saying, "Lord Beerus, please trust Gohan once." Beerus squinted at Shin, and after a long while he clicked his tongue, returned to his seat, and shouted at Kampa, "Fat pig. Don't get cocky. Keep your eyes wide open. Even if the rules favor you, our warriors from the 7th universe can still achieve victory." Seeing Beerus relent, Kampa smirked, then turned to the Iron Mass and coldly threatened, "Get in there and don't lose. Otherwise." The Iron Mass nodded frantically. On the arena, the host shouted, "Next we will begin the 3rd combat match featuring the warrior from the 6th universe, Vegeta. Both contestants take your positions. The match starts now." The host's words just finished. The Iron Mass began pounding its chest like a gorilla, making strange sounds and lumbering towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong watched the approaching Iron Mass, a slight smile on his face, saying, "Come on." The Iron Mass stood before him, raising its massive iron arm to strike down on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hand, his seemingly fragile flesh resisting the iron arm with strength. Boom! The tiles beneath Sun Wukong's feet shattered under the immense force. Sun Wukong laughed, saying, "Hey big guy, your punch is so light." The Iron Mass staggered back 2 steps, steam billowing from the train-like holes on its head, seemingly enraged. Bang, bang, bang. The iron lump relentlessly pounded its own chest, where 2 transparent windows revealed the flames roaring within its body. Woo! A sound like a train whistle emanated from the top of the iron lump, followed by white steam, carrying flames shooting out from above. The iron lump raised its fist once more, slicing through the air as it howled down towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained calm, raising his hand to block. Bang! The tiles beneath Sun Wukong cracked, and half of his ankle sank into the floor. "Oh, the power has increased," Sun Wukong said with interest, then kicked out, sending the iron lump's iron arm flying. Clang, clang, the iron arm of the iron lump was kicked back by Sun Wukong, the immense inertia sending its massive body staggering backward. "If this is all the strength you possess, then this battle is mine to win," Sun Wukong said with a smirk, a hint of amusement in his voice. Fury! The flames within the iron lump burned fiercely, turning its exterior a bright red, literally heating it up. The iron lump spread its arms and spun like a tornado, then charged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong squinted, questioning, "Is this childish trick meant to belittle me?" Without dodging, Sun Wukong lightly stepped on the ground, channeling divine power through the floor towards the iron lump. Swipe! The spinning iron lump suddenly slipped, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground with a few drops of magma spilling from the vent atop its head. In the Xiangpa camp, Xiangpa stared in surprise at the arena below, confused, asking, "Why did that big guy suddenly fall?" Seeing Xiangpa's clueless expression, Beerus couldn't help but cover his face, sighing as he explained, "That person named Sun Wukong just now used divine power transmitted through the ground to make the surface where Vegeta stood incredibly smooth, causing Vegeta to fall." "Can any mortal do such a thing?" Xiangpa asked in astonishment. Beerus explained, "It's merely a use of divine power, a small trick that has little impact on the battle. There's no need for you to learn such things, Lord Xiangpa." "Damn it." Xiangpa gritted his teeth, glaring at the arena below, shouting, "Hey, big guy, get up quickly or he'll tear you into pieces." Hearing Xiangpa's warning, the iron lump that had fallen on the arena tried to stand up, but as soon as its foot touched the ground, it slipped, as if there were no friction causing it to fall again. Unwilling to accept defeat, the iron lump kept trying, but the ground was too smooth. No matter how it attempted to get up, its feet would slip, and its massive body couldn't stand. Seeing this, Sun Wukong asked the referee, "He fell, aren't you going to count?" The host was taken aback, explaining, "The rules of the match do not specify that falling and not getting up counts as a loss. Only defeating the opponent, knocking them out of the arena, or the newly added rule about touching the outer dimensional barrier counts as a loss. I see, then I'll make it a bit troublesome and send him down." As Sun Wukong said this, he slowly raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm. Xiangpa watched the scene below, anxious to the point of jumping up, shouting, "Waste! Get up quickly!" Woo! The iron lump let out a battle cry, opening its mouth to spew out scorching magma. The magma flowed slowly to the ground, creating a large pit. Woo! The iron lump stepped on the magma it had expelled, finally, standing up, arms wide open, letting out a roar towards the sky. "Oh, that's interesting." Sun Wukong's lips curled up, the energy in his palm slowly dissipating. "It seems you still have some unutilized methods to show them, or you'll miss your chance." The iron lump glared fiercely at Sun Wukong, flames literally bursting from its eyes. It opened its mouth, and a massive amount of heat sprayed out from its mouth and the vent on top of its head. Woo! The iron lump kept pounding its chest, gathering heat in its mouth. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, beckoning, "Come." Woo! The iron lump opened its mouth wide. A waterfall formed from molten magma, resembling a ki blast rushing towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong calmly raised his hand, a protective shield of divine power forming around him, effortlessly blocking the iron lump's magma attack. Woo! The iron lump, seeing its attack blocked, not only did not feel discouraged, but instead increased its energy output. As heat continuously radiated from the iron lump, the temperature on the arena rose higher, and the air grew thinner. In the audience, Piccolo frowned at this scene, saying, "Not good, Wukong. Quickly finish your opponent. The longer this drags on, the more unfavorable the situation will become for you." Those around heard Piccolo's muttering, and Shishi was the first to speak up, asking, "Piccolo, what's going on? Isn't Wukong always in the lead? Why did the situation suddenly turn against him?" Piccolo explained, "Look closely. That big guy's attacks may seem ineffective against Wukong, but his actions are continuously raising the temperature on the arena. The rising temperature accompanied by a decrease in oxygen. If Wukong doesn't quickly resolve his opponent, he will suffocate due to lack of oxygen and be unable to move, at which point Wukong is bound to lose." Hearing this, everyone suddenly woke up, with Shishi showing the most urgency, rushing to shout at the arena below, "Wukong, that iron lump wants to suffocate you. Quickly deal with him. The longer this drags on, the more unfavorable the situation will become for you." In Beerus' camp, Beerus, upon hearing Shishi's words, also realized the situation. Only then did he suddenly understand why Xiangpa imposed an additional rule, all for this purpose. "So despicable. Kaioshin, it's all your fault, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to such unreasonable rules," Beerus exclaimed angrily. Shin remained calm, smiling. "Mr. Beerus, please don't be so impatient. Wukong is someone I personally trained, and such small tricks won't affect him." "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, you are too impatient. From start to finish, Mr. Wukong has held absolute advantage. If he wishes, he can end the battle and claim victory in an instant." Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. "Is that so?" Beerus calmed down, narrowing his eyes at the arena below, grinning. "Then I look forward to it." In Xiangpa's camp, Beerus said, "The plan has been exposed, Lord Xiangpa." Xiangpa grinned, saying, "No worries, the goal has been achieved. Hey, big guy, yes, release all your heat and roast that little brat." On the arena, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, calmly staring at the iron lump across from him, slowly curling his lips, murmuring, "Is this your plan? But unfortunately, I haven't needed to rely on breathing for survival for 2 years now. As for this bit of heat around, it's rather cool." Gohan slowly opened the other hand that was hanging down, condensing energy. "I have a rough understanding of your methods. It's truly boring. Let me end this battle." Gohan completed the gathering of energy in his palm, and then suddenly shot the energy blast towards the ground. Boom! The ground shattered as the energy blast plunged into it. Ugh! The iron golem continued to spew magma, while the vents above its head released intense heat, attempting to roast Gohan alive. Boom! Suddenly the ground beneath the iron golem shattered, and an energy blast shot up from the ground. Boom! The energy blast struck the iron golem, causing it to emit a mournful cry as its massive body was sent flying. "It's rare for you to prepare such a good stage. Let me give you a gift." Gohan smirked and slowly assumed a classic starting pose. Came. A blue energy began to gather, continuously compressing in Gohan's palms. Hurry. Seeing this, Kappa shouted in panic, Wait. You need to pause for a moment. Stop it. I said stop. Do you hear me? Kappa yelled frantically. What are you doing, you stinky pig? Do you think I'm dead? Beerus shouted at Kappa. Now. Gohan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he roared and unleashed his ultimate move. The blue Kamehameha wave enveloped an overwhelming momentum surged towards the iron golem that had been sent flying into the sky. The iron golem looked at the incoming Kamehameha wave, its eyes filled with despair. Boom. The blue Kamehameha wave directly shattered the cube barrier created by Beerus and propelled the iron golem into the void beyond the planet. Upon seeing this, Beerus' eyes flashed with surprise. Then he tapped his staff on the ground, activating divine power to quickly repair the large hole in the barrier. As the Kamehameha wave gradually dissipated, Gohan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said to the dazed referee, Mr. Referee, you can announce the result now. The host came to his senses and awkwardly announced this match. The winner is Gohan. Well done. Cheers erupted from both the audience and Beerus' camp. The most pleased was probably Beerus, who smiled smugly at Kappa and teased, Hey stinky pig, your 6th universe is weak. You've already lost 3 matches in a row. Don't let your remaining 5 fighters fail to defeat even one of us. You bastard. Kappa jumped in anger, shouting at Beerus, Skinny Bone, don't get too proud. In the next match, our 6th universe will definitely win. After saying this, Kappa directed a fierce gaze at the remaining 2 fighters, Saiyan Kaba and the ace assassin Hit. Kappa's gaze finally landed on Hit, grinding his teeth as he said, I originally wanted to save the ace for last. Hit, you're up next. I'm telling you, no matter what means you use, you must win. As long as you can win this round, even if you lose afterward, I will fulfill my promise to you. Hit, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide and asked, Really? Of course I'm a god of destruction. Oh, would I lie to a mortal like you? Kappa grinned. But I must warn you, if you lose. Kappa's expression turned fierce as he coldly stated, I will destroy you. Hit remained indifferent, neither servile nor arrogant, and said, If this match can result in death, I will definitely not lose. Upon hearing this, Kappa's eyes brightened, revealing a scheming smile. Beerus, why not change the rules of the match again? Kappa proposed. Oh, Lord Kappa, now you're acting like a god of destruction. However, unfortunately, after the previous match, Lord Beerus will most likely not agree to this request, Beerus said. Kappa grinned. Don't worry, let me persuade Beerus. We're brothers, I know him too well. On the stage, the host's antennae lit up as he received information from outside. After reading the information, the host was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly said, Ladies and gentlemen, an urgent announcement. Just now, Lord Kappa decided to temporarily modify a rule. In the original rules, if a competitor kills their opponent during the match, they will be disqualified as the winner. However, this rule is now null and void in the upcoming matches. The host swallowed hard and loudly reminded, In the upcoming matches, even if you kill your opponent, it will not be considered a foul. What a... Gasps echoed from both the audience and Beerus' camp. Beerus gritted his teeth and shouted, I do not agree. I absolutely do not agree with this temporary rule change. The original rules stand. Killing means losing. The match continues. Kappa wore a smug smile, taunting. What's wrong, Beerus? Are you afraid of our 6th universe? Oh, I see, but must be that stinky kid over there, your 7th universe's strongest fighter. Once he is defeated, the rest of you will be like limp shrimp, right? Oh ho ho, I didn't expect there would be something in this world that Beerus fears. You've really broadened my horizons. This won't do. I have to document this and send it to all the gods of destruction so they know that Beerus, you're actually a coward. In Beerus' camp, Beerus' face visibly flushed red and the atmosphere around him turned cold, oppressive, and heavy. Whis calmly reminded, Lord Beerus, the other side is using psychological warfare. No. Beerus gritted his teeth. Although he knew the other side was provoking him, the anger in his heart just wouldn't subside. Hey Kaioshin, can that stinky kid you train win? Beerus turned and asked. Shin smiled faintly and replied, No problem. Good. Beerus stood up, his body radiating purple divine energy, causing the ground to suddenly shatter under the immense pressure. Stinky pig, it'll make you know what despair truly means. Beerus said coldly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present through divine power. Every mortal who heard this voice felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Even Broly, who was already a demigod, felt his hair stand on end, a chill running through his heart. Broly looked at Beerus in shock, realizing how terrifying this person was. He was probably the second person after the Kaioshin to make him feel so powerless. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Kampa grinned, revealing a smile of a successful plot. Beerus asked, "Is it really okay to provoke Lord Beerus like this?" Shiver. As long as the goal is achieved. Kampa pouted, and then looked at Hit coldly, saying, "I've done everything I can now, don't let me down, or you know what's next. Rest assured, as long as I can kill, I will never lose." Hit replied calmly, "Very good." Kampa grinned. "Now let's begin the fourth match. Please welcome the Ace Warrior from Universe 6 Hit," the host announced loudly. Audience seats. Ace Warrior. Is he the strongest fighter from Universe 6? Sending out an ace in the fourth match shows that they are really anxious. Piccolo's gaze was intense as it fell upon Hit, and just by looking he could faintly feel a sting in his eyes. A formidable enemy. Piccolo immediately made his judgment. Piccolo instinctively clenched his arms across his chest with a serious expression. He communicated telepathically to Son Gohan. Gohan, this opponent is on a completely different level compared to the previous ones, and it has been specially stipulated that killing is allowed. You must be careful. Son Gohan smirked and replied telepathically, "Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, I'm terrifyingly strong now." Piccolo's eyes widened in surprise. When did Gohan learn telepathy? No, wait. That tone. It was as if he saw the boy who first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the one who looked down on everything with arrogance. "Gohan, don't be careless," Piccolo warned anxiously. Son Gohan raised the corners of his mouth confidently, responding, "Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo." Hearing Gohan's tone, Piccolo couldn't feel at ease. Suddenly Hit appeared on the arena. Son Gohan's eyes narrowed, thinking, so fast. I didn't even see how he got here. Hit stood calmly and placed his hands casually in his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Yet it was this relaxed posture that made everyone feel a great sense of danger. Son Gohan stared at Hit, slowly smiling, as he said, "Just looking at you makes my blood boil. You must be an extraordinary warrior, right? Your name is Hit, isn't it?" "I am Son Gohan, and I look forward to your guidance." Hit pondered for a moment before replying coldly, "I do not talk to the dead." Son Gohan was taken aback, then laughed, "I see you came here with the resolve to kill me. We haven't even met yet, there's no need to go that far, is there? This is just a match." Hit remained silent. Clearly, as he said, he had already regarded Son Gohan as a dead man, so there was no need to waste words with a corpse. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. "You seem quite confident in your strength. What a coincidence, I am too." "Stop chattering, you two. Referee, hurry up and start." Kampa's impatient voice echoed. The host panicked, then immediately announced loudly, "The fourth match begins." As the words fell, neither side on the arena moved. Son Gohan continued to stare at Hit with no intention of making the first move. He wanted to see just how capable the confident Hit was. Swish. Hiss. A dull sound rang out, and Son Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hit, who had suddenly appeared before him. Audience seats. Gohan. Shishi gasped at the sight of the arena, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Piccolo's mouth fell open, trembling all over as he murmured in disbelief, How is that possible? Gohan. Beerus camp. Beerus widened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he glared at Shin, angrily questioning Supreme Kai. "What is going on? Didn't you say that brat would be fine?" Shin smiled faintly, saying, "Don't worry, mister. Beerus, the real show has just begun." Son Goku stared seriously at the arena below and asked Vegeta, "Did you see that?" Vegeta gritted his teeth and replied, "No. It was too fast. I didn't see how that guy got in front of Gohan." "Broly, what about you?" Son Goku asked. Broly shook his head slowly and said, "I didn't see it either." Son Goku's gaze focused as he said, "If you didn't see it either, then it isn't just a matter of speed." Vegeta also realized a flash of inspiration struck his mind as he grinned. It must be a spatial or time-related ability. Shin smiled with satisfaction and praised, "That's a correct judgment, truly worthy of the warrior I trained." Hit, well done. We've won. Kampa laughed loudly. Vados splashed cold water on him, saying, "Lord Kampa, don't be too happy, the outcome has not yet been decided." Kampa was taken aback, then said unhappily, "Hey Vados, are you blind? That brat down there has had his heart pierced. How could he possibly have the strength to continue fighting? It's a miracle he can still be alive." On the arena, just as Kampa said, Son Gohan's heart was currently pierced through by Hit's arm from the front. Son Gohan looked down at his pierced heart, staring incredulously at Hit, murmuring, How did you get here?" Swish. Hit withdrew his hand without answering. The Son Gohan before him was already a dead man. Thud. Son Gohan weakly knelt on the ground, raising his hand to cover his pierced left chest, where there was a gaping hole, and his heart had vanished. "Referee, you can announce the result now," Hit reminded the dazed host. The host came back to his senses, uttering an "oh" as he immediately shouted into the microphone, "The winner of this match is—" "Wait," Son Gohan interrupted the host's words. Hit was momentarily taken aback, looking at the still-living Son Gohan with some surprise. "You must be human, right? Not some grotesque monster. How are you still alive after I pierced your heart?" Wait, where's your heart?" Son Gohan slowly stood up, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he wore a confident smile. Upon seeing this, Hit squinted, looking at Son Gohan's still intact right chest, thinking, could his heart be on the right side? "You are impressive. I couldn't see that last attack at all. Was it pure speed?" Son Gohan murmured as the divine energy surged rapidly towards his pierced left chest. What?" Hit's eyes widened as he stared at Son Gohan opposite him. He saw that the chest Hit had just pierced was visibly healing at an incredible speed. "I see. You are a monster in human skin," Hit said. Son Gohan grinned and replied, "You finally decided to talk to me. Just a reminder, the same technique won't work on me." "Compass camp. What is going on? That guy is human, right? He must be human. How could a human do something like that? Is this reasonable? No, there's foul play. There must be foul play in this match. That human cheated," Kampa yelled angrily. Vados explained Lord Kampa that human did not cheat. He used his abilities to heal his wounds. Kampa gritted his teeth and said, "How is that possible? How could a human heal from a wound like a pierced heart? That is simply unreasonable." Vados explained Lord Kampa, "This is just a way to utilize divine energy similar to the healing methods used by the Supreme Kai, which are quite convenient for mortals." "Then why have you never taught it to me? If this is merely one application of divine power, surely I could learn it too." Xiangba gritted his teeth and demanded. Vados replied with unshakable conviction, "Firstly, as the god of destruction of universe 6, no one in your domain poses any threat to you. You have absolutely no need for such ornamental techniques. Secondly, I am willing to teach. Are you willing to learn?" Xiangba was left speechless. His mouth opened and closed, yet no rebuttal came forth. On the arena platform, Hit stared intently at Son Gohan. Even fatal wounds healed within moments, a trait that rendered him the most formidable opponent imaginable for a killer whose entire philosophy revolved around single-strike lethality. Son Gohan grinned broadly, raised a finger in a playful beckon and taunted, "Your movements were too swift just now. I didn't even catch how you attacked. Shall we try again?" Hit's voice lowered gravely, "As you wish." The next instant name materialized before Son Gohan, launching the same assault as before, though this time his target was Son Gohan's right chest. Shoo! Hit's arm pierced straight through Son Gohan's chest once more, yet no triumph lit his face. Only deepening gravity clouded his expression. This sensation, is it a residual afterimage? Hit narrowed his eyes as the figure before him dissolved slowly into shimmering fragments. So this is your method of attack?" Son Gohan's voice came from beside him. Hit turned sharply, only to meet Son Gohan's gaze, his expression brimming with quiet confidence. His own countenance hardened completely. "I still couldn't see it, even the second time. Perhaps I was careless the first, but this time I focused utterly. I refuse to believe your speed is that extraordinary." A flash of keen intelligence flickered in Son Gohan's eyes as memories surfaced, lessons once imparted by the Supreme Kai, in spatial manipulation, or perhaps temporal ability. "Truly vexing," Son Gohan murmured. Hit's eyes widened slightly. He could scarcely believe his ability had been deduced after only 2 uses. The man before him was no mere warrior. He was a monster. "Hey Hit, is your ability spatial teleportation or temporal leaping? Which is it?" Son Gohan asked. Hit's voice turned icy. "Do you truly think I'd tell you? Fair enough. Then let me discern it firsthand in battle." Son Gohan curled his lips upward, ever confident, and assumed his combat stance. At the sight, Hit's expression tightened further as he too settled into his battle posture. The next second, both fighters vanished simultaneously from the arena, followed by a relentless barrage of sonic booms, trembling floor tiles, and shattering stone. After roughly a dozen exchanges, their forms reappeared on the platform. Son Gohan gazed steadily at Hit and declared with quiet assurance, "I've deduced your ability. It's temporal leaping, isn't it? Time approximately 0.1 seconds, correct?" Hit regarded Son Gohan with profound gravity, his power fully exposed. And though those dozen exchanges had seemed fierce, they had in truth been a flawless dance of counters and evasions. Neither had landed a single blow upon the other. Every strike Hit launched struck only afterimages, Naviri counter Son Gohan attempted was deftly sidestepped by Hit's temporal skip technique. For now, neither held any advantage over the other. I've fully grasped your ability, and my strength vastly surpasses yours. This match is mine. Son Gohan smiled confidently. Hit's voice dropped low. It is far too early to declare a victor. Son Gohan chuckled softly, raised a finger in challenge. Come. A glint of cold light flashed in Hit's eyes as he activated his temporal skip once more, reappearing instantly before Son Gohan and driving his arm sharp as a blade straight towards Son Gohan's right chest. Triac. Its arm pierced Son Gohan's right chest. In this sensation, it's real. A faint triumphant curve touched Hit's lips. Victory was his. Thud. Hit's eyes widened in disbelief. His arm had been seized. Got you. My strength dwarfs yours. Unless you sever this arm outright, escape is impossible. And even if you endure the agony to cut it free, you'll only delay your inevitable defeat. Son Gohan gripped Hit's arm with iron resolve, smiling calmly. Hit stared at him, then glanced at the wound piercing Son Gohan's right chest and asked, "Isn't your heart located on the right side?" Son Gohan smiled. "What a pity, my heart lies on the left. Earlier I simply shifted its position. Seeing how earnestly you aimed for my right chest, I granted you that opening. But this match ends here." Son Gohan slowly raised his fist, still smiling. "I won't cease my assault until you yield." Hit's gaze sharpened. Before Son Gohan could strike, he drove his other hand straight through Son Gohan's left chest. Blood trickled from Son Gohan's lips. He glanced down at both wounds, then lifted his head, a fierce, exhilarated gleam blazing in his eyes. "Now this is interesting." Thud. Son Gohan's fist crashed into Hit's face. Thud. Another blow slammed hard into Hit's chest. Hit spat blood, his eyes flashing with ruthless determination. He wrenched free his unclenched arm, and the two fell into brutal mutual annihilation. Thud. Son Gohan landed a punch on Hit. Strike. Hit slashed open another gaping wound across Son Gohan's torso. Thud. Strike. Thud. Strike. They waged a contest of endurance, daring each other to break first. Beerus faction. Son Goku rubbed his forehead with a sigh. That boy Gohan. He's letting emotion guide him. There were simpler ways to win, yet he chose the most intense path possible. Vegeta scoffed. "If it were me, I'd use exactly this method." Son Goku blinked, astonished. "Vegeta, you. Humph. What's so astonishing? Facing an opponent who manipulates time itself and possessing rapid self-regeneration oneself, the most direct, most efficient strategy is mutual attrition." Vegeta snorted. Beerus observed the two warriors locked in savage exchange and remarked coolly, "Like two rabid beasts." Whis smiled gently. "Though the method is undeniably fierce, Mr. Vegeta is quite correct. It is the simplest and most direct approach. This match belongs to Mr. Gohan." Shin listened to the conversation and offered a serene smile. "The true spectacle has only just begun. This battle may not conclude so easily." The others turned startled toward Shin, who responded with a knowing, enigmatic smile. "Just wait and watch." Thud. Thud. Son Gohan struck Hit twice more, but Hit no longer had the strength to retaliate. Seeing this, Son Gohan grinned. "What's wrong, Hit? Have you run out of strength? Then this death match is mine." As the words left his lips, Son Gohan's eyes narrowed, his fist coiling with immense force before slamming into Hit's abdomen. Pooh! Hit vomited blood, then hurtled backward, crashing violently onto the ground with a thunderous impact. He lay motionless, utterly spent, as if every ember of life had burned to ash. Sun Wukong let out a heavy breath, then guided his divine power to set his displaced heart back in place. He summoned the godly force throughout his body and began to mend his wounds. "If I had not received the targeted training from Lord Jia Wangshun, I could never have won so easily in this match. Shite, you truly are an extraordinary opponent," Sun Wukong exclaimed. In Xiang Pa camp, Xiang Pa was so furious he might have ground his teeth. A violet divine power flared around him, and the air grew oppressive, heavy, and icy. "Shite, if you lose, you know what will happen to you," Xiang Pa said coldly. His voice was low, but borne on his spreading divine power, it carried clearly across the arena. Hearing Xiang Pa threat, both the sightseeing crowd in the stands and those in by Lucy's camp, including Sun Wukong, glared at Xiang Pa with displeasure. Yet his terrifying aura was so overwhelming that no one dared to speak up. "Lord Bai Lucy, want you say something about that fellow? He's gone too far," Sun Wukong demanded angrily. Bai Lucy sneered and said that as a matter of their sixth universe, it is none of our concern. Seeing Bai Lucy's indifferent air, Sun Wukong immediately turned to Xian and called Lord Jie Wangshun. Xian sighed and replied, after this match, I'll speak with Xiangpa, but don't set your hopes too high. After all, a god of destruction is not easy to reason with. With you stepping in, it will surely be fine. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Bai Lucy glanced at them and snorted naive. On the arena, Sun Wufan cast a cold glance towards Xiangpa's side, then looked at Shi Te, who lay collapsed opposite him. Shi Te opened his eyes with effort, his body was battered, and even standing was difficult. Shi Te tried to pull himself up, but his injuries were far too severe. He tried repeatedly and failed each time. Sun Wufan warned Shi Te, you are too badly hurt. Don't get up. Even if you manage to stand in your present state, what could you possibly do? You cannot beat me. Shi Te lay on the ground gasping. He knew Sun Wufan's warning was correct. Even if he stood, he could not win, only delay the inevitable defeat. But don't underestimate me. Shi Te gritted his teeth and staggered painfully to his feet. Sun Wufan's expression hardened as he watched the unsteady Shi Te and asked, why are you still rising? You can barely stand now, and you still want to fight. Shi Te panted, raising trembling hands and smiling bitterly. Is this the taste of defeat? It hurts. It hurts so much. Is this what pain is? In my 1,000-year life, how many years has it been since I felt like this? Shi Te drew a deep breath and slowly clenched his fist as energy began to gather within him. H&N. Sun Wufan's eyes narrowed. He thought to himself that Shi Te's aura had risen. Could there be a hidden power? No, this is impossible. He should already be at his limit. Sun Wufan asked, Shi Te, what are you trying to do? Your body should be at its limit. Shi Te answered in a low voice, I know I cannot beat you, but I will not lose so easily. Sun Wufan, thank you. You have let me taste the flavor of growth once more. Shi Te clenched his fist and warned, savor it well. The weight of my growth. With a whoosh, he lunged at Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan's gaze hardened as he raised his hand to block. Sun Wufan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down and saw Shi Te's fist strike his abdomen. Shi Te panted heavily. As Sun Wufan had said, his body was at its limit. Although his growth had restored a measure of energy, it remained fragile, and the punches he threw felt soft and exhausted. Sun Wufan watched Shi Te, who kept gasping and whose blows barely registered, and a note of admiration flickered in his eyes. Shi Te, you have grown. I can feel the weight of it. Before, that punch could never have reached me. Shi Te staggered back 2 steps, breathing hard. I owe it to you, he replied. You exposed my shortcomings and forced my body and abilities to grow. But my body truly is at its limit. At those words, a lonely expression crossed Shi Te's face. He relinquished resistance, closed his eyes, and smiled. Sun Wufan, you have won this match, but I will not concede. Kill me if you must. Seeing this, Sun Wufan's expression turned severe. He slowly raised his right hand as energy gathered in his palm. In Xiangpa camp, someone shouted, Shi Te. Xiangpa roared in frustration. Oh my lord Xiangpa, we've lost this one again. We've lost 4 in a row. There's no point in contesting the final bout. Let's just surrender, Ba Duosi said with a hint of glee. Ba Duosi spoke with a certain schadenfreude. Jia Bai's face flushed with embarrassment at those words, but he offered no rebuttal. He knew his own limitations. He had come merely to play a part, and his appearance was a sacrifice, so there was no need to continue. Shut your mouth. Xiangpa snarled at Ba Duosi, then fixed his gaze on the arena below, eyes burning with unwillingness. In Bai Lucy's camp, Bai Lucy yawned and said lightly, the outcome is decided. Jie Wangshun. Was this the spectacle you promised? Xian smiled faintly and replied, Mr. Bai Lucy, do not be hasty. The true show is only beginning. The second round is about to start. Those nearby turned in surprise. Sun Wukong asked Lord Jie Wangshun. Shi Te was clearly at his limit. Could he possibly be hiding another power? Vegeta stared intently at Shi Te on the arena floor, who looked ready to meet death nobly. No matter how he looked, he could not see any hidden trump card. The match seemed plainly over. Oh my lord Jie Wangshun, even I cannot see how Shi Te could stage a comeback. Are you mistaken? Weishi asked curiously. Xian smiled mysteriously and said, the answer will be revealed soon. Watch closely. The second round will be splendid. Everyone sat up straight and watched intently. Even Bai Lucy's face showed a touch of interest as he said, then I shall watch carefully to see what this so-called second round truly is. On the arena, the energy coalesced in Sun Wufan's palm. With a single thought, he could unleash it and end the match. But Sun Wufan slowly lowered his raised hand, and the energy in his palm dissipated. Shi Te opened his eyes, frowned at Sun Wufan, and asked in confusion, Sun Wufan, what do you mean by this? Sun Wufan smiled and said, I am certain now. You have truly grown. You are not the same as before. This match has not yet satisfied me. Alas, your body is at its limit and cannot manifest the true strength born of your growth. To defeat you like this is truly a pity. Sun Wukong said. Hit questioned in confusion, what exactly do you want, Sun Wukong? I want to have a fair battle with the grown version of you again, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Hit snorted saying, but my body has reached its limit and cannot continue fighting. That is indeed the case, but recovering is quite simple, Sun Wukong chuckled. What? Hit seemed to guess something, his pupils slightly constricting, yet he still asked in disbelief, what do you mean? You will know soon enough. Sun Wukong smiled and turned to the platform where Beerus' team was seated shouting at Shin, Lord Kaioshin, you should be able to create some senzu beans, right? Yes, that's correct, Shin replied with a smile. Huh. Everyone was astonished. Sun Wukong came to his senses, striking his right fist into his left palm, realizing, so that's how it is. Indeed. No wonder he is my child. If it were me, I would do the same. Vegeta scoffed to himself, thinking, if it were me, I would probably do the same. What a? Beerus asked in confusion, what are you all talking about? Senzu beans, a special healing item. Once consumed, as long as there is still a breath of life, it can fully restore stamina and energy, Whis explained. Is that so? That's quite convenient. Wait, no. Beerus widened his eyes, turning angrily to the others, asking, are you planning to give that Hit a senzu bean? I won't allow it. Shin replied, what does it matter, Mr. Beerus? Even if we let Hit recover, he still won't be able to defeat Wukong. Even if he manages to win, his stamina will be exhausted, and we still have 4 contestants left. Hearing this, Beerus squinted and thought, humph. Do as you wish as long as we can win. Seeing that Beerus no longer objected, Shin raised his hand and activated his creation ability, producing 2 senzu beans. Shin explained, these 2 senzu beans are not ordinary. They can heal all injuries and diseases, even regrow severed limbs, and restore divine power. Is that so? As expected of Lord Kaioshin, this way we won't run out of senzu beans in the future. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Wukong, catch. Shin reminded loudly, then tossed the senzu beans down. Sun Wukong raised his hand to catch the 2 senzu beans, a smile on his face as he took one out, saying, Hit, catch. Under Sun Wukong's reminder, Hit raised his hand to catch the thrown senzu bean, looking down to examine it. This is a senzu bean. Eating it will restore your injuries and stamina. Eat it, and then we can have a fair duel. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he was the first to consume the senzu bean, immediately restoring all his consumed divine power. Seeing this, Hit opened his mouth and also ate the senzu bean. Buzz. Hit's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his hands, trembling as he said, my energy has been restored. My injuries are healed. Isn't it amazing? Next we can engage in the second round of combat, Sun Wukong said. Heh. Hit curled the corners of his mouth, smiling as he said, Sun Wukong, you are indeed a peculiar person, but let me warn you in advance, I won't hold back. I will do my utmost to kill you. That's how a battle should be. Holding back is meaningless, Sun Wukong laughed. In the Compa team. Hey, what's going on? It seems Hit has recovered. Compa asked in surprise. Bardos explained, it's the bean that Hit just ate that helped him recover his injuries and energy. Congratulations, Lord Compa, we in Universe 6 still have a chance. Hearing this, Compa laughed heartily, shouting at Beerus across the way, Beerus, don't you dare call me despicable. The items were given by you, so it doesn't count as us breaking the rules. The match continues. Hit, give it your all, and take down that little brat. Compa shouted. In Beerus' team, Beerus' face turned red with anger as he glared at Shin, shouting, Kaioshin, it's all your fault for making me the target of Compa's ridicule. Shin chuckled, saying, what does it matter? When we win, Mr. Beerus can laugh back at him. Beerus thought for a moment and found this reasoning quite valid, so he no longer cared about the matter. Wait, that's not right. Beerus suddenly realized something, turned to Shin and curiously asked, Kaioshin, it seems you knew this would happen beforehand. How did you know? Shin smiled and explained, I just foresaw a bit of the future. It's nothing serious. Beerus widened his eyes and asked, if I recall correctly, doesn't the Kaioshin only allow observing the future time? Shin chuckled lightly, saying, to foresee the future is just to observe the future time, right? I haven't violated any rules among the deities, and besides, there are mortals or races in the universe that possess the ability to foresee the future. As long as you understand the principles, foreseeing the future is not a difficult skill to learn. Well, these are actually trivial matters and not important. Let's focus on the match, Mr. Beerus. The second round is about to begin, and it will be quite exciting, so don't miss it. Seeing Shin change the subject, Beerus did not press further. After all, as a god of destruction, he cannot touch the power of time and knowing too much would only add to his troubles. An exciting match. Then I shall wait and see. I just hope that arrogant little brat doesn't lose, or else he'll disgrace me, and I won't spare him. Beerus snorted coldly. Wukong won't let Lord Beerus down. Son Wukong defended his son. Oomph. Let's hope so. Beerus scoffed. On the arena, Son Wukong looked at the fully recovered Hit, saying, let's begin the second round. Hit took a combat stance, solemnly saying, come on. Seeing this, Son Wukong did not immediately attack, but asked, Hit, can you survive in space? Hit froze for a moment, replying, yes, why do you ask that? Son Wukong grinned, saying, that's good. Ooh, just wait a moment. Son Wukong turned to Shin and shouted loudly, Lord Kaioshin, can we abolish all the rules of this match? I want a fair and just duel with Hit. Shin stood up from the sofa, walking to the edge of the platform with his hands behind his back, saying, I allow it. Great. Son Wukong smiled widely, raising his thumb towards the universe outside the barrier, saying, this place is too small to unleash our powers. Let's go. Let's fight in space. After finishing, Son Wukong took the lead, soaring into the sky, smashing a hole in the barrier above, and then flew into space. Seeing this, Hit narrowed his eyes, showing no fear, and followed, flying towards space through the hole created by Son Wukong. The spectators surrounding the arena stood utterly stunned by the actions of Gohan and Hit. Beerus's faction erupted in protest. Kaioshin, we, Kappa and I, are the official hosts of this tournament. By what authority do you unilaterally make decisions? Do you dare look down upon Kappa and me? Shin stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, ignoring the two furious destroyers as he smiled serenely. An extraordinary match is about to unfold. Please, esteemed guests, return to your seats and watch in quiet anticipation. As he spoke, Shin slowly extended one hand palm upward, then gently closed his fingers. A resonant hum filled the air as a mysterious force awakened. In the next instant, the shattered barrier overhead reformed, the dissipated atmosphere was restored, the broken arena floor vanished, and the floating hemispherical platforms surrounding the audience converged, shrank, and fused seamlessly into a single structure under the guidance of that unseen power. All present gazed at one another in astonishment. Those who had been scattered across separate platforms now found themselves gathered upon a single unified stage. Each person was seated upon an individual armchair, with a personal low table rising before them, already laden with an array of snacks and beverages. Even Beerus and Kappa, who had stood defiantly moments before, were now inexplicably repositioned at the very center of the assembly, occupying the two most prominent seats, twin armchairs reserved exclusively for them. Shin glanced toward the only two figures still standing besides himself, the angels, and smiled. Mr. Miss Vados, please be seated. Whis and Vados exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes shimmering with undisguised astonishment. This seventh universe Kaioshin is rather formidable, isn't he? Oh ho, sister. If the Kaioshin himself extends such gracious invitation, we ought to accept, said Whis. Vados cast a brief, knowing glance at Shin and replied with a gentle smile, very well. They then seated themselves beside their respective destroyers, the very reason Shin had prepared those twin armchairs. Once all were seated, Shin asked with a warm smile, are all attendees now assembled? Kappa, the unassuming warrior from Universe 6, timidly raised his hand. Mr. Vegeta has yet to return, and Mr. Frost, well, he was mysteriously sent back to Universe 6 earlier by Ms. Vados using some unknown method. Shin blinked, then chuckled softly, my apologies, I quite forgot about him. With a crisp snap of his fingers. Vegeta, adrift helplessly in the cosmic void, his spirit long since resigned to despair, blinked once, and found himself inexplicably back within the tournament arena. Welcome back, Mr. Vegeta. Kappa greeted cheerfully. Vegeta scanned the assembled crowd, scratching his head in bewilderment. With a subtle gesture, Shin summoned a massive armchair from the floor, and Vegeta, gently guided by invisible force, settled into it. Now all are present. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce a minor revision to the tournament rules. The upcoming match shall proceed without restriction, ending only when one combatant perishes, surrenders verbally, or falls unconscious from grievous injury. Since both fighters have departed for the cosmos, I shall personally broadcast the entire battle, live for all to witness. Shin turned away from the audience, raised his hand toward the heavens, and a colossal screen materialized in the sky. Simultaneously, a pair of 3D glasses appeared upon every spectator's table. Turning back, Shin explained these glasses allow seamless switching among three distinct perspectives, Gohan's hits or the Omnikai's. Instructions will appear in your mind once you don them. A gentle reminder, those of lesser cultivation are advised against wearing the glasses. Nausea may ensue. For safety, please observe the main screen above. Beerus did not glance upward, but fixed his gaze intently upon Shin's unruffled countenance, teeth clenched, as he demanded, Kaioshin, just who are you? Shin merely smiled, silent. Kampa's jaw dropped wide open, thunderstruck. Could the seventh universe Kaioshin truly wield such terrifying power? Such mastery was nothing short of turning clouds with a flick of the wrist and summoning rain with a mere thought. More astonishing still, Kampa attempted to rise only to find himself inexplicably fused to his armchair. He tried channeling destroyer energy, yet the moment divine power coalesced within him, it dissolved, vanished, without cause. After all, a Kaioshin is a being of systemic law. When systemic authority surpasses raw numerical might, the latter stands no chance but to be utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, Kampa felt less like a god, and more like a plucked fowl awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. Sweat poured down Kampa's brow as he stiffly turned his head, staring blankly at Fua, the Kaioshin of Universe 6, seated beside him, and stammered, do you possess such ability as well? Fua, a portly green-skinned Kaioshin, whose hairstyle mirrored Shin's precisely, sat drenched in cold sweat. Huh. Fua blinked, then hastily shook his head. What nonsense. Even I am learning of this for the first time. No Kaioshin should be capable of such feats. While the rest remained awestruck, Shin's entourage reacted with remarkable composure. Jis, a devoted Kaioshin devotee, regarded every display of Shin's power as perfectly natural, never surprising, always expected. Fat Buu, indifferent to the spectacle, had slumped into deep slumber the moment he sat, and remained so. Goku and Vegeta, unable even to breach a simple circle Shin drew upon the ground, understood the Kaioshin's terror firsthand, thus their inner calm remained unshaken. Broly felt powerless before only two beings in his entire existence, Shin and Beerus. Hence no feat Shin performed, however world-shattering, could stir surprise or disbelief within him. Goku and Vegeta immediately donned the 3D glasses appearing on their tables. Instantly instructions for operation manifested within their minds, and without hesitation both chose Gohan's perspective. Piccolo sensed the charged atmosphere, yet, as something of a Kaioshin admirer, regarded Shin's displays with awe tinged with inevitability. Calming himself swiftly, he slipped on the glasses and likewise selected Gohan's viewpoint. Within the void between universes, more precisely in the interstitial rift separating Universe 6 from Universe 7, Gohan faced Hit, a faint smile curling at his lips as his telepathic link activated, merging their consciousnesses. Hit, this battle knows no rules. Come, let us fight with abandon. Gohan beckoned with a playful curl of his finger. Hit offered a serene smile, replying through their linked minds, Gohan, I shall hold nothing back. Don't die. That line belongs to me, I believe. Until now I held back entirely, but today, to honor this contest, I shall fight with 100% of my strength. Gohan grinned. Hit assumed his battle stance, warning Gohan, I'm moving now. Be wary. Gohan mirrored the pose, confidence blazing in his eyes. Bring it. Whoosh. In the next instant, Hit vanished. Oomph. Gohan's eyes widened as he looked down at his chest. Several gaping holes now pierced it. Hit reappeared a short distance away and spoke calmly. I know these wounds are trivial to you. Merely a greeting, a reminder that I am no longer the same being I once was. Gohan turned his head toward Hit and smiled. Hit, your abilities have certainly evolved. By the way, what do you call this power? The Flash Time Art, Hit replied. The Flash Time Art. A fitting name, but you must also realize clearly this ability alone cannot defeat me. Gohan said. Who can say? Hit grinned faintly. Indeed, your regenerative capacity is astonishing. But from my observation, even such resilience reveals glaring vulnerabilities your brain and heart correct. Though I cannot discern where exactly you conceal your heart, your brain surely remains fixed within your skull. I wonder, would you survive if I shattered your brain? Hit asked. That is rather troublesome. Gohan grinned broadly, raised a finger in invitation, and taunted, go ahead, try it. A subtle curve lifted Hit's lips, and time itself froze around them. Hit gazed upon Gohan's motionless form and lunged forward, arm thrusting like a blade toward Gohan's skull. SSSSH. His eyes narrowed sharply, the sensation a mere afterimage. In the next instant, the Flash Time Art's effect expired. Whoosh. A violent gust surged beside him. Startled, Hit instantly activated the Flash Time Art once more, time stilled anew. Hit twisted his head, only to find Gohan's fist already inches from his face. Had he hesitated for even a heartbeat, he would have been sent flying. Cold sweat beaded on Hit's brow, yet his gaze remained piercingly sharp. He did not retreat. He met Gohan, heat in hand, darting like a spear toward Gohan's brain. SSSSH. Another afterimage. Astonishment flickered across Hit's eyes. Gohan's reflexes were unfathomably swift. Each time he generated a decoy before Hit activated the flash time art, while his true body vanished into unseen space. Hit's flash time art had now evolved to a duration of half a second, yet that fleeting span offered no margin to locate Gohan's true position. I have no choice but to evade. This thought flashed through Hit's mind, and the moment he registered the strike hitting only an afterimage, he triggered the flash time art without hesitation. Whoosh! Hit swiftly recoiled and spun. His inner voice confirmed exactly as expected. Gohan stood precisely where Hit had just been, poised mid-attack. Whether this figure was flesh and blood or illusion remained uncertain. Whoosh! Gohan's strike missed entirely. With a sweep of divine energy, he instantly locked onto Hit's location, turned, and wore a confident smile. Hit, though our exchange has been brief, I've already grasped the extent of your evolution. Wisdom gleamed in Gohan's eyes as he smiled. Your flash time art now lasts at least 0.3 seconds, am I right? Hit remained silent, offering only a faint, enigmatic smile. Truly formidable, Gohan mused. No wonder the Supreme Kai warned that opponents wielding spatial or temporal arts are the most vexing. How utterly true. Gohan chuckled. Hit, do you regret accepting that strange bean from me? Gohan shook his head. Even if I knew you would slay me, I would still give you the sacred bean, 10,000 times over. To Hit, a seasoned assassin, such logic was incomprehensible, shattering every assumption he held about motive, survival, and reason. Yet, not bad, Hit murmured, inwardly amused. Enough warm-up. Hit, your evolved powers surely extend far beyond this. Gohan assumed a battle stance and smiled. Hit mirrored him with a quiet, knowing smile, and replied, I'll let you experience it firsthand. Before that, I'll first show you my full 100% power. Gohan's smile hardened into solemn resolve as divine energy coalesced within him. Hiya! With a sweeping gesture, Gohan unleashed his divine power, a tempest of raw force surging toward Hit like a sky-rending hurricane. Hit's eyes narrowed, sensing the gale rushing toward him. Even from afar, its pressure lacerated his skin as though countless blades tore at his flesh. I must not be struck. This thought blazed through Hit's mind, and he activated the flash time art to evade. Futile. Gohan roared his divine power, transforming into relentless rain, endless torrents striking in every direction, sealing off every possible escape route. Sweat streamed down Hit's temples as he repeatedly triggered the flash time art, exploiting its temporal loopholes to hunt for gaps in Gohan's assault, barely evading annihilation each time. Watching closely, Gohan's lips curled upward. He whispered, Hit, you've fallen for it. VRRR. Energy gathered in Gohan's palm, and he fired a single focused ki blast toward an empty stretch of space. The targeted spot held nothing, yet, whoosh, Hit materialized exactly there, just as Gohan's ki blast arrived. To any outside observer, it appeared Hit had deliberately rushed headlong into certain death. Staring down the oncoming blast, Hit's brow glistened with cold sweat, and memory flashed that series of seemingly perilous yet perfectly timed evasions. He'd been tricked. Hit realized instantly. The entire evasion pattern had been meticulously engineered by Gohan, leading him precisely to this fatal convergence. Humph! A soft chuckle escaped Hit's lips. Gohan, you truly are extraordinary. Then I shall no longer hold back. His gaze sharpened, and the hurtling ki blast froze midair, suspended in absolute stillness. Gohan's eyes widened slightly in genuine surprise. This is... Whoosh! Hit dodged. Yet the frozen blast resumed motion the instant he moved, soaring harmlessly into the void of deep space. Hit, was that time stop? Gohan asked. Hit smiled, not a word. Gohan returned the smile. Of course, not a single warrior would reveal their ultimate art to an opponent. Then let me test it myself. I'm deeply curious. Beyond the evolution of your flash time art, what else have you mastered? Without another word, Gohan surged forward. Their clash erupted fiercely. Yet beneath the fury lay flawless counters, precise parries. Neither landed a single blow upon the other. Whoosh! Gohan's punch struck empty air. He scoffed, TCH, another projection. Hiding your true self in a pocket dimension. How utterly distasteful. Whoosh! Gohan vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. SSSSH. The image split cleanly at the waist. Hit emerged, smiling faintly likewise.